This story begins in one of China's major psychiatric hospitals. One of the patients in room number 666 is tied to the bed with copper wires, but he looks quite relaxed. His roommate, a fair-haired young man, holds the exposed wires in his hands, anticipation in his eyes, and asks his roommate if he has anything to say before the procedure. The guy replies that he believes that everything will be as described in the book, and electricity will be able to heal his body. After this, the fair-haired guy inserts the bare wires into the socket. He wanted to look at this magical moment and find out the truth about what was written in the book. A moment later, the entire body of the patient lying on the bed was pierced by electricity. After some time, an alarm sounded throughout the hospital, and smoke began to come out from behind the door of the ward. Everyone realized that 2 patients from Ward 666 were causing a disturbance again. The doctors immediately rushed to their room to save the patients. The guy who was lying on the bed looked very sad. His whole body was brown from multiple burns, and the hair on his head had become curly. Foam was flowing from his mouth. The boy was immediately taken away by paramedics. But his neighbor ran out after him, saying that he didn't want to stay there and wanted to know how his friend was doing. He asked to be taken away with him. The paramedics had no choice but to grant the boy's request and take him along with the victim, and at the same time, check his sanity. The hospital director watched everything that was happening from the window of his office. There were different patients in his hospital. One of them was an astronomer who claimed that the Earth was square in shape, and although everyone thought it was round, it was actually the fault of psychopaths who needed to be treated. Another patient was a medical professor who had found a way to get a man pregnant. And they also had a fortune teller who knew the world was about to end and told all the patients that he had found the perfect place to hide. Director Sean understood that they all had different hobbies, and even the 2 patients in room 666 had theirs too. There were 2 patients in room 666. One was Levi, a 19-year-old boy. The other was Jasper. His age was unknown. They both had a constant urge to kill when they were in an attack. After some time, both patients were taken to the hospital. Levi said he felt as good as the book said. He claimed that all the points in his body had opened, and he even saw the end of the universe. Jasper asked if it could be a consequence of him just quietly sticking his needle into his head. Levi said that he saw a green circle that no one knows about. He informed Jasper that his system was activated and greeted him, calling him Sir. Meanwhile, that same morning, something strange was happening on Mount Taishan. All the animals that lived in that place suddenly began to run in different directions, seeing an incomprehensible fiery monster. However, they did not have time to escape because the monster turned out to be faster. It jumped on all the animals and people present there and scattered them in different directions. The news reported that an earthquake had occurred on Mount Taishan. And what's more, 7th-level monsters had appeared. Many people were injured, and the government had already sent its people there to provide assistance. So the government asked the city residents not to go to the mountain for their safety. Meanwhile, the story shifts back to the operating room where Levi is. While he was undergoing surgery, the system informed him that it had found a new host and was preparing to activate. But the new host was found to have problems with his head. Doctors reported that the patient's body was wrapped in copper wires connected to electricity, causing him to suffer second-degree burns. But his blood pressure was stable and his pulse rate was higher than average. The surgeons said that they needed to administer anesthesia to the patient. However, Levi said he felt fine without her. He said that the burns on his body appeared because his body was cleaned. He asked to simply cut off everything unnecessary without unnecessary worries. The surgeon immediately shouted at him, saying that he had received burns because of his stupid actions. Levi said that he doesn't need anesthesia. He needs to use pain to train his mind. His mind is very strong, and ordinary people like doctors can't understand it. He said that if they tried to give him anesthesia, he wouldn't pay for it. However, the surgeon understood that such a psychopath had no money anyway, so he simply put a mask on him and began administering anesthesia. Levi tried to resist, saying that he would not tolerate this. But the anesthesia was stronger. Levi was strange even as a child. One day, he read books about the metalhead skill and decided to test his head by hitting it with a hammer. His mother saw all this. After that day, little Levi was taken to a psychiatric hospital to be checked out. The child's mental health met everyone's expectations. He had a 5th-degree mental disorder. He was not a danger to society, but he could harm himself. After some time, the operation was completed. Levi's entire body was wrapped in bandages, and Jasper was sitting on his bed. Then Levi turned to him and asked him to prick him with the needle a few more times. Jasper said he recently learned a new acupuncture development manual based on his body. Moreover, it was an updated version. He said that he now had mastered universal-level acupuncture, and then shoved several needles into Levi's hands. Then he leaned over to his friend and asked how he was feeling. Levi said he heard a voice in his head. However, he did not have time to continue his speech, as his vital signs suddenly began to fall. Hearing this, the orderly immediately ran to the patient and called the doctor for help. Levi's pulse was dropping and his arm was covered in needles, so doctors decided to take him to the intensive care unit. The orderlies understood that they needed the help of the head doctor. Meanwhile, the strongest man system was activated in Levi's body, after which he would be able to obtain the strongest martial arts manual of 1,000 striking techniques. Meanwhile, the head physician was resting in his office after an operation that lasted the whole night. He was very hungry and took out the box of food his wife had prepared for him. As soon as he started eating, a nurse entered the office and said that the patient had been injured again and that the doctor needed to hurry. The man's face immediately distorted in horror. He threw the food box on the floor and cursed. Then the nurse said that the patient came from a psychiatric hospital, and their hospital did not specialize in that area. Soon, a new day dawned, and the story again moved to the psychiatric hospital. The secretary entered the director's office and announced that the cemetery manager had asked him to find out when the boy would be brought in for burial. The director said that they would not bring him. The hospital reported that Levi's life was not in danger. But the secretary said that the manager asked him to tell him that if he tried in vain again, then next time, until there was a body, he would not be able to help them in any way. Sean said that he had said this 100 times already because he was still too young. At that moment, someone called the director's phone. It was Lee, the deputy director of the emergency hospital, who was furious, saying that the mental hospital patient was simply mocking him. Sean turned to the secretary and asked him to leave, saying that it seemed the burial would still take place. Lee screamed, saying that he hadn't slept for hours and that once he got this patient out, he would immediately send him back to the mental hospital. When he realized that Sean wanted to ask him to keep a patient at their hospital, he said that he would never do that for the life of him. He said that if the director mentioned hospitalization again, he would personally ask the surgeon to make a small mistake, and they would return the patient in a wheelchair. When he heard that Sean agreed to this proposal, he immediately hit the table with his fist, and a large crack appeared on the wooden surface. Then he hung up, cursing at the man. The story moves back to the operating room. Jasper lay on the seats near the operating room where Levi was. He did not understand why everything had happened this way. Passers-by couldn't understand what was wrong with this guy and began to guess that he was crazy. At that moment, a brilliant idea came to Jasper's head. He took his needles in his hand and screamed, pretending that he was dying. Meanwhile, in the operating room, the surgeon was indignant when he was invited here. The director warned him that many emergency and complex operations were performed here, which would help him gain experience and gain a wealth of knowledge. At first, he didn't understand how the director knew that there would be many complex operations here. But after he came here and pulled this boy back from the brink of death 48 times, he finally understood. The man couldn't hold back his tears of regret that he had decided to go to work in this hospital. Meanwhile, the system informed Levi that he had received his first S-rank upgrade, and he had the option to exchange it for unlocking another location with additional and permanent physical endurance. However, the system soon realized that the owner was mentally challenged and lacked the resources to make a decision, so the system decided to make the default choice. The system gave the go-ahead for the exchange, and soon the countdown began until a different location opened and physical endurance changed. Meanwhile, the news reported that they were going to continue broadcasting from the scene of the incident on Mount Taishan. The awakened countries have already managed to suppress the 7th-class demons, but there are still a lot of escapees, and the relevant authorities have already sent out search parties. Soon evening came. Lee went out to the ambulance and leaned on its door. He sighed wearily when he realized that the operation was not yet over. However, soon a nurse came out of the hospital, with orderlies wheeling a patient behind her on a gurney, and she said that the operation had been successfully completed and they were returning the patient. Lee immediately ordered them to throw him into the ambulance. He then got behind the wheel of the car, saying that he would take the patient back to the clinic himself. The nurse started waving her hands, saying that they had another patient from the psychiatric hospital who had arrived along with the one who had just been operated on. Lee turned around, not believing his ears. The girl said that the surgeon was currently operating on another mental patient, and he asked her to pass something on to Lee. As it turned out, it was his working surgical mask. It was smeared with blood, and in the middle of it was written the phrase, "I quit." Meanwhile, Sean, in a mental hospital, prayed to all the gods. He begged that these patients not be brought back here. However, he soon heard the sounds of a car approaching the hospital gates, and then he realized that it was all over. He went outside to meet Lee and said that this was getting a bit too much. He said that it was impossible to transport the patient immediately after surgery because his wounds could open up. He said that even though they were brothers, he would still maintain Lee's authority and asked that these patients stay with him in the hospital for a while. When the man heard this, he shook with irritation. Then he suddenly fell on his knees, saying that since they were brothers, he was asking Sean to spare his hospital, since these two patients had gotten on all the doctors in his hospital. Sean didn't know what to answer. This man was clearly not playing by the rules. Then Lee stood up and said that he didn't have to say anything because he understood him. After this, he immediately got behind the wheel of an ambulance and drove away, leaving the patients near the clinic. The orderlies looked at each other awkwardly and then looked at Sean, who had remained silent the entire time. The man then approached Levi and asked him how he was feeling. The guy said he was fine. Jasper said with a smile that he was feeling well too. Sean let out a tired sigh and then asked the orderlies to bring in their beds, as the patients would need to be secured. Soon, both boys were brought back to room 666 and tied with strong belts so that they could not move. But Levi remained calm, stating that he was currently cultivating. He said that the psycho in his head is teaching him the method of 1,000-fold forging and 100-fold tempering. He is talking about changing physical endurance. Levi said he felt the energy in his body thickening, and it was quite a pleasant sensation. Hearing this, Jasper was incredibly happy, realizing that they had finally made it work. Levi said that the rotation of the Milky Way has been successfully completed, and the electrocultivation method has also been successfully developed. The boys looked at each other, smiling sweetly at each other, deciding that tomorrow they should repeat the hammer to the chest method again. At this time, Sean and the orderlies were standing outside the door of room 666. The director watched the patients through the window, surprised that this time they did not make a sound. The orderlies been nervous. They understood that all this was strange, but they wanted it to continue as long as possible. When Sean realized that everything was quite calm, he walked away from the door and headed to his office. Soon night fell, and a young girl was walking along the street between the houses. Her attention was absorbed in her mobile phone, so she didn't notice the strange sounds coming from behind her. However, when she turned around, she saw in front of her a huge creature with 2 ears, towering over her. The girl screamed in horror, dropping her phone on the ground. The last thing she saw in her life was a huge mouth with a bunch of sharp fangs. Meanwhile, the story moves back to room 666, where it is already morning. While Jasper was sleeping, Levi didn't know what to do. He noticed the bandages that were on his head, and as soon as he looked at them, they immediately cracked. A moment later, all the straps that bound his body shattered into small pieces, and Levi found himself completely naked. But he was able to move again. He walked over to his friend and woke him up, then ran his hand over his straps, causing them to break. Jasper was amazed at how flat his friend's stomach had become. Moreover, it was quite hard, and Levi said that this was one of the consequences of his cultivation. At this time, an electrician was working in the clinic corridor. Suddenly, he saw someone's shadow on the wall in front of him. He trembled with horror, remembering the stories of escaped monsters appearing in the city. However, when he turned around, he realized that one of the patients was standing in front of him. It was Jasper. For a moment, he exhaled, realizing that this was not a monster, but just a man. However, it soon began to dawn on him that during the lessons on danger categories for the mental hospital residents, they were told that the patients from room 666 were practically the most dangerous creatures. They were even stronger than those awakened from the special department. Besides them, there were also other monsters of different classes. When Jasper waved at him, the man immediately realized that this was the same patient from room 666. While he was trembling with fear, Jasper immediately went out into the corridor and took the hammer from him. After that, Jasper immediately disappeared. The electrician exhaled, glad that nothing had happened to him. but he knew that it was too dangerous to work here. However, when he looked into his toolbox, he discovered that his hammer was missing. After that, he heard a strange sound coming from one of the chambers. Curiosity got the better of him, and he went to the room from which the sound was coming and looked inside through the window. He saw a blond man swing a hammer and hit another guy who was lying in front of him on the bed. The electrician's face distorted in horror at what he saw. At that moment, Jasper turned around and looked ominously at the door, indicating that this man had seen everything. The electrician immediately ran away, crying and screaming that a psycho had killed a man in Ward 666. At that moment, the system informed Levi that he had completed the highest D rank enhancement. He had the option to exchange it for the enhancement of a separate body part. And since the owner again did not have the opportunity to make a choice on his own, the system by default chose the best option: his arms. When the electrician reached the orderlies, they immediately took him by the arms, not paying attention to the fact that he was saying that there were murderers in that room. He claimed that everything there was covered in blood. And then the director decided to check everything personally. When they walked inside, they found the room to be spotlessly clean. Levi and Jasper unharmed and calmly sipping their drinks. Sean asked what they were doing, to which the patients replied that they were drinking Coke and Sprite. Hearing this, the director was confused and did not know what to answer. Then he smiled sweetly and turned to the electrician, saying that there had been no murder or bloodshed, but that he had simply imagined it. However, the man claimed that he had seen everything with his own eyes and could no longer do this work here. He asked the patients to return his hammer to him, and he would leave here. Sean then turned to the patients, ordering them to return the hammer immediately. However, Levi pretended not to understand what he was talking about. The director then pointed to a bulge in the patient's pants. Levi put his hand in his pants and pulled out a hammer. Sean asked to calmly put the instrument on the floor so that he could pick it up. The director was very worried because he did not know what to expect from the patients of the entire hospital. He hoped that they would fulfill his request. The orderlies and nurses looked at their director with respect, calling him a hero for deciding to take such a brave step. With a trembling hand, the director took the hammer from Levi. The nurse and orderlies immediately applauded him, saying that they themselves could not have done such a thing. The man then handed the hammer to the worker and said that it was just a trifle and that he had nothing more to fear. When the electrician looked up at the director's face, he saw that it was covered in beads of sweat, and the man himself was trembling with fear. Soon it was evening, and as usual, the residents of the psychiatric hospital gathered in the dining room to eat and watch the news. A female reporter reported that attacks by escaped monsters have become more frequent, and, in connection with this, the relevant agencies have activated additional resources to capture and destroy them. One of the patients claimed that the woman on TV was his wife, but another said that it was his daughter. After this, the men smiled and burst into tears of happiness, rejoicing that they had finally found each other. Jasper pointed at the TV, asking Levi if he knew the woman. Then Levi said that this was his girlfriend. Jasper scratched his chin thoughtfully and said that he believed him. Meanwhile, the story moves to the apartment of the awakened. A young blonde girl with a smile announced that her combat rank had increased to level 2. She said that now they can go destroy a couple of monsters. The subject's name was Selena. She was 16 years old and a healer from the medical academy. She was happy that her rank had increased, and now their team consisted of 4 second-rank fighters, so eliminating 1 second-rank monster would be a piece of cake for them. Her partners suggested carrying out this operation secretly. One of the guys said that they would find, eliminate, and bring this monster here, and then they would see what they were told. Selena was confident that they would carry out this task as true, outstanding graduates of the higher academy. They could not allow their city's special forces to be looked down upon. Meanwhile, the news from the psychiatric hospital reported that today was Saturday, February 29th. Jasper didn't understand how it could be February 29th if today was March 7th. Levi then assumed that his watch was broken, but Jasper said that he had bought the watch for tens of millions. At that moment, one of the patients approached them and asked to be allowed to look at the watch. He said they were a little off, but he could fix it. He said he provided after-sales service. The man said that Jasper had purchased a watch for tens of millions, and therefore he was a VIP client. If he had any problems with his product, he would repair it completely free of charge. After that, he took a marker and drew a new watch on Jasper's wrist. and then asked him to check if everything was okay. Jasper was incredibly pleased with his new watch and said that he really liked it. However, when they returned to the ward, he burst into tears, realizing that he had been deceived. He said that the watch turned out to be just a good fake, but very quickly broke down. Levi then took 1 carton of soy milk and handed it to Jasper, saying that this drink would lift his spirits. Jasper said it was a box of Sprite, incredibly delicious, and also said that the voice in his head started talking again. Jasper asked his comrade what his system was saying, and at that moment, the countdown ended. Everything suddenly swam before Levi's eyes. The system reported that since the countdown was over, a transition to another location was now taking place. The time flow of this world was being transferred to a frozen state. To return Levi, he would need to complete a quest that involved helping the descendant of the creator of the 1,000-forged and 100-tempered method overcome bullying at school. When Levi opened his eyes, he found himself in a room where absolutely everything was painted pink. He was wearing a pink tracksuit with a bunny tail, and his hair was tied up in a bun as if he were a girl. He walked up to the mirror and looked around, not understanding where he was. When he saw what he was wearing, he immediately assumed that he had become a girl. He decided to touch himself and check if this was really the case. But at that moment, a woman looked into his room and said that it was time for him to go to breakfast. Seeing her child with his hand down his pants, she immediately slammed the door and said she hadn't seen anything. When Levi realized that he hadn't actually become a girl, he sighed in displeasure, not understanding how this saint in his head could have thought of dressing a guy in women's pajamas. Soon, he changed into a neutral-colored suit and went downstairs to have breakfast. His so-called mother said that he looked absolutely incredible, and then added that he should not pay attention to his classmates who did nothing but make fun of him. Levi asked what was in the glass, to which the woman replied that it was cow's milk. She said that final exams were coming soon, so he shouldn't waste his time and should concentrate on his studies. When she looked up, she saw Levi pouring a glass of milk into his cup. After that, he took it with both hands and drank all the contents in one instant. Then he smiled and said that the soy milk porridge was just wonderful. The woman didn't know how to react to her child's behavior. Soon after, Levi went to the bus stop, looking out at the street and marveling at how quiet it was outside the hospital walls. Soon, the bus he needed arrived. Levi understood that he was now in the body of a guy named Charlie and had to go to school. Soon, the bus set off. At one of the stops, a young girl with 2 ponytails got on the bus. She tried to reach the handrails, but she was too short, and her hands simply couldn't reach them. Then, Charlie decided to get up from his seat and offered the girl to take his place. At that moment, a guy with purple hair entered the bus. It was Charlie's classmate. His name was Johnson. As soon as he saw his classmate, he immediately approached him and said that he had asked him to save his seat. He leaned over to him and grabbed him by the collar, asking why he hadn't saved him a seat this time. Johnson asked if he really wanted to get punched in the face again. Images of this guy and his friends humiliating Charlie at school immediately flashed through Levi's mind. However, since there was now another person in Charlie's body, he reacted completely differently, and Johnson immediately noticed that he had a strange look in his eyes today. Then the girl intervened in the conversation and said that the guy gave up his seat for her. At that moment, a man in bloody clothes rushed onto the bus. He said that he had been attacked by a psychopath and asked the driver to step on the gas faster and get away from there. However, he did not have time to do this, and a middle-aged man, dressed in the costume of a patient in a mental hospital, entered the bus, holding butcher's knives in his hands. He started waving knives, saying that he was going to chop up everyone on the bus. While everyone on the bus looked at the psycho in horror, Charlie calmly turned around and declared that he was not actually a psycho. When the man saw the little girl sitting in Charlie's seat, he swung his knife at her, intending to stab her. Johnson jumped back from the man in horror, and when he looked up, he saw blood splattering. As it turned out, Charlie suddenly appeared in front of the man. He grabbed one of his knives with his hand and asked why he wanted to chop up this girl with a kitchen knife. The man immediately started shouting, ordering the guy to let him go. However, Charlie had no intention of letting him go. He only squeezed the knife tighter in his palm, and blood splashed out of his hand. Everyone present looked at him in horror, not understanding why he did not remove his hand. The man with the knives also didn't understand what was happening. He clearly hadn't expected events to turn out this way. Then Charlie snatched the knife from his hand, and the man fell to the floor in horror, screaming that this guy was a real psycho. Then Charlie leaned over to him and asked him again why he wanted to chop up that girl with a kitchen knife. Soon, the police and an ambulance arrived at the bus. Meanwhile, the man who wanted to attack people on the bus was horrified to see the guy in front of him who snatched the knives from him. He asked if he needed his knives, but the man could not give him a clear answer. After this, Charlie got off the bus. While Johnson was sitting on the road, he was terrified and did not understand what was happening. Suddenly behind him, he heard Charlie's voice, extending his bloody hand to him and asking him to start all over again. Johnson jumped up immediately as if stung, his face contorted in horror. He had no choice but to shake hands with his classmate. But when their palms touched, he felt a sticky sensation. He soon realized that it was his blood that was flowing from his palm. Charlie smiled and said that he remembered the guy. Soon a nurse came up to Charlie, seeing the blood on his hand. She immediately decided to bandage him. She praised him, saying that he was quite strong. He had lost so much blood, but he was holding up calmly. Charlie said that pain makes him stronger. He has a strong mind, so he is already used to it. The nurse didn't know what to answer. It seemed to her that this guy was completely insane. Soon the police removed the attacker from the bus, handcuffed him, and led him to a police car. When the attacker saw Charlie, he immediately burst into tears of fear and ran away, calling the guy a psycho. One of the police officers called out to Charlie, saying that he had acted very bravely and thanked him for his dedication. He said police would contact his school to let them know their hero. However, Charlie only said indifferently that he was already late for class, and it was time for him to go. The policeman smiled after him, saying that he had such a deep wound, but he only thought about his studies, and such a desire for knowledge could not but inspire respect. He ran after Charlie, saying that his wounds had not yet healed, and therefore he could have a good rest today. He offered to take him to the hospital and make arrangements with the teachers at his school. However, Charlie said that pain is the path to cultivation. It only makes him stronger. Now the policeman also began to suspect that this guy was not himself. Soon, Charlie arrived at the high school he saw in the memories of the owner of this body. He smelled the books. He thought that if Jasper were here, he would make a great acupuncture teacher. However, he decided not to delay and headed towards the school building. When he entered inside, he tried to find the office he needed. Soon, he entered the room where his class should have been. But for now, there were only a couple of students there. Charlie took his place at one of the desks. He lay his head on the desk, thinking about something of his own. Soon memories from his life flashed through his mind, namely how his mother and Principal Sean discussed what to do with him. The mother wanted her son to go to high school. At his age, children usually already study in high school. But the principal said that this applies to ordinary children, but Levi is a patient with a severe mental disorder. His mother was incredibly upset when she realized that her son could not go to high school. Charlie's thoughts were distracted by the feeling of someone's hand digging into his arm. Then he looked up and saw a girl with long red hair standing in front of him. She was poking his hand with her pen, asking who gave him permission to cross the line on their desk. She said that if he crossed the line, she would stab him in the hand. The girl thought about how she hit him with such great force that Charlie should have jumped up and said that it really hurt. But he didn't do that. The girl continued to poke him with her pen, but the guy didn't react to this in any way. So she decided to press even harder and eventually pushed the pen deep into his hand. Charlie said his friends from the hospital liked to play this way with him too. The girl didn't understand what hospital he was talking about. And she was also very angry that he didn't react at all to her poking him with her pen, despite the fact that blood had already begun to ooze from the wound on his hand. She didn't understand what was happening, because she was definitely pushing with all her might. When the girl pulled the pen out of his hand, bright blood immediately gushed from the wound. She ran out of the classroom in horror with Charlie's blood on her cheek. One of the students, Ashton, told his deskmate Johnson that his favorite classmate had been bullied by Charlie. He said that when classes were over, he would help him drag him to the toilet and support him while Johnson beat him. However, Johnson stopped him, telling Ashton not to touch him because the guy was kind of weird. The guy didn't understand what was happening. He asked his friend if he was afraid of him. At that moment, Charlie approached their desk and decided to introduce himself to his new classmates, saying that he remembered that they loved to play with him. To Ashton's surprise, Johnson immediately jumped up from his seat and shook Charlie's hand in greeting. Charlie said he remembered seeing him on the bus. Ashton asked his friend if he was really afraid of this weakling. Soon, the literature lesson began. The teacher said that yesterday she had given the students the assignment to learn the Ode to the Red Cliff for today, and asked which of the students was ready to recite it. All the students understood that this old hag was too cruel, and they did not at all envy the one she would summon. The teacher's choice fell on Charlie. She asked him to stand up and tell her his homework. The students were terrified. They knew that Charlie was most afraid of this teacher and thought that he would simply die of fear as soon as he got up from his seat. However, to the surprise of everyone present, Charlie stood up from his seat and calmly stated that he had not completed his homework. The teacher was extremely surprised. She didn't even know what to say. All the students noticed that there was an oppressive atmosphere between Charlie and the woman. They had a bad feeling. Then Charlie asked her with a smile if he could sit down in that case. His smile sent shivers down the woman's spine, and she calmly told him he could take his place. The students didn't understand what was going on, because this old hag had never behaved this way. After some time, the lesson was over. Charlie walked over to one of the walls of the classroom to examine one of the electrical outlets. At that moment, Ashton came up to him and said that he was acting rather strange today. He asked how Charlie managed to intimidate his friend Johnson and also fool the old hag. However, Charlie did not answer him. And then Ashton grabbed him by the collar, asking if he dared to ignore him. Then Charlie said that the current could excite the body and make it stronger, and he wanted to put the key in the socket and try to cultivate. Ashton looked at the guy in horror and screamed at him, asking if he had gone crazy. However, Charlie didn't listen to him and simply inserted the key into the socket. A moment later, an electric shock ran through his body, and the shock wave also hit Ashton, who was holding Charlie by the shoulder. At that moment, one of their classmates approached them and touched Ashton's shoulder. Immediately after this, he too was electrocuted. And then the other students noticed it. They approached and began touching their classmates one after another, which started a chain reaction, and all the students were electrocuted at once. Soon after, Charlie pulled the key out of the socket, saying that the current was quite weak, so the effect was small. When he looked back, he saw that all his classmates were lying on the floor, their bodies covered in burns and foam coming out of their mouths. He thought they were just tired after school. Then he decided to let them sleep, and he himself decided to go to the toilet. Meanwhile, the next lesson was approaching. The trigonometry teacher was hurrying to the classroom. He really loved his lesson and wanted to show the students how beautiful trigonometry is. However, when he entered the office, he screamed in horror when he saw the students lying unconscious on the floor. He immediately picked up the phone and called an ambulance. He said that all his students were lying on the floor. Soon, several ambulances arrived at the school. Charlie watched them from the window, thinking that they had come because his classmates were overtired from studying. He thought it was a pretty scary institution. Soon, all the students at the school began to discuss the situation in which all the students in the second group were electrocuted, except for one, who was in the toilet at the time. According to rumors, the whole group bullied him, but in the end, this guy did not have a single scratch. Meanwhile, Charlie was walking in the park near the school when suddenly someone called him from behind a tree. When he looked behind the tree, he saw a girl there. He said that for now he is in Charlie's body. Then the student came out from behind the tree, awkwardly looking away, her cheeks flushed. Charlie asked why she called him, but the girl was embarrassed to answer him. She was holding an envelope behind her. At that moment, someone came up and snatched the envelope from her hands. It was the school bully Terrence and his friends. He smirked and asked if the girl had written a love letter for Charlie. The girl immediately turned around and asked him to give her the letter. However, he raised his hand up, not allowing the girl to reach the envelope. He grinned, saying that Charlie had become so cool that people even began to confess their love to him. Tears welled up in the girl's eyes, and she begged the guy to return the envelope to her. The next moment, Charlie made one deft leap and snatched the envelope from Terrence's hands. He turned to the guy and asked why he took this thing from the girl. Terrence's face twisted in anger. He asked if Charlie had just dared to snatch the thing from his hands. He said that if Charlie read this letter right now in front of this girl, then he would not touch him today. Charlie approached the girl and asked if she wanted him to read the letter, but the girl did not want anyone to see the contents of the letter. Charlie said that since the girl didn't want it, he wouldn't read the letter. Before the girl could speak, Terrence punched a tree right behind Charlie. He asked him to repeat what he had just said. Charlie looked up and saw the dent in the wood where Terrence's fist had left it. The girl, out of fear, squatted down and cried, telling Charlie to read this letter, otherwise they would beat him. However, Charlie said that these guys couldn't hit him, so he didn't have to listen to them. Terrence smiled nervously and asked what Charlie had just said. One of his partners immediately ran up to him and told him to stop talking nonsense. Instead of answering, Charlie punched the place where the fist dent was in the wood. The next moment, the tree broke in half and fell to the ground. Terrence and his partners watched in horror as everything happened. Meanwhile, a student who witnessed the altercation in the yard immediately ran to school and told the physical education teacher that the school bully, Terrence, had again cornered Charlie from the second group. The man immediately ran to the school exit, intending to teach this bully a good lesson. The students ran after him. However, when they got there, they were in complete shock as they saw Terrence pinned against a tree, shaking in fear, while his partners were bowing politely to Charlie. Charlie told the bully that taking other people's things was bad, and that he shouldn't do it anymore. Terrence could do nothing but repeat his words in horror. He looked at what was left of the tree and began to shake with fear again. Charlie patted him on the cheeks with the envelope and said that he looked quite pale. He definitely needed to eat something. Then Terrence looked down and said that he would return home immediately and would always return home early from now on. The teacher watched everything that was happening with horror. It seemed to him as if he had entered a parallel world. He turned to the students and asked if they had mixed anything up. But the girls shook their heads. Then Charlie walked up to the girl who wanted to give him the letter and returned the envelope back into her hands. The girl's face turned red, and she said that the letter was meant for Charlie. Charlie thought, Jasper said that usually there are love letters in pink envelopes, and they are given when people want to confess their feelings. Then the girl said that she really liked Charlie and asked him to become her boyfriend. Charlie said he didn't mind. He looked up to the sky and said that his whole life was dedicated to cultivation. Then the girl suddenly turned around and ran away, shouting that she had changed her mind. Then Charlie remembered Jasper's words about many girls being quite fickle. He felt like he had forgotten something. However, he decided that it was not very important and walked away. Thoughts of the real Charlie flashed through his head. He liked cute things by nature. He was quite weak, and everyone around teased him, calling him a girl. However, that girl was not like everyone else. She never called him names and considered him affectionate and sweet. Charlie loved her, and one day he hoped that he could gather the courage to confess to her. Then she would become his beautiful first love. He firmly decided that if she took even one step towards him, he would immediately tell her words of love. However, since there was someone else in his body at that moment, his relationship with this girl was doomed to failure from the very beginning. Meanwhile, all the students in the second group were taken to the hospital. Doctors couldn't understand what modern students were thinking. Instead of studying well, they were playing with such dangerous toys. So he ordered the nurse to cut the students' clothes because they needed urgent surgery. Ashton screamed, saying that they couldn't cut up his clothes because they were so expensive, and he had been washing dishes for a month to get them. However, he was unable to resist as he lost consciousness again. The doctor was furious. He was surprised at what these children were willing to do for expensive things. Soon, all the students were operated on and sent to the recovery ward. The boys were in a lot of pain because their bodies were covered in burns. Some didn't understand what had happened. Then Ashton said the doctor said they had been electrocuted. Then the students began to remember what happened. They were electrocuted when they touched Ashton. The guy screamed, saying that it was not his fault. He said that he got caught because he touched Charlie, who wanted to insert the key into the socket. And Ashton could not even imagine that he would actually do it. Then all the students came to the conclusion that none of them had seen Charlie in the hospital. Ashton assumed that he was already in intensive care, because if they were just holding on to him and suffered so much, then he, as the first in the chain, got the worst of it. One of the students suggested that he might have died, and then an awkward silence fell between the boys. They were more upset that now there would be no one to bully in class. However, at that moment, they suddenly heard someone knocking on the door of their room. They assumed that it was another round of rounds or that someone's parents had come to visit. However, when the door opened, Charlie looked inside the room. His classmates were horrified when they saw that he was safe and sound. He said he decided to visit them when he learned that they had been studying so hard that they had ended up in the hospital. The guys couldn't believe that he was alive and okay. Charlie said he brought them some treats. He walked up to Ashton and handed him the sausages and milk. But the boy told him to keep it for himself. He said he didn't need his handouts. Then Johnson entered the conversation and asked Charlie not to be offended, saying that Ashton simply did not know how to behave. Suddenly, one of the classmates asked everyone to open their phones and read their school's community. As it turned out, someone was harassing their boss. When the boys looked at the phone, they shook with horror, because someone sent pictures of Charlie pinning a shaking Terrence against a tree. Ashton then realized that he needed to change his approach immediately, and thanked Charlie for coming to visit them and bringing them some treats. Meanwhile, one of the patients from the psychiatric department was standing on the roof of this very clinic. He looked at the city that was right beneath his feet and reflected on his life. He remembered how his wife had recently come to him and thrown divorce papers right in his face. She managed to find herself a new boyfriend and asked her husband to sign the documents and not delay with it. He didn't have much time left anyway. The man did not understand why the girl did not even wait for his death and was not even embarrassed to come to him with her new boyfriend. Tears welled up in his eyes and he jumped off the roof, realizing how after 10 years of marriage she had no conscience left. Meanwhile, the guys from the second group were talking among themselves, and Charlie's classmates asked him if he really broke the tree in front of Terrence. Charlie pointed to one of the trees that stood under the windows from the ward and said that it was about this size. When he opened the window, it was at that moment that the man who had decided to jump from the roof flew towards him. Charlie's classmates screamed from the street, not believing their eyes. In an instant, Charlie realized something was happening, turned around and looked out the window. It turned out that he managed to grab the suicide by the hand and save him from falling. After that, he took him by the shoulder and dragged him inside the room. The boys couldn't understand how he was able to drag a grown man through the window, holding him with just one hand. Charlie approached the man and asked him why he jumped, to which the man asked him in return, asking why he caught him. The stranger said that he had a fatal illness and was no longer a survivor. His wife found herself a new young lover, came to him with him and forced him to sign a divorce petition. Then Charlie said that the director always says that you just have to cry and then everything will go away. Hearing this, the man pressed himself against Charlie's leg and burst into tears. At that moment, a doctor and orderlies ran into the ward. They couldn't believe that the patients had actually been saved. They ran up to Charlie and asked how he did it, while the orderlies took the suicide away. Suddenly, Charlie's classmates noticed that blood was coming from his hand. And then the boy realized that he had broken his hand while dragging the man out the window. And so his classmates were shocked. They couldn't believe that he was reacting so calmly to a broken arm. Charlie told the doctor not to pay attention to it, as this was not the first time he had received such a wound, and he was sure that it would heal soon. Hearing this, the doctor and the orderlies were confused. They couldn't ignore such an injury on the boy's arm, and so they took him to the operating room. But Charlie insisted that it was just a fracture and they didn't need to resort to anesthesia, since the pain would toughen his mind and allow him to become stronger. He noted that this environment is quite familiar to him. The doctor thought that the massive blood loss and pain shock had affected his perception of the world. Charlie wanted to warn them that he didn't have money for anesthesia. But before he could finish speaking, the nurse announced that the anesthetic had been successfully administered. Charlie wanted to warn them that he didn't have money for anesthesia. However, before he could finish speaking, the nurse announced that the anesthetic had been successfully administered. Charlie wanted to say something about the lack of money, but before he could finish speaking, he suddenly fell asleep. At this point, the system informed him that he had completed the task at an excellent level, and therefore he must now leave this location and return back to his body. After 3 seconds, Levi actually returned to his rightful body. Jasper continued to ask him about what his inner voice was telling him. Levi looked around, not understanding what was happening. He asked his partner if he really wanted to know what the psycho voice in his head was saying. Then he said that the voice said that Levi had gone to some other location and had become a sick kid in the head who wears women's pajamas. Meanwhile, Charlie was back in his rightful body. He had surgery, and soon his mother came to visit him in the hospital. After some time, Charlie woke up, not understanding what was happening. Suddenly, he felt a strong pain in his arm and immediately began to cry, calling for his mother's help. After some time, the real Charlie finally returned to his school. He panicked greatly when he realized that his mother had not yet arrived, even though she had already parked the car, because he did not want to go to school alone. When he turned to face the school building, he saw in front of him a whole crowd of students, at the head of which stood the main bully of the school, Terrence. Charlie began to shake with fear and tears came to his eyes. However, Suddenly, all the students knelt before him and greeted him as their boss. The school radio also announced that the entire institution was expressing gratitude to a student named Charlie for his composure and saving other people. The girl who wanted to give him a love letter was watching what was happening from behind a tree, realizing that now she was no match for him at all, since Charlie had become a legend and she was just an ordinary student. Meanwhile, the story moves to the building of the special unit, where a huge argument was going on among the people there, as some could not believe that the IQ of demons had increased. Liu Hai, a 9th-rank warrior of the Supreme Taoist Academy, said that this was impossible and that this statement was simply absurd. However, Dao Ming, a 9th-rank warrior from the Maoshan Higher Academy, said that if the demons became smarter, humanity would die out. They shouldn't even have called a meeting. They just needed to put their affairs in order, return home, and write a suicide note. The man sitting at the head of the table said it was not a funny joke at all. Sage, a 9th-rank warrior of the Higher Academy of Doctors, didn't understand why they cared. They shouldn't care at all whether the monster's intelligence grew or not. However, the man slammed the table hard and said that there could be no other options since this was already a fact. Master Umar, a warrior of the 9th rank of the highest academy of Buddhists, said that those who fear will not fear people, because he is merciful, not people. However, the man ordered him to be silent. He said that the IQ of demons had increased, and this could threaten the same combat prowess as warriors, since demons of the same rank would be too tough for them. If this was the case, then the control of the city division was in danger. Sage said they had already sent out an alert. Dao Ming said that low-ranking warriors couldn't handle it, so old men like them should take it on, since it was better to die from infection than from boredom. However, the man did not let him finish and directed a light spell at him. The man had a nickname, One Eye. He was the top one in the city's special unit. He was a national-level warrior and said that if they didn't want to die, then they should pray for more warriors in the city. Meanwhile, a birthday celebration was taking place in the office of the director of the psychiatric hospital. The man was very happy that all the hospital orderlies and nurses came to the celebration. They wished the director a long life and said that he was the best boss. Sean closed his eyes, intending to make a wish for everything to go smoothly and well today. However, before he could finish speaking, one of the orderlies suddenly burst into the office and said that the patients from room 666 were on strike and were pushing other patients to do the same. As it turned out, Levi and Jasper were indeed rebelling, holding homemade signs and demanding something from the hospital workers. Other patients brought them offerings that they thought the boys needed. However, Levi and Jasper said that this was not what they needed. At that moment, the director came out into the corridor to find out what was going on. The boys showed them their posters and said that they needed this. However, the director refused, and then Levi and Jasper exchanged glances. Then they fell to the floor and began to demand what was written on their signs. The director closed his eyes tiredly and told the orderlies to take it from the warehouse and give it to the patients. But the orderlies didn't even understand what they were supposed to take. Soon, several dumbbells, each weighing 100 kilograms, were brought into the ward, as well as a drinking bulb. The patients were very happy with the new acquisition. However, after some time, the punching bag was torn, and all the contents were spilled onto the floor. The dumbbells were also mangled, as if someone had hit them with incredible force. However, the patients were happy that thanks to the training they had reached the level of warriors. Meanwhile, the story moves to the city sewers, where a battle between monsters and humans took place, with hordes of demonic rats attacking the warriors. One of the guys tried to fight back, asking God to give him strength. He summoned the scrolls and decided to use all 3 of them, immediately calling upon fire spells. Soon the blows hit the 2nd-ranked demon's mourning dog. It was a huge dog, 50 times larger than each of the warriors present, and it looked at them menacingly with its red eyes. Then Selena summoned the first form spell, Yellow Pill and Triple Boost. She entangled one of her partners and told him he could go on the attack. The young man invoked a spell called the Sword of Inaction. Soon after, the sword pierced the demonic dog's shoulder. This angered the demons even more, and he decided to attack the warriors with renewed vigor. Then his companions ran to the aid of the young man, saying that they would help him. One of them used his beads and called upon the spell of the golden body of the Arhat, covering his partners with a strong shield. Seeing this, The demonic dog bared its teeth viciously. Then he raised his paw, intending to attack the warriors. With one quick blow, he threw Selena somewhere to the side. The girl hit the sewer wall hard and blood gushed from her mouth. The warriors couldn't believe that the demon had figured out that he needed to attack the healer first. They realized that this was no ordinary demon. And then one of the guys asked his partners to take Selena away from here. After that, he cast the spell again and attacked the demon. The guy who held the shield understood that his strength was already running out, and the demon felt it. As it turned out, the demon had been holding back all this time, and now, with one movement, he tore the guy apart. His partners couldn't believe what they saw, their faces distorted in horror. They didn't notice that the demon was preparing for another attack. And then one of the guys pushed his partners aside so that they wouldn't be hit by the blow. However, the blow landed on him, and in an instant the demon's paw pierced his chest. The guy turned to his partner and with his last breath asked him to leave, after which he died. The guy was trembling with fear. He turned to Selena, asking if she could get up. But the girl was unable to answer. Tears came to his eyes and he screamed, begging the girl to get up. At that moment, Selena opened her eyes and looked resolutely at her partner. He thrust his sword forward and ran straight towards the demon, intending to attack him. At this moment, the girl used the second form of the spell, a secret pill with a 6-fold increase. Soon, the young man's body was enveloped in a beneficial aura. Unfortunately, this was the last thing Selena could do. She died immediately after using the spell. However, the boy's strength was insufficient, and with one movement, the demon struck him with his paw and pinned him to the ground with his claws. With his last strength, the boy tried to cast a spell to take the demon away with him. He used an execution spell, and his eyes glowed with a bright red light. His entire body was filled with a divine aura. A moment later, there was a deafening explosion, and the demon whined in pain. However, even this was not enough, and the demon emerged from the smoke alive. He headed towards the exit of the sewer, leaving a trail of blood behind him. The story shifts back to the mental hospital. Levi and Jasper were in the meadow, and while the blonde guy was counting ants, his friend was meditating. The system informed Levi that he had broken through to the human level in energy cultivation technique. He had formed a foundation. All things returned to their origin. At this stage, he could absorb energy directly from the surrounding space, continuously strengthening his body. When Jasper turned around to show one of the ants to his friend, he saw a strange blue aura flying around it. At first, he thought Levi was sick. The system informed the protagonist about the beginning of an ancient energy cultivation technique. The excess energy had already reached its limit, and now there was a threat of the body exploding. He became very excited and took one of his needles and then pricked Levi right in the forehead. He called it the Milky Way rotation technique, and then inserted more needles all around the perimeter of his head. Levi could barely contain his pain, and his face turned red. The next moment, he sneezed loudly and all the needles flew out of his head. The system reported that the owner's inner world had been opened, the energy had stabilized, and the danger had been eliminated. He then told Jasper that he had just heard the voice in his head again, and it had been very painful. But he was glad that his friend had helped him. Jasper immediately flew up to him, his eyes sparkling with anticipation, and asked if his Milky Way rotation technique had really helped him. Levi smiled and said that this was indeed a very cool technique. However, he said there was one problem. He was very hungry. Then he took one ant and offered his friend to eat it. He said he heard that ants are very tasty. Levi opened his mouth, intending to eat the insect, but suddenly at that moment, a nurse came out onto the landing and said that lunch was ready and the patients could go into the dining room. Jasper then threw the ant back into the grass and walked with his friend back to the clinic. The other patients were perplexed when they saw Levi's insatiable appetite. Apparently, he had eaten all their food. There were several empty trays of food standing near the main character, from which he had already eaten. At that moment, a nurse came to the table and said that the patient in room 666 was eating too much. She then called the manager because Levi refused to give her the tray of food. The manager suggested that Levi had an eating disorder. When the protagonist realized that his tray of food had finally been assembled, he picked up one of the forks and began chewing on it. And then the system informed him that opening the owner's inner world had side effects. From that moment on, his body would be subject to hunger, which could not be suppressed by anything other than objects full of strong energy. Meanwhile, special forces were at the scene of the battle between the demonic dog and the human warriors. They photographed the corpses and what remained of the battlefield. The one-eyed man watched everything that was happening. He looked at the scene of the massacre with displeasure and cursed. The dead were the best graduates of their class from the 4 great academies, each a second-rank warrior. They fought 4 against 1 monster, and all 4 ended up dead. Then the one-eyed man assumed that the demons really had become smarter. He said that a research team had already arrived here to reconstruct the battle. As far as he knew, there was 1 second-ranked demonic dog here, and the group's coordination was also disrupted, so the warriors were no longer able to cope with demons of the same rank. One-eyed threw his cigarette on the ground and said that the monster went down. Judging by the footsteps, it looks like this creature is using the stench of the sewer as camouflage, but it was decently wounded. He said the sewers weren't that far from here, so they had to be careful. He asked one of the workers to tell the information department to increase the rank of all demons by 1. The man said that in addition to this, the families of the victims received notification of the incident and are now calling, demanding clarification. One-eyed asked to collect the remains of the bodies of the dead and their belongings and give them to their relatives, and also to offer them condolences once again, because it is not surprising that these children were members of their special unit. They were very brave. Then he headed towards the exit, finally saying that despite the fact that they were brave, they turned out to be very stupid. He added that this part should not be passed on to their families. Meanwhile, the story moves back to the psychiatric hospital. The director was furious. He told his subordinates that if this creature that kills people dares to come here, then they should immediately pass the information to a special unit so that they can destroy it. At that moment, one of the hospital workers entered his office and said that the patient in room 666 had scared the kitchen workers. The director laughed nervously, asking what he had done this time. As it turned out, a couple of hours ago, the nurses and doctors decided that Levi could not be allowed to eat without supervision. His disease was progressing, and he needed to be taken for an examination as soon as possible. Other patients wondered why he wasn't made to pay for all the food he ate. Before Levi was taken away by the paramedics, he looked at his friend and winked at him. And then Jasper understood what he wanted from him. He, as his best friend, already understood his request for help. After this, the guy sat down at one of the tables and looked ominously in front of him. He then began banging his head loudly on the table, attracting everyone's attention. While the other patients were enjoying such a funny performance, the nurses and orderlies did not know what to do. They assumed that the patient had become ill. They were forced to let Levi go, and he took advantage of the moment to escape from the dining room. Finally, he gave his partner a thumbs up, implying that he had done a great job. Soon after, he headed to the kitchen where the female cooks were working. He appeared behind them and said ominously that he was hungry. The women turned around, their faces distorted in horror. Since they were facing a patient from the entire hospital, they assumed he meant he wanted to eat people. However, Levi didn't really mean anything like that. He really just wanted to eat. Upon hearing this story, the director asked for a bonus to be given to the kitchen workers as compensation. He then asked the man why Levi was so hungry. The worker said that the doctor had just taken him for an examination, and then the director asked him to tell the manager to come see him as soon as he finished. Meanwhile, something strange was happening outside the hospital grounds. A clawed paw appeared from the sewer hatch. It was a monster. It sensed that it should be safe here, since there were no warriors here. And then he climbed out of the hatch, realizing that he was badly injured and he needed to find a place where he could heal his wounds. He decided that this place was perfect. He looked at the mental hospital and decided that he would stop there. He understood that he needed food to heal his wounds, and he decided to give the kind man the opportunity to take care of him. However, to be accepted, he had to change his appearance. The next moment, he turned into a small puppy. He heard that people adore such plush and cute babies, and no one can remain indifferent when they see a wounded puppy. He then headed towards the clinic, intending to show the foolish people that he was ready to accept their sacrifices. Meanwhile, Jasper and Levi were sitting in their room and discussing the blonde guy's broken watch. The watch needed to be repaired again, but none of them had the money. Then Jasper said that he had heard that kidnapping was easy money and suggested that he kidnap someone. He said he had a girlfriend and suggested that he would pretend to kidnap her so that she would take his watch to be repaired. And once it was fixed, he would let her go. However, Levi said that he did not have a girlfriend. Remembering that he said something about the girls from the program being his lover, Levi replied that he doesn't have a lover, and that girl is his wife. At that moment, something appeared right outside their window and hit the glass, causing the boys to turn around towards the sound. Levi noticed that there was a small puppy right behind the glass. The demon dog assumed the cutest appearance possible, intending to deceive people so that they would quickly start feeding him. Jasper leaned against the glass, saying that this dog was very cute. The dog stretched his body to reach their window straight from the ground. Then Jasper suggested that they could treat the puppy since he was seriously injured, and he and Levi decided to open the window for him and take him to their room. The protagonist suggested that Jasper use his acupuncture skills to cure the puppy, and the demonic dog thought that he couldn't even imagine that there were still people among people who used acupuncture. The puppy turned away, thinking that these guys would be around pretty soon. At which point, Jasper took one of his needles and started working on the dog's head. Before Demon could think of something, the guy stuck one of the needles into his forehead. The demon dog trembled in pain, but Jasper took it as a sign that he was getting better. The guy laughed, saying that he would help the dog get better. The dog's face was distorted in horror. He wanted to stop the guy, but he couldn't do it. Soon, almost his entire body was covered in needles, and it seemed to him that he was about to die. Suddenly, Jasper heard his friend's stomach growl and assumed he was hungry again. Levi said that he was hungry all day today. Soon, a system window appeared in front of him. It informed him that high-energy food had been discovered that could help reduce hunger for 3 days. It was right in front of him. When he looked at the puppy, the system informed him that the creature's energy value was at the 2nd rank. It was poisonous and edible, and also offered a recommended way to eat it. The demon dog didn't understand why this guy was looking at him like that. Then he looked at his friend and said that this dog was really very cute. After this, the guys looked ominously at the animal and laughed slyly. Levi guessed that this dog must be very tasty. The demonic dog didn't understand what they meant. He couldn't believe that the people in front of him were truly ordinary people. He couldn't believe they wanted to eat him, considering the cute form he had taken. The next moment, Jasper pulled out all his needles from him, saying that if he did not continue giving him acupuncture, he would die. He asked his friend to wait until the dog died and then they would eat him. The demon decided that these guys were completely crazy. But he, a 2nd-ranked demon, could heal himself, and without this deadly acupuncture, he would cope even faster. He knelt down in front of the dog and asked him to close his eyes, saying that he would soon rest in peace. The demon chuckled, realizing that these people were too arrogant. Jasper turned to his friend, saying that the dog was still alive. The protagonist said it was no problem. He pointed at him and added that he was bleeding, so they just needed to wait until he bled out and died. The demon didn't know how to react to these words. Levi assumed that the dog was very small and would not be enough to feed them. The demon understood that his patience was already at its limit. He could not tolerate this bullying of himself. The next moment, he assumed his true form and jumped on the boys, intending to attack and kill them. He was very angry that they made him tremble and get angry. And now, he wanted them dead more than ever. Seeing this, Jasper was delighted, realizing that now that the dog had become so big, they would definitely have enough meat to eat. The demon dog opened its mouth full of sharp fangs and headed towards Jasper, intending to eat him. However, Levi appeared in his path, and with one deft movement, he grabbed the demon by the mouth and laid him on the floor. He called the dog a bad boy, saying that biting people was wrong. The demon didn't understand what happened, and some guy had enough strength to intercept his attack. Then he opened his jaws again, intending to bite off Levi's hand. However, as soon as he closed his jaws, he realized that he couldn't even scratch his hand. Jasper walked up to his friend, saying he wanted to pet the dog's fur. Levi said that he could do it because the dog was obedient now. The demon tried to resist, but he was unable to do so. For him, as a 2nd-ranked demon, this was a real shame. He intended to bite off Jasper's hand again, but Levi hit him in the teeth again. The blow broke his teeth and made his gums bleed. Levi said threateningly that the dog could not bite his friend. Meanwhile, Jasper continued to pet Demon, saying that now he really had become obedient. And although he was big and angry, he was still docile. The demon lay in shock. He did not understand what rank these people were and why they were able to win so easily. He assumed that Levi was a 4th-rank person, but his strength suggested that his rank was much higher. Jasper continued to pet the dog. He said his tail looked pretty soft, too. He said he wanted to see the dog wag his tail, To which Levi replied that since the dog was now an obedient boy, he could wag his tail himself. However, the demon grinned angrily and said that he would not wag his tail like a pet. However, his life was in danger, so he had no choice but to fulfill Jasper's wishes. He decided to temporarily submit until he could escape far away from this terrible man. Then Jasper said he wanted to see him wag his tail in a circle instead of from side to side. The demon was already extremely fed up with this bullying. When Levi realized that the dog was not going to fulfill his friend's request, he grabbed it again with force by its remaining teeth. The guy turned to the dog and said that wagging his tail in a circle really was much cuter. The demon had no choice but to fulfill the request of these crazy guys. Jasper was incredibly pleased with what he saw. Then Levi said that this dog was not only cute, but also delicious. They would hardly have been satisfied with that puppy. But this big dog was a different matter. However, the boys soon came to the conclusion that they had no fire to cook the meat. Then they looked up at the lamps that were on their ceiling and thought that they could roast the meat right on them. Jasper thought for a moment, then smiled, saying that they would succeed. When he helped Levi cultivate using the electric current method, he smelled the fragrant smell of roasted meat. So they can use the same method to roast dog meat. The demon absolutely did not understand what was happening. It seemed to him that he had met demons among people. After some time, the guys connected bare wires to the demon's body and passed current through it. Jasper watched the whole thing with a smile, happy that they actually managed to fry the meat. The other patients watched what was happening in room 666 through their window, and it seemed to them that someone was dancing there. Soon, Jasper said he could already smell the roasting meat. Levi reported that everything was almost ready. The demon tried to stop his torture, but he no longer had the strength. Soon after, life left him. When everything was ready, Jasper approached the demon and touched his burnt fur. Sometime later, the boys cut up the demon's body to get to the tasty meat. They cut off a piece for themselves and began to eat. As it turned out, their preparations caused a power outage throughout the hospital. The hospital's new security guard, Liam, picked up a flashlight and headed out into the hallway to find out why the power had gone out. He noticed that the fuses had blown just when he arrived at room 666, and then he looked through the window on the door to see what was so special about it. He pointed the flashlight there and saw a horrific picture of the patients in the ward holding someone's head in their hands. Liam was horrified. He couldn't believe his eyes. It seemed to him that the patient's eyes were glowing with an ominous red color. Out of fear, he fell to the floor and dropped the flashlight from his hands. He then ran down the corridor, screaming that a man had been eaten in room 666. Soon, the director of the clinic and the orderlies went to the room to see what had happened there. Liam continued to claim that he saw a dead head and patients eating its meat. By this time, the electricity had already been repaired, and when Sean turned on the light, he saw that one of the lamps in the room was broken. Levi and Jasper lay in their beds as if nothing had happened. The director asked them what they were doing. Then the boys said that they had prepared a carpet from the dog's wool. The director was horrified when he saw that in front of their beds there was a real carpet made of a huge mourning dog. The director walked up to the carpet and pulled out a tuft of animal fur. He couldn't believe that he was holding the real wool of a second-rank demon in his hands. He asked the boys what they were doing, but they replied that they were just sleeping. They said they didn't even get out of their beds. However, Liam continued to claim that he saw them eating the head. Then the director got angry. He looked angrily at Levi and asked what he was hiding. The protagonist threw back his blanket in irritation and said that he was not hiding anything. But something suddenly began to glow. The director rubbed the bridge of his nose in irritation, saying that there was something glowing in his pants. When Levi looked down, he saw that there was indeed something there. It turned out to be a flashlight. He took it out of his pants and handed it to the director. Sean wanted to ask them where they got the wool, but the boys quickly lay down under the covers and said they were going to sleep. The director sighed wearily. He couldn't even imagine that because of these guys at 54 years old, all his hair would be gray. After that, he turned off the light in their room, wished them good night, and went out into the corridor. Then Jasper asked Levi if he was full, to which the hero said that he was full, but he didn't understand something. He didn't understand why the director always found the things he hid, but he couldn't find Jasper's things. Then Jasper said that when the principal comes, he hides his needles in his hair. Then Levi began to think that he too should grow his hair. The story moves to the headquarters of the city's Special Forces unit. The one-eyed man was irritated. His head ached from the screams and cries of the relatives of the fallen soldiers. He said they needed to give him time to track down the demonic beast, skin it, and crush its bones to dust. Suddenly, someone called him, and he decided to answer. As it turned out, it was the director of the psychiatric clinic. He said that the psychos from his department made a rug out of a demonic dog. The one-eyed man assumed that the old man simply hadn't gotten enough sleep and was talking nonsense. But the director insisted. He said that the man could come to him himself and see it. One-Eye didn't have time to answer because the director hung up. The man then touched the panel that was located near the window. After this, the window opened wide, and the man stepped to the windowsill. Then he jumped down from a high-rise building, not understanding why he was doing this, to visit the damn old man. Meanwhile, Liam continued his investigation. He clearly saw how these patients ate the head, and now he was wondering where they hid it. He was walking around the area adjacent to the clinic and suddenly saw something strange in front of him. It was a huge skull, near which lay several other bones as well as pieces of bloody meat. The man wondered why the head they were eating was so big. Suddenly he heard a strange sound behind him and looked back cautiously, not understanding what it had just been. When he turned his head back to the skull, he saw that it was no longer there. Suddenly, some invisible force threw him straight to the ground. Liam felt the life drain from him. Meanwhile, the director also went to explore the area. He assumed that the demon had emerged from the manhole, but he could not close the manhole. As he was looking at the hatch, a huge demon skull suddenly rushed straight towards him, intending to attack the man. When the director turned around, he saw a huge skull in front of him, someone holding it from behind with one hand. It was the one-eyed man. He said that it was the skull of a second-ranked demon dog. Then he asked the man what happened to it. The director stood up and brushed himself off, saying that he had already told him about this on the phone. However, the one-eyed man did not believe him. It sounded like nonsense, since usually a person cannot defeat a demon. Then the director said that the guy, although mentally ill, was a completely unusual person, and then handed him a folder with papers and asked the one-eyed man to look at them. It was an analysis of the actions of the patients in Ward 666, and the one-eyed man was quite surprised when he read the contents of this folder. As it turned out, this guy had brought himself to death time and time again, but he had survived each time. All his limbs remained intact, and he himself remained completely fine and clean. Luck would definitely not have been enough here. So the patients from Ward 666 killed the demon dog, but neither the one-eyed man nor the director understood how they did it. Then Sean said that after that they also ate him. One-eyed said that he must meet these talents in person. Meanwhile, Levi and Jasper were sitting in the clearing and playing a game. The rules were that the first one to look away lost. Jasper tried his best. He said that Levi could look away since he couldn't win anyway. The next moment, the main character actually looked away. Jasper was very happy about his victory. The one-eyed man and the director of the clinic watched all this closely. The man knew that staring at the sun could easily burn his retina. But this guy stared for so long and nothing happened to him. Then he realized that this guy had an innate body. He approached the director, asking if he would give in this guy if he was convinced that he really did have a special innate body. The director was extremely surprised by this proposal, and at first couldn't even believe his ears. He said that the one-eyed man could take it without question, and he could take his friend as a bonus. He said that in that case, these patients would not be returned, and the one-eyed man would also have to sign an agreement declaring that the mental hospital would not bear any responsibility if anything happened. One-Eye said that he shouldn't worry about anything happening to the boys under his care. Even if they faced demons one-on-one, everything would be fine because he would protect them. The director said that they could agree on this. But in fact, he was more worried that something would happen to the one-eyed man himself. One-Eyed said that some kind of devilry was happening in the city. There were constant sinkholes in the ground. There weren't enough demons at critical moments. He couldn't protect the entire city alone, and if these guys were truly warriors born of the body, then he wouldn't hurt them. The director was even a little tired and uncomfortable dumping these guys on the shoulders of the one-eyed man. Then the man said that demons were progressing too quickly. After their intelligence had grown, they began to understand human weaknesses, hiding under the guise of pets. And if it weren't for the video camera recordings, he wouldn't have believed it. The director sighed tiredly, saying that fate is an unpredictable thing. Then the one-eyed man asked him not to worry, because he was a warrior of the national level. His fate was inextricably linked with this city, no matter how strong the demons became. He said that he would meet them face to face in any case. However, he understood that the strength of one person was limited, and if there was a chance to find and train as many warriors as possible, then for the sake of the city's safety, he would do it. Then he approached the boys and said that he knew that last night they ate a second-ranked demon, a mourning dog. He towered over them, asking if they had really done it. He asked how they killed him, and the patients looked at each other, agreeing on something. Then they said that they didn't kill anyone and didn't eat the dog. He died on his own, and they don't know anything about it. Then the one-eyed man decided to use his skill. His hand was enveloped in a light aura, and he directed it towards Levi's face. He noticed that the guy showed zero attention. He reacted directly to the attack with such a reaction that even with his natural body, he would only be a third-rate warrior at best. Jasper then said that it seemed like this man wanted to help him with cultivation. The boys looked at the one-eyed man and thanked him for such kindness. However, Levi said that the one-eyed one was not suitable for him. Since he was missing one eye, it would be difficult for him to help him with cultivation. Since he is missing one eye, it will be difficult to help him with cultivation. Then Johnson intervened in the conversation, saying that the one-eyed man could ask him to help heal his eye. Then he could help Levi cultivate with him. The man guessed that these were the very suicidal actions described in the documentation, and if they did not have a natural body, then they should have killed themselves hundreds of times already. Jasper said that Levi is stronger now. He needs to increase his cultivation level. He offered to cure the one-eyed man's eye and help him cultivate together. Levi said that Jasper is a master of acupuncture. He is very cool and can definitely cure his eye. Jasper circled around the one-eyed man, offering him his help. The one-eyed man chuckled. Even the national-level warriors of the Great Academy of Doctors didn't dare to say that they could restore his eye. And although they might have an innate body, they were simply mentally ill people, and he shouldn't take their words seriously. He then sat down on the grass next to Levi and said that he agreed, since his current cultivation level allowed him to stop an armor-piercing bullet with his bare hands. So he saw no reason not to play acupuncture with the two psychos. He said Jasper could prick him once, but it was just a small needle anyway. However, when the one-eyed man's entire head was pierced with needles, he felt a strange feeling. Jasper began his universe rotation technique and pointed another needle towards the man. The one-eyed man asked if he was poking it at random. Jasper replied that this technique even has a name. This is his special technique, developed over many years of observing space. He assured that thanks to this technology, people are recovering. The one-eyed man chuckled. The fact that he was able to feel something was already a miracle. Although he took it all as a joke, he did not even activate the golden bell. But he could not imagine that a small needle could cause a resonance of his original inner source. Before he could finish, Jasper stuck another one right into his forehead. At that moment, the one-eyed man felt something strange, as if something had burst into his brain. After this, he began to lose consciousness and fall forward. Levi managed to grab him, preventing the man from falling to the ground. The protagonist stated that the man had fainted. Jasper was upset, assuming there was something wrong with his new technique. But he was glad that they had tested it on the man first. Then he said that he understood what the problem was and that it wouldn't happen a second time. He suggested that Levi try again, and he agreed, trusting his friend. After some time, Jasper discovered that his friend had also fainted, and he didn't understand what was wrong with his technique. He realized that he needed to work on this more, but he didn't know who would be willing to try something like this on themselves. He decided to try his technique on himself, and soon lost consciousness too. All three were lying unconscious when the director approached them. He understood why the security had not been able to find them until now. He was surprised that a warrior of national level decided to also try their methods. And then the man began to fear for the safety of the city. The story moves to the emergency room. The reception desk received a call that was installed specifically for the psychiatric clinic. The department staff knew what this meant, and were therefore horrified. As it turned out, the director of the psychiatric hospital called and asked for an ambulance to be sent to them. He said that in addition to the two problematic patients, this time he also had a third victim. Ambulances soon arrived at the clinic, took the injured, and quickly left. The ambulance driver was a man with a bloody bandage over his eyes. The clinic staff did not understand why a man without eyes could drive a car. However, the man said that he had just had eye surgery, but he knew this road like the back of his hand. After this, the director and the clinic staff watched the car's unsuccessful attempts to leave the clinic's courtyard. They didn't know how to react, whether to worry or admire that the car didn't crash on the first turn. Lee, who was in the hospital at the time, was very irritated and hoped that all this would soon end. He even had the idea to stage some kind of accident so that these two cultivators would simply die and no longer cause them problems. However, he quickly came to his senses and slapped himself on the cheek, saying that he was a doctor and vowed to save people. Then he decided to call Sean, asking if he hadn't bowed low enough to him last time, and the director decided to send him those two freaks again. Moreover, this time a third man joined them. The director said that he told them last time that it would be better for them to stay with him, and there was no need to drive them back and forth. Lee didn't understand how he could say such a thing, because if they had stayed here, he simply wouldn't have been able to work. A bunch of doctors had fled because of their department, because of these patients. Then the director promised to give him something as moral compensation, and this calmed Lee down a little, since he did not hope that this old man would be generous with anything. Then the director asked to just leave these guys with him for a while. He said that Lee could not refuse, because otherwise he would report the bribe to the police. He had irrefutable evidence. After this, the man hung up, leaving his partner in shock. While the doctors were performing surgery on Levi, the system reported that he had completed the SS rank upgrade itself. Now he had the option to exchange it for an S-rank defensive technique called Impenetrable Golden Body, which increases the body's durability by 100%. But since Levi was again unable to make the choice himself, the system decided to make the choice for him. Meanwhile, everything went on as usual at the hospital. Liam, who was attacked at the clinic that time, was now under the care of a young woman. She even fed him with a spoon, which the man was incredibly happy about. He thought that it was impossible to meet a good girl by chance. But now, luck turned on his side, and he accidentally met a wonderful person. The girl said that she had recently gained some weight, so if Liam wasn't put off by it, then everything was fine. She asked the man not to worry, saying that in 5 months she would lose the weight back. The man said that it doesn't matter whether the girl loses weight or not. He will still like her even if she's overweight, and he is very grateful to fate that they met. The girl smiled sweetly, saying that she would definitely pass on these words to the director, who had facilitated their acquaintance. However, Liam said that he had bad news. He was infertile, and he asked the girl if she would agree to a relationship with him despite the fact that they would most likely not be able to have children in the future. The girl handed him a peeled apple and said that she didn't mind. In the future, they could take a child from an orphanage, and asked who he would prefer, a boy or a girl. Liam smiled and said that he would really like a girl. However, when the girl said that she would like a boy, he immediately changed his mind and said that everything would be as she wanted. At that moment, a doctor entered their room and said that the patient was completely fine. He should avoid strong emotions, and that he could be discharged in the evening. A nurse looked into the room and said that patients had arrived after surgery, and then the doctor asked to bring them inside the room. As it turned out, the patient was Levi, and Liam was extremely surprised to see him there. He immediately pointed his finger at him, and he himself began to shake with fear. He began to repeat that this guy ate a man. Then he suddenly fell to the floor in excitement, and the doctor immediately rushed to him. Soon, Levi and Jasper were placed in hospital beds. The system was extremely surprised that its owner had broken through to the late stage of the human level in just 2 days. After some time, he woke up. He was very tired, but he understood that he did not want to lie in the same room with these people. Liam continued to cry, begging to be moved to another room. When he turned around, he saw that Levi had already regained consciousness, and even said that he wanted to eat. When the boy heard this, he fainted again from excitement, remembering the events that had happened. Lying on the hospital bed, the one-eyed man tried to understand how this had happened. Because with his strength, even if he were shot in the head, there shouldn't have been a trace left on him. However, he passed out as soon as the guy stuck another needle into him. He didn't understand how some psycho could take down a warrior of national stature. When Jasper and Levi saw that their new friend had woken up, They immediately ran to him. Jasper was upset that he had not been able to cure his eye, and he said that if the man gave him another chance, he should be able to do it. One Eye turned to him and said that he could try. Jasper even shed tears of happiness. He took his needles and said that this time he would definitely be able to heal his eye. After a while, nurses and doctors ran into the room, saying that they were losing the patient. His entire head was pricked with needles and he needed urgent surgery. Jasper was depressed, but Levi reassured him, saying that he would definitely succeed next time. One Eye did not understand why he had passed out again, and also suffered a dislocated cervical vertebra. He didn't believe it was possible, because he didn't lose consciousness even when the 9th-ranked demon almost crushed all of his bones. At that moment, Jasper came up to him. He apologized for not being able to cure his eye again, and said that next time he would definitely succeed. He hovered over the man, asking if he would allow him to perform the procedure one more time. But the one-eyed man had no desire to undergo acupuncture again. Jasper burst into tears and turned to his friend, complaining that the one-eyed man didn't believe him. The man then realized that he had to try again because he needed to make sure whether it was a consequence of the acupuncture or not. Hearing this, Jasper smiled and pulled his needles out of his hair again. After some time, nurses and doctors ran into the ward again, demanding that the needles with which the psychopath was maiming people be immediately taken away from him. Jasper was extremely depressed that he had failed again. Meanwhile, the nurse was rummaging around their room trying to find needles. As it turned out, the one-eyed man's right leg was temporarily paralyzed, and the doctor said he needed rest. Jasper and Levi came to visit him and ask how the man was feeling. One-eyed was incredibly angry that some psycho could paralyze him. He didn't believe that it could be true. Jasper doubted that the man still believed him, but Levi believed that the one-eyed man still believed him, just as he did. One-eyed watched the psychos with displeasure, hoping that they would soon leave him alone. After a while, the boys went to their room, taking a bottle of drink with them, but soon realized that it was not Sprite or cola. They decided to buy drinks themselves, but soon realized that they had no money. Then they looked at the one-eyed man, who had fainted several times because of the needles and was now immersed in the mysteries of the universe. Jasper approached him and asked if he wanted to buy an expensive watch from him. However, the one-eyed man had absolutely no desire to talk to them. Jasper insisted. He said that this watch was very expensive, and since the one-eyed man was a good man, he was ready to give it to him. He showed the man his wrist, on which a watch had been drawn in black marker. One Eye said he didn't want his watch, but instead wanted to know how they killed the mourning dog, and he was willing to pay for the information. Levi and Jasper looked at each other, deciding what to say. Then Jasper said that the dog was obedient, cute, soft, and even wagged his tail for them. So they told him to fry himself on the electrical wiring. And he did it. One-eyed was furious. He couldn't believe that a second-ranked demon let these guys pet him and ordered his tail for them, and then killed himself. He said he didn't believe their words one bit. He said that as soon as he finally goes crazy, he will be able to ask the psychos from the clinic himself what happened there. Levi and Jasper didn't understand who he was calling crazy. Then they extended their palms to the man, saying that they had given him information, and now they needed money. The one-eyed man let out a tired sigh and took out a plastic card from his pocket, saying that it contained about 500,000 yuan, and also told them the password for the card. He said that he had the least amount of money on this card, but it should be enough for the guys. The man said that he had no parents, no wife, no children, and he himself did not know when he would die. From the claws of demons, money for him was just some numbers, so the guys could spend everything they had without embarrassment. However, Levi shoved the card in his face, saying that it wasn't money. The one-eyed man shouted, saying that money could be withdrawn from the bank with this card. However, the guys left the card with him, saying that he should really get it for deceiving them and not giving them money. Then they left the room, leaving the enraged, one-eyed man alone. Meanwhile, the story moves to a park that was located near the clinic. On one of the trees sat a second-ranked demon, a dark python. He was informed that the two people who had absorbed the power of the mourning dog were in this building. However, besides the aura of a mourning dog, he felt the aura of a high-level warrior who was completely no match for him. He couldn't mindlessly shine, because it would be too dangerous. Because if he accidentally ran into a high-ranking warrior, then he would be in trouble. He decided that it would be better if those two guys came out to him themselves. However, As the snake was climbing down the tree, she heard a strange sound, and when she looked behind the tree, she saw a couple kissing. The woman asked the man to pay first and then get down to business. The snake thought that if it weren't for the warrior's aura nearby, it would have returned to its base form and swallowed these people. Soon the girl was left alone. She pressed herself against a tree and began to count the money she was paid for her work. Realizing that the girl was completely alone, she decided that she could eat her, because if it was only one victim, the warrior in the building would not notice it. The demon opened his mouth and rushed towards the girl, intending to eat her. However, at that moment, the demon sensed the aura of a mourning dog very close by. The snake quickly disappeared behind a tree, leaving the girl alone while the woman sighed, dissatisfied with the fact that she had earned so little today. Then she came to a path along which two young men were walking, who seemed to her quite handsome. She came out to meet them and waved her hand, inviting them to have some fun. Levi and Jasper approached her, asking if she knew where they could buy cola, get some fixes, and get something to eat. The woman assumed the men were in relationships and said that if they weren't attracted to her, they shouldn't waste her time. Levi and Jasper had absolutely no idea what she was talking about. Then they asked her again if she knew where they could buy Coke or Sprite around here. The girl looked closely at the strangers and realized that they were patients from a psychiatric hospital. She remembered the events that happened in her past. One day she was running down the street trying to find her sister. When she looked around the corner, she saw that her sister had been pushed by a man, causing her to fall to the ground. He picked up her stuffed doll and chuckled, saying that she was completely crazy if she considered the doll her child. After that, he tore the doll into pieces. The girl cried, begging not to hurt her son. However, the guy only laughed at the mental hospital patient and how she mourned her doll. At that moment, the girl ran up to her, intending to save her sister, but it was too late. When she remembered this, tears came to her eyes. She asked where the boy's family was now. Jasper pointed to Levi and said that he is his family. The protagonist said that his mother is abroad, and now his family is only Jasper, and they also have a director. The girl realized that his family had abandoned him, and his roommate had become his family. Then she handed the guys the money and said that further down the street there was a place to buy food, and also where you could buy cola and Sprite. But the guys shook their heads and said that they didn't need her money. The woman smiled and said that it was much easier for her to earn money than for them, so they shouldn't refuse. At that moment, the snake sensed the mourning dog and rushed at Levi, intending to kill him and absorb his energy value. However, he was faster and grabbed the demon, preventing the snake from biting him. The snake didn't understand how this could have happened. Could this guy have stopped her with a supersonic strike? Jasper looked at the demon with admiration, saying that this snake was very cute. Hearing this, the snake became embarrassed. Those demons who examined people said that she needed to become a cute little baby. Then people would like her and they would help her hide. Then the snake saw the little man and decided to approach him, confident that since she was now a cub, she would definitely like the child. However, when the boy noticed the snake, he immediately screamed in fear and ran away. All the other children who were playing in the clearing immediately ran away in all directions, shouting that there was a snake here. Then the snake realized that people were ignorant and stupid. They could not even see her beauty. She decided that all people who considered her ugly deserved to die. However, these people said that she was cute, and this made the snake very happy. She decided that she had met the right people after so much time. The system informed Levi that it had discovered high-energy food that could help reduce hunger for 3 days, and this food was right in front of him. She reported that the energy value of this snake was equal to the second rank. It was highly poisonous, but edible after decapitation. The main character turned to the girl, asking if she could help him with anything. Soon they went to the apartment where the woman lived, and she prepared some food for them. The smell coming from the pot was incredibly pleasant, and Levi and Jasper couldn't wait to try it. There was snake meat in the pot, then marinated in wine. Next to the pot stood a jar containing the severed head of a demon. Levi remembered the moment when he wanted to cook the snake. He took it by the neck and raised his knife over it. However, an ordinary knife could not cause any harm. It simply broke on her thick skin. As it turned out, none of the human tools could harm the demonic python. Levi had no choice but to pick up the snake and tear it apart with his own hands. Soon the woman announced that the snake soup was ready. She said that she cooks quite well in Kakovka, and her daughter really likes her home-cooked food. Then Jasper and Levi invited the woman to share dinner with them. The woman smiled sweetly, saying that she had already eaten, so she was not hungry. The boys thanked her for her help and for the delicious dish, but the woman thought that she should be thanking them for inviting her to join the meal. Soon after, the guys left the apartment and said goodbye to the woman. They thanked her again for helping them make the snake stew and for wrapping up the remaining food so they could take it with them. The woman said that it was not difficult for her at all, but now the guys need to return to the hospital as soon as possible. Levy said her daughter was incredibly lucky to have such a mother. These words brought tears to the woman's eyes. She smiled and said goodbye to the guys. Soon they headed down the alley, intending to return back to the hospital. On the way, they met a group of people in black and white suits. Levi looked at the strangers with interest. As they passed each other, one of the strangers turned around and felt a shudder run through his body, as if he had met a warrior with terrifying power. However, he soon realized that he had simply imagined it. Meanwhile, a group of warriors arrived at the right place, but they realized that the demonic aura had disappeared. They decided that the demon had escaped. Soon, the one-eyed man was informed that another demon had died. He said the unit had not received such information, and he could not believe that the demon had been killed by a mere man. At this time, Levi entered the room, holding a bag of food in his hands. One-eyed said that even though the aura had disappeared, it was worth remembering that this was a second-rank demonic dark python, and could have simply hidden near the hospital. A large influx of people, and their safety needed to be ensured. Then he noticed the bag of food that his roommates had brought. When they opened the container, the man was horrified and smelled a familiar smell. The squad of warriors, hearing the cry of their leader, did not understand what was happening. The one-eyed man took the dishes from them and took out a piece of demon bone from there. He placed it in a small device, and it revealed that the bones belonged to a second-rank dark python. Meanwhile, Jasper and Levi were enjoying the stew. They decided that since the one-eyed man refused to eat with them, they could eat his portion. The man didn't understand how they killed and were now calmly eating this python, because its maximum strike speed exceeds the speed of sound. So the man decided that he definitely had to find out everything. Jasper said the snake was very cute and could hug him as much as he wanted. Then they said that her meat was very tender. These words made the one-eyed man furious. He said that he would rather jump out of the window than trust these two again. The guys didn't understand why the man was so irritated. Soon evening came and everyone went to bed. However, the one-eyed man thought that perhaps these two psychos did have innate bodies, but objectively, they were weak. Yet when they met the two demons, they remained unharmed. He still did not understand how they managed to do this, and could not believe that they had hidden their true strength until now. Then he suddenly heard a strange sound. He realized that the two were not sleeping. Then he decided to pretend to be asleep and see what would happen. Jasper and Levi came to him and said that they believed that he was a good person, and so Jasper would use the full power of his improved technique this time to heal him. He then took out his needle and pointed it towards the one-eyed man's head. The man thought that since they were hiding their power that could kill two demons, they must have some skills. He decided to trust them again and see how strong they really were. Jasper said that the room was very dark and he couldn't see the location of the dot. However, Levi said he had been honing his skills for so long that he could hit the target even with his eyes closed. He then forcibly inserted the needle directly into the man's forehead. One-Eye tried his best to restrain himself and not show it, but the feelings came over him stronger than last time. At that moment, the needle hung over him. He understood that he could not make a mistake. He had to hit the last point precisely. However, at that moment, someone opened the door to the room, and because of this, Jasper became nervous and missed the needle. It was a nurse, she screamed in horror, asking what they were doing to the other patient. The one-eyed man could barely contain his emotions. He didn't understand what feelings he was experiencing now. Then he reached out to the door, begging the nurse to save him. However, when the girl saw his hand fall limply, she also screamed in horror, thinking that these guys had just killed another patient. After this, doctors came running into the ward again and took the one-eyed man to the operating room. He had a severe cranial hemorrhage and needed urgent surgery. Jasper was upset that he missed the last needle. Levi assured him that he would definitely succeed next time. Soon after, they were both tied to their beds so that they could not harm anyone else. The protagonist hoped that the one-eyed man would return to them alive. The man was soon taken to the operating room, where his head was cut and disinfected, and all the needles were removed. They did this because they needed to prepare the area where the skull would be opened before the surgery. At that moment, the one-eyed man looked at them with bewilderment. The doctor said it was a good thing he woke up before they started, as it would have been awkward if he had woken up during the operation. He said that all his indicators had returned to normal, so it was necessary to stop the operation and return the patient to the ward for further examination. Then the doctor asked him if he was ready to stay in the hospital, although he was also mentally ill, but his condition was much better than the others, so he could suffer. Then the doctor suggested transferring him to a separate ward. The one-eyed man looked menacingly at the doctor, without answering. Then he looked at the man's pictures again. He thought that the nurses had mixed up the pictures, because the patient's spine and leg had somehow magically healed, and this was impossible. Then he turned around and said that the patient no longer needed the cast. However, he noticed that there was no one on the bed anymore. At this time, the one-eyed man found his clothes and came back to his room. He stood in front of Jasper's bed, saying that he was the head of a special unit of national-level warriors and had failed to stand up to him 3 times. He said that Jasper should be proud of himself, and thought to himself that he would never trust psychos again and would never forget what they did to him, and his bald head would be a reminder of it. At that moment, Levi turned to him and said that the man had returned alive and strong, and that next time he would definitely cure him. However, the one-eyed man had no intention of talking to him. He opened the window and stepped out, saying goodbye to his roommates. He said that they would never see each other again. Why did he jump out of the window? And the nurse who was standing behind him also screamed, calling for orderlies to help. However, the one-eyed man landed on the ground safe and sound, but he really scared the passers-by. He once again thought about the fact that even though those guys had an innate body and a special attack style, they were simply inadequate and impossible to communicate with. He reported this to the director of the clinic, and he was very upset that the one-eyed man had done this and again put the responsibility for these two on him. After that, Lee also called him and said that one of those with them had jumped out of the window. However, he was unharmed, and there was no trace left of him. He simply disappeared. At first, the director thought it was one of the 2 patients, but when he realized it was the one-eyed man, he said that everything was fine and their hospital was not responsible for him. However, Lee called him with a completely different complaint. He said that this man just jumped out of their hospital and left without paying for his stay there. Lee didn't answer and simply hung up. Shortly after, Levi and Jasper were loaded into an ambulance to be transported to another hospital. They already knew that the one-eyed man had survived, but he had left them. Jasper was worried that his eye was still not healed, but Levi assured him that he would definitely succeed next time. Jasper started crying. He thought he had disappointed the one-eyed man, and so he left without even saying goodbye. Then Levi said that the man had actually said goodbye to them. However, when he remembered that the man had said that they would never see each other again, he made a correction and clarified that he had said it in slightly different words. Jasper calmed down a little, thinking that since he said goodbye, they would meet again, and then he would definitely be able to help him. Then he noticed a box of apples on the windowsill and said he wanted to eat them. Levi reached out to take the apple, and the straps that bound their bodies immediately snapped. Then he handed his friend an apple, and he immediately began to eat it. He said that Levi should also try the apple because it was sweet, tasty, and crunchy. Meanwhile, Lee's partner said that his deputy was very generous and dedicated to his work, since he was taking these patients back again. Lee said that just driving them personally would be safe, and he was also going to collect a debt from someone. Meanwhile, something strange was happening in the city's first port. As it turned out, a 4th-rank demon, a reef octopus, had broken free. A squad of warriors came to the port to fight the monster. They used various spells, but nothing could hurt the demon. Then they noticed ink starting to emerge from its tentacles. They guessed that it was a high-ranking killing technique called Death Mist. They then realized that this demon was not a 4th-rank demon, but at least a 5th-rank demon, and decided that they needed to retreat, as the black fog was extremely toxic and would cause instant death upon contact. The boys started to run away, but the ink followed them. One of the guys realized that the speed of spread was too great and prepared himself for the fact that he was about to die. However, someone used their counting skill in time and blocked the guy from the attack. At that moment, The man who was standing on the beams high above the demon said that he was in a bad mood. The guys recognized this man as their boss. As it turned out, it was the one-eyed man. He said that he came to vent his anger on this monster. The boys were puzzled as to why their leader decided to change his hairstyle. Then, the one-eyed man used a skill called the Buddha's Dragon Palm, which destroyed the world. He then pointed his palm straight at the demon, and a bright beam of light hit him right in the head. Meanwhile, a huge traffic jam formed on the bridge. Lee and his partner didn't understand what was happening because the traffic jam had formed so suddenly. Then they noticed that people were running out of their cars and running away somewhere back. The next moment, someone's bloody body landed right on their windshield. At that moment, the men realized that the end had come for them. Meanwhile, the one-eyed man dealt with the monster, but he understood that something was wrong here. He could still feel the waves of demonic energy even though the demon was dead. At that moment, the boys noticed that someone was running towards them. One of the special department employees said that they had a real problem. They discovered another demon moving across the bridge towards the city center. Meanwhile, real panic was starting on the bridge. Levi and Jasper didn't understand what was happening. They just thought that they wanted to eat something else. A voice in Levi's head told him that after breaking through to the human level, he needed a lot of energy. He didn't understand what that meant, but he felt hungry. Soon another demon arrived on the bridge. It was another octopus who apparently was looking for his dad. Meanwhile, Lee got out of the car and tried to revive the man who had flown into their windshield. He asked his partner to get some styptic from the car, but he said that they needed to run because the demon would be here soon. At that moment, Lee took off his watch and threw it to him, telling him to bring what was asked of him and then run and keep the watch for him. The man said that these people were in critical condition, and if he didn't run away now, he would die with them. Then the deputy decided to tell him the story of this watch. He said that on the first day that he became an operating surgeon, he saved a child, and the child gave him this watch in gratitude for saving him. From that day on, he swore that he would never abandon a dying person. However, his partner said that there were 2 more tied-up beds of sick people in the car, and if they took them and ran away, then that would be their salvation. However, Lee told him to just forget about those 2. However, his partner did not listen to him and climbed into the car, intending to free Levi and Jasper. He told him that there was a huge demon on the road ahead. Then Levi stood up and ran his hand over the straps that bound Jasper's body, and in an instant they snapped. The partner looked at all the sick people with horror, and then grabbed them by the arms and dragged them along the road. But Jasper said that they had a question for him. The guys started asking the man what kind of demon was there and how cute he was. The man imagined a huge pink octopus in his head, grabbing cars with its tentacles, and said that it was quite an acquired taste. Then Levi said that in that case they would not go anywhere. Jasper said that they would go look for the demon to play with. The man looked at the boys in horror, and then shouted that they were real psychos. Meanwhile, the third-ranked demon, the reef octopus, continued to cause trouble on the bridge. Apparently it was a girl, and she was looking for her father, who had already been killed by the one-eyed man. Levi was determined. He thought about the fact that her dad would not come anymore, but now it was his turn to take care of this demon. At this time, Lee continued resuscitation, trying to stop the victim's bleeding. He called his partner for help, but he had already escaped. The victim was on the verge of death, but he bravely forced out words of gratitude. Then he looked up and saw that the demon was already approaching them. He said that the doctor should run, and that he didn't need to save him. However, Lee insisted. He said that he was a doctor, and was not going to run away anywhere. The demon saw 2 more victims below that he could grab. Then he turned to them, asking if they had seen his dad. She said that if they didn't see him, she would kill them. After this, the octopus raised one of its tentacles over the men and intended to hit them. However, at that moment something happened, and someone pulled the octopus to the side. Lee and the victim were shaking with fear, expecting to die at any moment. However, when they looked back, they saw that the demon was not nearby. At that moment, his partner ran up to the doctor and said that he stole the car because the ambulance was too big and unwieldy, and in this car, they would get the victim to the hospital faster. Lee was very happy to see his partner, as he thought he had escaped. After this, the man took his deputy and the victim and led them to the car. Meanwhile, the octopus fell somewhere under the bridge. Jasper, who was watching everything from above, was delighted. He really wanted to play with this demon. At this time, Levi held him by the tentacles and said that he could come down to play with him. Then Jasper jumped down, intending to land on the octopus. He succeeded. It landed right on his forehead. He started pointing his finger at him, and this gave him a lot of fun. This action made the octopus very angry, and she got angry, saying that she would now kill these people for being so impudent. She swung her tentacle to hit Jasper, but at that moment she felt something pulling her down again. Jasper fell to the ground, while Levi pressed the demon's tentacle with his foot. He said he only put a little pressure on her tentacle to prevent her from hitting his friend, but it came off. Jasper said he didn't think it mattered since she still had a lot of tentacles. Meanwhile, the demon screamed and cried, calling for his father's help and saying that he was being offended. Then Levi said that there was truth in his friend's words. The octopus was furious and waved its tentacles, intending to kill its offenders. Then Levi grabbed another tentacle and it broke off again. At that moment, Jasper ran off somewhere into a clearing, where he found an old barbecue grill. The octopus was furious and continued to wave its tentacles, but Levi kept grabbing them and tearing them off. He grabbed the demon by the tentacles once again and looked at him ominously. But something distracted him. Both the boy and the demon smelled something very tasty. As it turned out, during this time, Jasper managed to cook one of the severed tentacles on the grill. He was preparing it to try it out with his friend. At that moment, the demon ran up to the grill, as he also really liked the smell. However, when she realized that they had prepared one of her tentacles, she immediately began to shake with horror. Jasper cut up some tentacles for his friend and presented them to him on a plate. The main character bit into the tentacle, biting off a large piece. He said that the dish turned out very tasty. However, Jasper soon reported that he had already fried the last tentacle, and they had no more left. However, Levi realized that he was still not full. They looked at the octopus and realized that it had very few tentacles left. They immediately realized that only the head remained of the demon. At that moment, the friends came up with a brilliant plan. Soon, the demon's head was also grilled. Jasper said that her eyes were still open, so he doubted that they could eat her. Levi walked up to the grill and covered the octopus's eyes with his palm, saying that no, if there are no eyes, there is no life, so they can eat it. Soon, the one-eyed man arrived at the scene along with his subordinates and began asking where the demon was now. One of the workers reported that they detected his residual energy waves. He approached the one-eyed man and showed him something on the tablet. Apparently, the demon had gone down under the bridge. However, when they got there, they found Jasper and Levi lying peacefully on the grass, sleeping. The one-eyed man was horrified, and his colleague reported that the Earth's energy waves had disappeared, but there were only 2 people there. One-eyed didn't understand why he met these guys again, because he was going to say goodbye to them forever. The man continued to stand there in bewilderment, saying that the last waves had come from here, but the demon was not there. Then the one-eyed men noticed the barbecue grill that was standing nearby, and it began to dawn on them what had happened here. One of the girls suggested taking these guys in for questioning, but the one-eyed man said that they were simply mentally ill people, and there was no point in listening to them or believing them. The girl did not understand why he was saying this. Then the one-eyed man screamed, saying that he was ashamed to even listen to such a proposal. He said that if the girl made such an elementary mistake again, he would shave her head bald. The girl did not understand why he decided to punish her so cruelly, and guessed that it was somehow connected with those 2 psychos. However, she was fascinated by the fact that her head could tell that they were mentally ill just by looking at their pajamas. She thought that he must know a lot of hospitals and the city. Apparently, he really loves his city. Their conversation was interrupted by one of the workers. He asked what they would do next since the demon was not here. Then the one-eyed man sat down next to Levi and asked if the octopus was tasty. The boys smiled sleepily and said that it was very tasty. The one-eyed man was already confident in himself, since his guess was confirmed. Meanwhile, the story moves to the headquarters of the Special Forces, where they discuss the issue of more and more warriors starting to encounter demons who hide their powers. According to reports, the monster distribution map is constantly changing, and all this indicates an increase in the intelligence of demons. The woman who was giving the presentation was thinking about how those psychos managed to kill a 3rd-ranked demon. They already had 3 demons to their credit, and she was thinking that they should try to train them. However, images of Jasper and his terrifying needles flashed through his mind again. The woman giving the presentation said that if anyone had no objections, she would prepare everything as soon as possible. But the one-eyed man said that it would be better not to do that. Everyone present was shocked. They couldn't believe that the man decided to argue with her. The red-haired girl was the head of the analytical department. Her name was Tracy. She asked if the one-eyed man really doubted the analysis and the plan. She said that they would send all the trainees from the 4 great academies to a mental hospital for 1 month to toughen their minds. Then she sat down on the table next to the one-eyed man, put her hand on his head, and asked if he had any objections. Everyone present thought about the fact that with such an easy test task, anyone would join their units. Of course, they had objections, but they did not dare to voice them. None of them would dare to give orders to the first military advisor of the capital's headquarters. However, the one-eyed man said that such a difficult test would be too cruel for the newly graduated newcomers. The girl thought the man would find her test too easy, and everyone else knew that the one-eyed man knew that it was indeed too easy. Tracy then said that ultimately, fighting power is only built on the battlefield. But before sending them into battle, it is far more important to teach them to cope with the unknown and the unexpected. Their enemies are as unpredictable as the mentally ill, and there is no better place to train them than a mental hospital. She said it was great that everyone else understood it too. One Eye was actually only thinking that these psychos were really quite scary. He then asked what the recent trend of demons appearing in waves meant, and Tracy explained that the ebb and flow tactics were designed to completely confuse them. A classic spread and espionage strategy in military affairs. In the enemy country, there are beings with a high level of intelligence. They direct the activities of low-ranking demons. Hearing this, everyone present was shocked. Tracy said that in all of history, something like this had never happened before, and it threatened them with a danger they had never encountered before. No one knew how high the rank of the demon that controlled all of this was. She said they definitely needed more data. 3 whole days have passed since then. In a clearing near a psychiatric hospital, a pair of ants rejoiced that they were finally able to reunite with each other. At that moment, they noticed someone's palm descending on them from the sky. Someone grabbed the Ant-Man and dragged him somewhere up. It turned out to be Jasper, after which he released the ant again, and it rushed to his wife, saying that he was back again. However, after this, Jasper took it back and brought it to his face to examine it more closely. At that moment, Levi called him. Jasper was glad that his friend had finally woken up and lost all interest in the ant. He said that while Levi was sleeping, he found out that no matter how far you carried the ant, it could still find its way home. And that was amazing. He said that Levi slept for 3 whole days after they ate the octopus, and someone brought them back to the clinic. Levi said that he hadn't actually slept. The psycho in his head said something about forced sleep during the breakthrough. When he was just getting out of bed, he also said that Levi had broken through to ground level, and that he should try to do something. Meanwhile, a pair of ants tried to dig themselves a deep hole to hide from the cruel people, and they could never separate them. At that moment, Levi decided to do what the system asked him to do. He touched the tree with his fingers, and a crack appeared along the trunk of the plant. A moment later, the tree trunk seemed to burst into pieces. Delighted, Jasper realized that his friend had become stronger again. At that moment, the ant saw a huge tree trunk flying towards him. Jasper theorized that Levi had become so strong due to his advanced acupuncture technique. Levi smiled softly and said that it was indeed so. Meanwhile, the ant woman ran to her dead husband and burst into tears, realizing that he had died such a terrible death. Soon, other ants, who were also her husbands, gathered around her and said that they would support her in such a difficult hour. The ant burst into tears, thanking her husbands for their support. Meanwhile, a sufficient number of people had gathered in the clearing. They did not understand how such a huge tree had fallen. Meanwhile, Levi and Jasper went to the transformer box. Levi wanted to try something, but Jasper said that they said on TV that it was very dangerous, and if his strength was not enough, he might not survive. However, the psycho in Levi's head said that everything would be fine. Moreover, he believed in his friend, and that he would definitely save him if anything happened. These words filled Jasper with determination, and he said that he also believed in his friend. However, he did not understand how Levi would get there, to which the protagonist said that he could jump there. With one deft jump, he found himself right on top of the transformer booth. Jasper was delighted to see that his friend had succeeded. At that moment, the head doctor approached them and diagnosed Levi with an eating disorder. However, he didn't have time to do anything, because Levi had already touched the exposed wires. He said that, apparently, he succeeded. He felt energy overflowing through him. The manager decided to call the director of the clinic, saying that he had some problems. Meanwhile, orderlies ran up to the transformer box, saying that he might not need help anymore, and that it would be better to simply reserve a place in the cemetery. Levi continued to hold the exposed wires in his hand, and smoke was already coming from his skin. A moment later, there was a deafening explosion, and the pillars that supported the booth were blown apart by the blast wave. After that, Levi fell on the grass, burned from just one touch. Sparks ran across his body, and his entire skin was covered in burns. The orderlies asked no one to approach him, as his body could be under voltage, as could the ground on which he was lying. However, this did not stop him. He ran to check on the condition of his friend. He saw that all of Levi's clothes and his body were brown from burns, and he immediately ran to help him. However, Levi raised his hand and stopped him, saying that he was fine, just a little tired. However, Jasper had already managed to stretch out his hand towards him. But as soon as their fingers touched, a strong discharge flashed between them. After that, they were thrown back by a strong electric shock. The manager called the director again, asking whether he should call an ambulance or go straight to the crematorium. Levi was soon taken to the operating room, but the doctor could not hold back his tears when he realized that he would have to operate on this patient again. He talked about how he was a doctor, not a god, and he couldn't handle such complex cases all the time. And although the indicators said he was still alive, his entire body was burned. 90% of his tissue was damaged. They had no chance of keeping him alive. Meanwhile, Lee wanted to get into the operating room, but the nurse told him that the head of the department couldn't find his scalpel, and without it, he couldn't begin the operation. The man said that since he still showed signs of life, they could not abandon him. They needed to do everything they could to save him. Then he said that he would replace the head of the department and entered the operating room. He said that he was going to personally perform the operation. A full 10 hours have passed since then. The operation was nearing its end when the nurse said that the director of the psychiatric hospital had arrived. She said he was now waiting for Dr. Lee outside the operating room. Shortly after, the man came out of the operating room, and as soon as he saw the director, he immediately became enraged. Not even 3 days had passed when he brought the patient back to their hospital, and he could not contain his anger when he realized that he had allowed them to play with the transformer box and then brought them to their hospital for surgery. He ran towards him, cursing at him furiously as he went. He said that he would not accept an apology not from him, his hospital did not exist, and asked him to get out of there. And before that, he had to pay the bills for the treatment of that escaped patient. However, Sean smiled and said that he had come to arrange an annual membership at their hospital. When Lee heard this, his face twisted in horror. He grabbed a fire extinguisher from the wall and swung it, intending to hit the man. At that moment, nurses ran up to him, grabbed the man by the hands and asked him to calm down. The doctor did not relent. He said that he would definitely kill the director. But the nurses and orderlies dragged him back to the operating room, saying that he needed to rest after such a long operation. Then the director said that he wanted to take out a membership to save money and didn't see anything wrong with it. A day passed from that moment, and soon morning came. Jasper slept next to his friend's bed, waiting for him to wake up. That day, Levi only lost consciousness and nothing serious happened to him. While Levi was unconscious, the system informed him that he had successfully completed body tempering. He had acquired an energy cultivation technique, and he had also advanced to the middle stage Earth level. After this, Levi opened his eyes. He got out of bed and found that his entire body was wrapped in bandages. At that moment, the system informed him that this technique required the cultivator to have an extremely stable mental state, a calm heart and harmony with himself. And according to available data, the owner had the highest cultivation speed in the entire history of mankind. Furthermore, this technique had a side effect of rejuvenating the skin. And when Jasper pulled off the bandages, he found that there were no burns on his skin at all. They had fallen off like excess skin. Then he walked up to his friend and patted him on the shoulder. When Jasper opened his eyes, he was very happy because he realized that his friend had finally woken up. Levi sat in front of him, completely naked and smiling sweetly at his friend. At that moment, a nurse entered the room and, in surprise, She dropped the tray with medicines. Soon, she called the doctors and other nurses into the room and pointed out that Levi's skin was soft and tender, and that it had become that way overnight, since yesterday it had been completely covered in burns. Everyone present could not believe that he had recovered so much in just one night. Meanwhile, the story moves to the one-eyed man's headquarters. He was told that Levi had jumped onto a transformer box, and the men assumed that he had decided to commit suicide. He thought about whether he should be accepted for training, but now none of that mattered. Even though these two were crazy and were constantly hanging around under his feet, one way or another they were roommates, so later he would have to light candles for them. At that moment, a call came into his device from the director of the psychiatric clinic. He told the one-eyed man that the patients were alive, and this news left the man in complete shock. He wondered if their third-rank warriors could withstand the stress of being thrown into a transformer box, and realized that they needed at least a fourth-rank warrior for that. He then guessed that these two psychos with innate bodies were above the fourth rank. He decided that having fourth-rank warriors with special innate bodies on the team would be quite good. When Sean realized that the one-eyed man was thinking about his proposal again, he was glad. He then walked out of the hospital, and his clinic staff followed him because they thought the man had come there to discuss the terms and conditions of the subscription with the deputy. But they did not understand why he decided to leave now. The director said they shouldn't do that. He was afraid the deputy would grab a scalpel to kill him as soon as he woke up. The orderlies hoped it wouldn't come to this. Sean said the man needed a good night's sleep, and he himself could use some rest too. Meanwhile, Liam, the same mental hospital guard who had been scared by Levi and Jasper, had changed rooms and remained in the hospital with his girlfriend, who continued to spoon-feed him. As she walked over to the dresser, he noticed that her bag looked pretty bad, like it had been used for decades. However, the girl said that it was no big deal. Her bag was just torn, but it could be used. But Liam said that wouldn't work. He said he couldn't let his girlfriend walk around with a torn bag. He handed her his bank card, saying that it contained the money he had saved. He asked her to take it and buy herself a new bag that she would like. He also added that he would not be satisfied with a bag that was too cheap. The girl thanked the man and said that the deputy had heard that Liam was in the hospital and was going to come visit him. Hearing this, the guy smiled and said that he just wanted to personally thank him for introducing him to such a nice girl. The girl was very embarrassed by these words, and she said that she was not as good as he said. Meanwhile, someone was watching the visitors in the hospital through compound vision. Deputy Ivan, who was also the lover of the girl who was courting Liam, came to visit him. He came to the hospital, but lately his eyes were really letting him down. He remembered that it all started from the day when he decided to eat a large amount of salmon. That day, a third-rank demon, Tahina Larval, was sitting on the fish meat. The man reached out to pick up a piece of meat that had a fly on it. She managed to get inside the meat, and the man did not notice this and swallowed it. Thus, the demon entered Ivan's body. Now the man felt very unwell. He came to visit Liam. He understood that he would not have taken an extra step unless he needed help with conceiving a child. However, he realized that he felt incredibly tired. Then he felt something start to grow out of his back. A few moments later, 2 wings belonging to an insect appeared from his back. At that moment, a nurse was standing in the corridor. She noticed the strange patient. She was horrified when she saw the man turn into something like a fly before her eyes. She immediately screamed at the top of her voice, saying that there was a monster there, which made the man very angry, since he was very sensitive to loud sounds. He said that the girl screamed so loudly that he wanted to rip her throat out and drink her blood. After this, the monster grabbed the woman by the head and threw her forcefully into the room. As it turned out, he threw her into the room where Levi and Jasper were. The girl received several serious wounds and begged the monster not to come near her. The guys had absolutely no idea what was happening. After this, the monster approached the nurse and grabbed her by the neck. The girl began to beg the patients to save her. The monster started talking nonsense, saying that he would cut her throat. She hoped that someone passing by would help her. But all the nurses and orderlies immediately ran away as soon as they saw the monster. The girl could no longer scream because her throat was bleeding, and the monster could see it clearly. The nurse watched with tears in her eyes as her colleagues ran past the room, not intending to save her. At that moment, Jasper approached the monster and poked him in the arm with a needle, saying that he had a serious case. Apparently, there was something strange in his body, and it needed to burst as soon as possible. At that moment, Jasper approached the monster and poked him in the arm with a needle, saying that he had a severe case. Apparently, there was something strange in his body, and it needed to be removed as soon as possible. He said that acupuncture would help the monster, and even though he was scary, Jasper was still going to help him. Hearing this, the monster became enraged and forcibly threw the nurse away, and she flew into the wall. He rose to his feet and pushed Jasper, then quickly moved his hand towards him, intending to grab him by the neck. However, at that moment, Levi's hand intercepted the monster's paw. He told him not to dare to offend his friend Jasper. Jasper said that he wanted to help this monster, and asked his friend to ask him whether it was possible to do so or not. Levi asked the monster if he needed Jasper's help. However, the demon continued to spout nonsense about how he would cut their throats. Then Levi squeezed his hand hard and pulled it down somewhere, causing the skin and bone to crack. He asked the monster again if he needed Jasper's help. The monster looked at his broken arm in horror. He then rushed at Levi, intending to kill him. However, he was not fast enough for him. He swung his hand at him again, but Levi dodged it again. After this, the main character approached the monster and grabbed it by the wings. Then he jerked his hand hard, ripping one wing from its back. After this, the monster sank to the floor. His whole body was bleeding and he was exhausted. Levi walked up to him and told him that he had a bad wound, and then asked again if he needed Jasper's help. When he once again did not wait for an answer from the monster, he grabbed him by the chest and pulled him towards himself. He said he thought he just needed Jasper's help. The monster was unable to answer, so Levi grabbed him by the neck and brought him to his friend, saying that he was ready to receive his help. Jasper asked his friend why he was holding him like that, assuming that he was not at all comfortable being in that position. Then Levi said that he had also held a girl before. He must like this position. Jasper smiled, agreeing with his friend. Then, without hesitation, he took his needle and jabbed it straight into the monster's forehead. The monster hissed in pain and blood began to flow from its head, while the injured nurse watched all of this. Soon, the monster's entire head was covered in needles. Jasper was about to use the half-step rotation of the universe technique. He had just to insert the last needle, and at that moment the monster felt a strong sense of danger, a feeling he had never experienced before. He screamed, begging the guy to stop. The monster said that he was the demon Tahina larva. He said that this man was already consumed, and if he killed him, he would kill that man too. The demon thought about the fact that when it comes to human life, these hypocritical people are faced with the so-called moral choice. He assumed that Jasper would be in a dilemma. If he decides to kill the demon, then he will kill a person. However, the eggs he left in this body will spread through him to other people, including the girl who was currently courting Liam. If a suitable vegetation vessel is found, which can even awaken the power of the founder of the family, then this egg will receive the memories of all the other larvae. He assumed that Jasper would first look for a way to kill only the demon and save the human. But then he would become convinced of the hypocritical morality of humanity. However, Jasper didn't bother with such thoughts and simply inserted the last 13th needle into the monster's head. The monster absolutely did not understand why this guy didn't even hesitate, why he didn't fall into a stupor from the moral choice. After that, he fell to the floor from exhaustion, thinking that Jasper was not at all like all the people he had met before. When the monster died, its body separated from the body of the man it had chosen as its vessel. But unfortunately, he also died. At that moment, the girl who was looking after Liam felt that something had happened to her father. Her eyes glowed red, and then something strange began to emerge from her face. It looked more and more like an insect's face with each passing second. A few moments later, the girl completely transformed into a fly-like creature, and then continued talking about her dad being dead. After that, she left the room, and Liam managed to grab his credit card, which he had previously given her. And then he took advantage of the moment and ran out of the room, ahead of the girl. He closed the door to the room, screaming that they were killing him. He soon discovered that the monster had begun to beat on the door, and its blows were leaving huge dents. She asked what was going on here, as she was sure that the patient should have been in the room with his girlfriend. Then Liam screamed, saying that he could come to terms with her being overweight, with raising someone else's child. He could even forgive her for the horns on his head from his betrayal with Ivan. However, he could not forgive her for becoming so ugly. After that, he noticed that the monster had managed to break down the door. The girl looked out of the hole she had made in the door and looked at the guy questioningly. Something in her subconscious still told her that she loved him. However, she heard his words and then struck the door again, saying that since he no longer loved her, he must die. At that moment, a man appeared in front of his face. It was Deputy Lee. He held a halberd in his hands and looked very warlike. Liam immediately rushed to his side, tears welling up in his eyes as he realized that the doctor had even taken the halberd specifically to protect him, and he said that he would be indebted to him for the rest of his life. The doctor didn't answer, but events that had happened quite recently flashed before his eyes. He slept in the doctor's room after a 10-hour operation without a break. Suddenly, he realized that he had forgotten to do something and jumped up from the sofa. He remembered that Sean wanted to talk about the hospital membership. Then he turned around and looked at the halberd that stood in the corner of the room. He took her with him, intending to teach the old man a lesson. However, by a strange coincidence, when he went out into the corridor, he discovered a monster there. And fortunately, he had a weapon at hand. He asked Liam to call the special forces and report the demon. One of the orderlies ran up to him and said that he had already called, and that special forces soldiers would be here soon. After this, the demon rushed at the man, intending to attack him. Liam was very slow, and he was only saved by the fact that Dr. Lee managed to push him away from the girl's blow. He was delighted that the doctor had saved him again. He said that he was disappointed in girls, and now the most precious person to him was his deputy. At this moment, someone summoned several scrolls and used the execution of 1,000 spirit spell, and then directed it at the demon. A moment later, the demon found himself entangled in vines that prevented him from moving. As it turned out, Special Forces soldiers had already arrived at the hospital to kill the demon. One of them used his Sword of Wisdom for a skill called Illusion Breaking Sword. The spell proved fatal to the monster, and the sword pierced its throat. After this, the girl fell to the floor, and blood began to flow from her body. Soon, an investigation team and a supply team arrived at the hospital and said that everyone could leave the rest of the work to them. One of the workers approached the monster and reported that it was emitting energy waves of second-rank demons, Tachina and Larval, but they disappeared. Thus, the demon's death was confirmed. He said that along the way they had picked up the signal of another third-rank demon. It must have been the father organism of this demon. So he said that the warriors of the battle group should find it and eliminate it as soon as possible. At that moment, something began to move in the dead demon girl's stomach, and the man reported that high energy activity had been detected. When they turned around, they saw that something was actively moving in her stomach. The next moment, her body was torn apart by someone's demonic hands. Seeing this, Liam fell to the floor in fear, not understanding where they came from. Everyone looked up in horror as they watched the enormous demon emerge from the girl's stomach. All visitors and hospital staff immediately ran outside to save themselves. The monster turned out to be something that looked like a three-headed fly. It was enormous in size, and with one powerful blow destroyed half of the hospital. People ran away in panic, intending to escape from this monster. The only ones who remained calm were Levi and Jasper. Jasper didn't understand why everyone was running from the hospital. And then Levi pointed out the monster to him. As it turned out, it was a 7th-level demon, a larval Tahina, the founder of the clan. He looked at Levi and Jasper and said that he would take revenge on them. Jasper didn't understand what was so special about the creature. It was just a big fly to him. But Levi said that he needed to take a closer look because the creature was incredibly cute. The story flashes back to 10 minutes earlier, with a look of sorrow in Jasper's eyes, as he reports that his test subject appears to be dead. He realized that something had indeed entered his body, and he wanted to save it. But he did not know that the test subject would suddenly die. Levi said it wasn't his fault, and Jasper was tough. If he failed, then maybe that meant the man was supposed to die from the start. Jasper didn't calm down. He thought that he would be imprisoned for murder. But Levi said that they treated him together and therefore would be responsible for it together. Then he broke the window of their room with his hand and said that they would escape from here. Jasper said with delight in his eyes that it sounded fun. They should jump down. A nurse who had suffered from the demon's attack observed the whole incident. She thought about the fact that even though they were crazy, they still saved her life, and for that she was very grateful to them. Levi and Jasper smiled back at her, and then stood on the windowsill. Levi was the first to jump, landing easily on his feet despite the enormous height. He then looked around to make sure there was no one around who could notice them. All the people who were near the hospital ran away when they heard that there was a terrifying demon inside. Levi helped Jasper jump down, and then they both hid in the bushes to wait for all the people to escape from there. The story then moved to the headquarters of the Special Forces. They received news of the appearance of a 7th-rank demon. It was reported that the warriors needed reinforcements, since the maximum strength of the warriors was equal to the 4th rank. One-Eyed was clearly unhappy with this news, but he had no other choice. He turned towards the exit and said that he would go there. Tracy tried to stop him. She said that he couldn't go there because they didn't know the rank of the demon that controlled them all. The appearance of a 7th-rank demon was hardly a pure coincidence. To respond immediately to an unforeseen situation, the One-Eyed Man, as a warrior of national level, must remain in the unit. She pointed her finger at a squad of warriors and said that they would go in his place. It was a combat group of 8th-rank Special Forces warriors called the Sacred Duty Group. These guys had just returned from a mission and were surprised that they were being sent to a hotspot again. Tracy said they should be enough to suppress a 7th-rank demon. Meanwhile, Levi and Jasper continued to watch the monster. Jasper asked his friend if he was hungry. The monster, meanwhile, was filled with determination to take revenge on these guys. At this point, the system informed Levi that it had discovered a high-energy food that could help reduce hunger for 7 weeks, with 0 meters remaining until the target. And it also warned that the energy could accumulate, and the hunger suppression time was cumulative. At that moment, the monster extended its huge demonic hand, intending to attack the boys. However, Levi didn't pay attention to this. He was more concerned with what the system was saying, and it was telling him the recommended method for preparing this monster. He then told his friend what the voice in his head was saying, at which point one of the Special Forces soldiers called out to them, saying that they had to run immediately. However, Levi didn't pay attention to this. He just extended his finger and touched the monster's paw with it. A moment later, one of the monster's heads was pierced by a huge beam of energy, and it flew into pieces. The monster howled in pain and horror, and Jasper was delighted with what his friend had just done. Then the protagonist told his friend that the system told him that this blow would kill him. However, Jasper didn't understand how he was going to do this, since the monster was very large. The next moment, Levi made a powerful leap straight through the monster's 2 remaining heads. He raised his hand, intending to strike at one of his eyes. From this blow, the monster's middle head shattered into pieces. The unit's warrior watched what was happening in horror, not believing that this guy had such power. He couldn't understand who he really was. The last head of the monster continued to fight with all its might. It intended to kill this guy at any cost. However, Levi was faster. He made another jump and found himself right at the remaining head of the monster. However, the demon continued to resist and hit the guy with his forehead, causing him to fall to the ground. Levi quickly coordinated himself and was able to land on his feet. After this, the monster began to strike him with its claws, but the main character deftly dodged each of them. After that, the system activated a skill called Impenetrable Golden Body, and Levi stopped dodging, since now the monster could not reach him from behind the barrier. Taking advantage of the moment, the protagonist grabbed the monster by its claw. After that, he delivered a strong punch straight into his paw. The blow was so strong that it caused the paw to shatter into several small pieces. At this time, Jasper was thinking that Levi thought the monster was cute, but he thought it was disgusting, and he assumed that they would quarrel because they had different tastes. When he noticed that Levi was still fighting the monster, he thought that he must be hungry. Apparently, he was fighting this fly because he wanted to eat it. Soon, the main character defeated the monster and returned back to his friend. Then Jasper decided to confess to him that he didn't think the fly was cute, and asked if that meant they had different tastes. In response to this, Levi waved his hand, throwing the body of the dead monster somewhere far away. He said that he didn't think she was cute either, and that the fly was actually quite ugly. Jasper was delighted. He was extremely glad that he and his friend would not quarrel. Levi smiled in response, but he heard the system say that if he ate this fly, he could forget about hunger for 7 whole weeks. Meanwhile, a detachment of Special Forces soldiers tried to restore the walls of the hospital's crumbling inpatient department. The guys tried their best to maintain the shield while the healers treated the injured. The girls said that they should hold on, since the boss and reinforcements would definitely be here soon. The man who had been talking about energy waves all this time was unfortunately trapped under a rockfall, but his tablet reported that the 7th-level demon, the larval Tahina, the founder of the clan, had been eliminated. After this, Jasper and Levi went about their business. They decided that since they were not going to eat this fly, they should continue their escape. Levi felt very hungry and tired, but he agreed with his friend and decided to continue the escape. However, after some time, he fell to the ground from exhaustion. The system reported that the owner had used such an amount of energy for the first time in a long time, and therefore he needed to replenish it. Jasper immediately sat down next to his friend and began to cry, thinking that he was dying. At that moment, an elite special forces group came running to him. They asked what happened to that guy and where the 7th-ranked demon had gone. One of the men reported that there were still remnants of high-ranking demon's energy waves in the air. His partner approached the body of the dead demon and reported that he was already dead. Both men immediately ran there. One of them was a tall, strong, bald man, an 8th-rank warrior of the Sacred Duty Squad of the Supreme Academy of Buddhists, Frank, and the other was an 8th-rank warrior of the Sacred Duty Squad of the Supreme Academy of Taoists, Stephen. They did not understand who was able to kill this monster. At this moment, the 8th-rank warrior of the Sacred Duty Squad of the Supreme Academy of Doctors, Cheryl, approached Levi, who was unconscious. She said that he was fine. He just fainted, but she felt that this ordinary person had depleted energy. Although he fainted, there was no internal damage, and this was strange. She then examined Jasper and reported that he was also fine, but she was concerned that his canal looked like an old man's. The rest of the squad told the girl that they would help the people in the building. At that moment, the remaining member of the squad emerged from the forest and called out to Cheryl as his eldest. It was a 4th-rank warrior of the Special Forces combat team, Lewis. He said that these guys killed that demon. However, he could not finish his thought, because he suddenly began to cough. It was a cough with blood. Cheryl immediately ran up to him and told him not to waste his energy. She used the 2nd form of the pill's secret, the 6-fold recovery skill. She then offered the pill to the injured boy. After that, she dragged him to a tree, saying that it was very good that an eyewitness to the incident remained here. First, he would need to recuperate here, and for now, she would help the people in the building. After that, she would return. In one quick jump, she found herself inside the building. Ambulances soon arrived at the building, rescuing the wounded and taking them to other clinics. The paramedics approached Levi and Jasper and informed them that they had no open injuries. It looked like he had fainted from the blow, so they needed to get the more seriously injured people out first. And for now, they needed to wait here. Levi was still unconscious, so the paramedic approached Jasper, telling him that if he came to, he could call his family to come pick him up. When Levi heard about his relatives, he suddenly woke up. Jasper was delighted when he saw his friend open his eyes. At that moment, Lewis waved at him, telling him that he was very cool. Then Levi suddenly remembered that not long before they had killed a man, they assumed that all these people had come for them. The protagonist said that he didn't know what they were going to do, so they better get out of here. Jasper was now extremely happy with this decision. After that, they crawled deeper into the forest, ignoring Lewis, who tried unsuccessfully to call out to them. At that moment, the paramedic returned to the clearing. He wanted to bring the 2 victims a bun, but they were no longer there. Soon, Levi and Jasper went out into the city. The white-haired guy said that this was their first walk along such a busy street. There were a lot of strangers here, but the main character said that if anything happened, he would protect his friend. Jasper said that he is also always ready to protect his friend. They held hands and shouted that they were best friends, which really scared the passers-by. Soon after, they went to the place where they had recently caught and eaten the octopus. They lay on the grass and remembered that wonderful day. At that moment, Jasper noticed something strange and pointed his finger to the side. Down on the road, there was a car with a little boy tied up in it. Jasper assumed he was being bullied. As it turned out, the boy had been kidnapped. The kidnapper held a gun to him and called his parents, saying that he had kidnapped their son. He handed the phone to the boy, threatening him to speak up, to which the boy indifferently asked his parents to save him. The man said he would return the boy to them for 50 million, but the boy interrupted him, saying that he was asking too little, that he should ask for at least 500 million won. He said that their predecessors started the bidding with only 100 million. The adventure is quite risky, so the reward should correspond. The driver of the car looked at his partner and said that this boy was saying the right things. The man then shouted into the phone for them to prepare the 500 million. He said that they would leave the money where he said, but the boys stopped him again. He said that this is not how it is done. They must specify specific deadlines and measures in case of non-compliance. Only then will they have leverage. The men looked at the boy in surprise, not understanding what he was saying. The man then continued talking to his parents, listening to the boy's cues about what he should say. The boy said he needed to be told that if his parents went to the police, he would find out about it immediately. But the kidnapper told him that he didn't know anyone in the police force. The boy said it was a bluff to scare his father. Most parents who want their children to stay safe would not dare to go to the police and put their child's life at risk. It was a psychological game. After this, he told everything to the boy's parents and hung up, genuinely proud that he was able to say such things. The boy said it had worked out well, but he had been on the line for too long, and they had a device at home that could track the caller's location. He said that they had already determined where they were, and that the boy's personal security would arrive there within 10 minutes. At that moment, the man stood up and pointed a gun at the boy, asking if he was trying to fool him. The boy said that he could not remember the phrases he was told. He had to dictate phrase after phrase, and it took 47 minutes and 8 seconds. Hearing this, the man became furious and said that if he didn't get his money right away, he would shoot him in the head. But his partner tried to calm him down, saying that 500 million was at stake, while the boy said that they had 8 minutes and 37 seconds left. At that moment, Jasper looked into their car and asked what kind of argument they were having. The man looked menacingly at the stranger, saying that they didn't need any witnesses here. After that, he pointed the gun at Jasper and shot him. The white-haired boy watched as the bullet flew straight towards his face. However, before she could touch his face, Levi's palm appeared in front of him and intercepted the bullet. The main character stood up for his friend and looked menacingly at the kidnapper. He told Jasper that he saw such guns on TV and said that this guy wanted to shoot him, and it was very painful. Then Jasper asked his friend to avenge him. He said that Levi is now strong, but killing people is illegal. He must restrain his strength so as not to kill him since they are still on the run. The man was puzzled as to how this guy was able to stop a bullet with his bare hands. While he was thinking, Levi ran up to him and punched him hard in the stomach, causing the man to fly out of the car. His partner ran after him, intending to save him. Jasper wondered if the man would survive. Levi replied that he was alive since he only hit him lightly. Then they turned their attention to the tied-up boy. Jasper said that they had driven away the people who had bullied him, and then the boy asked them to untie him. Soon they actually untied the boy and then got out of the car, to which the young man said that apparently they were not quite normal. Then he noticed their clothes and realized that they were mentally ill from a mental hospital. At that moment, Levi's stomach growled as he became hungry again. Then the boy said that since they saved him, he would invite them to eat. After that, all three of them ran away from the clearing, since the boy said that in about 3 minutes his family's personal security would arrive here. Soon, helicopters with rescuers arrived at the scene to ensure the safety of the young gentleman. They found 2 kidnappers. The driver tried to save his partner, while he was questioned about whether he saw the child there. At that moment, a brilliant idea came into the man's head. He said he saw a child. It was a very beautiful boy, but he was kidnapped by 2 people dressed in hospital pajamas. His brother decided to intervene, and they hit him for it. He just asked if everything was okay with them, why they beat him up. At that moment, the kidnapper screamed that he was in great pain. When the driver realized that his partner was about to say something, he immediately rushed at him, silencing him and pretending that he was actually very happy that his friend had finally woken up. The rescuers looked at what was happening in bewilderment. One of the men noted that the man's voice seemed familiar to him. His partner informed him that the target's location had been detected, and they needed to go to help immediately. When everyone had left, the driver finally exhaled, proud that at the most crucial moment he had not lost his composure and had gotten out of the situation. Meanwhile, the story moves again to the destroyed hospital. Lewis told his colleagues from the 8th Division that the guy jumped straight into the head of a rank 7 demon and killed him. He had a strength comparable to that of their leader. One of the 8th rank warriors from the Sacred Duty Squad of the Maoshan Higher Academy, Vincent, asked where this guy was now. Stephen chuckled and said that apparently now he saves people and does not chase fame. And this is truly the style of the master. Then Lewis said that he remembered what they looked like. He was going to draw their portraits so that his colleagues could give them to the information department, and then these guys would be quickly found, since their city needed such heroes. After this, Lewis took the canvas and started painting. After some time, he handed the canvas to his colleagues, saying that before he entered the Higher Academy of Buddhists, he wanted to study to be an artist. He painted incredibly realistic portraits. The soldiers noted that the picture was indeed painted very well. Apparently, the information department should be able to find these guys by the evening. When Frank approached the canvas, he was horrified, not believing that he and his colleagues were looking at the same drawing. The drawing looked more like the scribbles of a small child. Meanwhile, the story moves to the city. Levi and Jasper, along with their new friend, arrived at an expensive restaurant. A whole table of food was laid out for them, and waitresses were walking around everywhere, delivering more and more new dishes. The girls noticed that these guys looked like they had escaped from a hospital. Moreover, they had a small child with them. They doubted that these people would have enough money to pay in a 5-star restaurant. Then one of the girls said that she remembered seeing such pajamas in a psychiatric hospital. Soon the boy, whose name turned out to be Christopher, asked his new friends if this food was enough for them. However, Levi said he was still quite hungry. Meanwhile, Jasper thanked his new friend for the invitation and for feeding them. After that, they decided to introduce themselves to each other. The waitresses kept bringing them more and more dishes, and it seemed to them that this went on forever. One of them had eaten 7 dishes and was now worried not about not being able to pay. She was more worried that he would die right there, and the restaurant would have to pay compensation. Then Christopher turned to Levi again and asked if he was full now. The protagonist is not yet full, but the voice in his head tells him that he will never be full. So he decides to stop there. At that moment, Jasper turned to him and said that Christopher had decided to treat them. But Levi hadn't eaten enough, and this could be interpreted as disrespect for the person who invited him. At this point, one of the waitresses stepped aside and decided to call the police, reporting that they had guests who had no money. However, Christopher had the money. He paid for his guests and loudly left the room. The girl was shocked and didn't know how to react to this. Soon after, all 3 left the restaurant. Across the street, Jasper saw a store called Video Game World. He said he had seen it on TV and wanted to go there. Christopher assumed that these guys didn't know much about the store and said that he would show them everything there. After that, they went inside. There were a lot of slot machines in the room. Unfortunately, Jasper couldn't beat Christopher in any of the games. Then he turned to Levi, asking him to avenge him. However, he soon saw that the main character also lost to Christopher. The boy said that it was too easy a game, and he never lost at it. He said that even if he really wanted to, he would not lose because it was too easy. Instead of answering, Levi punched the slot machine, smashing the screen into pieces. He said that now victory is his. After that, they walked away from the store. Jasper was glad that his friend had taken revenge for him. Christopher thought that Levi had too much strength when he hit the kidnapper. The boy thought that the man was finished. The main character said that his strength is not great because he is hungry and also very tired. He was so engrossed in the conversation that he didn't even notice how a red dot appeared on his forehead, and then someone shot at him. Jasper and Christopher turned to look at their friend, but he was already falling to the ground from the powerful shot. The next moment, Christopher's security broke the windows of the room and burst inside. They ordered no one to move and to put their hands up, and then raised their guns at the patients of the mental hospital. Jasper leaned over his friend and begged him to wake up because he was very scared. The men continued to point their guns at him, telling him that if he moved, he would get a bullet in the forehead. At that moment, Christopher removed the hand of one of the guards that was covering his mouth and ordered the others not to shoot. However, one of the guards had already managed to shoot Jasper straight in the back of the head. At the last moment, someone managed to grab the white-haired guy by the shoulder and push him aside, causing the bullet to fly past him. It was Levi. He was conscious again. And then, he instantly jumped up and grabbed the man by his gun, breaking it in half. After that, he grabbed the guard by the neck and lifted him up. The remaining guards pointed their pistols at the protagonist. They were shaking with horror, because they themselves saw that this guy had just been shot in the head. And now he was standing there safe and sound. Then Christopher once again ordered his guards to lay down their arms. He said that these guys did not harm him. They were his friends. The guards looked at each other in bewilderment, and then at their master. but they had no choice but to obey. Christopher then approached Levi, apologizing for his security and saying that they opened fire without understanding the situation. He bowed before his new friend, begging him for forgiveness. He said that if Levi considered him his friend, then he should let the head of his personal security go and forgive them this time. The main character looked menacingly at the little boy. At this point, Jasper intervened in the conversation. He said that Christopher really was their friend, and friends should protect each other and forgive. When Levi heard his friend's words, he still decided to let the guards go. However, after this, he suddenly lost consciousness and fell to the floor. The system reported that the hunger caused by the side effect of opening the inner world had reached its limit, and the host was being put into suspended animation for self-preservation. Jasper pressed his face against his friend's chest to listen to his heartbeat. When he heard the heartbeat, he breathed a sigh of relief, saying that he had simply fallen asleep. He explained to Christopher that the last time Levi had fallen asleep like that, he had slept for 3 whole days. Shortly after, a car pulled up to the store and one of the butlers took Christopher away. And at that moment, the radio announced that a 7th-ranked demon had shown up at the emergency hospital that day. Christopher wondered what the special forces were doing now. The radio said that the demon had been defeated by 2 masters. And then the drawing drawn by Lewis was displayed on billboards across the country. Christopher assumed that they had all gone crazy there. The butler also carried Jasper and Levi into the car. Christopher said that they needed to be taken to a mental hospital. The driver asked what happened to the boys' kidnappers. Christopher said that they ran away. They had had enough bad luck in life, so there was no point in pursuing them. The story moves to the Special Forces Control and Monitoring Center, where it turns out that 12 hours have passed since the composite sketch of the people who defeated the 7th-ranked demon was published. But they have not received any new information about them. Frank was shocked that they had no doubt whatsoever about the quality of the portraits. He seemed to be the only one who thought that no one could be found in portraits of such quality. At that moment, Tracy entered the office, her heels slamming menacingly on the floor and walking inside. She threw the tablet on the table, which had the very same drawing published in all the news outlets. She asked who gave them permission to air this. She said that the soldiers did not think at all about the image of the special forces. She asked if they saw what was written on the internet about this drawing. Lewis had hoped that people would praise his skills, but Tracy brought him down to earth, saying that everyone was writing about how they were completely crazy. Lewis was extremely depressed by this answer. But Frank was the only one who was glad, realizing that he was not the only one. Tracy was most angry at the 8th-rank warriors. She hoped that they would be different from the others, but they acted absolutely idiotic. She said that their 3-month vacation was canceled in 3 days. The new recruits would be undergoing training at a mental hospital, and the Sacred Duty Squad would be responsible for them. Lewis was very upset, realizing that all this happened because of his drawing. However, Vincent said that they all thought he was a great drawer. The guys came up to Lewis to support him and said that his drawing was incredibly realistic, and they still don't understand why people didn't like it so much. At that moment, Frank realized that he didn't seem to fit in with their group. At that moment, the one-eyed man entered the office and said that he had just returned and could already hear the squad making mistakes. He asked what absurd thing they had put on air. Frank thought about the fact that the one-eyed man also understood that the drawing was absurd. Apparently, he had no problems with his head. When the one-eyed man picked up the tablet with the drawing, his face distorted in horror. He could not believe that he was seeing these people again. The story moves to a psychiatric clinic. Director Sean decided to call Lee and ask how he was feeling. He heard about the appearance of a 7th-ranked demon in his hospital yesterday, which injured a lot of people. The man said that there were many wounded, both patients and special forces, and he hoped that those killed by the demon could rest in peace. Then the director said that he needed to rest more, since there were still patients who needed his help. Lee said the demon appeared near the inpatient department, and 2 mental patients from their hospital were also supposed to be there at the time. Apparently, the man was leading to the fact that these guys could be killed by that monster. Lee told the director to hold on. Then there was a silent pause between them. However, soon after, both men smiled, as they realized that in the whole incident with the 7th-ranked demon yesterday, this was probably the only good news, since they wouldn't have to suffer with this psycho anymore. After this, the director reflected on the fact that life and death are in the hands of fate and nothing can be done about it. At that moment, one of the orderlies entered the office. He said that the guy who brought the patients from room 666 here was waiting for him outside. He clarified that both patients were alive. Hearing this, the director realized that he had rejoiced too soon. Soon, he called Lee again and said that he was not entirely right when he came to him to register for a subscription. He did not think about his feelings, and now he would like to apologize to him. The doctor said that for the first time, he was glad to hear something from him. Then the director asked if they could still issue this subscription. Lee said that since those two were no longer alive, it could be done. But this subscription would be unprofitable for the director, however. Sean insisted. He said that in this case, he would be able to see his partner more often. Lee thought about how men had been paying him a lot of attention lately. He decided he was just damn charming. When he said that he wanted to clear something up first by saying that he was a man, and that he was not attracted to other men. He then said that the next time he went to the principal, he would ask for an exception to be made for Sean and for him to get a membership. After this, the men said goodbye, as it turned out. At that moment, there were guests sitting in Sean's office. It was Christopher and his butler. Sean thanked Christopher for bringing Levi and Jasper back, as they were like family to him, and everyone was very worried when they found out they were missing. Christopher said that last night they took them to their family's private hospital for examination. Then he handed the director a report. According to the report, they were all fine, but they had some odd indicators. Levi had increased stem cell activity, and Jasper's test showed a discrepancy between his bone age and that of a young person. Christopher said this led several experts at their private hospital to conclude that Jasper was at least 100 years old. Sean said that he was also unclear about Jasper's age, and there was no information in the hospital archives either. He said that when he started getting settled, Jasper was already here. At that time, he was still the director, and he approached the bed on which Jasper was lying and looked inside. He thought that his mental state was stable and that he was just a carefree young man. After this, Sean became sad, because at 50 years old, he was already worried about gray hair and wrinkles. After some time, Christopher left, and the director thought about the fact that they did not believe him. He said that young people are prone to willfulness. Moreover, he was a child. Plus, on top of everything, very rich. Meanwhile, the story moves to the mountains above the forest. A black raven was flying by. He flew into one of the caves and sat down on one of the stones. He reported that the plan with the larval tahina had failed. The vegetation vessel had been found. The founder of the family had been awakened. But warriors had immediately appeared and destroyed him. The demon said that he definitely felt the energy wars of the fused 7th-rank demon. But the demon encountered unknown warriors. Moreover, since the demon that had merged into one was defeated, all of its larvae left in people also died. 9th-rank demon alligator said that anyone who couldn't handle such a sure thing would simply be discarded. The 9th-rank demon polar kitsune watched all this. She thought about the fact that, after spending several hours studying people, this stupid crocodile had picked up human insults, and she did not intend to lose to him. She leaned on her master's leg and asked if they knew how many warriors were in that human city after they had carried out so many reconnaissance sorties. Raven said that there was always a large crowd of people in this place. Usually, they were confronted by 3 squads from the 8th-rank war. This is the so-called Sacred Duty Squad Rock and Soul. As far as he knew, they were under the command of the 9th-rank warrior squad. They were the strongest in this city, and their leader was a national-level warrior. The fox said that 8th-rank warriors were roughly equal in strength to 7th-rank demons, but it was unknown how the strength of 9th-rank warriors and this national-rank warrior was doing. At this moment, the demon leader hissed, and the fox realized that he wanted to send an 8th-rank demon to scout out the area. She then announced that the king was ordering all 8th-rank demons to come forward. After that, 5 different 8th-rank demons appeared before him. Among them, a chimpanzee, a praying mantis, a tiger, a porcupine, and a kangaroo. After this, the king pointed his finger at one of the demons. Choose him as the one who will go on reconnaissance. As it turned out, it was an 8th-rank demon, an adamantite gorilla. The raven demon reported that he also smelled the demon scent from 2 warriors without aura. The scents belonged to the morning dog, dark python, and reef octopus that had disappeared during the reconnaissance mission, and it was very strange. The fox did not understand how ordinary people could have their smell. It was only possible if they were the demons themselves in human form. It was also possible that a human ate a demon. But the fox quickly dismissed that thought, as demons feed on humans, not the other way around. After that, she ordered the raven to take 2 demons of the 4th and 5th ranks with him and find out what kind of people were there. Meanwhile, the story shifts back to room 666. Its regular patients have returned, and Levi has been sleeping for 3 days now. Jasper was extremely upset that his friend had not woken up yet. At that moment, the director entered the room, and the boy was extremely happy to see him. 2 construction workers also came after him, and Sean asked why Levi hadn't woken up yet. The builders got to work and began installing the toilet. They were going to do it very quickly, since the director promised them double pay, realizing that no worker wanted to be in that room. After that, they quickly installed the bathtub, and then the director asked Jasper to look after Levi until he woke up. He then thanked Jasper and left the room with the builders. The white-haired guy didn't understand what was happening. He heard strange sounds, as if someone was hammering on the door. As it turned out, the builders had boarded up the door to the ward, assuming that nothing would happen until the Special Forces trainees arrived. After some time, evening came. One Eye arrived at room 666 through the window and watched the sleeping patients. He said that this year Tracy decided to send the newcomers to an internship at a psychiatric hospital. They will be here the day after tomorrow. Sean was also in the room. He said that he received the notification and had already sent a response. Since it was too dangerous, he sent a refusal. However, instead of answering, the one-eyed man pulled a piece of paper out of his cloak and shoved it into the man's face. It turned out to be a check with a huge amount of money. And then Sean decided that danger is something that warriors constantly face, so he should not resist, and he will begin all the preparations tomorrow. Meanwhile, the one-eyed man was discussing how these 2 had achieved incredible strength. The director immediately took out the agreement for the sale of guardianship rights and handed it to the one-eyed man. The man said that there had never been a case in the unit where psychos became warriors, and he assumed that Tracy would not allow this. Soon, Special Forces soldiers finally arrived at the psychiatric hospital. The director greeted Stephen and wished them a successful completion of their internship at their hospital. Stephen introduced himself, saying that they were teachers from the Sacred Duty Squad for newcomers on internship this year. The trainees were extremely surprised that this year their teachers would be legendary warriors of sacred duty. But they did not understand why they were so respectful towards the director of this mental hospital. Sean said that he had already received a notice with the details of their internship and asked the interns to follow him. Some of the trainees were worried, but decided that these were ordinary people with unusual ways of thinking, so they had nothing to fear. Soon they arrived at the site. The director said that their practice consisted of personal care for a mentally ill patient for a month. If they harmed the patient or the patient harmed them, then this would be considered a failure of the practice. They would return to the higher academy to retrain and pass the final exams. The interns were shocked when they heard this. However, they quickly decided that the mentally ill were just ordinary people and could not harm them in any way. However, the hospital director felt that he was quite worried about these guys. Meanwhile, Levi began to come to his senses. The system reported that he had absorbed enough energy from the surrounding environment during suspended animation, so the mid-stage Earth-level energy cultivation technique had already been restored. When Jasper saw his friend open his eyes, he immediately rushed towards him, intending to greet him after a long sleep. He said that Christopher gave them a ride. He also said that the director was very worried about Levi, and since he was awake now, they should find him and tell him that everything was okay. After this, with one easy movement, the main characters knocked out the boards that were nailed like doors. Jasper and Levi left the room, intending to find the director. Soon, it was time for the interns to be given custody of one of the patients. He introduced one of the interns to a patient who was an old man. The patient, he said that the intern was his dad. And for the next month, he would not go anywhere and would take good care of him. When the patient heard this, tears of joy came to his eyes. He then lunged at the intern, saying he thought he had abandoned him forever. The director then handed the intern the notes and instructions for caring for the patient. He said he would need them, now. Together with the security, they had to take the patient to the ward. He then introduced the next intern to another patient, and said that this young man had come specifically to buy a watch from him. He said that for the entire month he would buy a watch from him every day. When the patient heard this, his eyes immediately lit up. He began shaking the intern's hand, saying that he had done the right thing in contacting him since he had a large selection. Then it was the next patient's turn. He told the intern that he had heard about him and would like to become his student for the next month. The patient asked the intern if he had read a brief history of time and popular science books on astronomy. When he realized that the intern had nothing to say, he turned away and said that he hadn't even read any popular science books about space, and he wasn't going to accept such a talentless person as a student. Then the director told the intern to quickly follow him. He would take care of him for a month and would have to convince him to take him on as a student. He then also handed over to him the notes on the patient's care requirements. At that moment, Jasper and Levi came onto the site. Jasper was surprised that now they had to line up to see the director. They decided that in that case, they should also take a place. Soon it was the turn of one of the female intern. The director smiled and was about to introduce her to the patient. At that moment, Jasper approached the director and greeted him. Sean was horrified when he heard the patient's voice. He immediately fell to his knees and clutched his heart. Then the girl came up to him and asked if he was the same patient that she would also be taking care of next month. Then she introduced herself, saying that her name was Lucretia. The patient also introduced himself and smiled broadly at her. At this point, the director intervened in their conversation. He said that Jasper was not the kind of patient that Lucretia could take care of. He said he would help her find another patient suitable for her. However, at that moment her face turned red and she said that she could take care of this guy. Meanwhile, he approached the main character and said that he would take care of him next month. Levi immediately shook his hand, and the director watched everything that was happening in horror. After that, he ran up to them and separated them, saying that these two were not participating in their practice. They were warriors with a specially born body, so the trainees could not handle them. However, Lewis said that in that case, he was even more glad to meet them. Since warriors with an innate body possess the second rank at birth, these were rare talents and he would like to see them. He couldn't even imagine that he would reach the third rank immediately after graduation. At first, he was upset because of such a simple test, where he would not be able to prove himself in front of the teachers. But, fortunately, now the beast itself ran into his hands. He said that the test rules did not allow him to fight ordinary people because they would be seriously injured. So he said that even if the patients were not afraid and attacked him, his golden doll technique had already reached the third rank, so they would not injure him. The other trainees watched the bald man with admiration. He was their leader, and they admired the fact that his golden dome had already reached the third rank. At first, Levi couldn't believe that this guy was asking him to hit him. Lewis told Levi not to underestimate him because just punching him wouldn't be enough. He asked him to use some kind of innate body skill. However, Levi didn't listen and punched him straight in the chest in one motion, shattering his golden dome. Meanwhile, Vincent was practicing his skills near the site. At that moment, Cheryl ran up to him. She said that the rest of the four-way formation was already completed, and the squad leader would soon arrive here for inspection. Then, Vincent said that everything was in order, and the four-way formation was completely completed. The girl then gently grabbed him by the clothes and said that she was upset that they had lost their 3-month vacation. Then Vincent said that he got Cheryl her favorite boiled egg. The girl saw that something resembling her face was drawn on the egg with a marker. She smiled broadly and thanked the guy for his concern. Then they sat down in a clearing so the girl could eat the egg. She asked if Vincent could feel the energy waves of everyone inside. The guy said that he could do this. As soon as one of the trainees decided to harm a person, the formation would immediately react, and they would have time to intervene. Cheryl laughed, saying that in that case they had nothing to worry about. All the patients would be completely safe during the practice. However, when they looked up, they saw some guy flying straight towards them in the sky. They watched in horror as he landed right at their feet. The girl choked on the egg out of surprise. Vincent immediately picked her up and started shaking her so that the egg wouldn't get stuck in her throat. Soon after, the egg flew out of her mouth. At that moment, Stephen and Frank ran up to them. They thought that the guy was trying to beat up his girlfriend. However, when the girl came to, Vincent explained how everything really happened. They then approached the wounded Lewis. He told them about Lewis with the congenital body, and that he beat him. However, Vincent said that he did not feel anything inside the building. Stephen guessed that since he was able to beat a third-rank warrior without using energy, he must have used the brute force of his innate body. Meanwhile, Everyone present on the site watched with delight and horror as the boy flew far from Levi's blow. Then the director approached him and said that while their pranks only concerned the two of them and did not harm anyone, he did not pay attention to it. But now he hit the man, which greatly disappointed him. The main character lowered his head guiltily and said that this guy himself asked him to hit him. However, the director said that even in this case he had no right to swing his fists. Meanwhile, the interns watched the patient in horror. They understood that their strength was not enough to defeat even an ordinary person. They then approached the director, saying that they were refusing to participate in the trial because they were still far from that level. At that moment, Frank came to the site, carrying Louis on his back. When he saw the patients, he realized that these were the two masters he saw when the 7th-rank demon appeared. He understood that his perceptions were very different from those of his comrades. He immediately recognized these masters, but he wondered if the other guys would understand the same thing. As it turned out, all the other members of the squad also recognized the two masters they had seen on the battlefield. They immediately ran up to the patients and said that thanks to them, there were far fewer victims in the incident with the 7th-rank demon. However, Frank was puzzled as to why the masters were dressed in the pajamas of the mentally ill. Then Stephen suggested that some great monks were hiding in the market, and the masters decided to pretend to be mentally ill. However, Frank assumed that these guys were simply mentally ill. Then Stephen decided to remind them that before they arrived here, several high-ranking officials and units had ordered them to be respectful to Director Sean. This is because the masters asked the director to fake their mental illness so that they could lock themselves in here and cultivate in peace. The boys then decided that their squad could recommend these masters to join the special forces, since the two of them had defeated a 7th-rank demon. Louis watched the whole thing in horror, and when he realized that these guys were worthy of being recommended to join the unit, even from a sacred duty, he realized that he had been a real fool. The director realized that this would be a great opportunity to get rid of these two, and said that these guys were actually hidden masters. Such talents should be recommended to the boss of the special forces. The warriors bowed to the director, and then Stephen shook his hand. However, Jasper and Levi did not understand what was happening. They came to the conclusion that they did not want to leave the hospital. Moreover, they were worried that the director would worry about them. However, the director was more worried about them staying here. After this, he turned to the patients and placed his palms on both of their heads. He said that although it will worry about them, he knows how much they want to cultivate. And the special forces these guys are talking about can help with this. Although it was hard for him to let the boys go, he would not have forgiven himself if he had forced them to stay here. These words made Jasper and Levi burst into tears, and then they ran to the principal to hug him. The soldiers watched the proceedings with emotion, noting that it was a very touching farewell. Louis said that they were just like ordinary people. Nothing human was alien to them. At that moment, Frank told him that since he was wounded, his tests had failed, and he would have to return to the academy. These words made Louis burst into tears. Meanwhile, Lucretia approached Jasper, told him that he was her partner in this trial, and asked if she could keep an eye on him. Then the guy turned to her and said that she could do it. He then pulled out the needles from his hair and said that in return, he would like to take care of her health with acupuncture. The director wanted to stop the girl, but Lucretia had already agreed. Jasper decided not to delay and immediately got down to business. Lucretia thought that the effect of the master's acupuncture was simply incredible. Perhaps it would help her strengthen her internal source of energy and make her stronger and more beautiful. Soon, the whole head was pricked with Jasper's needles. Everyone present looked at Lucretia in surprise, since only recently she had been in perfect health. But now she seemed to have fallen into an eternal sleep. Jasper also didn't understand why she suddenly fell asleep, but Levi said that she would definitely wake up. Cheryl said Lucretia was fine, but she still couldn't figure out why she hadn't woken up. Stephen said she had also failed the tests. Then the soldiers said that they should return to the Special Forces unit together with the masters in a month, as soon as the probationary period was completed. However, neither Jasper nor Levi seemed particularly concerned about this news. Meanwhile, a demonic raven flew onto the territory of the psychiatric hospital. He found two people who smelled like demons. He decided that the 4th-rank fierce bear should test them first. However, at this moment, he sensed something. The raven was so focused on these two that he did not notice the aura of the warriors, And now he realized that the aura of 8th rank warriors was felt here. Luckily, he had a special skill called concealment, which allowed him to hide the energy and aura of himself and other demons. Otherwise, it would have been too dangerous. He understood that he needed to lure them out, and then they would check everything. At that time, Jasper and Levi were playing with the ants, and the warriors of the squad were watching them closely. Stephen decided that through contemplation of all living things, they would comprehend the secrets of cultivation. The director reported that all the trainees had been successfully assigned. The 2 injured had been sent to the hospital, and the 8th rank warriors were monitoring those 2. So he assumed that everything should be fine. However, he did not understand what to do if something suddenly happened. Soon the patients went back to the ward, and the warriors continued to watch them. They decided that the fact that they were drinking milk and saying it was cola and Sprite was the highest level of cultivation. Stevens said that with the help of consciousness, they define and change reality. Then they went back to the clearing. Jasper decided to practice his acupuncture, but the main character passed out again. Stephen talked about how practitioners help each other, and with the help of acupuncture, Frank began to think that something was wrong. Jasper then turned to the warriors and said that he had been honing his technique for many years and would like to try it on them. The warriors looked at the sleeping Levi again and decided that perhaps they should try. Frank, however, doubted that this was a good idea. However, no one listened to him, and all the other members of the squad asked Jasper to take care of them. Jasper then pulled out his needles and prepared for the procedure. At that moment, Frank heard the sound of a clarinet, which usually played when people died. Soon after, Stephen, Vincent, and Cheryl fell asleep, just like Levi. Jasper didn't understand where he had gone wrong again. Then he turned to Frank and said he had one more try. He called him to him, and at that moment, Frank clearly saw death standing behind him. After this, he fell to his knees and said that, in giving in to the sacred duty, he understood that he would walk on the edge between life and death. And although he and his comrades were different, they had one destiny, and if they died, then he would die too. Then he raised his head to the sky and shouted that he was ready for the procedure. After that, he fell asleep along with his partners. At this moment, the crow felt that the aura of the 8th rank warriors suddenly disappeared. He called out to the 4th rank demon, the ferocious bear, and the 5th rank demon, the mad tiger, telling them to attack the remaining 2 people while there were no 8th rank warriors nearby. Meanwhile, the system informed Levo that he had completed the SS rank upgrade itself, and also noted that high-energy food had been discovered nearby that could help reduce hunger for 4 days and 1 week. Other patients sitting in the clearing saw a large bear and a tiger approaching them. They thought that these animals would be friendly, but this turned out to be completely wrong. Jasper also noticed a large, ugly black bird sitting on a tree branch. Raven was extremely annoyed that this guy called him a freak. He immediately ordered the tiger and the bear to immediately eat these people. After this, the demons rushed at Jasper, who still did not understand what was happening. At that moment, Levi woke up, as the temporarily suppressed, extremely strong feeling of hunger brought him back to his senses. When he opened his eyes, he saw a huge tiger flying straight towards his friend. However, his reaction was extremely fast. So with one blow, he knocked the animal away from Jasper. The tiger hit the ground several times and flew off somewhere far away. After that, it was the bear's turn. Levi took his hand and asked Jasper if he thought the bear was cute. The demon was extremely surprised when he heard that these people called him cute. However, he was very upset when he heard Jasper say that he thought the bear was evil and ugly. Soon his sadness turned to anger, and he began to wave his paws to the sides. Then Levi took him by the paws and asked his friend if he was reading that his paws were cute. Jasper looked at the bear's paws and said that they were really cute. He smiled at the bear and said that everything was fine with his paws. When the demon heard this, he was very happy. He remembered how he had suggested to the leader that he should send him to the people. The king had said that people thought that baby bears were cute, but they thought that adults were good. He was afraid that if the bear showed his true form, he would be in danger. The other demons laughed at him, saying that no one would find him cute. They had been studying people together with the leader for so long and had already figured out who exactly people liked. Nevertheless, the bear still went to investigate the people. Pretending to be a little bear cub, he hid in a box in the middle of the street. One day, a little boy approached him. It was pouring rain outside, and he decided to save the little bear cub so that he would not get wet. He took him home, but said that this one was quiet because he couldn't let his mom and dad know about him. Otherwise, they would give him to the zoo. That day, the parents returned home and called their son. The bear cub jumped out of his arms and came out from behind the door. His eyes began to glow red, and although the boy tried to stop him, the demon did not listen to him. Soon, the boy heard a piercing scream behind the wall of his room. His parents screamed that there was a demon in their house and called for their son. But the boy was frozen with fear. When he plucked up his courage, he walked out the door and picked up a knife, intending to kill the bear that had just killed his parents. His first blow landed on the bear's eye. After this, the boy held a knife in front of him and ran towards the demon, intending to kill him, but apparently, he did not succeed. Now the demon was extremely surprised, since no one except that boy had ever told him that he was cute. However, when the bear looked down, he was horrified. He realized that these two people had simply torn off his paws. Other patients immediately ran up to them. One of them said that bear paws are a high-quality ingredient. He said that he knew how to prepare a delicacy from them. He took the bear paws from the boys and ran into the kitchen. Then the demon screamed in rage and resentment, because these vile people had deceived him and taken his paws from him. He wanted to rush at them to kill them, but Levi stopped him in time with his fist. With one deft movement, he tossed the demon upward, causing it to spin in the air. After this, the demon fell to the ground and cried again from resentment. A raven flew to him, saying that he was lucky to be alive, since these two people were simply terrible. Levi and Jasper turned their attention to the tiger, who had also been defeated in battle with them. At that moment, the raven had a very bad feeling. Something told him that the tiger would not return to them. Then he decided to escape with the bear, leaving the tiger to die in the clearing. The patient chef came running to them again, saying that tiger root was also a high-quality ingredient, and he knew how to prepare a delicacy from it. The boys didn't understand what he meant by tiger root. Levi then said that he thought the tiger's whole body looked cute enough, so they should cook that too. They grabbed the dead tiger by the paws and dragged it towards the clinic. Soon they appeared in the kitchen, which scared the cooks working there to death. The patient took the knife in his hands and began to prepare the tiger root. Soon the stewed bear paw dishes were ready, and he presented them to other patients. Levi and Jasper also cooked tiger body and invited others to judge their culinary skills. Meanwhile, the cooks approached the director, saying that a patient had come to them and simply started chopping everything in sight. They feared for their lives and did not want to work there anymore. When the director and the cooks came to the canteen, they were horrified. He walked up to Jasper and asked why he had bear paws on his hands. Jasper explained that they were all gnawing on the tiger root together at first. And then this happened. Sean was furious when he realized what was happening. He guessed that the same patient chef was behind all this. He immediately vouched to take him away for good reason. And although the guy shouted that he was not guilty and blamed Levi and Jasper for everything, it did not help him. The director then asked where he got the ingredients. As they were very expensive and high quality, the chef explained that Levi and Jasper had killed these animals and he had done nothing wrong. Then the director decided to use a different tactic and said that if he told him everything, he would get him a job in the kitchen. But the chef said that he would not work where there were no high-quality ingredients. The director shouted, saying that basically all such ingredients are illegal. As it turned out, the patient's stomachs were too weak to digest the demon's food. So the director turned to the orderlies and told them to take the victims to the clinic for treatment. He turned to Levi and Jasper, telling them not to give the ingredients they had obtained to anyone in the future. At that moment, the man began to doubt that he would even be able to live to old age with such stress. Meanwhile, the story is brought to the clearing where the squad members were lying. Having undergone acupuncture, apparently, they were beginning to come to their senses. Steven said it was no wonder they slept for so long, since Jasper had put them into a baby sleep. Then, Cheryl noticed that her skin had become smooth, and Vincent suddenly felt a surge of strength. Then Frank said that they had missed the most important thing. He pointed to his partners, saying that they had all advanced to rank 9. Frank himself also noticed that he too had moved up to the 9th rank. They couldn't believe that simple acupuncture had raised their rank, and they began to assume that these masters were immortal gods. Vincent then decided to use his new power and used the bipolar lightning clap skill. His teammates appreciated how impressive the 9th rank formation looked. Vincent was also delighted. and was going to thank the master for such a service. However, at that moment, a small drone flew towards them and said that they had an emergency mission and needed to return to headquarters immediately. The boys didn't understand what could have happened, but decided that they would thank the masters later, and now set off on the mission. While they were heading to the special forces, they thought about something they couldn't imagine. That they would break through the 9th rank in such a way, and all thanks to the masters. Meanwhile, Tracy, who was at headquarters, reported that an hour ago, the Control and Monitoring Center detected energy waves from 8th rank demons. The squad members who had already arrived at headquarters were extremely surprised by this statement. One-Eyed guessed that 7th rank demons had begun to appear one after another in the vicinity of the city. And now, an 8th rank one had appeared here as well. Tracy said that if you connect all the places where 8th rank demons appear on a map, you can see that he is moving somewhere. And they already know the next point, which is a nature reserve on the outskirts of the city. In other words, it can be assumed that the demon camp may be there. It is also quite possible that this is a trap, and the demon is leaving 2 obvious traces. Perhaps this is just a performance for people. Tracy said that for this reason, they cannot assign low-ranking warriors to this task. Then Stephen realized that the emergency mission was that they needed to test Tracy's hypothesis. Vincent was delighted. He said that they could entrust them with this task, because in fact they had already broken through to the 9th rank. When Tracy heard this, her face contorted in shock. However, all members of the squad confirmed that they were helped in this by the craftsmen they met. However, Tracy said that the task was urgent, so they did not have time to reevaluate, and she doubted that their words could be trusted. But the one-eyed man said that their internal source waves exceeded the 8th rank. They were now definitely at the 9th rank. Tracy sighed in relief, as this was good news. The chances of this actually being a demon camp or a trap were extremely slim. She said that since the squad members were now at rank 9, they should return in full force. Vincent said that whether it was a trap or not, they would definitely complete the task and return safe and sound. One Eye thought about the fact that they would only be able to return in full force if they didn't encounter 2 demons above rank 9. However, he decided to put those thoughts aside, since an 8th rank demon couldn't possibly reveal the location of their camp. It was definitely a trap, and even with their current strength, they could handle it if they fell into it. Then he thought about the fact that these 4 had just returned from psychiatry and were talking about some masters. So the man began to guess who exactly they meant. When he introduced his old acquaintances, he shook with horror. Soon, all members of the squad set out on a mission. They arrived at the location, but their detectors did not respond. They did not understand why they still did not sense the energy of the 8th rank demons. At that moment, Frank noticed something strange. When he touched the air with his hand, it was as if he felt something. Then he felt his face hit something. A moment later, he realized with horror that it was a water barrier. Soon, all members of the squad were surrounded by a wall of water. Water barrier is an innate ability of 9th rank demons. It can hide the waves of demon energy. At this moment, even those who reported that several demons of the 6th to 9th rank were detected around, the system reported that the squad should immediately leave the battlefield. Then the guys realized that this place really was a demon camp. Frank immediately grabbed his partners by the hands and told them that they needed to run immediately. However, at that moment, something fell from the sky with great force and pierced the tablet that Stephen was holding in his hands. The headquarters in the apartment reported that the signal from the sacred detector had been lost for a long time, and contact with them had been lost. At that moment, a 9th rank demon, the Polar Kitsune, appeared in the clearing. She grinned, as these people had managed to find them after all. The squad members realized that they were facing a 9th rank demon with an innate ice body, and they knew they couldn't handle her. Then Stephen said that the water barrier was the ability of a demon with an innate water body, meaning that she wasn't the only rank 9 demon here. Then the fox said that although they had found their den, they would not be able to get out of there. After that, she rained icicles down on the people. Frank instantly grabbed his beads and covered the team with a golden dome. The shield was very strong, so all the icicles simply shattered from it. Cheryl used the second form of the secret, the 6-fold restoration pill, and aimed it towards Frank. At that moment, they noticed that something appeared in the sky and quickly headed towards them. It was a 5th rank demon. an iron-beaked woodpecker. He used his iron beak skill and attacked the golden dome, creating a large crack in it. At that moment, Vincent ran up to the gap and used the purple lightning skill, attacking the woodpecker. It was a very strong skill, so the woodpecker fell unconscious straight to the ground. However, they soon noticed that the woodpecker was not alone here. A whole flock of iron-billed woodpeckers was flying towards them. They began to continuously attack the golden dome along with the fox's icicles. There were so many of them that the guys could not defend the dome from attack. Frank was holding on with all his might, and Cheryl was helping him. But it still wasn't enough. The girl understood that the man would not last long. The next moment, she saw blood spurting from his mouth. The man fell to his knees and the golden dome disappeared. When Frank looked up, he saw one of the woodpeckers flying straight towards him. However, he did not have time to touch the man's forehead with his beak because a powerful stream of wind appeared behind him, which cut through the birds flying towards him. In the middle of the ceiling, there was a cane that transformed into a sword. It headed straight towards the fox, and she managed to dodge at the last moment. She noted that this man was quite strong. The sword continued to pursue her, but she nimbly jumped through the trees, thinking that the strength of ninth-rank people was quite great. After this, a deafening explosion was heard in the middle of the clearing. Stephen used all his strength to use the most powerful skills. Vincent helped him with this. He touched the ground and summoned 2 polar thunderbolts. However, he did not notice that at that moment a kitsune appeared behind him. While Vincent was busy preparing the spell, she used her ice spear skill and threw it at the man. When he turned around, he saw a sharp spear flying straight towards his back. The last moment before his eyes, he saw Cheryl, who turned her back to him. As it turned out, the girl came to protect her lover, and the spear pierced her through, penetrating her body. Blood immediately gushed from her mouth, and Vincent watched in horror as the girl fell rapidly to the ground. At the last moment, he managed to catch her and sit her on his legs, covering them both with a shield. He saw that the girl's entire body was covered in blood, but she claimed that she was not in pain. She used 6-fold recovery and directed it towards herself. At that moment, Stephen and Frank approached them. They were also quite badly injured. Then Vincent said that his defensive formation would not last long and told the men to leave. Stephen decided to use his last strength and called upon a skill called Bipolar Vortex, which opened a portal. He called on his partners to leave here immediately through him. At that moment, Cheryl used a spell and summoned all of her heavenly pills, then sent them towards Frank and Stephen. The men were horrified when they realized that she had given them her last heavenly pills that were keeping her alive. Then the girl explained that the formation needed to be fed with her energy from the outside. Vincent said that if he entered the portal, the formation would collapse, and Cheryl was already at her limit. He said that they needed to notify the head of the department and everyone else as soon as possible about what had happened here. Frank screamed in horror when he realized that Vincent and Cheryl were going to stay here, but the portal had already begun to suck them in. Before they could disappear into the portal, Vincent said that they would become comrades again in the next life. Meanwhile, the 8th and 7th rank demons, the Reaper Mantis, the 2-headed wolf, and the 3-tailed leopard ran out of the forest and were about to attack the protective dome. Vincent decided to confess to the girl that he liked her. He said that when he first entered into the sacred duty, he was completely inexperienced, and she cared for him and inspired him. At that moment, their dome was surrounded by a 6th rank demon, a titanic centipede. Cheryl said she did all this because Vincent was genuine and sweet, and she liked to see him smile. Then the guy said that he also adored Cheryl's smile. He said that the protective structure was about to collapse and suggested that the girl commit paired suicide so that these creatures could not touch her. Cheryl agreed. She was ready to do anything to stay with her lover. And then, Vincent began preparing the spell. He asked for a spell to take his blood and perform the execution. At that moment, a powerful explosion occurred in the place where the dome had just been, causing the titanic centipede to fly apart. The fox deftly jumped away from the site of the explosion, watching everything from the side. She was surprised that people were not afraid of death at all. Meanwhile, Frank and Stephen left the battlefield and used the portal to move to a safe place. He immediately jumped to his feet and said that they needed to immediately report everything to command. However, at that moment, someone attacked him from the air. The stranger wanted to kick Stephen in the head, but at the last moment, Frank summoned a golden dome and covered his partner. However, the attacker's force was too great, and the dome began to crack from one blow. The demon then rose into the air and directed a powerful stream of energy straight at Stephen. The blow was so strong that the men were thrown against a tree, and their wounds began to bleed profusely. When they looked up, they saw a humanoid demon standing above them, who did not speak human language. He only hissed. It was a demon of national rank, a cockroach. At first, he looked at the people in bewilderment, and then he swung his leg, intending to hit Stephen on the head. However, at that moment, Frank jumped up from his seat and rushed at the cockroach, again summoning the protective dome. He turned to the stile and told it to leave this place immediately. The man stood up and leaned on his cane, saying that the aura of this monster was much more powerful than the aura of the 9th-rank demon they had met before. In front of him, he couldn't even move. But that wasn't the main thing. He said that if it weren't for the breakthrough to the 9th rank, he probably wouldn't have even been able to attempt to cast a certain spell. Frank looked at his partner in horror, realizing what he wanted to do. He then swung his arm, intending to hit the cockroach, knowing that once Stephen used this move, there would be no turning back. He used the Arhat's fierce fist skill and aimed it straight at the cockroach's face. Frank used all his strength and put it into this punch. However, it seemed that the demon didn't care at all about his attempts to cripple him. The demon quickly thrust his leg out and kicked Frank hard in the stomach, sending him flying to the side. Blood immediately gushed from the man's mouth, but Stephen continued to use his spell regardless. Fast currents of wind swirled around him. He said that he would use the wind like a brush in his hand. At that moment, memories from the past flew before his eyes. One day, they came to a cemetery. Frank was with him, as well as a little boy. The boy cried and said that he was scared every time Stephen went on a mission. He was afraid that one day he would not come back, just like his mom and dad. He understood that Stephen was a true warrior and protected ordinary people, and therefore he could not stop him. But he was still very afraid. He said that if a man ever decides to die, he should remember that there is a person who is waiting for him and dreams of seeing him alive. He wanted to know that Stephen also remembers him, because if he is gone, then the boy will be gone too. Then Stephen knelt down in front of the boy and put out his index finger. Calling forth a small whirlwind, he said that he had studied the writing of the Book of Heaven. At that moment, the man made a promise to the boy in case he suddenly did not return. In the present, Stephen continued to use his spell, saying that the earth would become like paper to him. The demon realized he had to act and rushed straight at the man. He intended to attack him while he was preparing the spell. However, Frank came to his aid again. With the last of his strength, he rushed at the demon and pushed him aside. He said that since Stephen intended to finish what he started, then in the next life he would become his shield. However, his strength was at its limit, so the demon easily intercepted his blow and grabbed Frank by the head. The next moment, he clenched his hands tightly, killing the man. After that, he dismissively threw his bloody body aside. The wind currents immediately pulled in the body of the dead Frank, and his blood mixed with the wind currents. The demon stepped aside and began to observe what was happening around Stephen. A ball of blood and wind began to spin around him. He said that from now on, his blood would become his ink. After this, a deafening shot rang out. The demon leaned to the side, confident that the explosion would not affect him. However, a moment later, he discovered that there was a deep scratch on his cheek. When he raised his head, he saw that where Stephen had just stood was his skeleton. There was no skin or anything else on it, but he was still standing on his feet. The cockroach watched in amazement at what had become of the man, and at that moment, a fox flew up to him. She asked if they should postpone the assault on the city. The cockroach answered her something in the demonic language, and the fox bowed obediently. Meanwhile, One Eye was looking at the Special Forces employment contracts that were intended for Levi and Jasper. He didn't understand how Tracy had come up with the idea to sign this, since without this agreement, he wouldn't have had the strength. He decided that one way or another, he was the strongest warrior in the unit and could not allow this. At that moment, Tracy burst into the office. She screamed that the members of the Sacred Duty were missing. This news horrified the one-eyed man. He soon arrived at the battle site where Stephen's skeleton remained. In despair, he fell to his knees before his corpse. Not long before, Tracy said that she had sent a search party there again. But the one-eyed man said that a group of 9th-rank warriors had been destroyed, and it was stupid to send a different squad to certain death. He said that only he was stronger than the ninth rank here, so he would go there, because only he had a chance to return from there. When he saw what happened on the battlefield, his face distorted in horror. Then he turned to the side and saw that there was another corpse lying next to him. When he saw the state Frank's body was in, his body shook with horror. After this, he covered his face with his hands and cried, unable to bear this horror. He lifted Frank's body from the ground and took it with him, and then addressed Stephen's skeleton, saying that he had done a good job and could now rest in peace. However, when he touched his shoulder, he noticed that energy flashed between his hand and the bones. He realized that it was a powerful residual internal energy, so he leaned down to the ground and placed his hand on the grass. A moment later, a huge seal appeared on the ground. A powerful energy began to envelop the one-eyed man's body. Then he realized what was actually happening before his eyes. He saw the message left by Stephen. He reported that the final destination was the demon camp. It was surrounded by an invisible barrier that prevented them from being detected. There was a huge flock of 5th-rank iron-billed woodpeckers that could pierce armor. There was also a 9th-rank demon with an innate ice-type body and a sensor-qualified demon. He reported that this demon was of national level. Soon after, the seal began to send out energy chains into the sky, which formed a dome between themselves. Soon, this dome spread throughout the city. The trainees noted that this was a very strong internal energy of the position. It was the formation of a warrior above the 9th rank. Levi and Jasper also noticed that some kind of writing was flying over their heads. And then the chains spread somewhere outside the city and reached a young blonde guy. This guy was that boy, Silas, Stephen's grandson. That day, the man promised him that if one day he did not return, he would use this power to say goodbye to him. When the boy looked up, he saw in front of him a letter his grandfather had left for him. As Silas began to read it, tears came to his eyes. Stephen said that unfortunately his grandfather had to leave him and asked the boy to take care of himself in the future. Without a family, he would have a hard time, but his grandfather knew how strong he was and that he could handle it. He did not want to leave the boy alone, but with great power comes great responsibility, and everyone has things that they must do. Silas knew this like no one else. He learned about this before Stephen himself. At the age of 12, he had already entered the higher Taoist academy, and Stephen was very proud of him. No matter what path he chooses in the future, the man hoped that he would make the right choice. According to his heart, will rejoice and enjoy life, because a person's days are short, and they should not be wasted on regrets. His last will was that Silas lived an honest, happy, and prosperous life, and that his grandfather and parents love him and wish him only the best. Meanwhile, Raven and the wounded bear demons managed to escape from the battlefield to a safer place. The bear continued to cry, complaining that he had been deceived. It was very hard for the raven to drag this bear, so he decided that now he should abandon it, since without it, it would be easier to escape. However, while he was thinking about this, someone's hand appeared behind his back, and someone grabbed the bird and squeezed it in their hands. As it turned out, it was a gorilla demon named Gargamel. He began to shake the bird and talk about some of the chief's ideas. But the raven said that it did not understand what he was talking about. Then he remembered that one of the demons told the chief that they could try to coexist peacefully with people. But the raven did not like this idea at all, since people were their food. The raven said that there could be no talk of any peace with people. It would be the same as people making agreements with the pigs they raise for slaughter. He admitted that he had told the king about this idea, but he did not see anything wrong with it, since he was extremely annoyed that the demon was talking such nonsense. When the king found out about everything, she had to explain her words to him. The king didn't like her proposals at all, so he decided not to hesitate and simply killed her. Gargamel realized that Raven was behind all this, and so he came to take revenge on him. And although Raven tried to justify himself so that the gorilla would settle him, he took him, closed him, and tore him into 2 pieces. Then he threw the demon's corpse near the trash can and left. For a moment, images from his past, when his mother was still alive, flashed before his eyes. Meanwhile, the story moves again to a psychiatric clinic. Late in the evening, Jasper discovered that his watch was missing. Then Levi asked him where he could have lost them. However, Jasper didn't remember where he might have dropped them, and then his friend said that he would help him find them. They began to rummage around the floor, looking for watches under the beds. However, they soon discovered that they were not in the room. Apparently, Jasper had lost them in the yard. However, they didn't find anything in the yard either. And then Levi suggested going outside to look for them there. Soon, the boys walked down the street outside the clinic. And although Jasper doubted that they were on this street, they still continued searching. At that moment, headlights appeared on the road. Someone was driving behind the guys. As it turned out, it was a large motorcycle with someone very large sitting on it. At first, Jasper was very scared, thinking that ghosts were following him. However, the motorcycle passed them and suddenly stopped. As it turned out, a gorilla with green hair was sitting behind the wheel. It was the same Gargamel. At this point, the system informed Levi that it had discovered a high-energy food that could reduce hunger for 1 month. The boys came to the conclusion that the monkey on a motorcycle looks pretty cute. The gorilla became embarrassed, not believing that people really thought she was cute. She came to the conclusion that people, apparently, are not as bad as they say. Levi decided they needed to make contact with this gorilla and headed towards it. At that moment, the gorilla pouted and blew a kiss to the boys, which horrified them. At that moment, the boys realized that they had been very wrong when they called her cute. They decided that they needed to get out of there quickly and immediately rushed to the side. When they left, the gorilla looked up and saw someone familiar. It was he who said that the king ordered the gorilla to return back to his den. However, the gorilla did not listen to him and simply hit him in the face. The blow was so strong that the praying mantis's head flew off. After this, the gorilla started the motorcycle and left the scene. However, the mantis did not arrive alone. All the other demons were hiding under the water barrier. When they saw that their brother was killed, they immediately came out, intending to attack the traitor that the king was looking for. They didn't know that it was the gorilla that had given the people their location. Some of the praying mantises ran after the gorilla, while others rushed after Levi and Jasper, who suspected nothing. When they heard a strange sound, they decided to turn around and saw a large praying mantis in front of them. But it did not frighten them at all. At this moment, the gorilla touched his hand and pulled out a tuft of hair from there, and then threw it on the ground. This was an innate ability. That is, it is the 8th rank, called the Astral Body. The gorilla's hair turned into his clones and immediately rushed into battle with the praying mantises. Meanwhile, one of the praying mantises loomed over the patients, intending to kill them. However, one of the gorillas quickly jumped on him, and with one blow of its fist, blew off his head. The system informed the protagonist that the ingredients were spoiled and unsuitable for preparing a delicacy, but were perfectly acceptable as low-grade food. The gorilla was very pleased with the work done. After that, he looked at the boys again and winked at them, which again horrified them. The next moment, it evaporated, leaving behind small clouds of smoke. Then the real gorilla waved to the guys and said goodbye to them. After that, he left, thinking that people really should be friends with demons. The guys noted that this monkey was somehow strange. Apparently, it had problems with its head. Meanwhile, the one-eyed man returned to headquarters and informed Tracy about the national rank demon. He gave her the message left by Stephen and said that due to the 9th rank demon's innate skill called water curtains, they could not determine their number or strength. The sacred duty sacrificed their lives for this information. It was hard for the one-eyed man to admit this, but he said that a national rank demon, according to the reevaluation of demon powers after increasing intelligence, was absolutely no match for him. He was very strong compared to him. Then Tracy realized with horror that this demon had previously sent his minions into the city to scout out the area and gather information about people. Then she suddenly jumped up from her seat and declared that this demon was going to storm the city. Meanwhile, Jasper and Levi continued searching for the watch in the city. They approached one of the buildings and remembered that the same woman who had recently prepared a delicious snake soup for them lived there. Jasper said that even though they hadn't found his watch, they should visit the woman again. And the protagonist suggested buying some gifts so as not to go visiting empty-handed. Soon they went to a small grocery store. The saleswoman was horrified when she realized that these people were dressed in psychiatric hospital pajamas. Levi approached her and said that they would like to buy a crate of milk as a gift for their friend. But they did not have money. The girl was shaking with fear. Obviously, she didn't want to give the goods away for free, but she understood that it was better for her not to run into crazy people. So she said that they could take the box for free. Soon after this, the boys came to the girl's home, At first, they wanted to leave milk at her door, since it was already late at night and the woman should be sleeping. After that, they decided to return to the clinic. In the morning, the daughter of Sophia, that same woman, reported that there was a box of milk at their door. Sophia opened the door and was surprised that there really was a whole carton of milk there. She didn't understand who could have left it. Their conversation was overheard by one of the neighbors, a bald, middle-aged man. He immediately came out of his apartment and said that he had ordered this box, but the courier had simply gone to the wrong door. Sophia asked him if it was really his order. The man immediately shouted at her, saying that a woman like her did not dare suspect him of lying, since, with his financial situation, there was no point in him lying. Sophia said that she didn't mean anything like that, and didn't understand why he responded to her so rudely. Then the man threatened that if she continued to poke her nose into other people's business, he would go to her daughter's school and tell everyone what her mother was doing. In response, Sophia lowered her head and went back into her apartment, apologizing to the man. His son was at home and asked the man why he had bought another box of milk, to which the man replied that someone had left it for the woman who lived across the street, but he decided to take the box for himself, since Sophia could do nothing to stop him. After that, he suddenly felt a strange dizziness in his head. A moment later, his legs gave way and the man fell to the floor. Meanwhile, the story moves to the clinic where Lee works. He called the director of the psychiatric clinic with dissatisfaction, since he had just issued a subscription and had already managed to send him several dozen people. At that moment, a nurse entered his office and said that those two people were here again. The man looked at her with horror, guessing who she meant. He fell to his knees and screamed in horror, because all of them had to be swallowed by the 7th-rank demon. They could not rise from the dead. His worst fears were confirmed, and Jasper and Levi popped into the office, saying that they were just looking for a doctor to visit him. He said the man was so friendly to them that they missed him. At that moment, he picked up the phone and Principal Sean told him that he had completely forgotten to tell him that Levi and Jasper had survived and were okay. He said that he didn't expect this to happen either, but they had secretly run away last night, and since he heard their voices on the phone, he assumed that they had come to see the doctor. At that moment, tears of despair began to flow from the doctor's eyes. He understood that the director had tricked him into signing up for a season ticket and played with his emotions, and he had no intention of forgiving him for it. Then he took the boys by their shoulders and led them out of the office, telling them not to come to him again. He said that besides the fact that they were full of sick people, they also needed to resolve the issue of financial assistance today, so he didn't have time for them. As they walked down the corridor, they noticed that there was a crowd of people in the hospital lobby watching the fight. Levi realized that he heard Sophia's voice. As it turned out, a fight broke out between Sophia and the wife of the man who fainted, the woman accusing Sophia of seducing her husband, which caused him to have a stroke. She pulled the girl by the hair, forcing her to confess to something she didn't do. Then she swung her hand, intending to hit her in the face. However, at that moment, Levi ran up to her and grabbed the woman's hand. He said that hitting people was wrong, but the woman was outraged, not understanding who he even was. Then she noticed his clothes and realized they were psychiatric hospital pajamas. She screamed that this guy was crazy and ordered him to let him go. At this time, Jasper approached Sophia and helped her to her feet. At that moment, two people standing behind her began to support the woman, asking how Sophia could call a psychopath for help. When everyone around realized that they really were standing in front of mental hospital patients, they immediately scattered in different directions. Sophia thanked the guys for their help and asked them to let the woman go. However, Levi said that she wanted to hit her, and, in his opinion, she should be properly taught a lesson for this. The woman looked into the boys' crazy eyes and imagined how they were torturing her. After this, she burst into tears, vowing that she would never do such a thing again. Then Sophia asked the guys if that box of milk was really meant for her. Jasper said they left a box at her door last night as a token of gratitude for the snake stew. The girl smiled and tears came to her eyes. She thanked the guys for the milk. At this point, Dr. Lee intervened in their conversation, grabbed the boys by the collar and said that they couldn't just wander around here mindlessly. At that moment, Christopher appeared behind him with his bodyguards, as well as a woman, who said that the young master was here today to determine the amount of financial assistance provided to the hospital. The doctor immediately pushed Jasper and Levi aside and ran up to Christopher, thanking him for the meeting and shaking his hand. At that moment, Christopher noticed that his new friends were also there. They approached the boy and said that they had come here to visit an old friend. Then Christopher said that since Dr. Lee was their friend, they could skip the hospital audit and simply provide top-level financial assistance. He said that he would now take Jasper and Levi with him so that they could take a bath, and later he would return them home. As the car pulled up to them, Christopher asked his butler what the special forces were doing, as he had noticed that they were patrolling the streets more and more. The man said that the number of defensive structures capable of detecting demons had increased around the hospital. He said that this usually only happens during wartime. Then Christopher assumed that something terrible was coming. Meanwhile, a third-rank demon rooster was on the loose on one of the streets. He was annoyed that despite the fact that he had hidden so well, he was still discovered. And he did not understand why the special forces had suddenly increased their vigilance. At this point, the warriors continued to search for the demons, who had become quiet and hidden behind a trash can. He regretted that he was not cute enough and had to hide because of it. But if he could also become a human pet, he would devour people one by one and become a hero among the demons. Soon, Christopher and his friends arrived at his house. He drew a bath for them so they could wash themselves. An hour later, he decided to show them the living room, saying that they could move in right away. He also said that he had already contacted the director of the psychiatric clinic and that the guys would take him back tomorrow. Jasper was delighted when he saw the incredibly large bed. As the three of them settled into bed, Christopher said that he had never had any friends and his parents were always abroad, so he had never shared a bed with anyone before and wanted his first time to be with his friends. Then Jasper said that they would all get a good night's sleep together that night. Christopher smiled and closed his eyes. However, when he woke up in the middle of the night from very loud snoring, he realized something. From that moment on, he decided that it was better for him to always sleep alone. Meanwhile, something strange was happening outside Christopher's villa. The same kidnappers who had once abducted the boy lifted the hatch, and one of them said that this sewer led directly to the courtyard of the villa. They went downstairs, but Levi was hesitant about doing this, as it was dangerous to enter the territory of the richest man in the city to kidnap his son again. But the man told him to calm down, as he had done this hundreds of times already. At that moment, Levi's eyes opened. He looked at Christopher, who was also awake, and said that he had woken up quite early. He then informed the boy that he apparently had guests and asked why he did not want to greet everyone properly. Christopher did not understand where he could have guests at such a time. Levi told him that they were underground, and by the time the kidnappers emerged from the hatch, Christopher's guards were already there. The men were soon pulled outside, but they continued to claim that they were utility workers. Christopher said that in that case, they should be allowed to continue laying the sewer. Then the main character said that he remembered that these men had already offended Christopher in some way. They decided to punish the men and sent them back into the sewer, which was full of waste. Meanwhile, Christopher and the main character were sitting in the courtyard. The butler suggested that the boy go back to the bedroom, but he said that he was happy there. At this point, the system informed Levi that it had discovered high-energy food that could help him sit without feeling hungry for 4 days. It was located at a distance of 5,000 meters. The protagonist said that he was quickly running away on some business and immediately rushed towards the target. Meanwhile, the rooster continued to hide from the Special Forces soldiers. The guys said that the energy waves from a third-rank demon are constantly moving. At this rank, it will try to eat a person to speed up its development, so they needed to find it as soon as possible. At that moment, a girl was running down the street. She had stayed at school until late and was hurrying home because her mother was worried. The rooster decided that she would be the ideal victim, since once he ate her, he would be able to move up to the 4th rank. He also rushed in pursuit of the girl, using the ability of instant movement. However, he didn't have time to bite the girl because someone grabbed him by the neck. As it turned out, it was Levi. He was holding the rooster by the neck and looking at him menacingly. He then showed the demon to the girl and asked if she thought it was cute. The girl decided that it was better for her not to argue with this strange guy and said that the rooster was really cute. Levi laughed and said he thought so too. Meanwhile, the rooster began to gradually lose consciousness from lack of oxygen. In the morning, the kidnappers finally cleaned out the sewer and reported this to Christopher's guards. The man said that he had watched them clean the drains all night and said that they had talent and skill because they did a good job. And for this, he gave them money from the young master. The men couldn't believe that their hard work would be paid. One of them recalled moments from his past when a sage told him that he had been walking down a dark path for half his life, But now, fate would force him to change for the better. Then he realized that the prediction had come true, and from now on, he would take a different path. Meanwhile, Jasper woke up. He had slept soundly all night. When he opened his eyes, he saw that his friend was holding a rooster in his hands. But Levi insistently called him a chicken. The demon was indignant, saying that he was a rooster, not a chicken. Because if he were just a chicken, he would not have been able to hold out all night while this guy was holding him by the neck. Jasper was delighted, saying that the chicken was really cute. The demon decided that since these people considered him cute, he was completely safe. However, Jasper suggested to his friend to fry this chicken and taste it. The protagonist liked his friend's proposal and looked conspiratorially at the demon. The rooster's face twisted in horror. And then the boys noted that in an instant this chicken had become incredibly disgusting. Then Jasper said that chickens can lay eggs, and it would be better to keep her alive and collect her eggs, so they could have scrambled eggs for breakfast every day. The demon was horrified when he heard what they were going to do to him. Then Levi said that they would wait until this chicken laid 2 eggs for them. The demon did not know what to do, since roosters do not lay eggs. Moreover, this whole situation humiliated his dignity. Then the main character suggested that this chicken actually couldn't lay eggs, and it would be better to make soup out of it. At that moment, the demon realized that he had no choice but to actually lay an egg for these crazy guys. He was ashamed of his actions, but he tried to convince himself that it was just a strategic move. After some time, the boys took the eggs to the kitchen so that the butlers could prepare scrambled eggs for them. The demon was horrified because these guys forced him to watch as they fried the embryo of his chick in oil. The demon watched as his egg turned into scrambled eggs. When everyone sat down at the table, Jasper said that he would like the hen to lay a couple of eggs for them for breakfast every day. The demon was furious. For him, it was a real shame. Meanwhile, at headquarters, Tracy reported that all hospitals and schools in the city had been protected by 6th-tier defensive structures, as well as structures to detect demonic energy waves, and they would continue to install structures in residential areas. Then the one-eyed man turned to his colleagues and asked how the construction of the 9th-rank defensive structure around the city was progressing, and asked when it would be completed. The man said that everything was almost ready, but the great 9th-rank defensive formation consumed too much energy, which meant that after installation, it would need to be activated by pouring in a huge amount of internal energy. And after activating the formation, the energy of both of them would only last for 25 minutes. They reported that they required support from the general staff and other surrounding cities. Tracy said that in order to ensure a quick victory against the national-level demon, they needed the support of 2 more national-rank warriors. Otherwise, no matter whether he entered the city or fought outside, the city would be destroyed. One Eye, out of frustration, reported that the nearby cities refused to support them, and there was little reason for national-rank warriors to leave their own cities, especially given the lack of evidence of the existence of a national-rank demon. Tracy said she would go to general headquarters with a personal report and request for support. At that moment, the one-eyed man stood up from his desk and said that he believed Stephen, and that he had discovered a national-rank demon. Tracy asked him where he was going. The man said that he had some business to do. In the morning, Christopher brought his friends back to the psychiatric clinic. His butler said that Levi was holding not just a rooster, but a 3rd-rank demon. But Christopher said that he seemed afraid of the guy. Then he said that in that case, he had nothing to worry about. He believed that Levi was capable of handling him. When the boys approached the clinic, the director asked them if they had really bought milk at a 24-hour store. Jasper said it was them, but they didn't have the money to pay and they wanted to give the milk to their friend. The director laughed nervously. He said that before she went abroad, Levi's mother left them a good sum of money at the hospital. But with Jasper, it was different. He said that he didn't even know how long he had been lying in this hospital. And during all this time, no one had given money for him, at least in the last few decades, while he worked here as a director. Upon hearing this, Levi said that half of his money should be given to Jasper. The director asked Levi threateningly how many times he had already been in the operating room, hinting that he did not have much money to share. He told the boys not to dare buy anything anymore. They have no money now and they can't afford it. The rooster noted that the 2 were quite strong, but in front of this man they acted like kittens. He assumed that this man was a warrior of national rank. Then Sean turned his attention to the chicken. Levi said that he caught it and now it lays eggs for them, so they want to keep it. The director doubted that it was a chicken, since it looked like a rooster. Meanwhile, the one-eyed man was already in room 666. Suddenly, he felt the energy waves of a third-rank demon. When I looked out into the corridor, I saw Levi and Jasper there. They were carrying a chicken in their hands. Then the one-eyed man realized that this was the very same third-rank demon. He immediately pointed his palm, enveloped in energy, at him, intending to kill the demon. However, Levi grabbed his arm, preventing him from harming their pet. He said that it was a good hen that laid eggs for them. The one-eyed man was extremely surprised that Leo stopped his hand without making any special effort. The man used only 40% of his strength, but the boy easily stopped his blow. He then used the spell called Thousand Demon Seal again to seal the demon. However, Levi easily dodged this blow. The system informed Levi that this skill was strong and recommended that he use instant movement to dodge. Otherwise, his power would be blocked for 25 minutes. The main character said that he didn't want to fight the one-eyed man, but he couldn't let him hurt his chicken. After 3 hours, there was still not a single scratch on Levi, and the one-eyed man was already very tired. He understood that, apparently, this was far from all his strength. The rooster watched the warrior's terrifying aura with horror. He didn't understand why there were super strong warriors constantly circling around these two. Then the one-eyed man said that he would not kill the chicken and would not fight with the guy, but he wanted to discuss something with him. Jasper said that the man was a good person and could be trusted. Then the protagonist handed him the demon and went with the one-eyed man to have a heart-to-heart talk. The man led the boys somewhere away from the ward so that no one would hear them. When Jasper was left alone with the demon, he offered to give the rooster acupuncture. Soon, the one-eyed man and the main character went out into the garden. The man reminded him of the day when the leaders of the test for beginners and sacred duty were here. He said that they all fell in battle. The man then said that the boy was strong, and although he couldn't determine his fighting power right now, he was able to dodge his strongest blows without the slightest effort. So he realized that Levi was definitely strong. The man said that the city is now in serious danger, since demons can begin to storm the city at any moment. He asked the protagonist if he could trust him with the fate of the city if he suddenly died in battle. Soon after, he went to the director of the clinic and presented him with 2 Special Forces employment contracts. Sean was very pleased that the man even managed to persuade Tracy to take these 2 on. However, the one-eyed man said that Tracy would definitely not allow the mentally ill to be accepted. So Levi and Jasper are their guest masters at first, and although they cannot join the staff, all privileges and guarantees are simply dropped for them. One Eye said that he would be honest with anyone who worked for the good of the city. And even though these guys didn't quite understand what they were doing, as long as they continued to fight demons and protect the city, he would be grateful to them with all his heart. After this, the director signed all the papers, saying that from that moment on, the one-eyed man was their legal representative. And even though they are mentally ill, having spent their entire lives in a mental hospital without any real-life experience outside its walls, it still doesn't mean anything. Sean smiled and said he was sure they were good guys. He said that if the one-eyed man thought they could be useful, then he should take good care to ensure that they were actually useful. He asked that they be allowed to live a meaningful life and not be seen as just crazy people living in this world. After this, they all went outside so that the director could say goodbye to his charges. Jasper said that they would definitely visit their director, but in reality, Sean didn't mind at all if they never came here again. After that, they said goodbye to the director and their friends at the hospital and set off on their journey with the one-eyed man. But suddenly the man heard them mention something about salary. The director then announced that their monthly payment would be deposited into the psychiatric hospital account. The demon, meanwhile, was terrified. He understood that if these men had not managed to return, he would already be dead. However, Levi and Jasper soon returned, interrupting the acupuncture process. At that moment, the demon felt the cold breath of death on the back of his head. Soon, the one-eyed man reported that they had arrived at the place. It was the headquarters of the city division. The guys were delighted. They had never seen such huge rooms with such huge devices. The demon sensed the warrior aura from everyone present here and understood that he was already in the jaws of death. Suddenly, the warriors approached the rooster and pointed at it with their fingers, saying that it was a demon. However, the one-eyed man said that they should disperse, since everything was fine. It was a special demon that had already been subdued, so they didn't need to worry. After this, the warriors dispersed, but the rooster was still terrified. The man then called the boys to follow him, and they headed to one of the wings of the building. Soon they came to the reception desk. The man asked the girl to register the new employees. He said that they needed to be marked as warriors with innate bodies. The girl was confused by the fact that the guys were wearing pajamas from a mental hospital, but the one-eyed man said that they were just cosplayers. The girl believed him, saying that the new employees looked quite young. After that, she gave them registration forms and also asked if they needed this demonic rooster to evaluate their strength, or if she should inform the research department to take it for autopsy. These words again horrified the demon. However, the one-eyed man said that this demon should be listed along with Levi as his pet. The girl couldn't believe that these guys' pet was a third-ranked demon. She didn't understand how strong these two new employees with innate bodies were if they had such a pet and were personally accompanied by the head of the department. They soon arrived at the lab to check in. Jasper was thrilled when he was enveloped in green energy from one of the machines. The system informed him that his combat rank was currently 0. Jasper couldn't believe that a person with a combat rank of 0 was knocking him out time and time again. Thus, he was just an ordinary person, so no one understood why they were brought here to test their abilities. Soon, Levi came up for verification. The system reported that his rank was also 0. The system then scanned the rooster and reported that its battle rank was 3. One Eye didn't understand why these guys couldn't be scanned. One of the workers said that the device did not show any features or internal energy, so he asked why the chief brought ordinary people here. The one-eyed man said that they were not ordinary people, not warriors with special innate bodies. It was normal for them to not have internal energy. But the man objected, saying that other warriors with innate bodies could be assessed by instruments and their rank too. However, the one-eyed man tried to convince him that even ordinary people detect parameters of this device. So these guys are definitely unusual people. He said that the report should state that their rank was not established. After this, he called the guys with him, saying that it was time to change them into the proper uniform. The worker didn't understand whether the boss really wanted to push these two ordinary people into the special forces, since they weren't even his relatives. Soon, a new collar was also found for the demon rooster. But he did not appreciate it, intending to take revenge for such a disgrace. However, Jasper was delighted when they were issued new Special Forces uniforms. Meanwhile, the rooster was still hatching a plan for revenge, realizing that he was in the very lair of his enemies. Soon, a one-eyed man entered the boys' room. He said that this was their home, and after work they could rest here. He also said that the Special Forces soldiers with natural bodies are allocated one apartment for 2, and there is a facial recognition system there. Each has his own bedroom, and now this is their home. However, now they had to get down to their duties. He said that there would be nothing special about it. They would just patrol the streets and help those who needed help. At this point, Jasper interrupted him, saying that he had already perfected his half-step of universe rotation technique and asked if he could try to heal his eye again. One Eye was a little surprised. Even though these guys were crazy, he couldn't think that they were really worried about him. Then he said they could try again. Jasper said with a smile that there was one condition. First, he had to blind the man's healthy eye. The one-eyed man did not agree to such a condition at all. When evening came, the man went to his office, nervous and realizing that he had almost fallen for their persuasion again. And even though others didn't know the truth, he had to understand that these guys were actually crazy. After that, he snapped his fingers and called out to someone named Isaac. And soon a ghostly man appeared from the wall, looking more like a hologram. It was a Special Forces warrior with an innate body. Isaac, he was a 7th rank. He asked if the leader had a new task for him. The man asked if Isaac had seen the newcomers he had brought here today, to which the boy replied in the affirmative. Then the man said that his job was to keep an eye on the two without being noticed. Then Isaac asked if he should intervene if an unforeseen situation arose. But the one-eyed man asked him not to do so. He said that if these guys were in danger, then Isaac needed to run quickly and also take care of himself. He also said that this task was quite dangerous, so when she had a free minute, he needed to write a will. Meanwhile, Jasper and Levi were once again waiting for their chicken to lay eggs for them. The demon felt incredibly humiliated, but since he was in the enemy's lair, he had to pretend that he was on their side. However, he will never forget his dream of becoming a hero who ate all of humanity. After that, the boys went to the kitchen to cook some eggs. After that, They took bottles of soy milk, continuing to call them Coke and Sprite. Isaac, who was watching them, couldn't understand why they called these drinks soda when the boss had clearly ordered that soy milk be brought to them. He began to think that these guys had come up with such a code for themselves and were secretly talking about something. Suddenly, the main character said that he felt like someone was watching them. Jasper looked around, but said he couldn't see anything. A smirk crossed Isaac's face. He didn't understand how they could notice him, because his innate skill, the hidden light, even hid his insides. Neither demons nor people had ever revealed it. Then Levi said that they should catch the man and knock him down for sneaking around and peeping at them. But Jasper said that they should eat and get to work. Isaac didn't understand why these guys made his friends sweat. When the boys came out into the common hall, the other warriors began to look at them with interest. Some of them suspected that these guys were brought here through connections. At that moment, Lewis ran up to the unsuspecting boys, pulling something out of his jacket pocket. He then used his skill and aimed his fist straight towards Levi. At that moment, the main character turned around and looked emotionlessly at the guy attacking him. Lewis was sure that these were the masters who defeated the 7th-ranked demons in the hospital. The main character looked at the guy questioningly, not understanding what he meant. Lewis burst into tears of happiness, saying that he knew that the chief would not bring in his relatives through connections, and that these guys were truly strong warriors. Soon the boys went outside to patrol the city. All the passers-by watched in surprise as Levi led the rooster on a leash. Suddenly, they noticed an old woman in front of them who was actively looking for something. They approached her and asked if she needed help. Then the old woman awkwardly looked at her watch and said that she had been there for 4 hours already and she needed to get home. Levi and Jasper looked at the old woman with determination and said that they would walk her home. Soon they took the old woman by the arms and led her down the street. The woman said that they were almost there. However, they had been walking for an hour already and still had not reached the old woman's house, despite the fact that she assured them that they were almost there. Suddenly, she exhaled and said that she was very tired. Then the boys said that they could carry her in their arms. Levi picked up the woman and carried her in his arms while Jasper led the rooster on a leash. The demon was very tired of walking and did not understand when this old woman would finally find her home. Soon night fell, and the boys had already left the city limits, but the old woman's house was still not nearby. The woman continued to assure them that they were almost there. Soon they came to a house that looked more like a barn. The old woman thanked them for their help, saying that she was very lucky to meet these guys. Then she took 2 wreaths from her basket and put them on the boys' heads. Levi and Jasper looked at each other, saying that these wreaths were very beautiful. Then they thanked the old woman for the gift and went back to the city, dragging the rooster behind them, who was no longer able to walk on his own. Isaac watched all this, although he didn't know how strong these guys were. But they were quite young and promising. While the boys were walking through the city, the rooster suddenly felt the demon's energy waves, and they were quite strong. Then he realized that this was his chance to get rid of these 2. He was only a 3rd rank, but this demon energy was at least a 5th rank. If he brought the guys to him, he would definitely eat them. After this, the demon jumped to his feet and ran somewhere to the side, causing the guys to fall. Not far away, near one of the shops, a battle was taking place. The demon's blow was so strong that one of the warriors was sent flying. It was a group of 5th-rank warriors. They were fighting against a 5th-rank demon with a birth ability. It was too strong for them and they couldn't defeat it. There was one of these warriors, but he was seriously wounded. So one of the girls asked to inform the control and monitoring center that they needed the help of warriors of the 6th rank. At that moment, the demons struck them again, causing the warriors to fly to the side. His blows had an electrical aura, so the boys were also strongly electrocuted. The warriors flew off to one of the buildings, near which sat a little girl who, by some ridiculous accident, found herself on this street at night. She was crying and calling for her mother to help. At that moment, Lewis turned to her and told her to run away. Suddenly, one of the warriors saw that the monster's tentacles were heading straight towards the girl. Then the warrior ran up to her with lightning speed and grabbed her, saving her from a strong blow. After that, the guy screamed, using all his energy to save this girl and attack the monster. However, he too was soon critically wounded and unable to fight. Of the entire squad, only one warrior remained, and he began to shake with fear. In front of him stood a 5th-ranked demon, a royal electric eel with an innate ability called electric arc. The warriors simply looked at the demon and did not understand what to do with this monster. At that moment, a rooster ran out from around the corner. He was delighted when he realized that it was not just a 5th-ranked demon, but a royal electric eel with an innate feature. The demon heard that even some 6th and 7th-ranked demons did not dare to disturb him. So he decided that this eel would definitely save him. He grinned evilly, realizing that this was the end for these two. Soon, Levi and Jasper caught up with their pet, surprised by how big the fish was outside. The system told the protagonist that it was an eel. He looked in surprise at the rooster they were leading on a leash and sensed demonic waves in it. When the eel felt that he was wearing a collar filled with human energy, he assumed that this rooster served people. However, the rooster crowed, saying that he had suffered humiliation to penetrate the enemy's lair and wanted to become a great demonic hero who ate humanity. The eel looked arrogantly at his 3rd-ranked kinsman and said that such a worthless creature would never become a hero. The 5th-rank warrior who remained conscious saw the warriors with innate bodies next to him and immediately turned to warn them of the danger. He said that this demon was too strong, and if they were below rank 7, they shouldn't even think about approaching him. However, Jasper was already thinking about what to cook with this eel once they killed it. Then the main character asked his friend to wait for him here while he caught this eel. However, the warrior still tried to stop him, saying that this demon hits hard, and hits very hard. However, the main character did not listen to him and reached out to the eel, touching it with his palm. After this, he was struck by a powerful electric shock, and the 5th-rank warrior who was holding his hand at the time was also struck. In his heart, he hated Levi for what he had done. After this, his body could not withstand it, and he was thrown to the side. He also lost consciousness. Like his partners, Levi and the demon looked at the guy in bewilderment. Cole didn't understand what was happening. This man seemed quite weak, but he was able to withstand his current. Then the protagonist turned to his friend, saying that this demon was fighting well, and this feeling reminded him of the day when they were cultivating. However, he said the sensation was quite weak. When the demon heard this, he also became furious. He didn't believe that this guy was calling his strength weak, so he decided to shock him with 10,000 volts of electricity. However, this was not enough, and soon the demon was defeated. The protagonist twisted it into a knot and carried it on his shoulder towards the headquarters. Cole didn't understand where he was being dragged, and then he decided to turn to the rooster. He asked his fellow eel to save him, and despite the fact that the eel had offended him shortly before, the rooster said that he would try to do it. Isaac watched everything that was happening. He was dumbfounded with shock and just stood there. He knew that resistance to electricity was a great talent, and this guy was able to single-handedly deal with the king electric eel. Isaac still couldn't comprehend how strong these newcomers were. Soon, the boys dragged some coal into the kitchen of their apartment, intending to cook it. Then the demon turned to the rooster again, begging him to save him. The rooster replied gloomily that he was trying to do so, and then turned away, intending to somehow help his fellow rooster. However, when he saw that there was eel blood on his cheek, he immediately shook with shock and was unable to do anything. At night, the rest of the warriors smelled a scent coming from the neighboring apartments. It was so delicious that they even woke up from it. As it turned out, Levi was cooking eel at that time. Jasper was delighted when his friend introduced him to his new dish. It was so delicious that Jasper ate it all at once and asked for more. Then the main character decided to share the dish with his pet and handed him a spoon with a piece of coal. The rooster could not believe that they would actually make him do this. Not only did they cut up his relative and roast him before his eyes, but now they also want to force him to engage in cannibalism. Now the rooster understood that it would be better if these guys just killed him right away, because when he ate a piece of another monster, he would immediately explode. Since the demon, they can devour each other, and although this will lead to a short period of a large amount of energy, after a while the one who ate it will explode. However, the rooster decided that if it exploded, the shock wave would hit those of yours, and thus, he would avenge himself and his fellows before his death. So he still decided to try a piece of eel. With tears in his eyes, he chewed a piece of his relative's meat. However, he soon became delighted, because the meat of his fellow was so tasty and aromatic. The eel, who was in heaven at the time with his supporters, could not believe that the rooster had actually done this. The demon was glad that he had at least eaten well before his death. Suddenly, he felt a surge of energy and incredible power inside him. He was filled with energy to take revenge on these damn people. He then quickly darted forward, intending to attack Jasper with his beak. However, at that moment, someone's palm flew straight into his face. It was Levi. His blow was so strong that the rooster flew to the floor. Jasper didn't understand what had happened. And then his friends said that the rooster had tried to steal a piece of eel from him. The demon couldn't believe that he was reflected so easily, despite feeling a surge of enormous power. He could not accept that he was destined to die in such disgrace. He felt terrible. And then Jasper assumed that the chicken was sick. However, the main character said that Jasper has the ability to perform magical acupuncture that cures any disease. When the rooster woke up, he saw 13 needles sticking out of his stomach, which almost sent him to the next world. When the boys saw that the chicken had finally woken up, they were very happy. Suddenly, the rooster felt a strange sensation, as if his body had become very light, and he was filled with strength again. As it turned out, he had increased his rank, and now he was a 4th-rank demon, an electric rooster. He had acquired the ability of an electric arc. He couldn't believe that he had survived and even broken through to the 4th rank. Isaac, who was watching all this, was horrified. He did not believe that one demon ate another, and at the same time did not explode, and also increased his rank. The next morning, he arrived at the one-eyed man's office and told him everything he had seen that evening. The one-eyed man covered his face with his hands, saying that nothing in this world would make him believe in the effectiveness of this guy's acupuncture. He then said that years of research had shown that human energy could not mix with demonic energy. It caused a strong rejection reaction, so Isaac should not spread the word to anyone for now. He said that it was quite possible that this was their individual innate characteristic, and it should not mislead anyone. He then asked Isaac what happened to the battle site after they took the electric coal. Isaac said that the 6th-rank warriors and the supply team hurried in time, so there were no casualties. However, Levi's merits were attributed to the 4 ignorant warriors who knocked out the demons. But the one-eyed man said that there was nothing wrong with that, and they should not mention such trifles. However, Isaac insisted, saying that the merits of newcomers directly affected their positions in the team rankings and individual combat power, so he did not understand how this could be treated as a trifle. He also added that he could report this to the research team and act as a witness. However, the one-eyed man tried to stop him, saying that those 4 guys had done a good job too, so they should close their eyes this time, and next time they would shrink. But in reality, he just didn't want to let that guy make a fuss because then Tracy would find out about everything. Meanwhile, Levi and Jasper went to the market with their pet. The roosters still couldn't believe that thanks to the help of these two, he had broken through to the 4th rank and also obtained the ability of his fellow eel. However, he pulled himself together, thinking that he shouldn't thank these guys because they make him lay eggs every day, and he will never forget this humiliation. He was going to use the power these two gave him to find a stronger demon and then team up with him and destroy them. At that moment, Levi heard someone's cry for help, and the rooster felt powerful waves of energy. Apparently, it was a 6th-rank demon. At this point, Jasper tried to reach out to the girl, thinking that she needed help. But her boyfriend was extremely unhappy that some strange guy was pestering her, so he swung his hand at him, intending to hit him. However, when he waved his hand, he realized that this white-haired guy was no longer there. He ran away somewhere with his friend. The rooster was sure that this was the end for these two. This time, he and his brother would definitely be able to send them to the next world. As it turned out, a battle was taking place in the clearing near the lake, and something forcefully threw one man onto the grass. Soon, a demon approached him. The man didn't understand how this happened because he had simply bought a small pig from his friends. He just wanted to go out into nature and roast pork. He could not have imagined that this pig would turn out to be a demon. His friends tried to approach the demon to save their friend, but they were all terrified. At that moment, the demon approached the lying guy and kicked him right in the leg with his hoof. After this, he assumed his true form, saying that he was going to eat all the people present there. It was a 6th-rank demon, a royal illusion pig, and its innate ability was frighteningly oppressive. This pig took the form of a small, harmless piglet. but its ability makes everyone around it fearful. The pig wanted to attack the man again. But at that moment, Levi and Jasper came into the clearing and attacked the demon, throwing him into the water. The men didn't understand what was happening here. Then they suddenly saw that these guys were wearing the clothes of Special Forces soldiers who had natural bodies. Then they said that they would take their friend to the hospital and decided to leave everything to the soldiers. At that moment, the rooster turned to his fellow pig, asking him to help him kill the two who had kicked him into the air. The rooster decided that with the help of the royal pig of illusions, he could finally kill them. However, before he could look back, the two had taken the piglet out of the water and were roasting it over the fire. By evening, the meat was ready, and the boys decided to try it. The protagonist said that a voice in his head told him that he had broken through to the final stage of the energy cultivation technique. Then Jasper decided that in this case, they could try his needles on him. And since he had become stronger, they could try his new technique of completely rotating the universe. The protagonist agreed, which made his friend very happy. Jasper soon began the procedure, but he quickly realized that his technique needed some improvement. At this moment, the rooster was thinking that he had nothing to fear now, because he had already broken through to the 4th rank, and now he was the strongest 4th-rank demonic electric rooster. Then he turned his attention to Leva, who was lying unconscious. His breathing was very weak, and the rooster thought that he was dying. He wondered if he should start with it while he still had the chance. However, then he saw that Jasper was now completely alone. Then the rooster ran towards him, intending to attack him again with his beak. However, at that moment, Jasper picked up the pig's snout and held it straight into the rooster's beak. The rooster was shocked. He did not expect such an attack from his side. He decided to spit out the demonic meat as quickly as possible, as he was sure that it would tear him apart. However, it was so tasty and sweet that he couldn't do it. However, common sense told him that he needed to stop. However, he soon felt that he did not have time to do this, since the energy had already begun to spread throughout his body. He was sure that he would definitely die this time, since it was the meat of a 6th-rank demon. He decided that he had to use the energy one last time and kill this guy. However, the sensation of the meat was very pleasant, and therefore the rooster could not concentrate. He ran up to Jasper and began wiping his knees, begging him for another piece of meat. However, Jasper decided that the rooster just wanted to test his quills, so he inserted several into his tail. The demons, watching everything from the other world, decided that this chicken had neither shame nor conscience. Jasper looked at the remaining pork meat, but he knew that when Levi wasn't there, he had no appetite at all. However, he soon decided that he should eat the meat after all, and after a while, all that was left of the piglet was a skeleton. Jasper was sure that leaving food was wrong. The director always told them so. Then he lay down on the grass with his friend and began to look at the sky. He turned to his friend, who was lying unconscious, and said that the sky was very beautiful today. Isaac watched everything that was happening, keeping in mind the one-eyed man's words that he should not interfere, no matter what happened. The next day, he came to the one-eyed man's office and told him everything he had seen. He didn't understand why even a 6th-rank illusion royal piglet couldn't withstand a single blow from Levi, so he asked the man what rank these people were. However, the one-eyed man himself did not know the answer to this question, so he said that their rank was still not established. Isaac didn't understand how they were able to kill a 6th-rank demon with such ease if their rank hadn't been determined yet. Then the one-eyed man said that it was Isaac who dealt with the 6th-rank demon, so he should receive all the credit. But the guy stopped him. He said it was unfair because this time they both eliminated the demons without anyone helping them, so the credit goes entirely to Levi and Jasper. Isaac said the boss was oppressing young talents. He then turned around and said he would pass the message on to the military advisor. Then the one-eyed man asked him not to go to Tracy, since he had already realized his mistakes and would definitely attribute this victory to those two. Isaac stopped immediately, saying that their leader was the best in the world. He then said that they don't count the victory over the King Electric Eel, but killing the Royal Illusion Piglet awards 6 points to get into the warrior rankings. A minimum of 6 points is needed, in which case Levi and Jasper's team is placed at the bottom of the team rankings, and Levi is placed at the bottom of the individual rankings for the victory. One Eye asked him not to tell him such details, but Isaac insisted, since he was their observer and would help them upload the merit data after it was verified. The man then said that Isaac had done a very good job and deserved some of the points that the other two had earned, but it would be better if no one knew about it. Isaac was delighted and said that he would be very happy to receive these points and that no one would know about it. But he had no intention of accepting them as a bribe. Then the one-eyed man thought that he shouldn't pay attention to it for now, since the demons have become better at hiding, so these two won't be able to find them so easily. While they are at the bottom of the rankings, no one will even pay attention to them. The story moves to the capital headquarters. The Warriors noticed newcomers in the Warrior rankings. Their team was called 666. Both team members had innate bodies, but the Warriors did not understand why they did not have a designated rank, and also had a 5th-ranked demon as a pet. There was no additional information about these guys, so the Warriors decided that these guys were invited masters, and this Levi alone received 6 points, but still was at the bottom of the rankings. As it turned out, the Rooster actually broke through to the 5th rank and received a new ability called Frightening Pressure. The other Warriors were very frightened by this demon, since he had recently been of the 3rd rank. The guys realized that it was better for them to stay away from these guys, and as soon as they appeared in the hall, everyone immediately ran away. At this moment, Jasper approached the protagonist and asked if the last acupuncture session had helped him become stronger. The protagonist said that this session really helped him become a better person. At that moment, someone's fist flew straight into Levi's face. It turned out that it was one of the 7th-rank warriors. He wanted to test Levi's reaction and realized that everything was bad with her, but there was nothing to worry about, since he was already convinced that they were masters, and therefore wanted Levi to hit him back so that he could evaluate his strength. The protagonist asked his friend if he should hit the guy, but Jasper said that he had already apologized for his actions. Then Levi decided that in this case, he shouldn't hit anyone back. The warrior did not understand why they were ignored. He thought that he was not worthy of them. 6 hours before this moment, the system informed the protagonist that he had completed the SS rank upgrade itself. So now he had the opportunity to exchange it for a technique called Divine Culinary Art. Since the protagonist was again unable to make a decision, the system did it for him. Meanwhile, a new demon arrived in the city. It was a turtle. She decided that she had hidden well, and people would never be able to find her. She just had to wait for the king's order and begin the massacre. As Levi and Jasper passed by the place where the turtle was hiding, the rooster, who had spotted his fellow turtle, addressed him, saying that the 2 perverts behind him had already killed many of their fellow turtles. He said that they even wanted to bribe him with a breakthrough to new ranks, but he remained true to his principles and aspirations. At this point, the system informed the protagonist that it had discovered high-energy food that could reduce hunger for 7 weeks. This turtle was a 7th-rank demon, a poisonous titanic turtle, with an innate ability called Poisonous Spit and a titanic shell. He told the rooster that these guys had a rather weak aura, so they should not be afraid of them, and with joint efforts, they would free the rooster from captivity. The turtle then decided to use one of its skills and threw poisonous slime straight towards Levi. The protagonist saw the spit flying at him, but there was still no emotion on his face. In an instant, he found himself right next to the turtle and grabbed it by the neck, thinking that this was that very high-energy food. When the system informed him of the methods for preparing the turtle, they immediately took the demon in their hands and rushed towards the kitchen. Soon, they cooked turtle with steamed chicken. The smell was so delicious that even the rooster couldn't move away from the plate with the dish. However, after some time, he realized that the turtle was dead. He said that he would definitely avenge his brothers, but drool was already flowing from his beak. Jasper said that today's eggs were incredibly tasty, so they should reward the hen for her efforts. He took a piece of turtle meat and held it out towards his pet. The rooster could not resist his desire to try a piece of his fellow and ate the dish. After that, he began to roll on the ground, thinking that this time he would definitely die. He then began jumping on Jasper's legs, begging him to prick him with the needle. The protagonist said that he thought the chicken was getting a little agitated, and then he remembered the director's words about pets needing to be sterilized. The rooster clearly did not want to be sterilized, but his brothers agreed with Levi's decision, and thus, intra-family feud broke out. Jasper then said he could try acupuncture to sterilize the chicken. At that moment, the slain tiger's old psychological trauma flared up and he burst into tears of grief. Jasper soon performed an acupuncture session to sterilize him, and at that moment, the rooster felt like he was losing something important. However, Jasper said that it only helped get rid of the bloat, but did not neuter the rooster. The slain demons watching everything did not understand why this rooster was so lucky. After some time, the rooster again thought about how to kill these two because, for the sake of his own freedom and revenge, he urgently needed to find allies. By that time, he had already broken through to the 6th rank and acquired 2 more new abilities. Then he turned to the underwater demons, saying that with joint efforts they could defeat them. As it turned out, he, Levi, and Jasper were in the central aquarium, as the system informed the protagonist about the discovery of high-energy food. Soon, a whole school of fish from the aquarium arrived in the next world. They were crying and calling for their mother. There were so many of them that the other demons couldn't even count their number. They didn't understand why those people were so heartless. Soon, the director of the oceanarium was informed that the glass of the deep-sea fish aquarium had been broken. The man couldn't understand how this could happen, because the glass was made of 20mm plexiglass, which couldn't be damaged even by laser cutting. However, the worker reported that there were wars with native bodies from the special forces. When the man heard this, he was immediately speechless. After some time, Levi and Jasper prepared an incredibly huge plate of fish. While they were enjoying the dish, the rooster looked at everything that was happening in horror, not understanding how this happened. Then he handed him another piece of fish, telling him to try their new dish. When the rooster tasted a piece of fish, he tried to resist, but the feeling of pleasure was beyond him, as the meat was incredibly tasty, and he wanted to eat as much of it as possible. Soon, Jasper and the rooster reported that they were full. Isaac watched the whole thing. He couldn't believe that the two had caught fish to eat, nor could he understand how they had discovered that the fish were actually demons, as their energy waves were so well camouflaged that they were very difficult to detect. At that moment, the rooster felt that someone was watching them. At that moment, the only remaining inhabitant of the aquarium jumped out of it, a 3rd-rank demon, a small starfish. He immediately screamed, calling the rooster a traitor because he had destroyed the entire flock of demonic flag surgeons who had successfully hidden here for 20 years. He said that he would definitely report this to the king. But at that moment, the system again informed the protagonist about the discovery of food. Soon, the parents of the dead fish arrived in heaven, and the family was finally reunited. After some time, the rooster woke up, again surprised that he was not torn apart. He had eaten so much demon meat, but did not even feel pain from the energy growing in him. As it turned out, he broke through to the 7th rank and acquired another ability. Passers-by couldn't figure out what kind of unusual rooster it was, but at that moment, the bird was thinking about how it could break through and become stronger by eating demonic meat. And this was extremely surprising. He was afraid that his brothers would not understand him, because they would definitely find out that he ate his own kind to become stronger. He was confident that he could become stronger without eating his own kind, but these two forced him to do it. The rooster decided that from now on, he would not harm his brothers unless it was in self-defense. He was confident that he had not yet lost his mind, and remembered his intentions and hopes. Soon, all 3 went to the clearing. The rooster turned to the cage in which the demons were sitting, hiding in the guise of chicks. These were 7th-rank demons, evil-eyed parrots. The rooster tried to convince them that they should believe him. However, the parrots sensed a traitor in him and immediately broke out of the cage to attack him. Then the demon realized that they left him no other choice. As he sat on the bench eating parrot shashlik, he tried to convince himself that they had attacked him themselves. However, he decided that there was no point in being sad, since he would finish eating the meat and become even stronger, which would increase his chances of successful revenge. However, he suddenly thought about what these guys had just saved from the parrots. However, on the other hand, they forced him to lay eggs every day. Then he again thought about the fact that this was a real humiliation of his dignity. He still remembered the revenge for his brothers who agreed to team up with him to kill them. So even if his brothers suspected him, he would remain himself. Soon, Isaac arrived with a complaint to the one-eyed man. He said that they were billed for repairing the aquarium since Levi broke the glass. When the one-eyed man saw the amount they had to pay, he became furious. A week later, the Warriors discovered that Team 666 had a sharp increase in points, from just 6 points to a whopping 1031. When the one-eyed man learned of this, he immediately shouted, saying that it was impossible. Isaac then said that he had collected the demonic remains and the full amount had been handed over to the research team. However, the man insisted that this was not evidence. Others might think that they did not do it themselves. Then Isaac said he had video proof. The one-eyed man asked the boy if he understood that this would attract unnecessary attention to them. He thought that if Tracy found out about everything, it would be the end for him. At that moment, Tracy burst into his office and asked what was going on with the new members of Team 666. When she saw that the one-eyed man had already called the observer for a conversation, she asked Isaac to initiate a request to the investigation department so that everything could be thoroughly checked. In the event of false accusations of combat merit, a dismissal procedure would be carried out. Then, Isaac said that he still had some things to do and immediately flew out of the office. After this, the girl turned to the one-eyed man, saying that the general staff had approved the allocation of national-level reinforcements. However, they had one condition, which was that the one-eyed man would have to go to the capital. However, the man did not agree with such conditions. He was sure that if he left the city, he would have no one to protect him. Now was an extremely bad time to go to the capital to personally describe the situation. However, Tracy insisted, saying that he should personally go to the capital and tell them everything. Only then would they give them warriors of the national level. But the one-eyed man was sure that if he left the city now, something would definitely happen. The girl understood his concern, so when she was there, she offered to send one of the national-level warriors to replace the one-eyed man here while he was away, so that he could come to them in peace. The man was furious that the girl made the choice for him. However, Tracy insisted that he should go there. The one-eyed man was extremely surprised that the girl was so insistent that he should go there. At that moment, an alarm went off in the headquarters apartment, reporting high-level energy waves. The authorities ordered the soldiers to be fully prepared. At that moment, Levi Jasper arrived at headquarters, along with the rooster, who had become an 8th-rank demon. At that moment, the one-eyed man was sitting in his office and did not react to the alarm, thinking about what to do. Isaac tried to bring him to his senses, saying that they urgently needed to do something about the alarm. But the one-eyed man shouted at him, saying that he could hear everything anyway. Isaac then asked if he should report that Team 666's pet had broken through to rank 8. One Eye stood up from his seat and said that it was too late to report about the rank 8 demon. He would personally go and explain everything to the research team. He soon came out to meet Levi Jasper and their pet. He asked the guys to come closer to him. Then one of the research team members said that he had to check the safety of their pet, which was an 8th-rank demon. The boys smiled and said that their chicken would behave well, so they had nothing to worry about. A worker at the center became curious about whether the pet could restrain itself, even in close contact with a person. And then the one-eyed one asked the children to hug the chicken. The boys picked up the demon and began petting it. And then the worker announced that close contact safety had been confirmed. Then he wondered if their pet could follow orders. The main character turned to his pet and asked him to lay 2 eggs for him. Everyone present looked at the guy in horror, not believing that he asked the rooster to do such a thing. However, to everyone's surprise, the rooster actually laid 2 eggs. The research center employee was surprised that this demon followed orders 100% and could even change the internal structure of its body and become a female to lay eggs. The rooster decided that for the sake of revenge, freedom and survival in the hands of these monsters, he had to hold on. When it was all over, the rest of the warriors began to approach the demon to pet him. Once everyone was convinced that he was completely safe, they couldn't help but laugh because he was quite cute. Among those who wanted to touch the demon, there was one girl. She really wanted to touch the rooster. Levi and Jasper looked at each other, wondering if they should let the girl play with their cock. In fact, the girl wanted to start a broadcast and show all the viewers the demonic pet of the newcomers from Squad 666. She said he looked like a regular rooster, but was very docile and loved to be petted. However, this was too much for the rooster, so he turned his head towards the girl, intending to bite her. At that moment, someone came up and grabbed the rooster by the neck, saying that it was not a toy. It was the one-eyed man who said that the 8th-rank demon shouldn't be shown on live television. The boys apologized for their mistake, and then the one-eyed man handed the rooster back to its owners, telling them to take better care of it in the future. Then Jasper said that he really wanted to do something. Levi understood everything and addressed the one-eyed man on behalf of his friend, saying that he really wanted to help him and hoped that the man would trust him again. One-Eyed turned around and said that it was very touching when people were worried about him. However, he told those two psychos to stay away from him and keep his eyes away. After that, he cursed angrily and ran away. Levi and Jasper walked up to him and gently grabbed his cloak, telling him that this time they would definitely succeed. The one-eyed man asked why they thought he would meekly let them take away his eye. However, the boys continued to insist that he let them heal him one more time. But at that moment, a red-haired man in a purple suit entered the room and asked the one-eyed man if he wasn't supposed to personally meet the national-level warriors who had been sent to help us. As it turned out, it was one of the 5 permanent warriors of national rank at the general staff, Joseph. One-Eye said that he had some difficulties and had to stay late, and he wondered to himself why they had sent him. Joseph then approached them and turned his attention to the rookie team called 666, as well as their demon pet. Then the one-eyed man asked him why he agreed to look after them. Joseph said that these guys have a demon pet. Moreover, their points have increased sharply by 1,000 in a week. Then the one-eyed man realized that these guys had been watched all this time. Joseph said that wasn't all they could find. The one-eyed man did not understand what the man wanted to say by this. Then Joseph said that since he was helping these guys and holding back the demon, then maybe he was helping them score points. One-Eye understood where he was going with this. He didn't want them to look at Levi and Jasper after all. They might find out that they were from the psychiatric ward. But he was curious why the man was being so curious. Joseph said the man had kept the secret very carefully, but his family found out anyway. Then he asked him if these two were really his nephews. The one-eyed man looked at his red-haired partner in bewilderment. Joseph continued to talk about how he had discovered that the one-eyed man was their guardian. One of the guys had black hair, and the other had blonde hair, and they looked very similar to the one-eyed man. At first glance, it was clear that they were related. At some point, the one-eyed man thought that his connections were stronger than Director Sean's love for money. Joseph then introduced himself to the boys, saying that he was very glad to meet them and that he was also a colleague of their father. Then he extended his hand to the boys so that they could shake it. After this, the boys also extended their hands to him. They did it at the same time, and Joseph did not understand whose hand he should shake first. Then he crossed his arms and shook hands with both boys at the same time. At that moment, the one-eyed man came up behind him and put his hand on his shoulder, saying that these 2 employees were rising stars, especially Jasper. He was studying acupuncture, and if Joseph had any pain, he should contact him immediately. The man said he was very lucky because his cervical spondylosis had just flared up, and he was looking for a specialist to treat it. And since the one-eyed man recommended his employee, he was glad to receive help from him. Soon, the 4 of them went into a separate room for Jasper to begin the procedure. Joseph was confused by the fact that his needle looked very much like a sewing needle. However, Jasper said that the old blood had already been washed away and was clean. The one-eyed man assured him that this was nothing, and he should not pay attention to it. When Jasper inserted the first needle, Joseph said that although he, as a gentleman, should not ask such questions, he was still interested in why it was necessary to pierce the forehead for cervical spondylosis. Jasper said that his half-step universe rotation technique was completely completed, and these places were simply the most visible, so the man didn't need to worry. After that, he inserted a few more needles into his head, and then Joseph said that he felt something. Meanwhile, Jasper was already using the 13th needle. Joseph felt that the sensation of this needle was a little different. He felt like he was flying along the Milky Way, and his insides were boiling. When the man fainted, the one-eyed man sighed contentedly, thinking that now that he was not the only national warrior this guy had knocked out, he felt calmer. Jasper didn't understand why he hadn't succeeded again, but his friends said that he would succeed. But first, they needed to get the man to the hospital. One-Eyed told the guys to go back to their place, and he himself would send him to the hospital. After all, he was a warrior of national level and you couldn't kill him so easily. However, before leaving, he asked Jasper to take the needles out of him, otherwise he would be uncomfortable. Jasper walked over and pulled all the needles out of Joseph's head in one motion. When the warriors were left alone, the one-eyed man realized that it was time to begin. He walked up to Joseph and quickly took off all of his clothes. He then took a scanning device out of his pocket and pointed it at the man. Near his chest, he detected a strange signal source. Then the man remembered that last month Joseph said that he had received an injury near his heart, And that must have been when he had the surgery. After some time, the man woke up, but he did not remember what had happened. Then the one-eyed man said that Jasper's procedure caused drowsiness, so the man simply slept peacefully. He also warned him about possible complications, but said that he should not worry since he was already calling an ambulance. Joseph began to turn his head from side to side and realized that his neck had indeed healed. He couldn't believe that he had suffered from this disease for so many years, and this guy cured him the first time. However, he suddenly felt some discomfort. He didn't understand why his trousers were so tight on him, since he never pulled them all the way up. He apologized to the one-eyed man for his tactlessness and said that he should step aside to adjust his trousers. When Joseph disappeared behind the screen, he discovered that his pants were on backwards. He immediately returned to one, asking what he had done to him. The man said that there was nothing serious about it, but this was the first time, so he had better call an ambulance. However, he was furious and demanded that the one-eyed man tell him what he had done to him. However, he did not wait for an answer from him and decided to use his skill to punish him for mocking him. The one-eyed man saw that a beam of strong energy was flying from him. He asked if Joseph really wanted to fight. The man said that Joseph's body is currently weakened. He wanted to use his shield, but Joseph's power strike easily pierced it. One-Eye didn't even understand how it happened and didn't notice that the force beam was right next to his face. The blow was so strong that the man flew into the wall and broke through it. At that moment, Tracy entered the office and asked the one-eyed man what he was doing. However, in front of her, she saw her uncle Joseph. She looked at him in surprise and asked what he was doing. The man then said that this man was a scumbag, and he would not allow Tracy to stay near him. One-Eye realized that he had underestimated Joseph. Apparently, he had become stronger since their last meeting. Then he asked him angrily if he hadn't even tried to restrain himself. However, Joseph was furious. He was surprised that the one-eyed man had the audacity to say such a thing after everything he had done to him. Then the one-eyed man asked him what he had done that Joseph was ready to kill him. The man wondered how he could have known that he had scanned him. Then he decided to confess and said that he had indeed done all this without his consent. When Joseph heard this, he became furious and called the one-eyed man a damn pervert. The one-eyed man did not understand why he called him names and said that next time he would definitely ask his permission. At that moment, he realized that it was time for him to leave here. As he passed Tracy, he whispered to her that her guess had been correct. Then the girl realized that the one-eyed man had managed to scan her uncle. After this, she said that in 2 days he would be leaving for the capital. To which the one-eyed man replied that during this time he would heal his wounds. Joseph still couldn't come to his senses. He told Tracy to stay away from this pervert. That is, him. Then the girl asked him what had happened. Joseph immediately hesitated and said that nothing really happened and that he still had a lot of things to do, so he needed to go. Finally, he turned to his niece and said that some people have human faces but rotten hearts, and the girl should remember this. Otherwise, she will greatly regret it. Why did he burst into tears, saying that he had suffered greatly for the sake of her asking for help? Then he asked her if she knew that the one-eyed man had smuggled his 2 illegitimate children into the special forces. Tracy didn't understand what Joseph meant. When she returned to her office, she carefully studied the investigation report of Squad 666. At that moment, one of the employees approached her with important news. He said that the defensive structures in the west and east are strengthened, but in the north and south, they will not be able to do it in 2 days because they have a shortage of people. Then Tracy said that in that case, they should take newcomers, graduates of the 4 higher academies, who should have already completed their internship at the psychiatric hospital. They needed to take everyone who passed the test. However, the man told her that no one had passed the test. All of the students in that year's class had failed their internship at the psychiatric hospital because they had all been traumatized. For the most part, it was mental trauma. The story moves to the demon's lair, where the fox informed her king that the energy waves of the flag surgeons hiding in the aquarium to collect information about people have disappeared. The Titanic turtle and the evil-eyed parrots are also missing. She said that they had all successfully mastered energy concealment, and therefore humans would not be able to detect them unless they were assisted by one of the demons. Then the king gave the girl an order and handed her a map with some signs. Then he asked her something, and he looked very angry. The fox said that the adamantine gorilla had not returned, and the energy of the group of titanic mantises they had sent had also disappeared. Then she understood everything. She decided that the gorilla was the very traitor, and he had completely gone over to the side of people. She obeyed the orders of the master, who said that they needed to get rid of the gorilla before he revealed more information about the demons. The story moves to an abandoned factory. This was the place where the adamantine gorilla was hiding, but by order of the king, it was finally found. They were the 8th-rank demons, the Reaper Mantis and the two-headed wolf. They came to kill the traitor. As it turned out, the gorilla had been expecting their arrival and was ready to fight them. He immediately jumped up from his seat and leaped into the air, intending to strike from above. He used his split skill again and jumped straight at his opponents. At that moment, the mantis used its ability called shadow scythes to deflect the blow. It was a pretty strong technique, so the gorilla didn't manage to land the devastating blow he had planned. As he landed on the ground, a wolf immediately rushed past him. In a moment, both his heads were right behind him. However, the gorilla managed to react and push the wolf away with one blow. At that moment, the wolf switched to the head, which had suffered the least, and grabbed the gorilla by the hand. The gorilla barely managed to fight him off, and then jumped away from his enemies again. He looked at them resolutely, intending to fight to the last. Meanwhile, Jasper, Levi, and the rooster were walking down the street. The demon felt the waves of the 8th-rank demon. Moreover, he was not alone. Then he ran towards the waves again, thinking that since there were 4 of them, they would definitely be able to kill these 2 monsters. However, when he ran to the place where the demons were supposed to be, he felt that the energy of one of them was dissipating. He then used his fast flight ability and flew straight to the abandoned factory. When all 3 approached the doors, a two-headed wolf immediately flew out of them. When the rooster looked inside, he saw that the praying mantises were fighting with the gorilla. He tried to intervene in their fight, saying that they were brothers and should not try to harm each other. However, when he realized that the demons were not listening to him, he decided to use his titanic shell skill. He stood between the praying mantis and the gorilla, telling the brothers not to dare shed each other's blood. The gorilla decided to take advantage of the moment, and with one blow pushed the praying mantis away from itself. The rooster tried to persuade them to stop and resolve everything peacefully, but the gorilla jumped up to the mantis and aimed its fist straight at its eye, delivering a crushing blow. The praying mantis's head flew straight to the rooster's paws, and with his last breath he said that the gorilla was a traitor. The rooster cried out in horror, not believing what his brothers had done. The gorilla leaned on one of his shadow copies and thanked the rooster for his help. The rooster couldn't believe that his fellow 8th ranker thanked him. Then he ran to the gorilla and said that he needed help. When the gorilla saw Levi and Jasper, he said that it must be fate. He was glad to meet his friends again. After this, he stroked the rooster on the head, saying that he also believed that it was possible to peacefully exist alongside people. After that, he headed towards the exit, waving goodbye to his friends. The rooster was horrified. Now he realized that the gorilla was in fact a traitor. He turned to the mantis, trying to explain to him that he was not really like that gorilla. After some time, Levi and Jasper discovered the corpse of a two-headed wolf and decided to roast it over a fire. Jasper said that since the chicken had led them to this delicacy, they should give her 2 heads as a reward. The rooster realized that the 2 did not want to eat the praying mantis, so he should bury it. However, he suddenly realized that he was drooling again. He couldn't understand when he lost his mind and began to be overcome by the desire to eat his fellow humans. However, when the boys called him to them, he looked fascinatedly towards the fire, and he seemed to forget what he wanted to do. The rooster tried to resist his desire, but he couldn't, and he obediently ate both heads. Then he looked at what was left of the mantis. The rooster realized that the drooling was definitely due to genes. It was due to the desire to eat this tasty and nutritious meat. Then he turned to the body of the mantis, saying that his help would be very great, and he would be able to become stronger. After a while, the boys felt that they were full. They decided it was time for them to go back. At this moment, a combat squad of the 8th rank Special Forces unit called Soul entered the factory, and Joseph was among them. They came here because they sensed the energy waves of the 8th rank demons. But now, Joseph couldn't believe his eyes that these guys had killed 3 demons single-handedly. The other members of the squad watched in amazement as their pet absorbed the flesh of other demons and thereby became stronger. While they were talking among themselves, one of the squad members, August, noticed a piece of paper lying on the floor. He picked it up and examined it carefully, at first not understanding what it was. There were several praying mantises drawn there. They were crossed out, and a fox and a crocodile were drawn on top. Soon it was evening, and the gorilla was walking through the city after a hard fight. Although he won, he was so badly wounded that he could barely stand on his feet. Moreover, the mantis's attacks were poisonous, so he felt terrible and didn't even notice that he was walking straight into an open hatch. Shortly after, the gorilla fell straight into the sewer. At first, he lost consciousness, as the depth of the hatch was quite large. The two male kidnappers, who were in the sewer at the time, realized that something had fallen. When they came to the sound, they found a gorilla lying there unconscious. One of them wondered how much the gorilla was worth now. His friend assumed he wanted to sell its meat, but the man said he wanted to send it to the zoo. His partner said it was illegal because capturing gorillas with the green fur mutation is prohibited. If they send him to the zoo, they will go to jail, and then they can use their money. However, the man continued to think that he could make good money from this gorilla. However, he quickly pulled himself together, saying that he wanted to open a sewer cleaning company, not a circus. Soon the boys returned to headquarters. The alarm again reported energy waves of a high-ranking demon. But soon everyone realized that it was a rooster. The rooster was unconscious, and the boys thought she was sick because she ate that praying mantis. At that moment, a combat squad of the 8th Rank Special Forces unit called The Rock came out into the corridor led by Tracy. She told the guards to immediately take these guys away. Levi and Jasper didn't understand what was happening. However, they were soon sent to a special cell for the detention of soldiers. The royal rooster was placed in a separate, special cage for demons. The strongest demon they had ever imprisoned was a rank 7 demon, so the researchers doubted that this cage could support a rank 8 demon. But since the rooster was currently sleeping, they decided to find out later. Then Tracy asked for mental and emotional stability tests to be carried out on these guys, and if they passed them, then they should be kept in custody no matter what. And then she asked to conduct another DNA test and compare it with the DNA of all the Special Forces soldiers. Soon, a 9th rank warrior was sent to the general staff to accompany One-Eye to the capital. Tracy and Joseph arrived at the helipad. The girls said that they were late because they were dealing with 3 unstable and dangerous elements in the unit. She couldn't even imagine that One-Eye would hire 2 mentally ill people behind her back and allow them to walk around the city with an 8th rank demon on a leash. Then the man said that while he was gone, he would leave the city to them. He promised Tracy that he would return very soon. Then he took her hand and said that the city was not with their guys, nor with the security system. So, while he was gone, Tracy would be the city's only hope. Joseph was furious when he saw the one-eyed man reaching out to his niece. At that moment, One-Eye cast a spell, saying that this was the head of his 3 heart dragons. He said that from now on he would protect Tracy. After that, he let go of the girl's hand, and she looked after him, enchanted. One-Eye turned around and headed straight for the helicopter. The story shifts back to the demon's lair. The fox informed her king that the energy waves of the Reaper Mantis and the 2-headed wolf had disappeared. They must have been killed by the gorilla already. However, there was something else. The gorilla's own waves were barely perceptible. He must have been poisoned and was slowly dying. At that moment, the fox smelled something strange. It was a human scent. The king lay in the origami's hands, and the eyelashes felt that there was a human scent on this paper bird. At that moment, the King of Power clenched his fist, breaking the bird. As it turned out, they found out that my national level had left the city, but the fox did not understand why this happened. However, it dawned on her that the ruler had an informant among the people. She bowed politely to him and promised to carry out all the orders that the demon communicated to her in the demonic language. As it turned out, he ordered her to notify everyone about the beginning of the assault. The story moves to a city market where 2 young people were walking their dogs. However, the animals suddenly sensed something and revealed their true nature. As it turned out, they were demons hiding under the guise of pets. When people looked up, they saw that there was something in the sky. Realizing that they were huge demons, they immediately abandoned all their things and ran in different directions. These were 3rd-rank demons. The demon with desire and the 4th-rank demon, the dog of hatred. Headquarters reported that 3rd and 4th-rank demons had been detected on one of the streets. Soon the system reported that demons of various ranks had been detected throughout the city, and everyone needed reinforcements. Tracy and everyone else watched in horror as demons began to attack people all over the city. The girl immediately ordered that combat units be sent to the sites of appearances, and that they be mindful of the reevaluation of demonic ranks, and that they should under no circumstances engage in combat with those of equal rank. All the employees immediately began to carry out the girl's order. Then Tracy realized that the general staff was right. There was a traitor among them. Meanwhile, the demons continued to attack civilians. One of the girls tried to escape, holding her dog named Chumazik in her arms. At that moment, the dog thought he had been a pet all this time, and his owner Elsa was now trying to save him. The owner was always kind and good to him. He lived a happy life. She gave him warmth that he had never felt before. But he had one little secret that he never dared to tell her. He was just a stray dog, and no one wanted to take him in because he was born ugly. And even though he became soft and fluffy, this is how he spent his last 100 years. When the dog realized that his owner was in danger, he immediately decided to take on his demonic form and protect her. The demon swung his clawed paw at Elsa. However, at that moment, Smudge bit his paw. The demon was furious, not believing that his fellow man was protecting the man. Then Smudge said that all the other demons did nothing but laugh at him. But Elsa gave him warmth and care. In fact, Smudge was a 6th-ranked demon, Tiangu. He immediately rushed at his relatives, protecting his mistress from them. Elsa watched in horror at what her pet had become. When Smudge turned to her, she saw that his entire mouth was covered in blood, and there was a 3rd eye on his forehead. When the girl saw this, she shook with horror. Smudge noticed this and let his guard down for a second, but decided that saving the girl would be more important and continued attacking his fellows. He dealt the demon a crushing blow and sent him flying far away from Elsa. Then he turned around to look at the girl again. He saw that tears were welling up in Elsa's eyes, and her body was shaking with horror. Then he rushed towards her. Then Elsa thought that Smudge was going to attack her and, out of helplessness, fell to the ground. She covered her face with her hands and screamed. However, Smudge had no intention of attacking her. Instead, he was going to protect her from the 6th-ranked demon, the 2-headed python, who was about to attack her. When Elsa opened her eyes, she saw that her pet was dealing with a huge snake. However, he was attacked by the 2nd head of the snake. Elsa watched everything that was happening with horror, because she felt very sorry for her pet, despite the fact that he had turned into a demon. She didn't notice that demonic snakes began to crawl towards her from behind. When she turned around, she saw that she was surrounded by 2nd-tier demons, dark pythons. One of them rushed straight towards her, intending to bite her with its poisonous mouth. However, a second before the attack, Smudge appeared in front of her again and cut the snake into pieces with his claws. He was still fighting with the python, but he saw that Elsa was in danger and rushed to her aid. Soon, he struck again, cutting the remaining snakes into pieces. However, one of them remained alive. She quickly ran up to Smudge and sank her teeth into his paw, poisoning his blood. Smudge tried to fight with all his might. He grabbed the snake's body with his paw and crushed it. However, the python's attack was too strong. It began to strangle Smudge, causing him to fall to the ground. Then he realized that now was the time to use his innate ability called Berserk. Waves of energy immediately swirled around him, cutting the python's body into pieces. When he got to his feet, he looked at Elsa, and tears appeared in her eyes. Smudge didn't notice that someone's energy wave was flying straight at him from behind. The blow was so strong that the demon's body was thrown several times across the concrete. When Elsa looked up, she saw that a squad of 7th-rank warriors had come to her aid. When the boys realized that the demon was still alive, they were going to use a spell that would definitely kill him. However, at that moment, Elsa stood up and jumped towards her pet, shouting that they did not need to kill him. She said that even though he was a demon, he saved her, and that's why she begged him to leave him alone. The warriors looked at the girl in surprise, not expecting her to do such a thing. At that moment, a kitsune appeared in the sky. She said that now that they had discovered the traitors, he would not be able to escape. After that, she used the ice spear skill and aimed it straight at Smudge. Elsa raised her head and looked in horror at the ice spear flying towards them. She jumped on her pet, covering him with her body. She said that his mother would always be there for him. However, at the last moment she felt something throw her back. When she looked up, She saw that Smudge had stood up and covered her with his body. Elsa realized what had happened and screamed in horror and grief. The warriors couldn't believe that this 6th-rank demon actually protected her. However, they were more concerned about this anthropomorphic demon that was floating in the air. His very appearance indicated that she was incredibly strong. At that moment, something unexpected happened at headquarters. One of the workers reported that the appearance of a 9th-rank demon had been detected. He said that according to the reevaluation of ranks, only 4 7th-rank warriors were sent there to suppress the 6th-rank demon. Suddenly, he reported that their signal had just disappeared. Then the man said that the closest thing to the 9th-rank demon now was a squad of warriors from the Soul Squad. Tracy was shaking with excitement. She said that she would not allow them to go to certain death, so she ordered to tell them to retreat. However, the man said that they had already set out. He suggested that they did this because of the civilian population in that area. When Tracy heard this, she couldn't hold back her tears. She walked away, thinking that the national rank demon hadn't appeared there yet. She understood that this was just a diversionary tactic, and the checkpoint would be destroyed, and then the whole city would come to an end. She looked at the map, wondering where the Rock and Yanhai squads were now. As it turned out, the Yanhai squad was confronted by 2 rank 8 demons and 3 rank 4 demons on one of the streets. The Rock squad is currently fighting 2 rank 7 demons on Central Street. So, only the Soul Squad remained. Tracy began to cry again, refusing to accept that they would die too. At that moment, Isaac came to the prison where Jasper and Levi were imprisoned. He said that he was releasing them, since they were warriors with the innate bodies of a special forces unit. He said that at such a time, they too should stand up to defend the city. Jasper didn't understand who this guy was and why he appeared out of thin air. Then Levi said that he was the scoundrel who was spying on them. Isaac was horrified when he realized that he had actually felt it all this time. He then opened their door and asked them to come down to protect the citizens, as it was their sacred duty as warriors of the city. However, the system reported that he had entered the wrong password and did not have sufficient rights to re-enter it. Levi understood what he was being asked to do, so he walked up to the bars and easily pushed them apart with his hands. Isaac was horrified when he realized that all this time they could just up and walk out of prison at any time. Jasper asked if they should take the rooster with them, but the protagonist said that the chicken only does what it eats, and they need to kill demons. Isaac followed them outside, saying that they were observers during combat operations and belonged to the reconnaissance group. And now he needed to return to them. However, when he turned around, he saw that the boys were no longer there. He was very offended because he felt that they did not consider him their comrade at all. Meanwhile, the battle continued on one of the streets. Elsa mourned her dead pet, while the Special Forces soldiers suffered defeat in the battle with the Kitsune. The fox chuckled, saying that people at the 7th rank were very weak. At that moment, a healing pill flew towards one of the warriors. As it turned out, members of the Soul Group arrived at the scene. Among them was Morgan, a member of the 8th rank Higher Buddhist Academy. He stated that it was useless to treat these guys since they were already dead. The girl next to him was his partner from the Soul Squad, Lexi, from the Higher Academy of Doctors. She was also an 8th rank fighter. The fox turned her attention to the newly arrived fighters and asked if they too had come here to die. Following his partners, Augustus from the Supreme Taoist Academy appeared on the battlefield. Cheng from Maoshan High Academy also arrived with him, using the skill to seal the demon. He then called upon the Polar Wind's containment formation. The fox managed to jump away from the spell at the last moment, screaming that people are weak but very insidious. She then put up an ice shield in front of her, blocking out the people's spell. After this, she decided to go on the attack and rushed at the people, covering herself with a shield. However, she soon realized that the wind currents were beginning to cover her from all sides. Now that they were relatively safe, Lexi said that they had come here to save people. She rushed to Elsa, who was still mourning her pet, and asked her to get up. Lexi took the girl by the hand and dragged her away from the scene. Despite the fact that she wanted to stay with her pet, Elsa began to cry. But she understood that if she stayed here, she would die. Meanwhile, the fox was trying to get out of the wind flow. She used a spell that caused a powerful shockwave that knocked back all the squad members. When Lexi turned around, she realized their formation had collapsed. Then she turned to Elsa again and told her to run away. When the fox realized that the measly 8th rank warriors were able to hold her back in formation, She realized that she had underestimated them a little. She then decided to immediately use the ice needle skill to condemn the warriors who dared to attack her. At that moment, Morgan put up a golden dome, covering his partners with it. Cheng also used his spells to block the ice spears. Leji came running to his aid, summoning an earthly pill of 9-fold restoration and directing it at the boy. However, the fox said that she would not give them time to recover, and used a skill called Frost on Bones. Suddenly, all members of the squad felt a strange, unpleasant feeling. It was a cold that penetrated to the very bones. August and Morgan, who were under the dome, ran to their partners who were shaking from the incredible cold. Lexi turned around to them and told them to get out of here and save people. When the boys turned to look at the demoness, they realized what skill she had used. They also saw that her snowflakes were passing through their barrier. The fox descended a little lower, asking how they felt about the polar blizzard. She said it was just natural selection, where the less fit die out. At that moment, an alarm was heard throughout the city. People were asking to go to the nearest safe zones and take shelter there from the demons. Levi and Jasper walked down the street, looking at people who were scared to death. Suddenly they met Elsa. They asked if she needed any help. When the girl realized that warriors were standing in front of her, a ray of hope flashed in her eyes. She immediately turned in the other direction and told the boys to follow her. They soon arrived at the battle site. The fox practically sank to the ground with pleasure, watching her opponents writhe in pain and cold. When Lexi saw Elsa come back, she cursed at her, not understanding why she came back to die. When the guys from the squad saw that Levi and Jasper came without their rooster, they decided that these guys would definitely die, since they were now without an 8th-ranked demon. They shouted at them to run away from here quickly if they wanted to survive. Kitsune chuckled, saying that since they had already come here, they should not dare run away. She then used her ice needle skill again and aimed them towards the boys. The squad members continued to shout at them to run away, but the boys stood their ground. When the icicles came too close to them, Levi immediately jumped and intercepted each of them in 1 second. The fox watched in horror as this guy caught all her icicles with such ease. Yet she didn't sense any warrior aura in him. At that moment, Jasper said that this fox had a pretty cute tail. But Levi said that even though she had a tail, she was apparently a human, so they couldn't touch her. At that moment, the fox screamed, saying that humans were pathetic and vile, and ordered them to stop calling her a human, as she was a 9th-ranked demon, a polar kitsune. The main character said that since she is not human, he will take her tail. Jasper asked if it would hurt, but Levi said it was just her tail, so she wouldn't feel anything. The next moment, he was right behind her. The fox didn't even have time to realize it. When she returned, there was only a bloody wound where her tail had been. Levi returned to his friend and gave him the tail. Jasper was delighted, saying that it was very big and fluffy. However, he still doubted that it was the right decision to take her tail away like that. Then Levi said that as soon as Jasper had played with it enough, they would return it to her, and with the help of acupuncture, they would help get it back. The fox was furious and immediately rushed at her offenders, intending to kill them. In an instant, she appeared right in front of Levi's face and used the Ice Blade skill. The squad members watched in horror as everything happened, thinking that this was the end for this newcomer. However, when the blizzard died down, they saw that Levi had grabbed the fox by the hand. The fox realized that she couldn't escape the fight and couldn't reach this guy with her claws. She didn't understand what rank they were. When she noticed that this man was drooling on her, she felt disgusted. She called him a lustful animal and rushed at him with her free hand. However, Levi grabbed her other hand and turned to his friend, asking if he thought the fox was cute. Jasper said she was quite cute, especially her ears. The demoness did not understand why her whole body was shaking uncontrollably. She couldn't accept that she was afraid of this man. Levi then launched a punch, breaking her ice shield and sending the fox flying. The demoness managed to land on her feet at the last moment. She was furious and was about to attack her offenders once again. Now, only the 3 of them remained on the battlefield. The protagonist said that they needed to return the fox to her true form. The demoness was furious and continued screaming that she would kill this man. She then raised her head up, calling to the alligator and saying that she needed his help. At this point, the system informed the protagonist that there was food nearby that could reduce hunger for 14 weeks. She reported that the target was 1,000 meters away. However, a second later, she reported that there were 0 meters left to the target, And when the protagonist looked up, he saw a column of water flying towards him. He put his hand forward, intending to block the attack. However, this time it didn't help him, and his limbs were enveloped in water tentacles. Then they lifted him up and started shaking him from side to side. Soon, a 9th-rank demon, Alligator, came out from behind the wall. He grinned, saying that the fox said that among the warriors below the national rank, she had no opponents, and now she needed his help. The demoness screamed, saying that if they did not kill this man, then the master's entire plan would go down the drain. At that moment, the alligator approached her and hugged her around the waist, saying that he alone would not be enough to ruin their plans. So he suggested to the demoness that they quickly unite, because she herself said that she agreed to do this. He said that his water type and her ice type meant they were made for each other, and invited her to enjoy the sweet feeling of being strengthened. The fox asked why he was so insistent on subduing her, but the alligator said that water turns to ice, but not the other way around, and he just wanted to enjoy the power-up, as he had been waiting for it for a long time. Without waiting for an answer from the fox, he bit into her. The squad members watched everything that was happening in horror, and Augustus seemed to begin to understand something. He remembered the drawing he found in the abandoned factory. He screamed, saying that they can't let them unite. However, the process had already begun, and the fox began to merge with the alligator. Soon, a rank 10 demon, the Lord of the Furious Storm, appeared before them. He bared his teeth and asked if these insignificant people wanted to freeze to death. A moment later, a column of water appeared in front of the boys, and Levi barely managed to jump back, holding his best friend in his arms. However, the demon was even faster, and in an instant he was right in front of the guys. He rushed at them, intending to attack them with his tails. Jasper didn't understand what was happening. While the protagonist dodged the demon's attacks, the system activated a top-tier defensive skill for him called Impenetrable Golden Body. After this, the demon teleported behind the protagonist and dealt him a crushing blow. The system warned Levi that although the demon did not have energy cultivation, it still possessed truly destructive power. But it was not capable of destroying water. The system said that the water environment was the host's worst enemy. But Levi couldn't resist the fact that he and Jasper were falling into the water. The system asked the protagonist to avoid falling into water and dodge water attacks by any means necessary. When the protagonist touched the water, his friend Jasper got out of his arms and looked at Levi in surprise. He watched in horror as his best friend was pulled into the abyss by watery hands. The demon laughed, saying that now it was the end for them. He used a skill called Watery Grave and trapped the two guys in the depths of water and a row. The protagonist quickly rose to his feet and hurried to throw off the water paws that were preventing him from moving. Then he heard his friend's voice and looked at him with concern. Jasper said he couldn't move, so the protagonist said he would help him. Jasper was shaking, clutching the tail he had taken from the fox. The next moment he saw that he and Levi were locked in an ice capsule. The protagonist was furious. The system warned him that he must break the ice coffin before the oxygen ran out. Meanwhile, the story moves to the demon containment chamber where the rooster was kept. However, he no longer looked like a bird at all. He looked like a man with bird attributes and feathers. At first, he didn't even notice that he was in a cage. However, when the rooster realized this, he immediately became angry at Levi and Jasper for locking him in a demonic cage like a normal chicken. After that, he jerked his hands and the cage flew away from him with ease. He could not believe that he was able to throw off his shackles with such ease because the cage was quite heavy. He discovered that he no longer looked like a bird. His wings were gone and he looked like a man. The rooster cried out in terror, saying that he had become a hairless monkey. However, he realized that along with this, he also became stronger. Now he didn't really care that he had become a freak because he had incredible strength. He realized that this was the price that every demon at the 9th rank had to pay. He said that for the sake of the death of those monsters, he would even endure this terrible form, because the power of a 9th rank demon would definitely help him achieve justice. He was determined to take revenge on the two monsters who had been tormenting him all this time. After this, the rooster used his ability of fast flight and headed straight towards them to take immediate revenge. He flew over the city, looking for his enemies, but all he saw were people running in panic. Jasper and Levi were not among them. However, he noticed that something strange was happening in one part of the city. Energy waves of a very strong demon were coming from there. He was sure that these two were definitely fighting him. After that, he rushed in that direction, intending to save his fellow man. Meanwhile, chaos was raging at headquarters, as workers reported that energy waves from a third-rank 9th demon had been detected. Tracy was horrified. Not only had the energy waves of the two rank 9 demons disappeared, but now another rank 9 demon had appeared, and stronger energy waves of rank 10 demons had also appeared. Horrified that this might be the end for their town, she asked the workers if they could contact the shower crew. The guy said that they could contact 2 warriors from the team, since the moment they arrived at the scene, the connection had not been lost. He said that these 2 warriors were the reason why the energy waves of those 9th rank demons disappeared. And now they were confronting a 10th rank demon. Tracy asked for information about the 2 warriors to be displayed on the screen. The girl was surprised when she realized that these were the same newcomers from Squad 666, and their pet demon of the 8th rank was also with them. The girl completely forgot that they had arrested and locked them in prison. However, one of the workers suddenly reported that the cells were empty and all 3 had escaped. He then said that their rank 8 demon had also escaped. But the next moment, he suddenly reported that this third rank 9 demon also had a signal. He is listed under the number that belongs to the 8th rank demon of Team 666. Everyone present could not believe that he had broken through to the 9th rank, but they realized that he had apparently rushed to help his masters. Meanwhile, the rooster arrived at the scene of the battle. The squad's warriors were terrified when they felt the waves of another 9th rank demon. However, they soon realized that it was their friend, the rooster. The rest of the squad members were also overjoyed when they realized that he had broken through to the 9th rank and had come here to save his masters. At this point, the demon turned to his fellow rooster, asking if he was another traitor. But the rooster said that he was not a traitor. He pointed his finger at the ice coffin and said that he had come to kill those 2 monsters. The Storm Lord chuckled, asking how he intended to do that. At that moment, the rooster jumped from his place and rushed straight into the ice coffin, saying that he was going to do it himself. However, he suddenly saw an ice arrow flying straight at him. His reaction was enough to dodge her without receiving any injuries. He yelled at the Storm Lord, saying that they were kin, and he almost killed him. The demon called him a vile traitor. Surprised that he continued to pretend, he thought that the rooster was going to free the 2 from the ice coffin. Then the rooster crowed, saying that he really was not a traitor. At that moment, the demon rushed at him, asking how much people trusted demons. At that moment, the rooster was thinking about something and almost missed the attack of his fellow rooster. The Storm Lord continued, saying that the 4, as soon as they saw him, were immediately glad that he had come here to save his masters. And yet, he continued to claim that he was not a traitor. The squad members realized that they had messed everything up because the rooster wanted to gain the demon's trust, and he failed due to their violent reaction. Then the rooster crowed, saying that he was not really a traitor, but that he wanted to become a demon who would devour humanity. The Storm Lord chuckled when he heard his words. He said he could feel traces of the warrior's aura on him, and it was simply disgusting. Then he rushed at the rooster again, saying that he also wore a collar around his neck. Then the Storm Lord said that the rooster could die, and in that case, he would believe that he really was not a traitor. After this, he jumped away from him and chained him in a watery grave. The rooster realized that the demon was really going to kill him, and so he decided to use his ability of fast flight. However, he realized that he could not break free from the water's grip because it was too strong. The demon screamed using the ability of the hexagonal ice coffin. The rooster responded by using a water wall. The Storm Lord laughed, asking if he really wanted to stop him with water. He said it all looked pretty funny. After this, the rooster used another ability, a shower of needles. The Storm Lord continued to laugh as he saw the rooster using water-type attacks against him. He said that he is the strongest water-type demon and they are useless against him. The rooster then used a skill called an electric arc. At that moment, the Storm Lord's entire body was pierced by lightning. After this, he fell to the ground, realizing that the rooster had used a wall of water and a shower of needles to then shock him. And it had worked. However, he immediately raised his head and laughed, saying that this was still not enough to defeat him. In an instant, he appeared right in front of the rooster and intended to kill him. but the rooster used the ability of the titanic shell to protect its body. After this, the Storm Lord used the skill he had gained from fusing with the fox. The rooster did not expect such a blow and did not have time to dodge. The demon's strength was so great that the blow sent him flying to the ground. He said that the rooster was strong for a 9th rank, but he was just a demon bird. Although surprisingly, he had more than 3 abilities, but he lacked actual combat experience. He said that his death was only a matter of time. However, at this moment, the rooster decided to use another of his skills called intimidating pressure. The Storm Lord felt a strange feeling that made him retreat. At that moment, the rooster used his deep-sea breathing skill, and a huge water whale appeared above them. The Storm Lord didn't understand how a bird demon could possess the innate ability of a deep-sea demon. The water whale hit the demon, and he felt a strong pain in his head. Then the rooster crowed, saying that he really only wanted to kill those 2 people. And the demon lord came at him to fight, and he had no choice but to defend himself. However, the demon did not want to listen to this and immediately rushed at his fellow, intending to kill him. The squad members watched their fight in horror, realizing that the rooster was unable to avoid this attack. However, at the last moment, the rooster managed to use the evil eye ability to stupefy the Storm Lord. The demon found himself in an incomprehensible dimension. The shadows of monsters began to circle around him. He understood that it looked like an illusion. The next moment he came to his senses again and saw with horror that the rooster had cut off his hand with one attack. The demon immediately fell to his knees, saying that the rooster was very strong. He had a great variety of abilities and was unrivaled among the 9th rank demons. The next moment, he rushed towards the rooster, saying that despite all this, he was still a 10th rank demon. He pierced the rooster's leg with a thorn that was sticking out of his hand. With his remaining hand, he rushed straight at the rooster, intending to grab it by the head. With one deft movement, he cut off the demon's head. The squad members watched in horror as their fellow rooster died. The Storm Lord rose to his feet, saying that he was indeed very strong with all his innate abilities. He even felt sorry that the rooster met him on his way. He turned to leave the battlefield, but suddenly he heard a sound behind him. As it turned out, the rooster stood up and used the skill he got from the praying mantis to restore his head. The Storm Lord turned around and looked in surprise as his rival was reborn. The rooster understood that if it weren't for the ability of the second head, which he got from another demon, he would have really died. He was afraid that if they cut off this head too, he would definitely die. He understood that this 10th rank demon was too strong and definitely wanted to kill him. Then he decided that either he would kill him or the opposite would happen. So the rooster rose from his place and immediately rushed to attack. The rooster decided to use another of his abilities called 6 shadow scythes. He began to attack the Storm Lord incessantly with his 6 paws. The demon laughed, saying that he was still just a pathetic chicken. Then he decided to counterattack and attacked him with his spikes right in the stomach. After this, he forcefully kicked the rooster, causing it to fly in the other direction. This attack was quite powerful, but the rooster was able to land on its feet, thinking to itself that it was still a 10th rank demon. The demons clashed again on the battlefield. The Storm Lord was genuinely surprised that this little 9th rank rooster was still able to resist him, a 10th rank demon. The rooster understood that he could not cope with the Storm Lord, and that his end would soon come. When he opened his eyes, he saw that snowflakes had started falling from the sky. In an instant, they pierced his body with 1,000 thorns. The Storm Lord coughed up blood, saying that this demon even forced him to resort to a killing move. However, he did not understand what was happening to him. He felt incredible pain, and his whole body was bleeding. When he looked at the floor, he saw that there was something green in his blood. As it turned out, it was one of the rooster's abilities called Poison Spit. The Storm Lord was horrified, saying that for this he would cut this rooster into pieces. Meanwhile, the protagonist continued to resist the water tentacles that enveloped his limbs. The system informed him that he had a preliminary estimate of 10 seconds left to successfully escape the ice coffin. But his friend Jasper only had enough oxygen for 5 seconds. The protagonist can continue to escape the ice coffin or move to a new location to become stronger and then return. But only in the latter case will he be able to save Jasper. The protagonist, without further ado, chose the option in which his friend would be saved. At that moment, the system informed him that the time flow of this world was frozen, and the protagonist was moving to a new location. The object of his task would be a man named Fabian. He is a descendant of a fire deity, and Levi must return him to the right path. Soon, Levi found himself in a new body. When he opened his eyes, he saw two girls in front of him. There were bruises on their bodies and their clothes were torn. They were crying and begging that they would behave obediently from now on. They were shaking with fear, saying that they would never try to escape from here again. Levi was surprised that once again he had become someone else. The girls, with trembling hands, handed him a whip for punishment. But the main character had no idea what was happening. New memories appeared in his head. Now his name is Fabian. According to his memories, this man did many things that the director told him never to do. At that moment, a man entered the office. It was Victor, the head of personal security and Fabian's bodyguard. He said that they needed to discuss something, since Daryl was already waiting for them at the negotiating table. It took Fabian a second to be right at the door. He turned to Victor, saying that the two women in his office were too naked and injured. Victor thought that these women were too old for the boss, and next time they needed to find someone younger. Then Fabian orders his bodyguard to send these women home. After this, the bodyguard went with him to another room and handed him an expensive suit, saying that his boss should wear it to today's meeting. When everything was ready, Fabian and his bodyguards went outside. The men said that, according to their information, the Eighth Authority had been invited to the meeting, but Fabian didn't care. Victor grinned, saying that, apparently, he didn't even care about the presence of the Eighth Authority. This was what one would expect from their boss. Soon the men approached the expensive car and opened the door for their boss. Fabian climbed into the car and thanked Victor for holding the door for him. The man was shocked. He did not understand why the boss suddenly became so polite. It seemed to him that he had done something wrong. As the men rode towards each other, Victor said that Daryl had invited the authorities only to force them to give up the land. And he asked the boss if he was going to insult him. Another bodyguard said they couldn't give them the land because too many of their guys had died for it. But his partner said Daryl was too well connected, and they couldn't afford to insult such a man. The bodyguards were delighted, realizing that their boss was incredibly unperturbed. As if he didn't care about the presence of the Eighth Authority, they thought that this is how a real leader should be. At that moment, Fabian was thinking about his own things. He was worried that, like last time, he found himself in another world without his friend Jasper, and therefore he was sad. But a voice in his head said that in order to save Jasper, he needed to complete the task here. Namely, return the current Fabian to the true path. He then turned to one of his bodyguards and asked him if he knew what the true path was. The man suggested that it meant becoming a good person. The men began to reflect on the fact that they could never guess what was going on in their boss's head. Soon they arrived at an expensive restaurant. Victor opened the doors to let his boss out of the car. Then he turned around and shouted, asking Daryl what it all meant. He asked why he had brought so many people with him to the negotiations, since they had agreed to take no more than a few people. He suggested that since Daryl had the support of the Eighth Authority, they could use such brazen methods. Then he turned to his boss, saying that he and the guys would quickly sort everything out. However, Fabian stopped them, saying that they shouldn't do that because everything was fine. The bodyguards didn't believe that with so many big guys around, Fabian would just go inside. However, when they saw that not a muscle moved on his face, they immediately respected him. Fabian's bodyguards reflected on the fact that they had always admired their boss, but today he had once again shocked everyone. They soon arrived at the restaurant, and Victor opened the door wide for his boss. There were several men sitting inside, and they chuckled when they saw that Fabian had finally arrived. Among them was that same Daryl. He waved his hand at Fabian and asked him to sit down. Everyone present expected Fabian to sit across from him, but he sat right next to Daryl. The man cursed under his breath, not understanding why Fabian had decided to sit next to him, since he had a weapon hidden under his desk. But it was now completely useless. The Eighth Authority also did not understand what was happening and looked at the guest with distrust. He knew how their negotiations had gone before, and that's why he felt out of place now. Daryl began to suspect that Fabian had figured out that there was a weapon hidden under his desk. Then the main character said that they should bring him something to eat because he was very hungry. Soon the waiters presented him with a whole plate of food. Everyone present couldn't believe that Fabian had actually come here just to eat, since there were supposed to be gang fights going on here. Shortly after the meal, the protagonist thanked Daryl for such a rich table, But the man could not believe that he was really just sitting and eating during negotiations. The men looked at their guest in bewilderment, watching him calmly eat all the dishes on the table. Soon after, the plates were perfectly clean. Once Daryl was sure Fabian was full, he said they could now begin negotiations. However, at that moment, Fabian got up from the table. Daryl thought that this was his way of showing that he wasn't even going to discuss anything and wasn't going to give them the land. After this, Fabian headed for the exit. And this really infuriated the man, who also stood up from his seat and pointed a gun at him, ordering him to explain whether he was going to give up the land or not. In response to this, Victor and the rest of Fabian's bodyguards also pulled out their weapons and pointed them at the man. Daryl said that an 8th authority even arrived for negotiations today, and Fabian is planning to leave like this. However, the main character did not understand what they wanted from him. He turned back to the exit, the one-eyed man heading away, thanking Daryl for such a warm welcome. The man began to threaten him, saying that he would definitely shoot him now, to which Fabian said that it would be quite painful, but the shot would not harm him. Daryl said he definitely had the guts to do it. Then Fabian turned to him and smiled, telling him to shoot him. However, Daryl did not dare to pull the trigger, and he himself began to shake with fear. After this, he admitted defeat and walked towards the exit in disgrace. When he left the room, the 8th authority addressed Fabian and said that for a young man he was quite fierce and brave. However, the main character was not going to listen to him. He once again said goodbye to the men, thanked them for their warm welcome, and headed for the exit. The 8th authority was furious when he did not receive sufficient respect and honor. Soon his accomplices reported that both men had left without paying. And now the 8th authority was the only one left who had to pay for the entire banquet. Soon Fabian and his bodyguards got into the car. The men admired their boss and the way he conducted himself during the negotiations. However, Fabian thought that if Jasper had been with him at that moment, he would have definitely enjoyed being in that room and playing with those men. Then he asked Victor where they were going now. The man said that today the boss had to give a final ultimatum to an orphanage. Soon the men arrived at the flower orphanage. The bodyguards said that this time they had done a good job and were now confident that soon everything here would become their domain. At that moment, a small child peeked out from behind the doors of the orphanage. Seeing the men in front of the entrance, he immediately screamed, calling for the director's help, saying that the bad guys had arrived. Soon, an old woman came out onto the square in front of the orphanage. The little children were shaking with fear and hiding behind her, and the woman herself was crying from hopelessness. She said that this was just a dilapidated orphanage, and she herself would soon die. She just wanted to give these children shelter and beg them to leave them alone. Then Fabian asked her if she needed any help. He said that the situation here is terrible. Much worse than at home, the director said that the situation greatly affects psychological development. The woman was horrified. She thought that Fabian wanted to deceive her and do something bad to the children. Then Fabian said that, in his opinion, the woman would need a lot of money to renovate everything here. The woman continued to cry, saying that she really had no money, but she did not intend to sell the orphanage, because without this place, these children would have nowhere to go. Then Fabian turned to Victor, asking him to bring money here. He said that they would help them. When it was all over, the men got back into the car. The bodyguards asked Fabian why he gave money to the orphanage, to which the protagonist replied that he wanted to become a good person. Meanwhile, something interesting was happening in Fabian's office. 2 of his subordinates took a man captive, saying that he had broken the rules and must now be punished. When he dared to escape, he should have known that this day would definitely come. One of the men said that the boss had been dealing with people like him personally for the past 3 years, and that soon they would bring him to him. The man was horrified when he was told that all he could do was await his death. Then they untied him and dragged him down the corridor straight to the boss's office. They then threw him on the floor and said that they had brought a traitor, and then asked the man what they should do with him. Fabian looked at the man in bewilderment, not understanding how to react. He noticed severe wounds on his body and asked the man if they had beaten him. He then walked up to the man and told him to get up, thinking to himself that if Jasper were here, he would definitely help improve his health with his needles. The man began to justify himself, saying that he did not want to do this. He said that on that day, just as he was about to start, his mother suddenly fainted right next to him, and he had no choice. He had only to take her to the hospital. Then Fabian asked him what happened to his mother. The man said that doctors found she had leukemia. The man burst into tears, begging his boss not to touch his mother, saying that she was seriously ill and did not have much time left. He begged the man to give him a little time to be with her, and after that he was ready to accept any death. One of his subordinates watched everything that was happening with indifference, realizing that Fabian would not agree to this. He himself had been undercover here for 3 years already, and had begun to understand a little about the affairs of the criminal world. He had already realized that Fabian did not care about people. Even if they were his allies, he was extremely cruel to everyone. Soon after, Fabian sent all his bodyguards to the hospital for a bone marrow test to find a donor for the man's mother. They were surprised because they all thought that the boss was supposed to kill the man. But instead, he promised to pay for his mother's treatment. Then Victor said that they were just stupid because they didn't understand that their boss was going to punish his mother instead of him, and that this would be a warning to them all. He was afraid that this time he would not even spare that man's mother. The other bodyguards agreed, finding an incredibly logical meaning in Victor's words. Meanwhile, one of Fabian's subordinates, who was dealing with the man, sat in the toilet despite the fact that other customers asked him to leave the stall, ignoring them. It turned out that the man was Santiago. He was a police officer who had been working undercover for Fabian for 3 years. It turned out that he had received a message saying that his delivery was on site, but he said that he had not received anything and asked her to call him back. He didn't believe that Fabian was actually going to help that man. He had seen too many of his men kill others without the slightest hesitation, and he didn't believe that now Fabian would suddenly decide to show mercy. Fabian was very cautious. Apparently, he knew something. The one-eyed man thought that if the raid was successful, then perhaps Santiago would be able to return home. The man began to suspect that Fabian was not actually going to help him, but instead wanted to harm his mother. And no matter how he tried to dissuade him, the man would not listen to him at all. Soon they all arrived at the hospital. As it turned out, one of the nurses was also an undercover agent. She whispered to Santiago that the target was there. One of the doctors was also working undercover. They all had headphones so they could talk to each other. Fabian said that the man looked very bad, so he needed to change his clothes to meet his mother. That's why they prepared a beautiful white suit for him. When he arrived at his mother's room, the nurse said that relatives could only communicate with the patient by telephone. The man picked up the phone and said that he had finally arrived, at which point the nurse announced over the earpiece that she was ready and was waiting for a signal. The woman cried with joy when she saw her son, and the man also cried, saying that he should have listened to her earlier. He regretted that his life had turned out this way, but now he had no choice. He said that the company was sending him on a long business trip, but they would see each other sooner or later anyway. Then Fabian turned to him, saying that since he was from his company, he would not send him anywhere. Moreover, forcing him to go somewhere far away would be wrong, considering the condition of his mother. Now he should spend more time with her. He said that from that day on, the man would stay here and look after his mother. And during that time, he himself should get some treatment. The man immediately rushed into his boss's arms in tears, not believing that he had truly forgiven him. Fabian patted the man on the back. The bodyguards standing behind him couldn't believe their eyes. The undercover agents reported that they had lost their target, and since the situation had changed, they now had to retreat. Reporters soon arrived at the hospital and said that there was a long line of volunteers waiting outside the hospital today for bone marrow testing and donation. They were all reportedly employees of the largest real estate company in the city. Victor also gave an interview. He said that this whole initiative for testing and donation was taken into the hands of their boss, or rather, their chairman of the board of directors. All of this was organized in order to help the mother of one of their employees who is sick with leukemia. Daryl, who was listening to this news, was shocked. He also learned that Fabian donated funds for the reconstruction of the orphanage yesterday. He could not believe that he was actually hearing all this. Soon, the reporter reported that she had arrived at the shelter that the company was helping. She had personally come here to make sure that the shelter had actually received funds. She was sure that it was all a scam, and she wanted to rip off the hypocritical mask from this criminal organization. She then approached the woman who ran the orphanage and asked if the company had actually donated funds to her orphanage. And the woman confirmed that they had indeed donated money. Daryl found out that $50 million had been allocated for the orphanage. And when he heard that amount, he was furious. When Fabian was left alone, he decided to investigate the computer that belonged to the former owner of this body. As it turned out, he really did a lot of bad things together with his workers. There were a whole bunch of folders on his computer that contained videos of murder scenes. He thought that if Jasper were here, he would definitely be very scared. However, when he remembered his penchant for using needles, he immediately dismissed those thoughts. Then he began to think about how to bring back to the true path the one who had committed so many atrocities. And then he suddenly remembered that the director had said that if any problems arose, he should contact the police. So he decided to call the police station directly. He asked how to bring a person who had conspired with a group of people to do bad things back to the right path, considering that these things were of a criminal nature. The operator told him that in such a case, this person must be legally punished. This is the first thing a criminal must do to return to the true path. She said that accepting legal punishment was the first step towards good faith, and if he had committed any crime, she strongly recommended that he confess as soon as possible, as this could mitigate the sentence. After this, he called Victor to him, saying that he wanted to become a good person. He said that was why he had just called the police. When Victor heard this, he was shocked. Fabian reported that the operator told him that if he had committed a crime, it would be best for him to turn himself in and confess, and that his bodyguard should do the same, since they were all guilty here. He then asked the man what he thought about it. Victor wanted to say that, in his opinion, it was not worth taking such a radical path, and then suddenly realized that in fact the boss was testing his loyalty in this way. That's why he said that the boss is thinking in the right direction, and he will always support him and follow him anywhere. When Fabian asked him to prepare the dinner table for tomorrow for all members of the company and slip a sleeping pill into each dish, Victor decided that in this way he would prove his loyalty with action, and promised Fabian that he would never let him down. The company's employees were very happy when they learned that the boss was inviting them all to lunch tomorrow. However, Santiago was confused. He didn't understand why he was gathering so many people just to eat, and he suspected that something was wrong. Soon, he went to the garden to talk to one of the agents. He informed that this time everyone would be present. The strangers said that last time Santiago said the same thing, but in the end, he used his most serious powers and got nothing. He said that if this continues, it will be very difficult for him to explain all this to his superiors. Santiago said he had been undercover here for 3 years. He left everything behind. His friend, his girlfriend, and his dog. He had nothing left. No cat, no home. He didn't even have anyone to pour out his soul to. Then the man apologized, saying that all this was in the name of justice. With this information, they would soon end all this. Santiago would return to the organization, and they would return his dog to him, give him a cat, and find him a new girlfriend. However, the guy said that he wasn't interested in that, because he had been stuck there for 3 years so that Fabian and his guys would be held accountable under the law. He trusted his intuition, and was sure that this time they would definitely be able to catch him. And one day he would see how these scum of society would receive the punishment they deserved. The day of the banquet soon arrived. All the company's employees arrived at the restaurant and decided to make this evening unforgettable. One of the men became rowdy, not understanding why all the waiters in this restaurant were guys, and started demanding girls. The restaurant manager said that today was the girls' self-care day, so they didn't show up for work, but they could offer guys as waiters. But the man continued to insist, saying that they definitely needed female waitresses. The manager tried to maintain a calm demeanor, saying that it was beyond his power. But he was thinking to himself that the girls hadn't actually come simply because they didn't want to serve these scum. Then the man walked up to him and grabbed him by the shirt, saying that this sounded like an incredibly stupid excuse. Then he swung, intending to hit the man. However, at that moment, Fabian appeared behind him and grabbed his arm, preventing him from striking. He asked the man if he had eaten his food, and he, frozen with fear, answered in the affirmative. Then Fabian asked if he didn't feel anything. The man then replied that he was beginning to feel something, and that his head was spinning, after which he fell to the floor unconscious. Soon, all the other men at the tables felt a strange sensation. Victor said that to avoid suspicion, he would also take a sleeping pill, because he was going to always support his boss. Then Fabian said that they could now surrender to the police. Victor was horrified, but he thought that the boss still didn't trust him and wanted to continue testing his loyalty. At that moment, a policeman came up to him from behind and put a gun to the back of his head. The police said they had received a report that a criminal act would be committed there today, and they had also received a call with a confession from a member of their organization. Fabian immediately waved his hand at them, saying that it was he who called them. He said that he had gathered all the members of the company here so that they too would surrender, and then he would hand over the evidence of their crimes to the police. He pointed to a huge box of computers, saying that all the incriminating evidence on their company was there. The police realized that there was indeed evidence there, but they did not understand why Fabian did this. When they got into the police car, Victor asked his boss if he was still checking him out. One of the young police officers approached Santiago, who was lying unconscious, and said that apparently their boss's conscience had awakened. He decided to put everyone to sleep. He did not believe that he simply had problems with his head. At that moment, a senior employee approached him and asked him to take statements from the restaurant employees, saying that he would deal with this guy himself. He then leaned over to Santiago and told him that the gang had been caught and praised him for his excellent work. Meanwhile, Daryl and the Eighth Authority threw a celebratory feast in honor of Fabian setting up his entire company. They decided that without him, the entire criminal underworld of this city would be in their hands. They began planning how they would divide Fabian's territory. However, at that moment, police officers burst into their house. They pointed their guns at them and forced the men to raise their hands. As it turned out, Fabian's computer contained incriminating evidence against Daryl and the Eighth Authority. The police officer said that the computer also contained incriminating evidence against other criminals. Daryl couldn't believe they had been treated so meanly. As he sat in front of the police, he cursed Fabian to the 18th generation. Soon, Fabian and all his henchmen were brought to court. The judge announced that due to the aggravating circumstances of the crimes, and based on the evidence they had, the leader of the criminal organization, Daryl, was sentenced to death. Fabian was also accused of crimes with aggravating circumstances, but given his active assistance in solving and investigating the crimes, as well as his sincere confession, he was sentenced to death with a reprieve. Meanwhile, Santiago finally finished his job. His partner praised him, saying that he could now destroy the criminal forces that had been poisoning their city for so many years. Santiago asked when he could return to his normal life, since the mission was already completed. Then the man said that they had been inspected to monitor the sentencing and its subsequent execution in Fabian's case. They find his confession too suspicious and assume that he might do something else. In other words, they need someone to follow him in prison and find out what he is planning, and who is covering for him. The man understood that this is quite cruel to Santiago, but the organization will not return everything to him so quickly. The guy said that ordinary people can't handle life undercover. It requires acting skills, a strong psyche, and a cool head, because the slightest carelessness can lead to death. However, for the sake of the future of their city and the safety of the citizens, he agreed to continue to monitor Fabian. The man then said that he would be the only one Santiago could see during his time in prison. He said that for the sake of justice and the safety of the city, he was ready to sacrifice himself. After some time, Fabian and his henchmen were taken to prison, where the leader of the group announced on television that he had indeed drugged everyone and handed them over to the police, saying that he only wanted to make good people out of these men. He was sure that they would be grateful to him, since the director told him that there is goodness in every person. But in reality, everything turned out to be completely different. Then Fabian gathered all his minions in one place and said that he understood their feelings, but they should not thank him, since he was also very glad that they had become good people. Santiago thought that the warden must have a score to settle with this guy, since he locked him up with these guys. But if Fabian died in prison, then he wouldn't need to be undercover anymore. The prisoners agreed to do something when the time for labor began. They armed themselves with spoons and headed out of the prison. The prison gates were guarded by two men who kept a close eye on the prisoners as they worked in the garden. Santiago wondered if he should call the jailers, as he suspected that these guys were going to kill Fabian. At that moment, the main character stood up and called Victor to help him with the plan. A moment later, one of the prisoners jumped up and decided to attack Fabian from behind, swinging a spoon at him. Victor immediately shouted, telling his boss to dodge immediately. His loyalty was unwavering, and the fact that he was sent to prison for life did not waver him in the least, so he immediately rushed to the aid of his boss. However, another man got ahead of him. It was the same worker whose mother had cancer and Fabian had saved her. He stood up for his boss and said that no one dared touch him while he was there. Victor joined him and said that it didn't matter what situation they found themselves in or what tests they had to endure, because they were going to remain absolutely loyal to the boss forever. The remaining prisoners glared at their opponents, angry that the attack had failed. Then they began to attack the men from all sides, at which point the jailers noticed the scuffle and immediately ran up to separate the prisoners. The prisoners ran towards Fabian, intending to kill him. Victor was about to defend his master, but he managed to stand up for himself, and with one deft movement of his hand, threw the attackers straight into a puddle. He said that if they started fighting, his partner might get hurt, so he suggested that the men separate on good terms. Although in reality he didn't care, and he didn't mind playing with them. When the prisoners saw the man's incredible strength, they immediately fell to their knees and apologized for their behavior, saying they would never do it again. 3 years have passed since then. Fabian saved up some money and asked to send it to an orphanage. He said that this is the allowance that he saved during 3 years of correctional labor. He wants to get on the right path and therefore wants to donate it to an orphanage. The other prisoners also held out the money they had been saving for all these years with trembling hands, so that it would go to a good cause. But from their looks, it was clear that this was not a completely voluntary decision. Fabian then turned to Santiago, who was the only one who had not yet given away his savings, as he wanted to keep them to buy food for the cat and dog. Fabian's friends immediately ran up to him and asked how he dared to ignore the boss's orders. Then Santiago said that he wanted to become a good man and handed over an envelope with money. Fabian thought that everyone present had changed for the better, and in theory, this should have put him back on the right path. He really hoped that in this way he would be able to return and save his friend Jasper. However, 3 more years had passed since then, and he still could not return to his rightful body. After some time, Santiago finally found himself a girlfriend, and together they got a dog and a cat. He met with his partner, who thanked him for working so faithfully for the good of the fatherland for so many years. He reported that the department had investigated almost everything. Fabian had not made any attempts to contact the outside world for several years, which meant that he had either been left to rot in prison or no one was going to help him. Santiago, after so many years spent with Fabian, began to think that he really was just a mentally ill person. His partner laughed, saying that after spending so many years in prison, he began to slander people for no reason. 60 years had passed since then. And finally, the day came when Fabian was to be released from prison. Journalists gathered near the entrance to the prison, wanting to capture this legendary moment. A 90-year-old man, a former head of the criminal underworld, leaving prison. A girl immediately ran up to Fabian and said that she wanted to thank him on behalf of the orphanage for helping them all this time. Then the protagonist turned to the system and said that the girl had just called him a good person, and he considered this a sufficient reason to return to his home world. The system reported that although Fabian's character had not changed and he could return to the path of evil, his life was already coming to an end, so Levi could return back. The system reported that the hero would return to his world in 3 seconds. For completing the mission, the protagonist also received a new ability that allowed him to control the flames of the fire deity. The system asked him if he should use this ability to destroy the ice coffin. Without hesitation, the main character decided to use his new skill. A moment later, a flash of bright flame pierced the ice coffin. The Storm Lord watched in amazement as Levi, who had been imprisoned there, broke free from his icy prison, his body engulfed in flames. The demon didn't understand what was happening, as he had never seen such power before. However, before he had time to come to his senses, he realized that the column of flame was flying straight at him. Yet the demon had too little strength to resist, and he simply burned alive. The rooster watched in horror as the 10th-ranked demon was incinerated in just an instant. Then he turned around and saw the protagonist emerge from the fire carrying his friend in his arms. At first, Jasper didn't understand who was in front of him, and then the rooster said that he was their pet and asked not to kill him. The boys didn't understand why the chicken didn't have breasts, even though the director said that girls should have them. Jasper then asked the demon if he could still lay eggs for them. The rooster remembered with horror the day when Levi told him that if he couldn't lay eggs, they would make soup out of him. so he had no choice but to answer in the affirmative. Meanwhile, Dad, after many years, finally returned to his body. He looked around and asked where he was and where the girls they had caught were. He immediately called his bodyguard Victor to him and asked who these two old men were who dared to approach him. However, he suddenly noticed that his voice had become too hoarse. Victor approached him and said that he would not leave him his entire life for the boss. If it were possible, however, Fabian did not understand what kind of old man was standing in front of him. Then he looked at his hands, and then he touched his face. Then he asked in horror what year it was. The girl standing in front of him said that it was now 2080. Then Fabian realized that a whole 66 years had passed. The girl said that although she knew that Grandpa Fabian had done a lot of bad things before, he had now become a good person. The man did not understand why 66 years had passed in an instant, and he woke up as a good person. These thoughts haunted him, and he even began to lose consciousness. Since he was already at an advanced age, this event proved fatal to him, and he fell dead to the ground. Sometime later, his funeral took place, to which they brought his portrait from when he was still young. Victor walked ahead of everyone, saying that although Fabian did not leave any descendants, he would always remain their boss. Meanwhile, in the protagonist's world, the rooster had already returned to its chicken form and obediently jumped into Levi's arms. Jasper, meanwhile, turned to the squad members and said that he was going to heal them with his new technique. Then he saw that Elsa was still crying over her dead pet Smudge, and he asked if he needed help. Levi said that Jasper is a master of acupuncture, so the girl can trust him. After some time, Smudge's entire face was pricked by Jasper's needles. However, to the surprise of everyone present, the demon opened his eyes. Elsa burst into tears of joy when she saw her pet come back to life. But at that moment, the system informed the protagonist that there was high-energy food right in front of him. The protagonist turned to his friend, asking what he thought about it. But Jasper stopped him, saying that Smudge is not beautiful and cute enough to eat. Then they returned to the squad members again. And even though Jasper had performed his acupuncture technique, the boys still hadn't regained consciousness. The boys said that the heat of the flames that scorched them was too strong, and therefore he doubted that he could help them. Then Levi said that all this must have happened because of him. Then Jasper calmed him down, saying that he knew the guy didn't do it on purpose, because he couldn't control the power of his flame. And even though he couldn't help those guys, Levi has become stronger, and now he can save many more people, so they should continue their work. After some time, the squad members finally came to and were surprised to notice that their wounds had healed. They were very surprised because they were sure that in order to heal the attacks of a rank 9 demon, a doctor of rank 10 or national level was needed. They suddenly realized that it was the work of those two newcomers and their pet. August said that although they had not seen the second one in action, their squad was definitely strong. Then all the members of the squad came to the unanimous conclusion that those two guys were truly masters of their craft. And with their help, they would definitely be able to defend the city and fight back the demons. They realized that the two had already rushed to help others, and in that case, they shouldn't hesitate either. They needed to contact headquarters and go to where their help was needed. However, Lexi said that they would not be able to do this because the connection had been cut off. They wondered if something had happened at the control and monitoring center. Meanwhile, the story moves to headquarters an hour before everything happened. The workers were too busy with the signals coming from all over the city. Because of this, they didn't notice that a demonic cockroach was crawling along the wall. Suddenly, Tracy noticed that one of the workers was shaking with terror. The guy said in a trembling voice that they had detected waves above the 10th rank. He then announced that the waves were coming directly from their headquarters. And these words left Tracy in shock. The rest of the workers immediately began to shake with fear, not understanding what to do. They were busy and didn't notice how someone's demonic hand reached straight towards one of the workers. The next moment, the cockroach demon grabbed the guy by the neck and lifted him off the ground. A moment later, he pierced his neck with his claws, causing the rest of the workers to run away in terror. Tracy didn't understand how this demon managed to bypass the Defense Monitoring and Control Center and get in completely undetected. She didn't believe that this demon really didn't have a mind. The cockroach looked at the girl emotionlessly, throwing his victim straight into the wall. After that, he headed straight towards Tracy, who was standing in one place and didn't know what to do. The girl and the demon met eyes. After this, The cockroach immediately rushed at the girl, intending to attack her. He swung his foot at her, intending to deliver a crushing blow to her head. However, at that moment, a golden dragon appeared out of nowhere and grabbed the demon by the leg. The demon didn't expect such a blow, and so Tracy had the opportunity to counterattack him. She kicked him right in the leg and jumped back to the floor. However, the shockwave was still quite strong, so the girl flew straight towards the wall. Tracy knew that if it weren't for One Eye's heart dragon, she would already be dead. Suddenly, her uncle Joseph entered the office and used a skill called fingertip sword dance, aiming it straight at the cockroach. However, the demon was agile enough that he easily dodged all the attacks. Joseph watched as his spell immediately crumbled into tiny pieces. The demon looked at his opponent and grinned slyly. However, Joseph was not going to give up and used another dancing skill. The cockroach hissed in displeasure and again tried to dodge the attacks. However, this time he was not fast enough, and one of the projectiles hit his antennae, tearing them off and causing the demon to bleed. Joseph chuckled at him, asking if he thought that was all he could do. He then used the next skill called spin dance. The cockroach turned around and saw another batch of shells flying at him. After this, a deafening shot was heard, and Joseph saw parts of the demon's body flying out of it. When the smoke cleared, everyone saw that the demon's body had been decapitated. Tracy propped herself up on her elbows to get a better look at the demon's body. She couldn't believe that he was actually dead. After all, if he really is a national ranking demon, then everything can't be that simple. However, she realized this too late, and when she turned to look at her uncle, she saw that the demon was safe and sound and was swinging his leg to hit Joseph. He used the skill and hit the man with a laser, causing him to smash his body through a concrete wall. However, Joseph survived. His ribs were broken, but he was still breathing. However, he did not understand why the demon was still alive since he himself cut off his head. The man didn't understand how long he could hold out. The cockroach didn't wait and rushed at Joseph, intending to launch another attack. Then the man again used a skill called Blade Whirlwind. However, this time the cockroach deftly dodged all the projectiles and they flew past him. A moment later, he was right in front of Joseph and swung his leg, intending to cut off his head. However, at that moment, One Eye jumped into the building through a hole in the roof, using the Thousand Dragon Seal skill, Demon Imprisonment. The fire dragon enveloped the demon's limbs, preventing him from striking. The cockroach looked up angrily, clearly dissatisfied with the fact that yet another opponent had prevented him from striking. After that, One Eye used another skill called Buddha's Dragon Palm, which destroyed the world. This spell shackled the cockroach's limbs, and it could not escape. He then dealt him a crushing blow, ripping off the demon's arm. After that, One Eye used the great information of the 5 transformations, and several beams of power were directed straight towards the cockroach. The demon was worried because he still couldn't move, and the projectiles were getting closer and closer to him. He screamed, intending to break the shackles that held him. But he failed, and all the projectiles hit him straight. One Eye and the others watched tensely to see what would happen to the demon after this attack. Tracy remembered how she had ordered One Eye to leave the city not long before. She said that, realizing the risks of an attack by a national-ranking demon, headquarters had ordered him to leave the city. She said that there were 2 possible options. Either headquarters didn't believe them, or they did believe them, but specifically gave such an order. One-Eyed was furious, not understanding why this happened. Then Tracy said that they nevertheless approved their demands for a replacement for the national rank warrior, so she was inclined to the second option. The headquarters definitely knows about the existence of the national rank demon, but deliberately forces One Eye to leave the city. Moreover, the girl suspected that there was a traitor in the headquarters, and it had to be one of the 4 who could influence the headquarters' decision. One-Eyed asked her angrily what she was planning. After all, if the headquarters knows about everything, then they are sending a warrior of national rank to certain death. He must not be their man. However, it is quite possible that a tracking device was implanted in it. Tracy said that they need the help of a national rank warrior, so One Eye should play along with them and go to the capital headquarters. First, they will wait for the national rank warrior who will arrive here to replace him. And then, halfway through the journey, One Eye will turn back and hurry to the city. However, Tracy had a frightening guess. It was that as soon as One Eye left the city, the demons would begin to attack. in which case it would mean that they were aware of his departure, and the traitor in headquarters and the demons were exchanging information. If they have information about his movements, then it would be logical to assume that they would quickly find their defense center. If it comes down to it, Tracy and her men will be waiting for him there. They will use One Eye's most powerful binding spell and kill him, no matter how tightly he is bound. The girl said that this was the only thing they could do in this situation. At best, they would all just die together. One Eye said that if it was just the three of them, then it would really be the best outcome for everyone. Now, One Eye watched as Joseph struggled to fight the Demon King. With his last breath, he used the five-sword energy transformation spell. Then he extended his hand and bolts of energy poured out. The cockroach watched in horror as these energy waves approached him. After that, his body was enveloped in lightning, and he screamed in pain. At that moment, One Eye looked up and looked at the sky, where thunder was rolling. Lightning struck right on the roof of their building. At that moment, One Eye thought that they needed to kill this demon immediately. He believed that they could actually kill him. A powerful lightning strike pierced the cockroach's body. Everyone present watched in fear to see what would happen next. Because if the cockroach did not die now, then all the residents they were supposed to protect would die. When the lightning stopped, they saw the cockroach's bloody body fall to its knees. There was not a single living spot left on his body. It was charred by a powerful lightning strike. Then Tracy shouted, saying that his ability was to recover. He should be back to normal soon. However, before she could finish speaking, One Eye felt that there was someone behind him. It was the demon. He again looked safe and sound. The blow was so fast that One Eye did not have time to dodge it and flew into the wall. Joseph and Tracy immediately screamed, realizing that One Eye had been badly hurt by that blow. The man understood that due to his injuries, his protective dome of primordial energy could only block 30% of the attack. But this was not enough for even one attack. Then he understood what the drawing meant, which Augustus had given him shortly before. Although the drawing only showed 4 cockroaches, this did not mean that this was the limit of his capabilities. Perhaps he had the ability of unlimited regeneration, and with such a powerful ability, it was simply impossible to kill him. At that moment, the demon jumped on One Eye, intending to deliver the finishing blow and kill him. However, the man quickly got his bearings and jumped away from the blow, rolling behind the cockroach's back. He had no intention of giving up and decided to use the world-destroying Buddha Dragon Palm skill. The cockroach didn't expect the man to be behind him so quickly. When he turned around, he saw that his hand, blazing with fire, was already approaching his face. However, he still managed to dodge, and One Eye was unable to touch him with his hand. The cockroach decided that he couldn't delay and immediately struck the man in the stomach. The blow was so strong that blood began to flow from the man's mouth. But with the last of his strength, he tried to hold back the demon's hands. He then used the demon confinement skill, preventing the cockroach from escaping from his grip. The demon looked with concern at the fire dragons that were approaching him directly. However, he was able to dodge the attack and threw One Eye back into the wall. Joseph and Tracy watched in horror as the fight became so unequal. However, One Eye had no intention of giving up, despite his dire situation. His whole body was shaking, but he still got to his feet, intending to continue the fight. At this moment, Joseph appeared behind the demon, using the spin dance skill. The cockroach didn't expect this, and all the projectiles hit him straight in the head. The one-eyed man decided that he needed to act right now and immediately rushed at the demon using his skill. He defended this city for 11 years and intended to continue doing so until his death. Meanwhile, Levi and Jasper were walking around the city. It was already evening and the sun was setting behind the horizon. Suddenly, the rooster felt that there was a demon power above the 10th rank nearby. He couldn't believe that this was really the legendary king. He decided that if the king had come here in person, it meant that this was the only chance for the rooster to escape from the hands of these two. And although they had become stronger, he could not believe that they would ever become stronger than the king. Therefore, the demon spread his wings and flew out of the protagonist's hands. In flight, he assumed his human form and landed nimbly on the ground. Then he took the protagonist by the hand and said that there were people nearby who needed help. At that moment, the system informed Levi that there was high-energy food nearby that could reduce hunger for a whole year. So the protagonist's eyes immediately lit up with delight, and he ran to meet his prey. He immediately picked up his comrades and rushed towards the food that would satisfy his hunger for such a long time. They soon arrived at the building, and the protagonist informed her that she was there. But Jasper did not see anyone there who might need their help. After this, a deafening explosion was heard in the building, causing Jasper and the rooster to flinch in fear. A moment later, One Eye fell to the ground and rolled right at the boy's feet. Jasper recognized him as the same good man who had once trusted them, while the roosters still continued to sense the powerful aura, realizing that it definitely belonged to the king. Jasper immediately ran to meet One Eye, saying that his acupuncture would definitely help him. However, the man turned around at his friends and shouted at them to run away from there as fast as they could. However, Jasper didn't have time to react, and the cockroach flew out of the building, intending to attack him from above. He kicked him straight in the back, sending the boy flying to the side. The protagonist watched in horror as the demon hit his friend so hard that he was sent flying with incredible force. He immediately ran up to grab his friend and prevent him from hitting the ground. When he sat down on the ground with Jasper, he saw that blood was coming out of his mouth and he was in very bad condition. This sight enraged the protagonist, and he intended to take revenge for what had been done to his friend. Meanwhile, the rooster rejoiced, realizing that now he would definitely be able to get rid of these two people and would never have to lay eggs again. Then Levi turned to his friend and told him to be patient for a little while, promising that he would soon take him to the director and he would definitely be able to help him. Then he rose to his feet and looked menacingly at the cockroach that stood not far from him. In an instant, he was next to the demon, not giving him a chance to come to his senses. His eyes were blazing with rage as he delivered a powerful punch straight into the demon's face. The blow was so strong that the cockroach flew off somewhere to the side like a football. The protagonist looked after him with indescribable fury. The rooster and One Eye looked at everything that was happening in bewilderment, not believing what they had just seen. The cockroach quickly recovered from the blow and flew up to the guy, intending to hit him even harder. However, the protagonist looked on indifferently as the fist of a national-ranked demon approached his face. Everyone present on the battlefield couldn't believe that Levi would be stronger than a national-ranked demon. The cockroach didn't even have time to react to the fact that his blow was so easily intercepted, when he suddenly noticed that the protagonist's fist was approaching his face again. Levi delivered an even stronger blow straight into the demon's face. With this blow, he slammed it into the ground, causing it to crack into many small pieces. However, the cockroach was not going to give up, and immediately broke free from the main character's fight, ending up right behind him. He raised his leg, intending to hit him in the back. However, due to the incredible feeling of rage, the protagonist's agility was at its limit, and he heard a cockroach that moved behind his back. Therefore, it was not difficult for him to dodge his attack, as well as grab his leg and forcefully slam him into the ground. Then Levi hit him with his other hand right in the stomach. However, the cockroach used its teleportation skill again and appeared right behind the main character. He raised his fist, intending to hit him in the head. However, Levi was faster than him. He immediately rose to his feet and intercepted the cockroach. He grabbed it by the neck and lifted it off the ground. The protagonist was filled with rage, so he squeezed the hand that was on the demon's neck with all his strength. The next moment, his head fell to the floor and blood gushed out of his body. The rooster watched everything that was happening in horror, not believing that Levi was a human being. One Eye was also perplexed as to what was happening. But the realization came to him that this demon was not an opponent for Levi at all. The demon continued to use his revival skill and attack the hero again and again, but he continued to kill his copies one after another. The one-eyed man understood that although Levi lacked combat skills, the strength of his attacks, defense, and movement speed were higher than those of a national-ranked demon. And if this creature did not have the ability to constantly recover, he would have died long ago from Levi's blows. At that moment, Joseph and Tracy came out of the building, supporting each other, as they were both badly injured. When they saw what was happening outside, they screamed in horror. For a second, the protagonist let his guard down, and that was enough for the demon to land a powerful blow to his stomach. The protagonist leaned away from the cockroach, catching his breath a little. One Eye understood that Levi had already killed this cockroach more than 100 times, but its limitless regeneration prevented him from finishing it off completely. The protagonist jumped, intending to strike the cockroach again. The blow was very strong, and another copy of the cockroach was dead. but the next copy was already ready and hovering right behind the main character. At that moment, the one-eyed man decided that, unfortunately, Levi would end up being the loser. The protagonist didn't have time to react to the next attack, and the demon threw him with a powerful blow straight into the wall. At that moment, a system warning sounded in his head, informing him that the carrier's energy and power were almost depleted and would be temporarily unavailable in 10 seconds. Levi rushed recklessly towards the demon, gathering all his willpower. He condensed the flame control skill, destroy the demon. He put his life on the line for success. Then, the system congratulated the owner on the successful use of the flame control skill and informed that he can now use the first-level coal flame chain based on his willpower. Sensing Levi's attack, the cockroach sensed danger, and the system's voice rang out again, congratulating its owner on instinctively acting and successfully removing the seal to use the second-level flame from bone ash. The demon became increasingly panicked as Levi's attack intensified, and the system's voice rang out again, congratulating the master for moving forward and successfully removing the seal to use the third-tier demonic original flame. The moment the combined attack engulfed the demon, he felt himself close to death, something he had never experienced since becoming a demonic creature guarding the city. It turned out that Levi had completely destroyed the seals by successfully using the fourth-level Earth Flame Explosive Soul. The moment he dealt the final blow to Jasper, the system warned that the host's strength was exhausted, and he could no longer use internal energy cultivation techniques. The cockroach was engulfed in the flames that Levi had just released, which did not cause any external harm to his body, but was extremely unpleasant, invading his soul and completely incinerating it. Although the demon had the ability to be reborn endlessly, he could not change one thing. A dead soul could not be revived. It was dead forever. The rooster, standing on shaky legs, collapsed to the ground, no longer feeling the energetic force of the great king. His whole body shuddered from the realization that the great king had been killed by this evil man. Looking at Levi passing by, he felt a destructive aura emanating from him. Trembling with fear, the rooster was so frightened that it reverted to its original form, not daring to move as Levi approached Jasper. Suddenly, a voice from the system rang out, causing Levi to become confused. The man in front of him lost his vital signs, stopped breathing, and his heart stopped. Levi walked up to Jasper and shook him, his voice full of concern, calling for Jasper to wake up, not wanting to believe the system's message about Jasper's death. He remembered the director telling him not to listen to that voice, but the system angrily repeated in Levi's head that Jasper was dead. Even his brainwaves quickly disappeared. Tears welled up in Levi's eyes, and, ignoring the system, he called Jasper's name over and over again, reminding him of their promise to always help him grow and to remain good friends forever. In Levi's eyes, Jasper was a man who would not lie to him. Looking at Jasper's cold, lifeless body, Levi remembered how, as a child, the director took him by the hand and brought him to a mental hospital. The director told Levi that from now on it would be his home, and that he might be a little scared because the people there were not normal, except for him. Looking at the white-haired young man who was about to prick another patient tied to a tree with needles, Levi asked the director about him. The director suddenly shouted angrily that they were not normal. He went to untie the tied man, ordering the staff to take the white-haired man away. The white-haired youth shouted loudly, insisting on doing acupuncture and learning the technique of moving into lunar orbit, claiming that he would succeed. His words aroused Levi's interest. The principal then took Levi to room 666, telling him to come to the principal if he needed anything. Levi asked where his mother was, and the principal replied that his mother had gone abroad for work and he should understand her busy schedule. Seeing that the boy was left alone in the hospital room, the nurse asked why the director had given him a separate room, since the hospital was short of beds. Before entering, Levi turned around and asked the director to prepare temporary cultivation tools, a vegetable knife, a welding gun, and an iron hammer for him. When he asked for a hammer, the nurse finally understood why the director had given him a separate room. Thus began a long series of days during which Levi mentally tormented everyone present, was repeatedly taken to intensive care, where he practiced his skills with an iron head and sometimes cut his own neck. He was taken to intensive care after breaking his leg while practicing his iron leg skill. Another time, he was taken to the emergency room when he lost consciousness from holding his breath on the toilet, and his heart stopped. In another hospital room, a white-haired young man was no better off, and hospital staff came to take him away because he was practicing acupuncture on other people without permission, causing them to foam at the mouth and lose consciousness, forcing staff to rush the victims to the hospital. After some time, one patient was tormented by convulsions caused by acupuncture. Another similar case resulted in the victim of his acupuncture becoming partially paralyzed and being hospitalized. Realizing that this guy was too dangerous and could threaten the lives of other patients, the director decided to tie his legs with chains and lock him in a ward. With an innocent, harmless smile, Jasper assured them that he would not cause any more trouble and asked to be released. The director sighed, noting that Jasper's face was perfect for a con artist, which is why the staff always tried to persuade him to let him out. Seeing that the employees were standing still, admitting their mistake, the director sighed and decided that he needed to find subordinates for the one-eyed man, some strong martial arts master with a unique ability to hypnotize. Once hired, the employees would allow him to lightly hypnotize them into looking at Jasper as an old, feeble man. This was the only way to prevent them from being fooled by his persuasive abilities. The one-eyed director would no longer have to worry about employees being fooled by Jasper. Meanwhile, while watching Levi, two exhausted hospital staff fell asleep right in the garden. Jasper sat chained and sad in his room. Suddenly, he heard a noise outside the window. Confused, he looked outside and saw Levi standing on a chair, peering inside. They looked at each other intently and quickly found a common language. The hospital staff prevented them from doing what they wanted. Levi asked Jasper if he could teach him acupuncture cultivation. Jasper happily replied that he could help him. Levi happily said that the acupuncture he practices on him helps him develop, and he can practice too. Jasper, pleased that he had found someone willing to give him the opportunity to practice, asked Levi to call him Jasper from now on. And they promised to always be good friends and help each other grow. When the two guards watching Levi woke up, they discovered that he was missing. As it turned out, Jasper had already performed acupuncture on the boy. When they arrived at the hospital, they found Levi unconscious on the floor with needles sticking out of his head. Jasper sat in his room and thought that after this incident, Levi would no longer look for him. However, after some time, Levi returned, showing Jasper that he had recovered and wanted to continue acupuncture treatment. Levi also stole and brought him acupuncture needles. Overjoyed to see Levi, Jasper laughed loudly and told Levi that they would remain good friends forever. Levi told Jasper that the last time he helped him with cultivation, he thought it was very effective. Jasper, pleased that his skills were recognized, promised to always help Levi. Levi told Jasper that after the 13th injection, he thought he saw a bridge with a beautiful white-haired woman waving at him from it. Jasper stroked his nose, deep in thought, and said that it seemed like his moon bridge transfer technique needed more research. After the acupuncture treatment, Levi passed out again. But Jasper continued to ask Levi when he would come next. Levi continued to go to Jasper for acupuncture, and Jasper admired the butterfly clip in Levi's hair. Hearing this, Levi took it off and gave it to Jasper, saying that the nurse gave it to him. And although it was beautiful, Jasper was his friend, so he would give it to him. It was the first gift Jasper received. He tied it to his ponytail and asked Levi if it was handsome. Jasper thanked Levi for the gift and said that he would keep it carefully. Holding acupuncture needles in his hands, he wanted to repay Levi in kind. The translocation technique he had researched had now been upgraded to the soul translocation technique. Jasper was full of spirit and confident that this upgraded version would make Levi stronger. He quickly inserted 3 needles into Levi's head. After Jasper performed the technique, Levi felt like millions of galaxies were swirling around him. But after the 13th needle, hospital staff sent the unconscious Levi back to intensive care. When the director learned that the staff had failed to monitor Levi's condition for the 8th time, they were dissatisfied. They complained that they did not have enough people to provide constant 24-hour monitoring, which was truly tiresome. The 2 exhausted guards watching Jasper's room also spoke up. They said that if they weren't paying attention for even a minute, the 2 would meet and do acupuncture. To prevent this, they suggested to the director to assign different guards, since everyone was exhausted from working day and night. The director also had no solutions. He calculated that there were not enough people, one-eyed if they could not stop them. Maybe it was worth placing them together and just keeping an eye on them at the same time. Jasper boasted to the director that he had found someone willing to let him practice acupuncture on him. He placed both of them in room 666, warning Jasper that they must live in harmony and not disturb others. The director accidentally let it slip that if the dangerous Jasper accidentally killed Levi, it would solve the problem. The employees were horrified by the director's words, and he backed down, saying that he did not mean to hurt anyone. One of the employees asked if they should be separated, but the mischievous director waved his hand dismissively, saying that there was no need. Seeing that Levi had woken up, Jasper happily informed him that the director had given them permission to stay together, and that they no longer had to meet in secret. Both were happy that they would be able to study together without interference. The guys vowed that they would remain best friends forever. But in the present time, tears were streaming down Levi's face. He was hugging Jasper. His voice was filled with sadness. He was begging Jasper to wake up quickly, believing that he had deceived him. Jasper lay in blood. Suddenly, his painful voice was heard, asking whose steps these were and who had offended him. He screamed in agony, calling for Levi. There was a series of incoherent, disjointed sounds. Then everything went silent, and Jasper remained motionless, his eyelids suddenly twitching. Levi was delighted to hear the system inform him that his vitality was being restored, and he was coming to his senses. When the words faded, Jasper opened his eyes and called Levi's name in confusion. Levi smiled with satisfaction and told the stunned Jasper that he knew he wouldn't deceive him and had always believed in him. The system spoke, explaining that it wasn't a matter of deception but of faith. It advised the owner to be more reasonable, noting that Jasper had died and returned to life, meaning his personality was clearly not ordinary. Even a system as powerful as this one had made a mistake in deciding that Jasper had deceived it. The system declared that it was tired of dealing with two weirdos, warned of the risk of a system failure, and began self-diagnosis. Jasper sat there in a daze for a moment. Then he suddenly remembered with indignation how he told Levi that someone had kicked him so hard that it hurt. Jasper rushed to hug Levi, complaining of pain and asking him to avenge him. Levi pointed to the dead copies of the demon and said that he killed it many times to avenge Jasper. The rooster looked ahead with narrowed eyes, drenched in sweat, and silently thanked all the gods that the evil man had not yet died. Otherwise, the madman Levi could have destroyed him too. Jasper's eyes darted around, searching for the other eye, wondering if it was okay. While they were distracted, the rooster ran off to clean up the corpses for the Demon King, fearing that the two evil people were too disgusting. If they noticed him, the Demon King might not have a single body left. The rooster hurriedly used his wings to dig a large hole in the ground and bury the cockroach's body. Jasper enthusiastically approached the one-eyed man and offered to cure him with acupuncture. The one-eyed man, seeing Jasper unharmed, could not understand how he managed to survive the powerful blow of the demon. Levi tried to convince the one-eyed man to trust Jasper, saying that he was really strong and could probably cure him. But the eye refused in fear. The rooster, digging the ground, looked back, having almost finished burying it. Then he noticed an ant and, surprised by the white color of its eyes, wondered if it was dead. Without thinking, the rooster pecked the ant, tossed it up and swallowed it whole. The Demon King's soul was outraged when he saw the rooster's action. Although the evil spirits found this scene familiar, thinking that most of them had ended up the same way, they watched as the carefree rooster stroked the Demon King's grave. The rooster apologized, saying that he didn't know that the evil man was stronger than the Demon King and didn't want to bring him here to die. After lamenting for a while, the rooster sighed and suddenly remembered that he didn't know the Demon King's true form because he was too weak a beast spirit. The Demon King's soul screamed furiously, the flames of rage blazing brightly, calling the rooster a shameless chicken for eating his true form alive. The rooster wondered what the king's true form was, because he had been too weak before and had never seen such an important person. The fox tried to calm the Demon King down, saying that although he had devoured his true form and caused his death, he should not think about it anymore. The naive rooster remained unaware of his crimes, but suddenly he felt a chill down his spine, as if he heard icy voices cursing him. In horror, The rooster did not understand what was happening. Energy, like an erupting volcano, was seething in his body, causing excruciating pain. The spirits thought that the rooster was about to join them. But instead, they saw him writhing on the ground and screaming in agony. Contrary to their expectations, the rooster successfully raised the level again. One Eye watched in shock as the rooster leveled up, becoming a national rank demon. Jasper, seeing the rooster flying in the air, said that therefore he too could fly. He was afraid that the flying chicken might not return. But Levi reassured Jasper, saying that he was not going anywhere. Levi called to the rooster, calling him to come down. The arrogant rooster, now at the level of a city lord, thought that he had risen to the same level as the former demon king. He lunged at Levi, intending to attack, but to everyone's surprise, the brazen chicken cowered, allowing Jasper to hold her down. The rooster realized that despite his new status, he would not be able to defeat these two evil people who even killed the demon Cain. The one-eyed man was once again horrified to see a city lord-level demon voluntarily become a pet for these two. They not only killed the city lord-level demon, but also forced him to become their pet. Having calmed down, Tracy led the group after Levi and his companion. She thanked them for saving Yanhai. Outside the city, a group of 9th-rank experts, exhausted from the intense battle, successfully dealt with the demons. Even the most powerful demons lay defeated. Fortunately, the human crew remained unharmed and quickly treated the wounded they found along the way. Finally, a temporary calm returned to Yanhai. Tracy joined the group chat offering condolences to the victims, and they observed a 5-minute silence in memory of the unfortunate victims. The next day, Tracy was seen dozing by the one-eyed man's hospital bed. He advised her to rest and work later. Noticing that One Eye had woken up, a tired Tracy spoke up, saying that she had been waiting for him to wake up because she wanted to tell him that although the demon attack on the city had passed, the danger they faced was not over. One Eye asked if she had informed Tracy about the internal high-ranking traitor. Tracy only noted that it was quite possible that after One Eye left, the demons would attack the city. He needed him to come and cooperate with them to complete the formation to fight the city lord-level demons. One Eye praised Tracy for her caution even towards her own uncle, admitting that it was no surprise that she had become the headquarters strategist. Tracy thought it would be better if fewer people knew about it before there was enough evidence. The one-eyed man reminded Tracy to warn Joseph to be careful. Tracy continued, explaining that she had coordinated with the martial arts master directors to perform surgery on her uncle, removing a cutting-edge monitoring device from his body that could not be detected nearby, but which could reflect signs of his life. One Eye said that this level could be explained as monitoring the safety of the city lord's life. The tracking function could only be used for escort purposes, not as evidence that the demons had colluded with the traitor. It could even be approved by high-ranking authorities as a normal security measure. Tracy insisted that they needed to gather enough evidence before reporting to headquarters. One Eye suddenly remembered that he wanted to ask about the group with Levi and the city lord-level rooster and how they were treated. He was shocked when Tracy said that she temporarily invited them to the mental hospital. Only these two could suppress the city lord-level demon, so she had to let him follow them. One Eye winced, looking tense and asking Tracy if she knew everything. Tracy explained that initially, when the demons attacked the city, she locked them in the observation room, intending to settle everything with him. She believed that unstable mentally ill people would not be able to use their expert abilities, which would be too risky. But now she felt lucky that he secretly recruited them, and thus Yanhai was saved. One Eye breathed a sigh of relief after hearing Tracy's words. She noticed that the group chat was discussing Levi and Jasper, even though they were mentally ill. With the support of a city lord-level demon, they had tremendous combat power. They must find a way to use them. Tracy thought that although there was some risk, their current strategy was worth the risk. She needed to visit the mental hospital and find Director Sean to understand what state they were in. Although it might come with some risk, One Eye was pleased to see that Tracy recognized the two of them. Tracy decided to hide their status as mentally ill. She wanted to secretly contact Director Sean to delete the information related to them, using the influence of the Kim family and the concealment of information by Hawk. In the entire land of dragons, only a few would be able to investigate them. Suddenly, One Eye grabbed the wound on his stomach painfully. Tracy ran to him anxiously and asked if the wound had opened. They saw with horror that vines were growing from the open wound. Tracy quickly went after Chandler and martial artist Sage. They administered first aid to the one-eyed man and placed him in a glass cage. Chandler, the head of the research team, said they managed to temporarily use energy to stop the vine's growth, but its roots had reached the internal organs, making removal impossible. Medical expert Sage continued, saying the seed appeared to have pierced him, intending to destroy the enemy's body from the inside. Sage suspiciously asked Tracy if this was the innate ability of the slain City Lord-level demon. Tracy decided that it was not, as the creature was constantly suppressed by the formation's attacks. Sage wondered where the old man encountered the attack. Inside the glass case, the one-eyed man pressed the button of the device, wanting to contact the outside world. Seeing this, Chandler asked his assistant to activate the communication device. One Eye explained that the attacker was a level 9 expert sent by headquarters to escort him, but his abilities exceeded level 9. When he hurriedly returned to defend the city, he had no choice but to use a special technique to force him to find his way to the headquarters on his own. As he turned around, a man suddenly pounced on him. The attacker turned out to be a level 9 expert from headquarters named Sam. His comrades died fighting the demons. Although Sam was a Taoist cultivator, he later used his special innate plant-based abilities to fight. One Eye remembered how after he blocked Sam's attack with his Buddhist defense, vines suddenly appeared from below, piercing his stomach and causing him to immediately cough up blood. The one-eyed man was puzzled as to how a Taoist cultivator could simultaneously use special innate abilities based on plants. The old man then said that he was invited to humbly return to headquarters. Everyone present was horrified when they learned the truth. Chandler said doubtfully that according to research data, experts with special innate abilities that awaken cannot use internal energy. He did not understand how innate abilities could coexist with the cultivation of internal energy. One Eye continued to explain that, combined with his special plant-based innate abilities, Sam's strength had surpassed the 9th level, reaching the level of a city lord. One Eye had no way to retreat and was forced to use a fatal blow to destroy it. Sam's body fell into a protected forest outside the city. Tracy screamed frantically that Sam's body was the key piece of evidence and they had to find his remains. Tracy pointed to the map, ordering a squad of spirits to explore the sacred forest area outside the city where the team of celestial engineers had sacrificed themselves. Based on the one-eyed man's description, he was most likely located there. But he felt the energy waves of a 7th-level demon. Tracy guessed that it might be the reserve forces of the demons that attacked the city this time. Although they had wiped out the main forces of demons in this area from the 8th level to the city lord level, they probably left behind reserve troops, perhaps camp-type demons. There were quite a lot of them left, and they could not be underestimated. Since Team Yanhai and Team Rock were seriously injured in the recent battle and had not recovered enough to ensure safety, Tracy decided to send Team Soul to scout and search for the corpse in the forest. Team 666 would accompany them for protection. The squad felt a boost in spirit when they were assigned this mission with Team 666. Tracy nodded in agreement, saying that she would talk to them first. She also reminded them that the situation with One Eye was a high-level secret, and everyone had to be careful. As Tracy was about to leave, she asked Lexi if there was a way to work with the other experts to safely remove the vines from the one-eyed man's body. Lexi hung her head in disappointment, saying that they had tried everything possible but felt hopeless. With a dejected expression, she said that they tried and confirmed that it was caused by the power of an innate ability above the 9th level. Perhaps a 10th level expert or a city lord level expert would be able to destroy the vine's life force without harming the single eye. Recalling the predecessors of Team 666, Lexi excitedly told Tracy that their team was previously attacked by a 9th level demon's innate ability and almost lost all their fighting power. But Team 666 saved them all. Not only did the innate ability disappear, but the wounds were completely healed. If the two predecessors of Team 666 take action, they might have a way out. Tracy listened with a satisfied expression as Lexi told her story. Having experienced it herself, Tracy immediately went to the mental hospital to meet Levi and Jasper. Jasper patted his chest confidently, stating that his universal method of acupuncture and energy transfer was highly skilled and definitely capable of curing the one-eyed man. Levi stood up for his friend, saying that Jasper's acupuncture was very powerful and could definitely save people. Hearing the assurances of the two madmen, Tracy breathed a sigh of relief. She believed that they would definitely be able to cure the one-eyed man and gave a thumbs up to the director sitting in the distance. Tracy decided that the communication method used by Director T was effective. She handed the director a contract in which she promised to take on all risks and included a formal employment contract with salary and benefits for both of them. She assured the director that she would pay according to department standards, leaving Levi and Jasper to play with chickens on the sidelines. Tracy told the director that if he agreed to cooperate with Kim's family to cope with their mental illness, he could sign the contract. Tracy was puzzled when she saw the director searching for something in his jacket. The director pulled out a pre-prepared waiver of liability and indemnification that he wanted Tracy to sign. She was wary, but the director explained that this was a precautionary measure so that she would not regret what she had done later, and called on her to understand as a reasonable leader. After listening to him, Tracy signed the papers and expressed her understanding. Then she asked the director if it was possible to cancel the contract after signing it, regardless of the further development of events. The director smiled happily and assured her. Tracy rushed to take the two patients back to headquarters. Director Sean felt uneasy, sensing that he might be at a disadvantage, but he dismissed the thought as an illusion. Noticing that Tracy was in a hurry, he asked if she had an upcoming assignment, and Tracy confirmed that she did. At headquarters, Jasper pressed his face against the glass, greeting the one-eyed man and terrifying him. One-Eye's entire body was covered in goosebumps, and he gave a signal to Tracy. Jasper explained that his universal acupuncture method was powerful and required immobilizing the one-eyed man. The poor one-eyed man was tightly tied and screaming, wanting to speak. Jasper told Tracy that silence was essential during acupuncture to avoid medical problems, and insisted that everyone cooperate and gag One-Eye. Now, even his mouth was closed. While the one-eyed man lay motionless, Jasper anxiously prepared for the acupuncture procedure. Sage noticed how the one-eyed man's body was shaking and felt that something was wrong. It seemed to him that Jasper was trying his best to avoid the acupuncture. He then looked at the rooster in Levi's hands, assessing its strength. Jasper approached the one-eyed man with the needle with a dangerous smile. The one-eyed man, unable to speak, internally cried out for help. After acupuncture was performed on his entire head, the one-eyed man quickly lost consciousness, and the monitoring staff urgently reported that muscle spasms were observed in the leader's body, and his temperature was rapidly dropping. When Tracy inquired about the one-eyed man's condition, Jasper assured her that everything was within normal limits. Levi supported Jasper, stating that he had never deceived anyone before. A panicked employee told them that the leader's pulse had disappeared. Tracy tried to contain her anger, but Jasper said that there was no problem. Levi echoed his words, saying that if Jasper said there was no problem, then there shouldn't be one. The monitoring officer then reported that the leader had stopped breathing and his heart had stopped beating. Sensing Tracy's murderous intent, Jasper repeated that there was no problem, although he didn't know why that was the case. The employee, pale with fear, stuttered that it looked like the man had died. Tracy felt like her world had collapsed in an instant. She and Sage burst into tears as they looked at the one-eyed man. Jasper whispered to Levi that he had killed someone who trusted him, and Levi consoled him by suggesting that it might be due to the severity of the injury to his only eye. The assistant, noticing their whispers, suspected something was wrong. Then he exclaimed in surprise that the chief's heart and breathing had been restored. This news came as a lifeline to Tracy, who had been devastated just minutes earlier. Sage noticed that the leader's body had come to life. Jasper felt relieved, and Levi praised his friend's impressive skills. The one-eyed man, immersed in a deep sleep, showed signs of life, and his condition gradually improved. The monitoring center was updated, and the assistant announced that the national-ranked demonic beast would become a companion pet. It was an impressive update that increased Team 666's overall rating. Tracy believed that the energy wave of a national-rank beast was impossible to hide, and upgraded the system, knowing that if they tried to hide it, powerful experts would be even more terrified when they discovered it. Upon reflection, Tracy realized that their decisions were being influenced by an inner traitor. He secretly left Yanhai, but now he successfully confronted a national-rank beast. She updated Team 666's news and used a national-ranked companion beast to draw attention to herself, trying to hide Levi and Jasper's strength. She knew that eventually their strategies would be revealed, and they would become key in the fight against the mysterious traitor. Soon, the squad headed to the forest area on the outskirts of the city. Levi, the rooster, and Jasper looked bored, and Lexi and August followed behind, asking if the brother rooster would like to eat the insects they brought. The rooster, inwardly indignant, decided that he could not be bribed with small pleasantries and vowed to avenge his kind. Oblivious to Morgan and Chang discussing their plan of action, Lexi and August playfully tried to lure the rooster with insects. Chang asked them to stop disturbing the elders and the rooster, then said that the demon camp was right ahead. The group fell silent and continued searching in the forest. Jasper, worried that Levi would get tired carrying the heavy rooster, offered to take it on himself. But Levi refused, fearing that Jasper might get tired. Lexi and August willingly volunteered to carry the rooster, glad of the opportunity to get closer to him. The rooster, unable to tolerate stupid people, thought that he really wanted to fly, but he did not dare refuse Levi's help. He believed that people of the 8th level would not be able to carry it away. Then the rooster spread his wings and flew into the air. Jasper, seeing this, decided that the rooster was afraid that they would get tired. The rooster began to make signals in the air, intending to warn his relatives about the need to run, fearing that otherwise they would all die. He quickly rushed away, but then he remembered that the speed of people was incredibly high. Perhaps even faster than his own, the rooster realized that he could not lead people to his relatives, since this would mean betraying the beast tribe. Now that he had reached the level of national rank, he had responsibilities and he needed to find a reliable way to help and protect his family. After some thought, he came up with a plan to find the body of a level 9 human, hoping that it would stop people from chasing and killing his kind. To everyone's surprise, the rooster transformed into a human form and descended to the ground. He said that he wanted to help find the body and bring it back, believing that this would allow him to avoid a fight and quickly report the completion of the task. The rooster looked pitifully at the people, hoping that they would agree. Lexi and August thought the rooster was cool and always gave his all for them, and they thought he was a good ally. Rooster, upon hearing Levi whisper to Jasper about knocking him out to prevent him from escaping, was taken aback, but assured them that he did not want to run away and still wanted to do good deeds. Seeing that Levi was about to attack, the rooster pounced on him at the speed of light. He accused the people of thinking that he did not know what to do and demanded that they comply. Suddenly, the rooster dropped to his knees, his shining eyes tenderly holding Levi's hand, and he begged to be allowed to find the body first. The crew of people were shocked to see the mighty rooster kneeling and begging Levi. Levi glared at the rooster with displeasure. The rooster was surprised that Levi didn't fall for his tricks like Jasper usually did. He was confused why it wasn't working. At this point, Jasper approached Levi and said that since the rooster was a girl, they could not bully her and had to respect her wishes, which meant they would release the rooster. Hearing this, Levi told the rooster that although he had small breasts, he was still a girl, and if he wanted to go, he could. Jasper reminded him that he shouldn't comment on a girl's breasts, as it would make the rooster feel even more insecure and impolite. The rooster was speechless after Jasper's words. Levi, taking the advice, refrained from mentioning the rooster's breasts again, but asked if the rooster girl knew how to turn into a human and whether they should buy her some girls' underwear. The rooster felt indescribable pain and humiliation. Filled with indignation, he decided that sooner or later he would kill these cruel people. He flew away quickly, crying as he went, internally cursing the people for their constant insults and swearing revenge. It seemed to him that with his speed he had flown quite far, and he smiled, thinking that he had managed to put a considerable distance between himself and them. Having reached the 9th level, the rooster believed that people did not realize his power and decided that he would not be foolish anymore. Having declared himself free, he planned to escape and take revenge later. However, suddenly his whole body froze, unable to move. As it turned out, he had entered a formation called the 5 Elements Devil Formation. Inside, the rooster saw how the human enemy was killing all his fellow tribesmen, the demonic beasts. Enraged, he realized that this was a national-ranking expert who was dealing with his fellow tribesmen. This mysterious man's target was Sam's corpse, and he didn't want it to fall into the hands of the one-eyed people. As soon as he laid Sam's body on the ground, He sensed danger and noticed ice needles heading towards him. He felt a powerful energy wave and quickly dodged to the side, carrying the corpse away. The mysterious man realized that the energy wave must come from a national-rank demonic beast, and felt uneasy about the appearance of the Emperor demonic beast. Rooster in the Sky used his Lightning Lake ability to attack the mysterious man, forcing him to dodge while he carried Sam's corpse. The mysterious man muttered to himself that even if One Eye came in person, he was sure he could carry away Sam's body before him. The rooster watched coldly from above, using lightning strikes, electric arc, a secretly trained skill against evil people, on the stranger below. The stranger thought that the demonic beast had powerful water and lightning abilities and hurried to hide. He decided that this national-level demonic beast was formidable, and he didn't know how to deal with it. The rooster's blow caused Sam's corpse to fall, and the strange man was also hit, screaming in pain. He hesitated, realizing that he would not be able to reach the body and would hardly be able to escape on his own. The rooster was determined to avenge his fellow tribesmen and, combining the abilities of the Lightning Lake and high-speed flight, dived straight down, attacking the strange man. The stranger felt that if he did not run away, he might not return alive. Just as the rooster approached him, he used his special talent to quickly transform into shadow form and run away. The rooster cursed, thinking about the formidable man with special abilities. He used his national-level power in battle for the first time, and felt like he had gained a new ability: infinite reincarnation. Remembering that this was the ability the Demon King had used against Levi. Puzzled, the rooster wondered where he got the Demon King's ability from, and suddenly remembered the ant he had eaten, guessing that it might be the Demon King's body. The rooster panicked, realizing that this was why he had advanced to the city level and obtained the abilities of the Demon King. He fell to his knees on the ground, repenting. The souls of the demons thought that the despicable rooster was tormented by his conscience, and decided that he was still afraid of the king. The rooster, still agitated, loudly declared that he would continue the Demon King's will by using his power to kill the evil people and avenge him. He didn't even suspect that the Demon King wanted to devour him the most right now. Suddenly, 3 new 7th-level demonic beasts emerged from the forest and charged at the traitorous rooster with a furious roar. Reflexively turning, the rooster noticed that one of them had something with a human aura hanging around its neck. The rooster hastened to explain that he was not a traitor and did not kill his fellow tribesmen. Instead, a man of national rank dealt with them, and he wanted revenge. All 3 looked at the rooster with disbelief and declared that they did not believe him unless he could kill powerful people. The rooster cried out that the people would soon arrive and called on them to run away, warning them of his strength. The demonic beasts replied that they could quickly deal with 2 weak ordinary people, and called the rooster a traitor for running away from them. The enraged rooster decided to run away, not wanting to be captured again. As he prepared to fly away, he was startled by the call of Levi coming from below, who thanked the rooster for bringing them there and told him to come down. The rooster was stunned. He realized that Levi had found him, and he felt that everything was over. And he thought about a risky attempt to escape. A 4th-level fire god soul stealer appeared in Levi's hand. The demonic beasts glared at the humans. The warriors allowed the masters to occupy the battlefield, and they themselves rushed towards Sam's corpse, their main target. The rooster, having returned to human form, cried out for them to stop. He ran towards Levi, claiming that he had convinced the demonic beasts to surrender. Turning around, he winked at the demonic beasts, asking if they had surrendered. Despite the rooster's efforts, the stupid demonic beasts rushed to the attack, unwilling to surrender and preferring to attack people. Night fell, and the main characters were roasting poultry over a fire. The system reported that this was the energy value of the 7th level. Jasper and Levi were roasting meat, and the demonic beasts they had roasted earlier smelled delicious. A team of warriors were gnawing on dry rations nearby. The aroma made their mouths water, but they did not dare to eat it, since it was the meat of a demonic beast. Lexi and August decided that the elders had special innate talents to simply cook the meat of a slain beast. Hiding under a tree, the rooster crowed loudly, declaring that he was not a traitor, but a hero who had come to save them. A few hours earlier, the rooster panicked when he saw the fire in Levi's hand, who was preparing to take revenge on the demonic beasts that wanted to devour them. With trembling hands, he stopped Levi. The rooster coldly stated that there was no need to act, and if the demonic beasts did not surrender, he would kill them. Seeing the rooster turn to attack them, the demonic beasts rushed at him, accusing the rooster of betrayal. The rooster used the Evil Eye's ability to trap them in illusions. He then used the 6th-level Blade Shadow to quickly end their lives. The rooster thought coldly that they simply did not know what horror the two evil men were bringing upon them. The Demon King had the ability to reincarnate endlessly, but even he was killed by these people. The black flame in Levi's hand had a terrifying aura that could kill souls. Returning to the present, the rooster felt despondent. He tried to prove to himself that it would be better for the demonic beast to die by his hand, which would allow them to gain new life, than by the black fire of an evil man, which would destroy them completely. Noticing the chicken crying, Jasper brought over a fried wing to check on her. Jasper gently coaxed the rooster, offering him delicious roast meat and asking him not to cry anymore. Seeing the meat of his comrade, the rooster shed tears. Thinking that one day he too would be roasted in the same way, he drooled pitifully, telling Jasper that they had already killed and eaten many of his kind, and sooner or later, his turn would come. Jasper patted the rooster on the head, saying that they always considered the rooster a friend. Friends protect each other, and they do not kill or eat their friends. The rooster felt relieved to think that these words were true. Jasper assured the rooster that people followed this rule, but the rooster, doubting, said that he was just a chicken and did not understand all the complexities of the human world. Jasper, confident in himself, told the rooster to trust him. He praised the hen for laying excellent eggs, which extinguished the rooster's hope in people. He suddenly felt a chill in his heart. Jasper was puzzled by the rooster's reaction to his words at that moment. Suddenly, Levi called out to Jasper, leaving the rooster behind. Jasper hurried to him to enjoy the fruits of their preparation together with Levi. The rooster buried his face in the tree trunk with regret, feeling deprived. The people watched them eating and came closer to ask for some, but Jasper said they had plenty of antelope meat left. But they all refused because they could not eat it. The rooster sat and cried in the corner while he ate. He did not consider himself a traitor, but the meat was too tasty to resist. Then the system's voice came on, telling Levi that roast meat goes better with beer, and a case of beer appeared in front of Levi. Levi asked Jasper if he wanted a drink, angrily calling the voice in his head a psycho. The team was puzzled as to where Levi got all this from, as they didn't have enough ingredients to cook or even brew beer. The eyes of the entire team stared hungrily at the can of beer in Levi's hand. Although they couldn't eat the roasted meat of the demonic beast, they could drink several cases of beer. Sitting around the fire, the group celebrated the discovery of Sam's body and the completion of the task, happily sipping beer. Looking around, August noticed a rooster hiding in the shadows. He grabbed it by the wing and pulled it towards him. The rooster danced with tears in its eyes. The story shifts back to the city hospital ward. Tracy dozed off on the edge of the bed and woke up to hear One Eye's voice. Tracy jumped up and asked if One Eye was okay. One Eye said that his wound was feeling much better. Seeing Tracy's face up close, One Eye suddenly let it slip that he wanted to drink some wine. Tracy didn't understand and asked what he meant, causing One Eye to become out of breath and his face to turn red. He explained that he wanted to drink some wine, but Tracy declined, saying that his wound had just healed, and it was 1 o'clock in the morning, so he needed to rest. Tracy eyed him suspiciously, noticing that he was constantly covering his gouged-out eye. Seeing that One Eye's face had become even redder and blood had suddenly started to spurt from his nose, Tracy was about to call a doctor to examine One Eye. But One Eye stopped her, saying that he was just hot. Tracy asked how long he had been unconscious. One Eye replied that it had been 36 hours since Jasper had treated him. Tracy thought that she shouldn't trust this crazy Jasper, but fortunately, he managed to completely cure One Eye. Tracy asked why One Eye's face was so red. One Eye said it was not a side effect and removed his hand from covering his eye. Thrilled to see Tracy, One Eye praised Jasper, saying that he had doubted him before because he was crazy, but he was actually a genius. Tracy felt a certain suspicion. Her intuition told her that One Eye was definitely hiding something suspicious. It turned out that Jasper really did heal One Eye's eye, but not so that he could see normally, but so that he could see through objects. Meanwhile, the squad members and the main characters continued to feast in the forest. However, it did not last too long, as soon everyone passed out from the alcohol they had drunk. Only the rooster continued to drink and cry. He decided that since none of his brothers could understand his motives, he would have to go this path alone. The demon wanted to get to his feet, but the alcohol took its toll, and he fell onto the grass. Before he fell asleep, he decided that he would think less about the opinions of others, because what mattered was that he would become a demon destroyer of worlds. The next morning, all the boys sobered up and set off on their way back home. When they entered, they were immediately greeted by Tracy, who praised the warriors for finding Sam's body so quickly. The girl said that she would immediately send a research team to take the body for examination. Suddenly, the panicked voices of One Eye and Joseph were heard. He said that an emergency message had come from headquarters. The nearby city of Changxi was destroyed after being ambushed by continental-level demonic beasts. The girls shuddered when she heard this. One-Eyed said that when the assault on Yanhai began, the neighboring city of Changxi was also attacked by a continental-level demon. Tracy trembled with fear when she heard that the attackers were of national level. Joseph confirmed that they did not send out any distress signals until contact with headquarters was lost. The strategists at headquarters found this suspicious and tried to contact the Changxi Special Unit, but were no longer able to establish contact. 2 hours later, someone from Sanxi unilaterally opened a connection and sent a bloody video to headquarters. It featured elite warriors from the city garrison who were being tortured by demonic monsters. One of the men in the video screamed for the demonic creatures to kill him if they had the courage. Tracy suddenly stood up when she saw the footage. The one-eyed man continued to explain that the soldiers of the Changxi city garrison were still alive and being tortured. One-eyed reported that headquarters had activated remote satellite surveillance and detected the energy signatures of national-level demonic beasts. Moreover, energy signatures of high-level beasts have been detected throughout the city. Tracy also panicked when she received additional information that all internal communications had been cut off and the airlocks were completely sealed. No one knew what state Sanxi was currently in. Tracy shuddered as she realized that this was a national-level demonic monster with an extremely high IQ, capable of controlling and shutting down network channels, and that it had learned from humans how to record video, shut down information, and seal off a captured city. Tracy's body shook violently. She grabbed the edge of the table with both hands for support, her voice trembling as she said that it was no longer just a high IQ. It had evolved, and now had strategic potential. Tracy's condition worsened. She was sweating profusely. She had difficulty speaking, realizing that if they had to deal with a national-level demonic beast that understood and could use human science and technology, then they would be in serious danger. Suddenly, Tracy's vision went blurry and she collapsed to the floor. And the one-eyed man and Tracy rushed towards her in alarm. The story takes place in a mysterious place where a mysterious man, a continental-level warrior, was admiring flowers. A warrior of the city garrison level, who had escaped from the rooster, appeared there and respectfully knelt down. The mysterious man noticed the warrior's uneven breathing and asked if the mission had failed. The warrior apologized and said that he was unable to return Sam's corpse because it had been kidnapped by a national-level demon. The mysterious man asked if this was the Dawnbringer from the forum. The warrior confirmed that it was him, and noted his water and lightning type abilities. The national-level warrior inquired why the national-level beast served people so faithfully. The warrior explained that just as humans could betray their kin, so could demonic beasts. He added that the beast had a talent for physical development. It could absorb the energy of its demonic brethren to improve itself. It was originally a third-level beast, but quickly reached the level of a city garrison. The national-level warrior deduced that the rooster must be an enemy of his demonic brethren. Perhaps the rooster was not loyal to the one-eyed and high city either. It only temporarily allied with humans to kill its demonic brethren by continuously absorbing their energy. The rooster's scheme was very profound and could not be underestimated. The national-level warrior feared that the rooster was not loyal to the high city. Now that One Eye has taken possession of Sam's corpse, it won't be long before they reveal their secrets and whereabouts. Sam's body was most likely taken to the Yanhai research lab. They still had a chance to take him, but the more they took from One Eye and Tracy, the more people would realize that this was no easy matter, and would start keeping a close eye on them. The national-level warriors wanted to take direct action against this troublesome creature, planning to let Yanhai be cleared of the demonic beasts and silence them forever. They were afraid that the rooster would interfere with the demon's second attack, so they wanted to deal with it first. The subordinate asked how to deal with it, admitting that he could not defeat it. The national-level warrior pointed out that there were only 4 national-level masters in the entire dragon country, and their identities would be exposed. A national-level warrior asked a subordinate if he had received news of the destruction of Changxi, and the subordinate confirmed this, noting that the bloody video had left him in great shock. The subordinate noted that Vivian would definitely convince headquarters to send a rescue team to Changxi. Even though Vivian was a medic warrior with a weak battle strategy, the headquarters couldn't stop her. The man in the video was her younger brother, and she would insist on going. A national-level warrior ordered a subordinate to observe the situation and retreat if necessary. The subordinate asked if he would go too. A national-level warrior confirmed that headquarters would send 2 national-level warriors along with Vivian, and teams from neighboring cities would join the rescue. The boy turned purple with rage when he was told to deal with the rooster himself. He said that he had already mentioned that he couldn't beat him. However, the man said that dealing with him did not necessarily mean killing him, as long as he no longer posed a threat to Yanhai City. That would be enough. He added that the rooster was not truly loyal to Yanhai City, meaning that if stronger human experts wanted to form an alliance with him, he might not choose Yanhai. The subordinate thought for a moment and then asked how they could be sure that One-Eye would send a warrior of national standing. The national-level warrior confirmed that One-Eyed would definitely send him. The story shifts back to the hospital. One-Eye came to visit Tracy, told her that the headquarters had sent a rescue team along with 2 national-level warriors, and nearby cities were asked to send at least 1 team of level 9 experts to participate in the rescue operation. Tracy intended to send the Yanhai team, but they would retreat if the situation seemed unstable. One-Eyed expressed concern, saying that sending the Yanhai team could lead to a high probability of failure. Tracy understood One-Eye's concerns, but she also knew that Team 666's situation was precarious. The mysterious traitor had still not been found, despite One-Eye disobeying HQ's orders and killing Sam. If evidence confirming Sam's name was not found soon, Tracy feared that the traitor could attack Yanhai City at any time. Team 666 was their last trump card, and if it was exposed, they would immediately go on the defensive. One-Eye spoke softly, acknowledging Tracy's concerns about the traitor and her mother's safety as the first military advisor to the city of Changxi. He advised her to make rational decisions and not reveal that the traitor considered her a pawn. The man said that Levi and Jasper would also be going there with their pet demon, making the operation more likely to succeed. Tracy burst into tears, unable to contain her emotions any longer. Joseph, standing outside the door of the room, heard a woman's sobs and immediately went inside. He saw with horror how his niece, in tears, pressed herself against the one-eyed man's chest. He immediately started screaming, telling the pervert to let Tracy go. When the one-eyed man turned around, he saw that an energy projectile was flying straight at him. The blow was strong enough that the man flew straight into the wall. He didn't understand what Joseph was unhappy about again, but he suddenly thought that for some reason, he began to care about his feelings. He remembered asking Tracy to warn him about possible danger. At that moment, he was genuinely worried that something would happen to Joseph. Before Team 666 boarded the plane and headed to the assembly point, One-Eye stood next to them and gave them instructions. He said that while the mission is to help others, it involves solving a difficult situation by bringing in additional people. He assured them that he had a way to communicate with strangers, leaving it up to Isaac, who was also sent to oversee the mission. One-Eye instructed all 3 that the top priority in a dangerous place was safety, and if they felt danger, they should retreat immediately, especially Isaac, who had no need to show himself except for communication. Behind them, Joseph asked why One-Eye didn't let him go. One-Eye responded firmly, telling Joseph to focus on getting better. Soon, the squad boarded the helicopter. Seeing Levi and Joseph watching the helicopter with excitement, Rooster looked down on them, considering them inexperienced. Using his demonic ability, he soared freely into the sky, surprising the boys. They reached the outskirts of the city, the scenery of which was very beautiful. From below, in the forest, a man with a bow exclaimed, seeing the silhouette of the rooster in the sky. Thinking that they were being attacked by a demonic beast, he fired an arrow without thinking. Feeling his strength as a national-level demonic beast, Rooster looked at the arrow with disdain. Suddenly, the black circular ripple around the demon expanded, freezing both the rooster and the arrow in place. The national-level warrior and medical genius Vivian intervened and shouted at the attacker not to touch the rooster, explaining that it was a national-level demonic beast sent by Yanhai City, and not an enemy. The attacker angrily asked why he was considered a pet. When the helicopter landed, Vivian explained that these were the new members of Team 666 from Yanhai City, along with their accompanying beast, the rooster, the Imperial Herald of Dawn. The rooster felt the power that had enveloped him suddenly disappear, causing him to fall from the sky in shock. Seeing this, the archer who had attacked him earlier jumped down from the tree and began criticizing Yanhai City for treating a national-level demonic beast like a pet. Luckily, Levi managed to catch the rooster as it fell. Jasper, not seeing the rooster, was worried for a moment and wondered if he had fallen and hurt himself. The archer was shocked to realize that the rooster was indeed a pet. Vivian walked over and greeted Team 666 from Yanhai City, explaining that the Heavenly Emperor Rooster was sent straight from the Heavenly Realm. She expressed pride, linking his appearance to the fact that the military advisor from Sangxi has roots in the Kim family. However, Levi's comment that the rooster might lay an egg for the girl frightened her. Seeing that the two members of Team 666 were only paying attention to the rooster, Vivian decided that the members of the new Team 666 were ignoring her. Isaac appeared in front of her and hastened to explain that he was the curator of Team 666, who was tasked with helping them communicate. He added that if she had any questions, she could ask him. Hearing this, Vivian thought that these two newcomers looked arrogant, since they needed help communicating, and they only had a national-level demonic beast as a pet. The two national-ranked experts standing behind Vivian mockingly remarked that the Yanhai warriors must rely on demonic beasts to be so arrogant. They said they had nothing to be proud of. Isaac quickly explained that, contrary to their belief, it was One-Eye's initiative. The archery expert spoke again, criticizing the One-Eyed Man for their lack of prospects, citing the arrogance of the newcomers due to their demonic beast. However, the main characters didn't care at all what people said about them. Mateo, a national rank expert from the capital headquarters with a special talent, and the young man in a hooded robe standing next to him, Leon, also a national rank expert, did not understand what was being said, but considered it unimportant. The rooster glared at Leon, immediately recognizing him as the one who had previously dealt with his fellow roosters and then used his special ability to escape. Leon felt the rooster watching him and silently worried if the Heavenly Emperor recognized him. Mateo continued to crow next to Leon, noting that the rooster was not loyal to the city, not revealing his previous infiltration to steal corpses. Seeing Leon, the rooster swore quietly, wanting to avenge his relatives but knowing that the evil people would not allow him to do so. Leon smiled politely at the rooster and said that if they were alone, he would ask if he wanted to join them. The enraged rooster took Leon's smile as an attempt to provoke him. Jasper, puzzled by the conversation, did not understand why they were discussing these issues. Levi also did not understand the details but did not consider them important. Hearing Levi's words, the archery expert shouted angrily, feeling disrespectful towards the newcomers. He wanted to teach them a lesson in respect for their superiors. However, the detachment still had to wait for detachments from other cities. But time passed and no one came. Suddenly, Mateo's phone alerted him to a new message. The man looked at the screen with concern and then turned to Vivian. He said that a message had come from one of the city representatives, saying that they were not going to send strong 9th-rank warriors to certain death, but instead would send those who would not be a pity to lose. Mateo and Vivian scolded him for his cowardice and meanness. However, when they saw the helicopter flying towards them, Vivian and Mateo were incredibly happy. Mateo excitedly exclaimed that a team of experts from Xinfeng City had arrived. However, their mood quickly changed when they learned that experts had arrived to provide assistance, but did not take their task seriously. Julian and Giselle, brother and sister experts from Xinfeng City, greeted everyone, explaining that they had received orders from their leader to join them, but made it clear that they could retreat if the situation became unfavorable. They greeted Vivian and expressed their intention to support her. Noticing the change in mood, Leon recognized them as a team of experts from Xinfeng City, known for their special talent and strategy of retreat rather than combat. Giselle didn't understand why the squad members were so unhappy, but Julian told her that if anything happened, they could simply run away from them. Mateo heard this and was about to attack the twins. Vivian intervened, telling Mateo not to take things personally, and that the Xinfeng City experts were supporting their subordinate experts. She thanked Mateo and Leon for volunteering to join her on the dangerous mission. However, Leon understood that he was not here to save people. Noticing Mateo's awkward behavior, I understood the true motive behind his desire to accompany Vivian on the rescue operation. In the forest on the outskirts of Changxi, Vivian informed her two companions that they were in Changxi territory and must conceal their presence. She told about the existence of a secret passage built by a special department of each city as an emergency exit. However, only the top commander knew its exact location. Turning to Mateo and Leon, she advised them to move forward carefully. She used her invisibility field to conceal everyone's presence and warned them not to go beyond 500 meters from her, emphasizing that even without encountering enemies, going beyond that distance risked detection due to the field's limitation. Vivian immediately moved, enveloping everyone in her invisibility field. She announced that they could begin to make their way into the territory of the Changxi forest. Everyone stayed close to Vivian with caution as they moved through the forest. Leon walked ahead, calculations flashing in his eyes. He thought that although they were very careful, he had his own mission. He had already tried to approach the newcomers several times, but they did not leave the messenger. He decided that before starting the task, he first needed to destroy these two. Secretly, he used the weapon to cut his palm while Vivian was distracted. Leon pressed his injured palm against the trunk of a nearby tree. When he removed his hand, fresh blood hissed. But the group silently moved forward, unaware of Leon's actions. The scout demons in the air quickly detected the presence of human experts. Ahead, Vivian stopped suddenly, her heightened expert senses warning her of approaching danger. Tensing, she turned around and shouted that a demonic energy wave was approaching them. They had been discovered. Everyone was surprised to hear this news. Vivian informed everyone that there was a 5th-level demon nearby, 2 4th-level demons, and 1 8th-level demon. As soon as Vivian finished speaking, she saw that behind Levi and Jasper was a level 8 vicious winged beast. He raised his sharp claws and attacked them with incredible speed. Seeing the speed of the beast, Mateo realized that he would not be able to save these two. Leon thought that the two were probably dead. He quietly told himself that their existence had prevented him from fulfilling his mission. Suddenly, a hand grabbed the approaching creature by the leg. As it turned out, the rooster turned into a man and grabbed his legs tightly. The rooster complained that they would all die, but he could not watch them seek death and did not try to save them. Seeing the impending danger, Jasper screamed. The system immediately informed Levi that there was a powerful energy body 0 meters away from him, capable of helping him resist hunger for 10 weeks. The rooster clenched his teeth, trying to hold back his tears. As soon as the 8th-level demon recognized him as a traitorous rooster, his body was torn to pieces. The rooster gritted his teeth and personally ended the life of his fellow demon. The 8th-level demon called a disgrace to demons. The rooster said that despite the hatred, he must save them. Meanwhile, Levi and Jasper were puzzled by the rooster's actions, thinking that the burden he bore as a demon hero might explain why he was unable to escape his fate. The warrior twins, who witnessed everything that happened, also believed that the people at the forum were right, meaning that the herald had truly reformed and become truly formidable. Vivian and Mateo were also surprised by the rooster's timely rescue, sensing its urgency and reliability in saving lives. Leon stood there in bewilderment, unable to believe what had happened. He couldn't understand how the rooster was loyal to Yanhai City and why he didn't reveal his identity. He thought he was smart, thinking that the rooster showed absolute loyalty by saving the newcomers. He planned to team up with the rooster against Levi so that they wouldn't suspect him. He knew he had to find a way to protect himself. Levi pointed to the bird's mangled corpse and asked Jasper if it looked cute. Jasper smiled, finding the crippled bird cute. Mateo and Leon quickly dealt with the remaining demons. Only the 8th, 5th, and 2 4th-level ones remained. Vivian couldn't understand how the demons had discovered them, As long as everyone remained within her invisibility field, all the experts' auras should have been hidden. She growled angrily as she saw the two masters carelessly frying the meat. The system reported an energy value of level 8, meaning it was toxin-free and edible. Vivian growled, pointing angrily at them and shouting that they were doomed. The demons had gotten in here because of the roasting meat. Suddenly, in the middle of the forest, someone's demonic paw grabbed a tree branch and broke it. The 9th-level Midnight Wolf was enraged to learn that human experts were starting a fire and roasting the flesh of her evil kin. She ordered the demon scouts to investigate. The energy waves of the evil creatures suddenly disappeared as someone appeared behind them, exclaiming in the darkness of the night that it smelled so good. Upon seeing the new arrivals, the wolf woman and the demon scouts respectfully greeted the 4 emperors. One of them claimed that human experts came to the edge of the forest, killed their relatives, and even dared to light a fire to roast them. He was the Ant King, a national-level demon. He believed it was revenge for the video of the torture of city experts sent to headquarters. Meanwhile, Vivian and Mateo were hovering around the fire, trying to put it out. Vivian and Mateo grabbed the masters and turned to shout to the others to hurry up and not stand still. Everyone quickly began to move. Vivian ordered an immediate retreat so as not to attract more powerful demons. As they ran, Vivian thought bitterly that it wasn't that she didn't want to save them. She cried as she ran, lamenting that her teammates simply weren't trustworthy. Suddenly, a whip flew towards Vivian, blocking their escape. Tightening her grip on Jasper, she quickly used her domain to jump back, avoiding the wolf holding the whip. The she-wolf mocked them for lighting fires on their territory to roast the demons, provoking them. When faced with a 9th-level demon, Vivian planned a quick strike and retreat in case stronger demons appeared. At that moment, the figure of Harlow, the Ant King, appeared behind the wolf woman. He picked up the severed head of a rooster, showing that it was the head of the messenger. The group was horrified. Levi and Jasper were also quite surprised. Jasper started to cry when the chicken died and sobs were heard. Leon stepped aside. Seeing that the demons had dealt with the rooster, he decided that his path was useless. As the protector of the city, possessing abilities with electricity and water, the herald was considered quite strong. Seeing Jasper sobbing, Levi consoled him, promising to avenge the chicken. In the face of danger, Vivian quickly released her sphere to discharge Mateo and Leon. Mateo silently thought that one level 9 demon and a national rank demon was a bit dangerous. But with Vivian's help, they could handle it. He shouted at the level 9 fighter to retreat. Behind him, the twins turned invisible with their special ability, not wanting to go forward. Mateo knew he was furious and wanted to deal with these two first. Leon silently calculated that one demon protecting the city and one 9th-level demon meant that with Vivian's protection, they were evenly matched. But they had already exhausted their strength. A national-ranked demon could kill the herald silently, which made Leon wary and determined to flee at any opportunity. At that moment, Harlow suddenly appeared in front of Leon, his shrill voice blaring, accusing Leon of thinking about how to escape. His cold gaze turned to Leon and he continued, stating that he hated traitors the most. Leon's eyes widened in shock and he wondered if Harlow was reading his mind. Before he could react, the demon attacked Leon. The attack was too fast for Leon to dodge. The wounded body flew back and stopped, hitting the trunk of a tree. At that moment, the arrow fired by Mateo quickly flew towards the demon. Harlow dodged to the side, avoiding the arrow's terrible force. But his face was scratched and the trickle of blood flowed from it. Mateo, empowered by Vivian, could hurt Harlow. He felt that his arrows would be even faster now. Vivian used her skill to heal Leon while analyzing the battle strategy. She believed that it was extremely dangerous for Mateo to fight alone, even with her protection, and she needed to act quickly. The wolf swung her whip towards Mateo as Vivian released her 3rd-level control skill, tripling Mateo's strength and speed. She thought that she couldn't let the enemy take the initiative and decided to kill the 9th-level demon first. The arrow he fired instantly pierced the female wolf through and through. Vivian yelled at Mateo to back off. Seeing the demon rapidly approaching him, Mateo heeded the warning and dodged to the side. However, Harlow's attack did not stop. It turned out it was aimed straight at Levi. Levi's cold face showed that he was determined to avenge the chicken. At that moment, a rooster appeared in front of him, grabbed the demon's hand in front of Levi, and blocked Harlow's attack. He shouted angrily that he had already told them not to come near this man again. The squad members were surprised. This meant that the herald was not dead, but they did not understand what kind of severed head it was. Seeing the herald's appearance, Harlow retreated. He was shocked to see the herald in perfect form before him. Harlow remembered that the rooster used to hide from him, crying and dreaming of becoming a hero. After taking a sip of beer and snacking on some chicken, the rooster muttered to himself that he was clearly a hero. But his fellow roosters didn't understand him, and even scolded him, and that their meat was delicious. Suddenly, Harlow appeared in front of the rooster and saw him eating the flesh of his fellow villains, which enraged him. He wanted to kill this traitor who followed the people. The rooster explained that he was not with the people to betray his fellow demons, but to protect them, and warned them not to approach this man. Ignoring the rooster's excuses, Harlow launched a deadly attack to kill him. As Harlow watched the rooster's head separate from its neck, spin and roll across the ground, he shouted that the thing he hated most in this life was traitors. Taking the rooster's head, he left, wanting people and demons to see the fate of the traitor. But now that he saw that the rooster, in perfect form, was still protecting people, Harlow quietly regretted that he had not read his mind earlier and discovered the traitor's abilities. Tears streamed down Jasper's face as he rushed to hug the rooster, joyfully exclaiming that the hen was still alive. The rooster did not understand why the man was so happy that he was not dead. Then Levi's voice was heard, saying that they would have fried eggs tomorrow, and the rooster thought with annoyance that he had almost been deceived again. He thought that he was really just a chicken, an instrument for laying eggs. He told Levi with a pitiful look, that if any demon attacked them, he would kill it. They did not need to act, and it would silently think about its fellows and where it should return to help them escape. But Levi remained as uninterested as before. Leon, while healing his wounds, muttered curses at the demon who ended up protecting the two residents of Yanhai. He wondered what was wrong with the messenger and why he had to act so realistically. Vivian also couldn't believe it, seeing the messenger's devotion to Levi and his friend, but at the same time believing that he could be trusted. Mateo silently praised the rooster for his loyalty. Harlow looked scared. He couldn't read the rooster's mind and didn't believe that such a thing could happen. He wondered why he couldn't read the traitor's inner thoughts. After narrowly escaping death from an ambush by his fellow tribesmen, he gained the ability to read the minds of demons and humans through numerous tests. He discovered that their common trait was betrayal. Hearing the chicken coaxing Levi, Jasper jumped up from his seat, agreeing with her and urging everyone to trust her and allow her to avenge his own beheading. Jasper admired the chicken's ability to be reborn after being decapitated, finding it truly formidable. While Harlow was wondering if his ability had failed him and if the rooster was a traitor, the she-wolf called out to him, telling him to move away. He suddenly saw the rooster, using its ability to transform into a titan, rush at him. Harlow staggered back from the rooster's powerful blow. He regained his balance with difficulty and realized that he had underestimated this rooster. He thought that this messenger was very strong. Harlow then used his earth-binding ability to entangle the rooster's legs in rising earth and rocks. He then used his crushing fist ability, aiming a punch at the rooster's head. Sensing the approach of his fellow's deadly attack, the rooster made a decision. Even though he had lost one head to Harlow, he still considered him his fellow. For the sake of their future lives, he could no longer hold back. The rooster released his demonic illusion ability, causing Harlow to fall into a trance. He panicked when he realized that this rooster also had an illusion ability. At that very moment, the rooster condensed a sphere of lightning. His energy waves emitted outward frightened the warriors. Leon couldn't see because of the blinding light and cursed, saying that he hated bright light. The rooster gritted his teeth and whispered to his brother, who was defending the city, that he should forgive him for having to save it. Having finished, the rooster released his lightning lake ability towards Harlow, who stood paralyzed with fear before the overwhelming power of the lightning ball, and could only helplessly watch the scene unfold. Sensing mortal danger, the two antennae on the head of the other king consort, Tristan, began to shake violently. A dark figure appeared quickly, lunged at Harlow, and pushed him aside, dodging the rooster's oncoming ability. The two of them tumbled on the ground and hit a tree trunk. Surprisingly, the newcomer's appearance and clothing were identical to Harlow's. Seeing Tristan, the wolf woman sighed with relief, thanking Tristan for arriving in time. Otherwise, Harlow would have died. Seeing Harlow clutching his head in pain from the forceful impact he had received from the tree trunk, Tristan crouched down next to him, telling him that he had just nearly died. Tristan reminded Harlow of the danger threatening his life. Harlow's face fell as he stared at the devastated area where lightning had leveled everything. Harlow spoke up, acknowledging the herald's truly terrifying destructive power. Tristan mocked him, saying that if he hadn't arrived in time, Harlow would have been watching from the sidelines. Both Vivian and Mateo were horrified when they saw the second national-ranked demon. Tristan happily told his brother that a second before his death, Harlow had the idea to call for help. Harlow blushed and admitted that at that moment he had to touch his mustache. At that moment, Tristan suddenly slapped him. Harlow angrily covered his face with his hands, asking why he did that. An angry Tristan scolded his stupid brother, saying that he only called for help a second before his death, while an embarrassed Harlow stubbornly refused to admit his mistake, claiming that he was not that stupid. From afar, Jasper watched the confrontation between the two mustachioed brothers closely, noticing that they looked like ants signaling to each other. The rooster also noticed this, deciding that they were discussing battle plans. Leon, recovering in the corner, silently thought that the combined strength of the two brothers would be formidable, and that the herald would definitely not be able to cope with them. He wondered whether he should run away now. Meanwhile, the rooster's legs were still pinned to the ground by Harlow's abilities. He told himself that these two brothers were very strong, but they did not know the true horror of these two evil people. Having escaped from the earthen prison, the rooster jumped on Levi and Jasper. His goal was to prevent the two brothers from approaching the evil people and being killed by them. The rooster condensed his lightning leg skill again. Deep down, he believed that as a demon hero, even if his brethren didn't understand, he had to be the first to strike at these evil people, quickly expending all his strength to save the lives of his brethren. The 9th-level wolf sensed that the herald was preparing to attack again and shouted to Tristan and Harlow to be careful. Before the rooster could attack, a black shadow flashed in front of him, approached and cut off the hand in which the lake of lightning was condensing. Tristan's mocking voice sounded in the rooster's ear, noting that the smell of the roasted beast was quite appetizing. Tristan's figure appeared and then disappeared, frightening the rooster with its incredible speed, which was impossible to defend against. Tristan's killing blow was aimed at decapitating the rooster. After the attack, Tristan's figure reappeared to take revenge for them injuring the she-wolf and nearly killing his brother. And filled with hatred, Tristan declared that he must kill everyone present to vent his anger. Jasper screamed in fear. All the members of the squad were terrified. Tristan walked up to the rooster's corpse, coldly stamped on its head, and said that he didn't know why the rooster was chasing people, but he didn't care. After finishing speaking, he stamped his foot hard, crushing the rooster's head. Tristan muttered that he cared very much about his shortcomings, and that the rooster should die for wanting to kill his brother. Leon realized with horror that the speed of the newly appeared demon exceeded all previous ones. The ant told his brother that it was useless to behead the rooster, since he had already tried to do it. Tristan ignored his brother's words, confidently stating that cutting off one head would not kill a two-headed wolf, but if both were cut off, it would take 3 days for them to grow back. Vivian and Mateo were gritting their teeth in horror. Jasper, standing next to Levi, was screaming breathlessly, doubting whether the rooster had really died this time. Mateo, seeing the death of the rooster, became worried that they had lost the initiative and their chances of winning were no longer great. Vivian also believed that their only option was to risk their lives fighting these evil creatures, perhaps opening a bloody path to salvation. Leon was completely perplexed by the death of the rooster. He thought that the rooster was very loyal to Yanhai, but at the same time, he was willing to fight to the death without hesitation to protect these two newcomers. He couldn't believe that there was a demon so devoted to people. Having dealt with the rooster, Tristan glared at Levi and Jasper, declaring that it was their turn now. Levi stood up to the shaking and crying Jasper, angrily vowing to avenge the rooster. Suddenly, something rushed at Tristan from behind. It was a rooster. He jumped on Tristan, warning everyone not to get close to the two people. The ant was shocked to see the rooster appear again, his eyes widening as the rooster's sharp claws nearly grazed Tristan's face, but he quickly dodged out of the way. Tristan was also surprised, wondering how he had survived after being beheaded twice. The rooster returned, covering Levi and the others, Jasper happily welcomed the rooster's rescue. Vivian and Mateo felt the same relief, realizing that the rooster was alive and would help them fight the demons. The ant wondered if this body was a fake, but I soon realized that it was like a quick rebirth. He recalled his battle with the rooster and noted that he had many other abilities that were truly complex and defied natural laws. The ant quickly stepped towards Tristan, remembering that human warriors on the internet said that the two roosters had a special physique that could absorb and assimilate the power of demons of the same species. Tristan, noticing his brother's panic, came over and placed a reassuring hand on Ant's shoulder. Realizing that his brother was passing on information, Harlow looked down in horror. In addition to these abilities, the rooster had the ability to quickly transform. It could not be killed, and it could perhaps even block prying eyes, preventing them from seeing its abilities. Unable to read his thoughts, Ant cautiously suggested retreating with the she-wolf, since the two of them couldn't handle it. They quickly took the she-wolf and flew into the sky. Seeing the demons retreat, Vivian decided it was because they had failed to kill the rooster. When Tristan and his brother had disappeared with the she-wolf, the rooster solemnly remarked that at last one of his kind had understood his suffering and heeded his warning. The rooster silently rejoiced, calling on them to leave quickly and not to approach the cruel people who stood behind him again. Vivian shouted to Mateo that they couldn't let them leave for fear that their plan to escape and save the people would be discovered. Vivian feared that if the demons found out about this, the demons guarding Tsangxi would definitely come for them. Mateo immediately aimed his bow at Harlow and Tristan. With an angry growl, Tristan delivered a powerful blow to Mateo's chest. He forced him to his knees and retreat. Leon still sat there, hesitant, not knowing whether to run or not. Seeing Tristan and his brother returning, the rooster turned green with fear. Tristan telepathically informed the rooster that he seemed to value the two weaklings behind him very much. Tristan admitted that he couldn't kill the rooster, but said that dealing with the people would be easy. The ant quickly moved behind Levi, stating that they weren't actually afraid of the rooster. The rooster was horrified, deciding that his two stupid relatives were really bringing death upon themselves. The arrogant brothers grabbed Levi and Jasper, threatening the rooster and demanding that he reveal his weaknesses. Levi was puzzled by the strange bearded man putting his arm around his shoulders, while Ant threateningly told the rooster that if he did not show his weakness, Levi would be crushed to death. Seeing the trembling rooster, Ant decided that these two people must be the messenger's weak spot. Levi thought that Ant just wanted to get acquainted. The Ant was delighted and demanded that they quickly reveal their fatal weakness. He was puzzled when the rooster, trembling, pointed at Levi. Feeling like he was being mocked, Ant shouted angrily, asking if he understood what weakness he was asking about. The frightened rooster groaned quietly, calling for them to let go of the terrible man in their hands. Otherwise, they would not be saved. Sensing that the rooster was unwilling to cooperate, Tristan prepared to kill Jasper. The rooster remembered Levi's furious attack to avenge Jasper, which cost the king his life. However, the ant had no intention of retreating. When Tristan's hand reached for Jasper's neck, Levi's eyes flashed dangerously. The rooster crowed and rushed to Tristan to make him stop and tell him not to harm Jasper. Tristan froze in amazement. The rooster used his animal abilities to quickly fly over and change position, successfully shielding Jasper with his body. Enraged that the rooster had stolen his target, Tristan immediately rushed after it. He struck him hard in the back, causing blood to fly out of the demon's mouth. Seeing the rooster sacrifice itself again to protect him, Jasper burst into tears and began calling the rooster. Vivian and Mateo were again shocked by the rooster's willingness to die to protect his master. Even Leon was moved to tears by the rooster's self-sacrifice. The ant and the she-wolf watched in complete shock, wondering why the rooster was so devoted to these two people. The rooster fell to the ground, trying his best to save his foolish relatives, but realizing that he could no longer help them, he could no longer save them. Levi consoled Jasper, asked him not to cry, and swore that he would definitely take revenge. Ant watched in horror as Levi approached Jasper, unable to understand how the man could have slipped out of his grasp without him noticing. Levi suddenly delivered a powerful punch to Harlow's stomach, sending him flying to the side. A black shadow rushed to catch the falling Harlow. The ant muttered that this man was very strong. Levi, who was standing on the ground, suddenly disappeared and, using his teleportation skill, appeared above the brothers and delivered a powerful blow, causing them to fall to the ground and sink into the earth. The messenger brothers were seriously wounded by Levi's vicious blow. Levi landed quickly, a terrifying aura emanating from him. Vivian and Mateo were stunned by what they saw. Things were no better for the members of the squad hiding nearby. Rooster remained completely calm, expecting this. Levi turned to Jasper and asked if he should kill those who had seriously wounded the rooster. The trembling rooster raised his wing, wanting to beg Levi to spare his relatives. Seeing the rooster's suffering, Jasper decided that he did not want to forgive them, so they could only be killed. Hearing Jasper's words, the rooster coughed up blood. He wanted to tell him to shut up, but the internal injuries did not allow him to speak. Levi immediately turned away, declaring that he would kill them to avenge the chicken. The rooster strained his neck, wanting to say that he was still alive and did not intend to take revenge, but the internal injuries did not allow him to speak. As Levi approached the brothers, the wolf released her Moon Fury ability and telepathically called for Harlow and Tristan to flee. Then she was about to attack the protagonist. Feeling an attack from behind, Levi quickly teleported after the she-wolf. Realizing that Levi was the most terrifying of them all, the she-wolf saw his fist heading towards her head. As Levi struck, the brothers deployed the primordial barrier to protect the wolf. However, when Levi struck, they instantly realized that the barrier couldn't withstand another blow. The demons watched in horror as a large crack spread across the dome. Meanwhile, the story moves to the Special Forces headquarters in the city of Zhangxi. The demon sitting inside the office felt his brother's cries for help. It was Dante, their older brother. The demon's subordinate brought the documents that Dante requested, but he, having received a distress signal, disappeared without explanation. The fourth brother, Nico, also received a signal from the ants while he was pruning flowers. Without hesitation, he immediately rushed to help his brothers. Meanwhile, Levi hit the brothers' barrier again. The impact was so strong that the barrier cracked at the seams. The warriors realized that something important was being hidden from them. The two evil creatures of national rank were no match for the new man of Yanhai. The brothers watched in horror as their defenses crumbled. They exclaimed that this weak-looking man was the strongest they had ever encountered as he broke through their barrier. Levi suddenly turned around, sensing an unexpected attack from afar. His system warned that the blow could damage the host's indestructible diamond body and advised him to dodge. Levi quickly dodged the powerful long-range attack, watching as it struck the forest and raised clouds of dust. The system warned Levi that there were 4 energy signatures of national rank evil beasts nearby. Although each of them could support the host for a year, their combined strategic value exceeded the host's current level, and the system recommended a cautious retreat and escape. Seeing Levi's confused look, the system angrily scolded him, hinting that he did not understand the seriousness of the situation. The national rank demon that appeared turned out to be Dante, the eldest brother of all the ants. Vivian and Mateo turned pale with fear at the appearance of 3 national rank demons. The creature that appeared exuded an extremely powerful energy, far superior to the previous 2. The system warned Levi of poisonous arrows approaching from behind, warning that the poison could harm the host and advising him to dodge. Levi managed to dodge to the side, and the acidic poison hitting the grass hissed terribly. Lying in ambush on Levi was Nico, who had rushed here after receiving a distress signal. The system sternly warned the owner to be careful in battle, as the 5 demons posed a mortal threat. Then, Levi was surrounded by 2 newly arrived national-level evil creatures, forming a pincer formation. Leon was no less horrified. Understanding why the city had fallen so easily to such powerful evil enemies, he doubted that the man could withstand the combined power of 4 national-ranked demons. After considering fleeing, Leon hesitated, deciding that if Levi survived, his identity as a traitor would be revealed. Leon thought about the ghost brothers and sisters and realized that even though they were weaker than the national level, he could easily destroy them. However, if a person or a rooster survives, he will not escape punishment. Leon decided to stay and watch for now. Dante's expression was cold as he quickly swung his sword, attacking Levi. The system warned Levi that he should dodge a destructive attack. The sharp blade only grazed Levi's shadow as he jumped back, dodging the attack. Levi found it hard to believe that he was surrounded. At this time, Dante relentlessly attacked him with his sword. Nico moved towards his brothers. The she-wolf sighed in relief when Nico excitedly announced his presence. Upon seeing Nico, Tristan warned his brother that this man was no ordinary opponent, surpassing him even in speed. Tristan added that, despite his weak appearance, the man should not be underestimated. Nico ignored everything else, focusing on treating Tristan and Harlow's wounds. The rooster, lying nearby defeated, thought bitterly that even with powerful reinforcements he was useless. This cruel man had used soul-burning flames, and all his relatives would perish. The rooster wanted to save his brothers, but he could not move his body, neither dead nor capable of being revived. Watching from afar, Vivian realized that Nico was also a national-ranked demon with healing abilities. Fearing that once he healed the other two townspeople, the man from Yanhai would be in danger, Vivian decided not to give them time to heal. She quickly used a spell to help the new person quickly defeat them. It tripled Levi's attack speed and power. Sensing Levi's increased strength, the system reported that the host had received support from an ally, doubling its combat power. Suddenly, Vivian fell down, losing her strength. Matteo caught her. Scared and not understanding what happened, she felt that her energy was completely drained. The effect of the support was only doubled, which had never happened before. The system's voice excitedly informed Levi that he was now stronger than all the demons, urging him to not hesitate and defeat them. Seeing Dante swing his sword to attack, Levi quickly dodged to the side, and with incredible speed, he was right next to Dante. Realizing Levi's increased speed too late, Dante didn't have time to react before Levi's punch sent him flying backwards, crashing through the trees. Dante stood up, horrified by Levi's sudden increase in power. He realized that he hadn't encountered such a strong person for a long time. Seeing Levi defeat a national-ranked opponent, Vivian exclaimed with delight that his doubled strength was clearly stronger than anyone she had supported before. Vivian was suddenly horrified by the realization that Levi had been the strongest person she had ever supported. She couldn't support him any longer because his combat power had already surpassed her, a national-level expert. Levi lunged at the kneeling and immobilized Dante. Unable to stand up, Dante could only watch helplessly as Levi approached. As Levi prepared to strike again, he noticed poisoned arrows flying towards his back and jumped to the side, barely avoiding the vile attack. Levi cast a cold glance forward. The four brothers acknowledged his strength, admitting that it had been a long time since they had faced such a strong opponent without joining forces. Without thinking, Levi rushed at the brothers. Harlow raised his hand to block Levi's blow, but fell powerlessly to the ground. He swung his blade, but Levi's blow was stronger. Levi appeared behind him, and his powerful blow sent the ant down, badly wounded and coughing up blood. As Levi landed, Tristan swung his sword, but Levi had already moved behind him to deliver another crushing blow. Tristan spat out blood as he hit the ground hard. After this, the main character forcefully slammed him into the ground. Seeing Levi land, Dante swung his sword furiously, but Levi dodged the blow with incredible speed and reappeared behind him. Dante's keen sense of smell warned him of Levi's impending attack. He swung his sword to block Levi's strike. After this collision, the difference in strength became obvious. Dante's sword broke from the force of Levi's blow. Levi remained motionless, but Dante, from the force of the blow, involuntarily flew back 10 steps, unable to withstand it. Suddenly, the system warned the owner of a sudden attack. Raising his head, Levi saw that Nico's poison was pouring down on him from above. Levi jumped to the side, dodging the attack. Nico, puzzled by Levi's disappearance, was struck by a crushing blow from behind. The force of the blow sent him crashing down, badly wounded and coughing up blood, just like his brothers before him. Vivian, continuing to support Levi, knew that she couldn't make him stronger. But this new man was so strong that just supporting him was enough. Dante's eyes burned with determination. He gave a signal to the 3 remaining brothers. With difficulty keeping his feet, he activated the ant barrier, enveloping himself in a protective sphere. The other 3 brothers immediately joined him inside Dante's barrier. Levi heard the system's voice warning him that his teammate was under attack. He turned to look, and the system, seeing that Levi was still standing idle, unwilling to provide support, the system cursed as the wolf woman lunged forward. Matteo raised his bow to stop her, and his arrow pierced her shoulder, forcing her to retreat. Enraged, she realized that under the protection of a man of national rank, she would not be able to kill the man who had supported her. After seeing Mateo save Vivian, the system noted that it was lucky to have a teammate. Unlike other systems that relied solely on their host without putting in any effort themselves, suddenly Levi received a system warning that the vicious beasts inside the barrier were abnormally increasing their total energy. Realizing that the four brothers had united for some reason, the system sensed danger and advised Levi to act first to suppress them. Levi rushed forward and delivered a powerful blow to the barrier. Suddenly, a sharp air blade burst out from within and rushed towards Levi. Seeing the approaching attack, Levi tilted his head back to dodge it. The angry voice of the system exclaimed that Levi shouldn't dodge, and asked if he had any strategy at all. Levi stood there dumbfounded, not understanding what the voice in his head was saying. The blade headed towards Vivian and Mateo. Seeing the wave of energy directed at them, Mateo rushed towards them, knocked Vivian to the ground, and shielded her from the attack with his body. He wrapped his arms tightly around her to keep her out of harm's way as they were thrown back by the blast. One-eyed Vivian and Mateo injured and coughing up blood from the powerful impact. Vivian lay in horror beneath Mateo, realizing that the energy wave that had attacked them had exceeded a national level. Seeing Vivian helpless, the she-wolf quietly rejoiced that Levi had lost his combat support. She whispered excitedly that the prince's consorts had completed their fusion. Waves of terrifying energy burst forth from the demon barrier. The barrier quickly collapsed, and the four Herald brothers successfully merged into a continental-level demon, Titus. There was a note of bitterness in the system's voice. Without the support of the team and with the enemy's level growing, the owner was facing death. The system regretted not having been more careful in choosing its owner. The rooster lay powerlessly next to Jasper, doubting whether his kin would be able to merge into such a powerful national-level beast and kill this evil man. However, he knew that the evil man's black fire could burn even souls. He was afraid that his kin might die if they were not careful. He approached Jasper about acupuncture treatment. The boy was surprised that the rooster trusted his skills, and his spirits were lifted when he readily responded, promising to cure the rooster. Titus's cold eyes looked down at Levi, and with his keen senses, Levi noticed the attack and jumped to the side to avoid it. The system's voice angrily shouted a warning, noting that with such force, even the most indestructible diamond would be shattered into pieces. Upon seeing a continental-level demon attack with a sword, the system informed Levi that its speed exceeded his own, and that the sword contained a deadly poison. The system did not want to die with its owner. Seeing the blade approaching his head, Levi dodged to the side. After that, he immediately decided to use his newly acquired skill. Levi's eyes flashed dangerously as he successfully summoned Earth Fire. The system thought with excitement that if the fourth-level Earth Fire burned Titus, his soul would disperse and the master would win. Seeing Levi's hands imbued with black fire swing towards Titus, the demons sensed the ominous black fire and hastily released the Blue Devourer skill to block the attack. The system muttered fearfully that the earthly fire would not be able to approach and burn the soul if it was blocked. Soon, the earth fire on Levi's hand was successfully absorbed by Titus's skill. The shield erected by the demon easily melted Levi's power. The system's voice sounded bitter. The protagonist's hand got stuck in Titus's shield. The demon looked menacingly at his opponent and called upon the spell Sword of the Sky. The demon's eyes flashed with malice as he drew his sword and summoned a massive sword, aiming straight at Levi's head. The system decided to prepare for the fact that the owner would now die. The colossal sword fell swiftly on the forest below, causing a great commotion. Levi's figure was nowhere to be seen, but suddenly a crimson flame burst out, obscuring the giant blade. Facing death, Levi quickly summoned a crimson fire to repel Titus's attack, the system admiring his battle strategy and realizing it had underestimated its master. Vivian, although seriously injured, cried out in delight, thinking that this was a battle between continental-level people. Leon hid, wondering if a newcomer from Yanhai could be legendary as a sovereign. He was afraid that Levi could surpass even a demigod. After all, only a ruler-level person could fight a national-level demon. The epic battle between Levi and Titus continued. The system understood that Levi was still far from the battle strategy of a true ruler. Although his strength was approaching that level, his cultivation of internal energy could always help the master become stronger. But he lacked combat experience and relied solely on brute force. Titus landed on the ground, stunned that this man was able to block his sky sword. He let out a mocking laugh, confident that the massive sword would eventually fall. He wanted to see how long the man could withstand it. The system warned that the owner might not last long, and soon Titus saw with horror that his sword of heaven was burning and melting from the crimson fire. The system suddenly had the idea to upgrade the owner and offer him more fighting styles. But this would take time. Titus, furious and trembling, saw that this man dared to destroy his rare heavenly sword and rushed at Levi. Faced with the approaching demon, Levi realized that the enemy would not give him time to update the system. The system panicked, thinking they had used too much crimson fire. But when death approached the main character, a rooster suddenly appeared and protected Levi. Titus's eyes flashed with rage as he saw the rooster use its strengthening ability to strengthen its body and block the attack. He never expected that this divine beast would protect a human. The rooster parried one of Levi's blows but was seriously injured. He intervened because if Levi had used black fire, his soul would have been destroyed. The rooster, who had inherited the king's ability to reincarnate, decided that he could try to prevent others from getting close to this evil man. Seeing the rooster protecting Levi, the system happily realized that this was its chance to renew itself. The system's voice sounded in Levi's head, ordering him to close his eyes and enter a state of silence to speed up the renewal process. The wounded rooster fell limply to the ground. The enraged Titus screamed at the divine beast, accusing it of defending evil people and deserving death. The rooster realized that its poison was half blocked by the beast's ability to throw poison darts, but was still able to move a little. Titus glared at the silent Levi, who was resisting the sword of heaven. He rushed to kill Levi, but the divine beast used its teleportation ability to shield him again. Enraged, Titus dealt a furious blow to the divine beast, sending its body flying and leaving it lifeless on the ground. He then lunged at Levi again, intending to interrupt his self-improvement process. Suddenly, the rooster quickly reincarnated behind the national-level beast using its illusory blessing skill. Titus saw the unharmed rooster behind him and roared, almost forgetting about its ability to quickly reincarnate. However, these shackles were not strong enough to restrain a continental-ranked demon. Seeing Titus quickly break free, the rooster lamented that his illusory blessing could not keep him trapped even for a second. Titus, filled with murderous rage, cried out that he was fed up with the rooster. He used his Black Moon Wine ability to pin the rooster to a tree trunk, the powerful toxin not killing him instantly but slowly eating away at his body. Enraged by the beast's endless reincarnation, he devised this torture to make him wish for death. Rooster felt that the demon's toxin was too strong for his poison spit ability to block it. Jasper called the chicken and Levi, feeling that something was wrong with the universe circulation technique and blaming himself for being useless. Vivian watched as the rooster kept rushing to block the newcomer from Yanhai. She quietly reproached herself, realizing that this trip was supposed to save her brother, but it led everyone into danger. She asked Mateo to help her sit up and closed her eyes to regain her strength, wanting to quickly regain her fighting power. Titus glanced at Levi and turned mockingly to the rooster, declaring that he could not save himself and was powerless to stop him from killing the man. The helpless rooster begged him not to approach the man. Meanwhile, Levi's system completed the upgrade, loading actual combat programs and the berserker fighting style. The upgrade also improved Levi's control over the Crimson Fire. Titus was horrified to see that his rare sky sword had completely melted. The system's voice sounded in Levi's head, ordering him to control the direction of the Crimson Fire and concentrate the flames into one point. The system reported that his mastery of Crimson Fire had reached 60% of level 1. After completing the requirements, he unlocked one of the Divine Beast control skills. Levi immediately released flames using his upgraded Fireball skill towards Titus. When the demon saw the approaching flames, his heart fluttered, feeling the life-threatening Crimson Fire. He hurriedly used Devouring the Firmament to block the Crimson Fire from touching his body. After successfully repelling the Crimson Flame, Titus's heart calmed down. But at that moment, Levi's figure suddenly appeared behind him. Under the guidance of the system, Levi combined Chi and Earth Fire to create a new deadly move, The soul-crushing, explosive fist. Levi rushed towards Titus. His face turned pale. His feelings warned him that if he was hit, he would certainly die. Titus decisively used his ultimate escape technique, dark substitution. He never expected that he would have to use this technique. The rooster, unaware that he had been teleported to another place, suddenly felt his body relax. Still stunned, he looked up to see Levi swinging his fist at his head. The rooster saw with horror the blazing black fire in Levi's hands and cried bitterly, deciding that this was truly the end. But contrary to the rooster's thoughts, Levi forcefully changed the direction of the deadly movement to save the rooster, and he himself received damage and coughed up blood. This time, the system did not blame its master, but praised Levi for doing the right thing. Levi's selfless act stunned the rooster. It took his brain a moment to realize that this so-called evil man had deliberately deflected the blow to save his life. Meanwhile, Titus pulled the poisonous roses out of his body, and Levi turned to look at him. Titus approached Levi, admitting that he was the first person to ever make him use his ultimate escape technique. Levi, still holding the black fire in his hands, looked at it calmly, waiting to see what Titus would do next. He admitted that Levi was extremely strong, especially the black fire in his hands, which terrified him. But the more menacing Levi seemed, the more determined Titus was to prevent him from entering the city of Changxi. He waved his hand, releasing the poisonous black divine moon to kill Levi with poison. The system warned Levi that Earthfire could burn souls, but did not deal physical damage, and suggested using Crimson Fire to block the demon's attack. Following the system's prompts, Levi successfully blocked the incoming poison. Titus was extremely indignant. After using the Sky Sword and the life-saving skill, he had used up most of his energy. His remaining strength was limited. He recklessly gathered all his remaining strength, wanting to release his ultimate technique. Titus growled. No matter what, he couldn't lose for the sake of Changxi City. Behind him, Levi also lost his composure as the system warned that the demon's technique had immense destructive power. The system urgently informed the owner that his power was approaching its maximum, and he could mobilize all the internal chi of the Earth realm, combine it with the power of the Crimson Fire, and release it. Levi immediately concentrated all the power of the Crimson Fire into his fist. The system continued to work, ordering the owner to make every effort to mobilize even more energy. Having reached the late stage of cultivation, he must transcend the limits of the body to advance to the next level. The master had remained in the late Earth realm for too long, and he needed to simultaneously release all of his internal chi to block the enemy's fatal blow and break through to the heavenly realm. Hearing this, Levi immediately met Titus's sword. At the same time, Vivian and Mateo were horrified by the demon's fatal blow. Vivian quickly used her skill to double Levi's blessing. The system noted the timely blessing and called on the owner to be energetic in battle. Two incredibly powerful techniques collided. They caused a deafening explosion that forced everyone to lie on the ground to avoid the shockwave. Titus's eyes blazed as he saw his full-force killing blow successfully blocked by the hated man. The blow sent his powerless body flying far away. Unwilling to accept defeat, he screamed. He couldn't let these people set foot in the city of Changxi, where Zoel was still. But now he was powerless. His inner strength completely depleted. He called out to Zoel silently. Suddenly, Titus shot up into the air before hitting the ground. When it seemed that everything was over, an unexpected event occurred. The moon turned blood red, and an angry female voice was heard, scolding the arrogant people for invading her territory. Her figure was invisible, but a powerful spiritual force threatened everyone present. The system urgently warned Levi that the carrier did not possess spiritual power and was in a state of mental suppression, unable to resist. The rooster lay stunned on the ground, not understanding what was happening. Vivian and Mateo were brought to their knees by the oppressive spiritual force, realizing with horror that it was indeed the energy of the demon guarding the country. The she-wolf respectfully addressed the aura, greeting Her Majesty. Two disembodied hands appeared, supporting Titus's wounded, unconscious body. The spiritual embodiment of a powerful demon in female form was the Blood Moon Queen. Her cold voice rang in the ears of Levi's group, asking if they had come to punish her and take over Changxi City, or to save the people from that video. Vivian mentally closed her eyes, unable to speak. In horror, she realized that this was truly a formidable continental-ranked demon. Now she understood why everyone at headquarters thought that her decision to come was a death wish. The Blood Moon Empress turned to Titus's memories to understand the situation. And soon she understood everything and became furious, blaming the insignificant humans for defying the Empress and injuring her husband. The Blood Moon Empress threatened the people, asking if they were ready to face her wrath. The system in Levi's mind panicked, deciding that it was all over. The host had failed to successfully break through to the heavenly realm and was definitely no match for this demon. He felt that this was truly the end. Suddenly a hand appeared, pulling Levi's clothes. It was Jasper, who walked up to Levi with a stunned look and complained that he had a slight headache and he felt like he was getting sick. The system could not understand how Jasper got to Levi without being affected by the spiritual power. It angrily told Levi not to worry about him, as he just had a headache, but to worry about everyone else who was immobilized by this terrifying spiritual power. Jasper's figure caught the attention of the Blood Moon Empress. She noticed his soulless body, which was not affected by spiritual power, and was horrified, realizing that this terrible man had 9 souls. The Blood Moon Empress hesitated to attack him, and decided to first take Titus back to Changxi City for treatment. She warned the people to leave the city of Changxi quickly, and threatened that if they went any further, none of them would return alive. The Blood Moon Empress, carrying the wounded Titus and the she-wolf in her arms, disappeared. As soon as she left, the moon returned to normal and the oppressive spiritual force dissipated. Jasper looked around in bewilderment. His inexplicable headache had also passed. Levi looked tiredly at the sky. Vivian felt the pressure ease, and the warriors breathed a sigh of relief. They were miraculously alive again. Leon did not believe that they had managed to survive the arrival of the Empress. Jasper worriedly asked Levi if he was okay, noticing that his clothes had been torn by the vicious creatures. Suddenly, a voice came from the dog tag Jasper wore around his neck, assuring him not to worry as he had brought spare clothes for them. The rooster was surprised to see a hand emerge from his badge on his neck. It was Isaac, who cleverly hid in Jasper's neck badge. Sensing danger, Jasper was so scared that he almost lost consciousness. As the perfect assistant, Isaac brought not only clothing but also food, drink, and sleeping bags if the warriors wanted to rest. Finally, after a difficult night of Vivian using her power to heal Levi and the others, Isaac made sure she replenished her energy. The rest of the squad enjoyed the food the boy brought. Seeing that Levi had woken up, Jasper rushed excitedly towards him, exclaiming that he had been waiting for him for a long time, the system signaled, noting the enormous support of his teammates, who had healed everyone from their wounds during the night. Jasper held out 2 buns. Knowing Levi's strong flame, he waited for him to wake up and warm up the buns. Seeing Levi use the divine technique to heat up the buns, the system became angry, thinking that it was the divine flame skill bestowed upon the owner. But he used it to heat up the buns for Jasper. The system became even more enraged when Levi's proficiency in using the technique reached 80%. Levi felt very ashamed of himself for repeatedly burning Jasper's buns. Just as the buns were about to turn black, a stream of water was thrown at them, and the rooster intervened and added water to prevent them from burning, wanting to get back at Levi for deliberately letting his attack slide. The aroma of steamed buns delighted Jasper, and the system was stunned to see that the technique's mastery had reached 100%. Everyone sat around the fire, savoring the hot buns, the fruit of Levi and Jasper's collaboration. Jasper carefully handed the bun to the hen, urging her to eat. Then the rooster had an idea. Perhaps these 2 people were not as evil as he thought. At this point, Levi approached the rooster and said that he was still hungry, and that the buns were not enough for him. He wanted to eat chicken eggs, especially those laid by the hen. The demon froze, realizing that he had misjudged these 2 people. As expected, they were truly evil. He shook with anger, but obediently helped Levi boil the eggs. The system discovered a powerful energy in the eggs that could help the host withstand hunger and thirst for a week. Leon and the others were stunned to realize that the eggs, despite being high-level evil objects, were being used for sustenance. The twins looked at the skinny, flat body of the rooster and wondered if it was really a hen. Suddenly, Isaac appeared, frightening everyone, Caught up in the commotion, he said that he wanted to tell them something. He asked everyone present to hide the fact that Levi and Jasper possessed abilities that exceeded the national rank, hoping that they would not publish it on the internet, but only report it to their superiors. He also told about the news conveyed by One Eye that Levi and Jasper were high-level cultivators temporarily invited from the mountains. They had reached the upper realm, but they were acting modestly. If anyone wanted to spread news about them, they would risk offending them, which would be fraught with unpredictable and dangerous consequences. Everyone vigorously nodded in agreement. Vivian silently acknowledged that even their pets had a special constitution that could directly absorb evil spirits. Leon was silently about to report this to his superior so that he could figure out what to do with these two new arrivals to Yanhai. When Leon asked if they should take the opportunity to retreat from this dangerous place, Vivian replied that she had no intention of retreating. Leon and the twins turned pale upon hearing her decision. The evil spirits of Changxi were too strong, and their only choice was to retreat. If not for the senior cultivators of Team 666 who saved them earlier, they would have met their ancestors long ago. But here, only 4 national-rank evil spirits appeared. Vivian also realized the impending danger, so she decided that everyone should return quickly. She would go on alone. Previously, she was worried that everyone would not be able to leave here safely. But now that she knew Levi's strategy, she decided to accompany and protect everyone despite the dissuasions of others. Vivian knew that this journey was a trek towards death, but she was determined to save her trapped brother Cangxi, whose fate was unknown. If she did not go, she would never see her brother again in this life. After thanking everyone for accompanying her so far, Vivian said that from now on she would continue the journey alone as much as possible. Plucking up his courage, Mateo told Vivian that he would not back down but would accompany her. Vivian was even more surprised when Levi and Jasper called on everyone to go save the people, as One Eye had entrusted them with this mission. Seeing that the 2 senior cultivators had no intention of leaving, the twins had no choice but to carry out the order. Vivian was very touched that everyone decided to accompany her in a dangerous situation. No words could express her feelings. Seeing Mateo's impatience, Leon could only cover his face and look away, cursing inwardly. He did not understand why he was looking at him like that, because a traitor like him would not go to seek death with the others. Using the spirit talisman, Vivian led everyone to the secret passage leading to Cangxi. On the high wall, there was a building that looked like a temple. Seeing a wall covered with vines in front of him, Leon wondered if it was just a wall, or if there was a secret passage hidden behind it that he had to get through. Vivian explained that it was not a wall, and used her blood to activate the guiding talisman. Seeing this, Leon frowned, thinking that the talisman was clearly drawn with someone else's blood. He wondered if some special spell other than blood was required to activate it. The top commander of this organization was always so careful. The talisman began to react, sensing Vivian's heavenly aura. Seeing that a secret passage had appeared, Leon realized that only special people could open it, and that others would hardly be able to get into this secret passage. But at least he figured out how to open it. Vivian told the twins to hide outside and watch them. She reminded them that if their group did not appear within 3 days, they should quickly leave and report to headquarters. Not wanting to put himself in danger, Leon was about to offer to stay behind to back up the twins. However, before he could finish speaking, Mateo grabbed him and said that they would take on the reconnaissance of the secret passage. Realizing that he was indeed going to be a pioneer, Leon cursed inwardly. He wondered why he should seek death for the sake of Mateo's happiness. Seeing that the 2 had successfully entered the passage, Vivian turned to Levi, saying that it was time for them to leave as well. Watching everyone disappear beyond the passage, the twins were confident that with the help of the messenger and the senior cultivators, they would be able to successfully rescue the people within 3 days. They would definitely not flee. Giselle asked what would happen in 3 days, and Julian replied that they would figure it out later. Soon, all members of the squad entered the building. When Vivian and Levi appeared in the passage, Mateo reported that there were no anomalies ahead. To ensure safety, Vivian deployed a sphere of concealment, concealing everyone's breath. Mateo and Leon took the lead, with Vivian and the others following close behind. After examining the surroundings, Leon realized that this secret passage was connected to the city's water supply system via a teleportation array. Mateo was shocked to feel a large amount of formation aura. Vivian commented on Mateo's remarks about the large number of formations, saying that it appeared to be the drainage system of the high-rise buildings in the Changxi department. Leon realized that Mateo was not afraid to enter the demon's lair to save people. Suddenly, Vivian shouted over the voice transmission for everyone to be careful. With her keen senses, she caught something ahead. A small demon representative appeared in front of them, introducing herself as Tori, a 5th-level demon, a 5-colored pheasant. She was still just a cub. Tori showed no fear of the people and asked who they were. Mateo was angry to see that the little animal dared to threaten them, and next to him, Leon felt that Tori was most likely very strong. Seeing that the people were silent, Tori shouted that if they did not answer, she would attack. The warriors couldn't figure out what was wrong with this little demon. Tori said that since they lost to the Empress, they definitely couldn't handle her. She arrogantly rushed straight at Leon to punish the disobedient people. However, suddenly her legs became entangled and she lost her balance and fell face down on the ground. The group was stunned by this scene, thinking that she was menacing, but turned out to be a clumsy girl. Crying in pain, Tori screamed, calling on other demons to help her deal with the people. The rooster looked around in bewilderment and realized that, besides Tori, he was the only representative of the animal tribe here. Tori sensed the rooster and said that he must be from the tribe, as she could hear the hearts of her tribe mates. Then the rooster realized that the little pheasant was blind. Tori thought with delight that the rooster was playing hide-and-seek with the other demons. She touched the rooster with curiosity, asked what color his feathers were and whether they were beautiful. She said that her own feathers and eyes were colored 5 colors. The rooster thought that this weak chick must be colorblind and asked how her eyes could be 5 colors if they were red. Tori pouted and angrily shouted that those eyes weren't hers to begin with. Her Majesty the Queen used her blood to create these eyes for her after she lost her own eyes, which were gouged out. Tori sadly said that her eyes were indeed 5-colored, like precious stones, as her clanmates saw and appreciated their beauty. Hearing this, the rooster exclaimed internally that he believed her, but asked her not to look for her demon companions as the 2 evil men would kill them all. Tori then praised the rooster for being formidable and daring to play with Her Majesty the Queen's human subordinates, adding that she had never dared to approach these people before, even though Her Majesty had said that they could no longer resist. Tori's words shocked Vivian, who wondered if the people in question were Changxi experts who had survived but lost their ability to resist. Vivian decided that the demon from Changxi was most likely the queen that Tori was talking about. She feared that the warriors were under the control of this evil demon. The more Vivian analyzed, the more she worried that their spirits had become puppets controlled by demons. She was worried for the safety of her younger brother Valerio, not knowing whether he was alive, dead, or turned into a submissive pup. Mateo then transmitted a voice signal asking Vivian what they should do. Kill this demon or not? Leon suggested capturing it to gather more information. Vivian was surprised when she asked the demon if she knew the continental-ranked warrior Valerio. Tori offered the rooster to accompany her on her search, saying she didn't want to disappoint Her Majesty the Queen. She wanted to go to the Wall of the Ant Punishment to find this person. None of the other demon comrades dared to go. The rooster internally calculated that the person Tori spoke of was most likely the target that Levi's group came for. If they could save him, many demons would not have to fight with evil humans and be killed by them. Tori couldn't believe her ears when the rooster agreed to accompany her to the execution wall, and Vivian's heart rejoiced when she learned that Tori knew where her brother was imprisoned and would lead the rooster there. On the way, the rooster couldn't resist asking Tori why she wanted to find Valerio. Tori answered honestly that Her Majesty the Queen hoped that they would be stronger against the human warriors. She also wanted to become a brave demon. Hearing Tori ask his name, the rooster told her that he had no name. Hearing the group call him a chicken, she asked if he really was a chicken. The rooster shook his head in embarrassment, not admitting it. Then Tori suggested giving him a name, asking if she could call him Six. The rooster thought to himself that being called that was better than being called a hen. Tori led them to the end of the road where they had to climb up. Hearing Leon's voice asking if there were any traps up there, Vivian scanned him with her spiritual sense and replied that she had not detected any demon energy waves for the time being. Rooster climbed up the ladder after Tori, looking around and noting that fortunately there were no demons nearby. The rest of Levi and Vivian's group walked up the stairs and then headed towards the elevator. Tori said there might be a button here. Then the rooster asked curiously if they had really lived here before and didn't even know what a human elevator was. Tori replied that they all used to live underground with Her Majesty the Queen. Then the rooster asked if she lived in the city of Zhangxi, which is why she understood people so well. The rooster answered in the affirmative, saying that he always hid in the human city. Tori was very curious to know about the human city when she was underground. Her Majesty the Queen told her a lot about the human world, but did not allow her to approach them. Later, she somehow snuck up on her without her knowledge, and then she met Valerio. As they approached Valerio's prison, Tori began to tremble even more. She wanted to see the man, but she didn't dare go closer. So she asked the rooster to push her forward. She said that if the rooster was also afraid, then let the human subordinates of Her Majesty the defeated queen push her. She led everyone to the stone door, Levi acting carefree as if he was just taking a stroll. Suddenly, Tori's trembling voice was heard asking Her Majesty's subordinates to open the door for her. Vivian guessed that Tori must have thought that they were still under the control of Sanshi, unable to resist the demons, so they could not allow their identities to be revealed, and had to follow Tori's words. Vivian, Leon, and Mateo went to open the heavy stone door. Vivian froze as she saw the horrific scene inside. Tori closed her eyes tightly, not daring to open them. Inside hung the brutally tortured corpses of Zhangxi experts. Right in the middle of the wall hung Vivian's brother, Valerio. His body was being eaten by red ants, but he was still alive. Hearing someone calling his name, he turned his head towards the door with difficulty, not daring to believe that he saw his sister. Tori's whole body was shaking with fear. She tried to convince herself not to be afraid as she stepped into the room. Her Majesty the Queen told her to overcome her fears by facing them head-on. She screamed, feeling the blood of brave demons in her, and said that she would succeed. She rushed towards Valerio, wanting to take his life in order to dispel the fear in her heart. Seeing the demon attacking Valerio, Vivian couldn't stay calm and screamed out her brother's name. Mateo instantly fired an arrow forward. Mateo's arrow instantly pierced Tori's wing, and her face turned pale. Everything happened too quickly for the rooster to react, and Jasper and Levi were also caught off guard by the events unfolding before their eyes. Tori's body was pinned to the wall by her wing. She screamed in pain. At that moment, the girl realized with horror that the people present here were not subordinates of Her Majesty the Queen. Vivian rushed to her brother, removing several nails from the victims' bodies. The other two warriors are long dead. Valerio was still breathing weakly, and Vivian quickly used her healing skills on him. After his sister had healed him a little, Valerio said that he was already feeling better, and that he could feel his inner energy being restored. Now he could heal himself, and he immediately used his healing abilities on himself. Tori's wing was pinned to the wall, and she asked the rooster if he had been threatened by those human warriors. The rooster doubted. He really wanted to help Tori, but he knew that people and demons were at odds. He was afraid that helping Tori would anger people and they would kill him. But it was unbearable for him to see his young fellow tribesmen suffer. Protecting the baby is what a mature man should have done. So the rooster tried to help Tori escape. But before he could take action, he heard Valerio's cry. He said that he felt the energy waves of a national rank demon. Vivian calmed her brother down so he wouldn't panic. She told him it was a demon from Yanhai who was on the human side. She praised her brother for enduring such physical torture without resorting to one horrific method. When Vivian broke down in tears, she admitted that she had not dared to imagine that her brother was still alive. After this, Vivian told her brother that next time, if the danger was truly life-threatening, he should use this method, regardless of the consequences. As long as he lives, that will be enough for her. Just as Vivian was about to introduce Levi and the city lord to her brother, Valerio interrupted her, stating that it was not urgent. He approached Tori and asked if she really brought them all here. Vivian confirmed this, noting that this demon was very weak and blind and practically did not threaten anyone. As Valerio looked coldly at Tori, he noted that her abilities had been destroyed by his companions, and despite the forced evolution, her body remained weak. He added that she could not even sense the energy waves and levels of other demons, and his attack power was less than that of a normal adult. Valerio's words horrified the group. They wondered how he could understand Tori's condition so well. Hearing Valerio's voice, Tori screamed in horror, begging him not to gouge out her eyes. However, Valerio pounced on her mercilessly, tearing out her eyes in one movement. The man's actions enraged the rooster. Tori collapsed at the rooster's feet, a pool of blood immediately forming beneath her. Quickly rushing towards Valerio, the rooster shielded Tori from this ruthless man with his body. Despite her severe injuries, Tori could still speak and told the rooster to run away quickly. The rooster felt that Tori's energy wave had completely disappeared, and he muttered bitterly that even a demon like him, she couldn't sense it, which showed how weak she had always been. Even though she was facing death, she was still worried about the rooster's life. Jasper couldn't hold back his tears and admitted to Levi that he didn't understand why he felt so sad at that moment. When Valerio turned to his sister in confusion and asked why she said that a national-ranked demon was on their side, he wondered why he reacted so strongly after seeing another demon being killed before his eyes. Valerio continued to suspect that the rooster was pretending to help the humans, but not knowing its true intentions, he assumed that it might be a spy, disguised to stay close to the humans using all of its abilities. The rooster roared and charged straight at Valerio. Vivian quickly rushed to protect her brother, while simultaneously using her boundary sphere to create a shield to counter the rooster's attack. Seeing that his sister's shield could not withstand the rooster's blow, Valerio turned pale with fear. He thought with horror about how his ruler-level sister, who was using a shining shield to protect her life, was instantly crushed by a demon. His combat power was definitely not up to par with a normal national-rank evil beast. After this, the rooster pointed his fist towards Vivian, not having time to react in time to the destruction of the shield. Suddenly, someone grabbed the rooster by the fist. It was Levi. He ordered the rooster to stop, explaining that this woman helped heal their wounds. Seeing how Levi easily restrained the rooster, Valerio was shocked. He whispered that this man must be one of the masters his sister spoke of. Seeing that Levi had stopped him, the rooster hissed bitterly, realizing that this evil man would not allow him to act against his own kind. Tori was just a chicken. It was okay for a powerful man to kill a little girl. The rooster always knew that. But this time, seeing Tori die, he really felt extremely terrible. Suddenly, there was a slapping sound. Vivian hit Valerio, and her furious voice screamed that she had already told him that it was Tori who brought them here. Moreover, she emphasized that this demon was very weak and practically did not pose a threat. She demanded to know why Valerio killed Tori. Valerio refused to admit his guilt, immediately replying that as a powerful warrior, he did not need a reason to kill the demon. His words surprised Vivian. She could not refute them, realizing that he was not entirely wrong. When his sister told him he had acted too cruelly, he explained that dealing with demons could not be considered cruel. He angrily pointed at his two dead teammates and screamed about how these demons tortured them to death every day. He told how he endured their torture while he waited for Vivian to save him, and he said how unbearable every minute was. He kept telling himself that she was already on her way and he just needed to be patient a little longer. After hearing what her brother had gone through, Vivian couldn't bring herself to scold him any further. Unexpectedly, Valerio warned his sister about the rooster, wondering if this demon could be a spy. His words earned him another hard slap from Vivian, who was puzzled by her brother's furious mood. She warned him never to doubt the rooster's loyalty to the two senior experts. Mateo and Leon fully agreed with Vivian's words and added that the one who needed to be saved was saved. Everyone quickly prepared to leave this place. Seeing the corpses, Vivian asked Levi to cremate them with hellfire, and Valerio cast the gray veil skill on them. Inside the veil barrier, the air temperature and the air inside and outside did not change. The rooster looked at Tori's corpse and asked Levi if he could help cremate her remains as well. Seeing that Levi quickly agreed, the rooster reminded him that this was cremation, not roasting for food. Soon, everything was ready. The ashes of the deceased were carefully separated and placed on the cloth. Seeing Vivian carefully collecting the ashes, the rooster felt a pang of conscience and asked her why she was doing this. Vivian explained that this was very important because they needed to return the ashes to the families as a keepsake. And she emphasized that this was a human tradition passed down from generation to generation. The rooster frowned, not understanding why they were going to so much trouble for someone who was already dead. Feeling guilty for Tori's death, Vivian apologized to the rooster on her brother's behalf. She understood that Valerio's hatred for evil creatures stemmed from the murder of his teammates and his own torture. Despite Tori posing no threat, he still killed her. Vivian expressed genuine remorse, but the rooster turned away coldly, knowing that no amount of apology could bring Tori back to life. Seeing that everyone was getting ready to leave, the rooster decided to collect Tori's ashes. But he realized that he had nowhere to store them. Suddenly, Isaac reached out his hand from the pendant around the rooster's neck, offering him a small pouch. He carefully packed Tori's ashes, intending to return them to the family if the opportunity presented itself. Brother Isaac emerged from the medallion on the rooster's neck and conveyed the one-eyed man's instructions to everyone. He explained that if the rescuers successfully rescued Valerio, they should also try to find and rescue Serenity's military advisor. One Eye knew that the situation in Mercenary City was unpredictable and danger lurked everywhere. Even though he had made the request, Vivian had every right to make decisions. Vivian thought to herself that One Eye and Tracy definitely wanted to save Serenity, which was why they sent the two senior experts and the rooster. If they hadn't sent Unit 666, she wouldn't have been able to enter Mercenary City to rescue her brother. Then, Vivian decided to try to find and save Serenity, the mother. She immediately told Valerio to go with Mateo and Leon. They must first escape through the secret passage to the outskirts, and she, with Squad 666, will go to save General Serenity. Seeing the expression on Valerio's face, she asked why he looked worried. Hearing this, Valerio lowered his eyes. He was worried about Vivian, who was confronting a powerful demon. Valerio suggested that everyone first leave, call more warriors from headquarters, and then return and save Serenity. Seeing Valerio's worried look, Vivian thought that Serenity was her brother's first military advisor. Perhaps Valerio was also very worried about her. The girl was sure that there must be more survivors in Sangxi, and even though their consciousness was under the control of the demon, they must be alive. She decided to report this to the general staff so that they could resume the rescue mission. As a continental-ranked warrior, she couldn't just care about her brother and ignore those who fought to the last moment to protect the city. Their families must be hoping and praying for the return of their loved ones. Vivian reassured her brother, saying that the two senior experts and the rooster were very powerful, and acting together with them meant that nothing would happen. She told him to go with Mateo and Leon first, and the rest would rescue Serenity and find them outside. Mateo suggested that Leon take Valeria and leave, while he and Vivian would go save people. Seeing Valerio's fierce gaze, Leon sincerely admired Mateo's courage. Hearing his sister calling for him to leave, Valerio suddenly exclaimed that Serenity had betrayed humanity. Initially, Valerio wanted to hide it, not wanting to reveal Serenity's betrayal towards humanity. But he was forced to tell them after Sanshi was captured by a demon, Serenity surrendered and became a servant for the continental-ranked demon occupying Sanshi. Valerio's words struck Vivian like thunder, and horror crossed her face. She couldn't believe that Serenity, the very one who thirsted for life and feared death, had voluntarily become the demon's servant. Vivian's distant memories flashed back to the high command meeting at Lungo headquarters. Everyone was worried that young Valerio was defending Sanshi alone, which was causing concern for the others. Although medicine was respected in Changxi, Valerio was still a warrior, so it was decided to send General Serenity from headquarters to support him in Changxi. Hearing Vivian's doubts about Serenity's identity, the man sitting next to her reassured her, saying that Serenity was still from the Jin family, the wife of the next patriarch of the family, and her record was completely clean. Vivian was surprised that Serenity was from the Jin family, and so even the elder Yu felt at ease. After the meeting ended, Vivian wanted to meet with the commander alone to discuss Valerio's issue. At this time, seeing Serenity passing by, the commander called her over and introduced her to Vivian in a friendly manner. He said she was one of the first military advisors accredited by the Coordination Center. Serenity greeted Vivian in a calm voice, promising to support her brother and keep Sanshi and its people safe. Vivian couldn't believe that Serenity was a traitor, but Valerio's words made her doubt. He said that after the demon's torture, other warriors were nailed to the wall, but there was no sign of Serenity, and that was enough to prove that she was a traitor. Valerio said that the video of the demon tormenting everyone was taken on a signal from Serenity. Valerio could no longer remain calm. He continued to shout that Serenity was not under control. She was fully conscious and had voluntarily colluded with the demon. Valerio's harsh words caused Isaac to speak out in Serenity's defense, stating that the Jin family had always been one of the great clans that protected the country, and their experts had always fought desperately against demons, and he didn't believe that she had betrayed humanity. Vivian also silently thought that Serenity was the future matriarch of the Jin family. Seeing that no one believed him, Valerio spoke up, insisting that they find Serenity and find out the truth for themselves. Valerio looked at his sister, thinking that she must have taken the risk of coming here, and he had to take the risk of returning to the lab. His evil gaze fell on the rooster. He couldn't allow Vivian and this demon to act together. Although he didn't understand why his sister and the others trusted such a demon, he would never trust a demon who would eventually reveal his true face. Vivian knew that Valerio was suffering greatly and wanted to leave as soon as possible. But only Valerio understood better than anyone all the intricacies of life in Sangxi, and with him, the journey would be much safer. Then Vivian suggested that they all look for Serenity together. Vivian didn't want her brother to put himself in danger, but at the moment, it was the best option. No matter what happened, she had to protect him. Vivian and the others arrived at the office and were looking around when they sensed the presence of a demon nearby. The girl alerted everyone to the 9th-level demon and warned them not to disturb the 7th-level creatures. She activated her breath-masking domain, which covered 500 meters, which could hide their presence in this large building. However, the range of her thought transfer domain was only 5 meters, so she reminded everyone to keep their distance. One demon suddenly slammed the documents on the table and announced in an irritated voice that the prince consort was ill, so these tasks had been entrusted to others. The demons who were assigned the job looked dejected. They could not understand why a prince with enormous power could not work while he was ill. They discussed whether they should wait until the great emperor recovered before continuing the work. They thought that the prince could not feel bad. The demons continued to bicker over work, making Vivian think they were the same as humans. Valerio knew the area well and led everyone left and right through the different sections of the building. The squad began to make their way through different sections of the premises. After wandering around for a while, Valerio led everyone into a deserted corridor. There was a large door with a warning sign above it stating that this was an important scientific and technical research area, and that entry was prohibited to outsiders. Valerio explained that this was where he needed to go. Once inside, Valerio suggested that his sister and the others inspect the area while he retrieved something very important from the laboratory. Seeing Valerio quickly turn to leave, Vivian said that she did not want to let her brother go alone, wanting to go with him. Suddenly, Vivian heard human voices coming from a small room nearby, and this left her confused, thinking that Serenity might actually be here. Filled with curiosity, Vivian quietly approached. She did not find General Serenity, but she heard the demon asking 2 people about some kind of cake. They answered that it was an ordinary flour cake and teased the demon for not having tried it before. Looking inside, she saw a 9th-level demon and 2 warriors chatting happily without any hostility. The 9th-level demon wanted more cake and asked 2 human experts to make more. This interaction horrified Vivian, and she realized that the surviving warriors perceived the demons who had recently appeared in Sangxi as newcomers. Meanwhile, Valerio, entering his old research laboratory, opened the safe and took out a bottle of medicine. He smiled, realizing that the chemical medicine he had hidden had still not been discovered. He quickly grabbed his coat and hurried away. He didn't even suspect that the moment he took out the mysterious vial, the national-rank demon Zoel woke up. Zoel coldly remarked that she had found the last vial and intended to destroy it. And then Valerio, who had stolen it. Unaware of the impending mortal danger, Valerio maintained his spirits, believing that by taking the vial out, he could put an end to the war between demons and humans. Meanwhile, Vivian reflected on the conquest of the people by demons during her walk. Suddenly a hand grabbed her, scaring her half to death. It was Valerio, who was urgently asking everyone to hurry up and leave, as he had found what he needed. When Vivian looked at him puzzled, Valerio explained that searching for Serenity now would likely lead to a direct confrontation with the demon. The most important thing is to take everything he has from here. Excited, Valerio showed his sister the vial, claiming that it could protect Vivian and all people from demons. He quickly pulled her aside, determined to safely transport the bottle out of Zhangxi. Just when they thought everything was going smoothly, a demon with both arms cut off burst into the corridor. He recognized with horror the people as fugitives from the place of execution. Soon, a second demon emerged from the office, also shaking with fear. Valerio knew he couldn't let them report his escape to the queen. The demons ran away, and he immediately pounced on them to prevent them from notifying the demon that was subjugating the people. Just when it seemed the demons were doomed, the roosters suddenly appeared and stopped Valerio. He grabbed the man's chains with his hands, preventing them from attacking the demon cubs. Valerio, in a rage, accused the rooster of being a spy since he intervened to save the demons. The rooster was worried that those two terrible people might think the same thing. Jasper's worried voice came out, asking if the two little animals were okay. Jasper's concern for the demons stunned Rooster. Valerio, enraged, shouted that the rooster fundamentally does not support humanity and is a spy. The man covered his sister with his body and asked her to be careful. After this, he looked menacingly at the rooster, intending to kill him. He released poisonous vines that crawled straight towards the demon at an incredible speed. They pierced the rooster's limbs, preventing him from moving. However, the demon was strong, and so he jumped away from the vines, but quickly realized that the thorns were poisoned. Vivian was surprised at how much power her brother had. Vivian frowned, remembering something from her memory. The commander told her that Valerio's strategic assessment could not be verified, but at the peak of his skill, it reached continental levels. The commander said that Valerio was young but possessed unprecedented talent. Surprised by this, Vivian realized that Valerio had been suppressing his fighting power all this time. The rooster, sweating profusely, endured the pain from the poisonous vines. He watched in horror as another vine flew towards him. Just when Rooster thought he was finished, Levi suddenly appeared and blocked Valerio's attack. He angrily shouted that no one had the right to beat his rooster. Levi's words moved the rooster to tears, but his hopes were dashed when Levi continued, threatening to kill the rooster if he did not lay eggs. Valerio shouted angrily, asking why they were helping the demons. He said that demons are the enemies of humanity. Meanwhile, Jasper helped the rooster to his feet. Valerio asked them if they had any commitment to humanity. Vivian was shocked to hear her brother's words. Jasper could no longer tolerate Valerio's constant insults towards the rooster, and spoke up, declaring that the rooster belonged to them and was their close friend. Levi confirmed his friend's words, emphasizing the importance of the rooster for them. He said that if anyone offends him, they will deal with him. Valerio was furious at these words. Suddenly, Zoel's cold voice was heard, warning the people to quickly disappear from Sanxi. Suddenly, everyone was trapped, immobilized by her spiritual power. Only Jasper seemed unharmed, looking around in confusion. At that moment, Mateo and Leon appeared with blank expressions on their faces, their eyes full of bloodlust. Valerio realized that they were most likely being controlled by Zoel and gritted his teeth angrily. He realized that this demon had deliberately allowed him to escape in order to eventually weaken him and take the last copy. Mateo suddenly fired an arrow towards Vivian. Valerio screamed, desperately trying to save his sister. He pierced his hand with vines to free himself from Zoel's spiritual oppression through physical pain. Then he quickly darted to the side and pushed Vivian away. He covered her with his body and the arrow flew past them. He then turned to his sister, asking if she was okay. Vivian had no idea that her brother had secretly hidden the bottle in his robe. Jasper let out a loud cry as he saw Leon advancing on Rooster. However, due to hypnosis, the demon could not move. The rooster cursed silently, freezing in place as Leon's blade came towards him. Just when it seemed like the end was near for the king of roosters, a bun flew out of nowhere and hit Leon on the head. Leon was stunned by the unexpected attack, and Isaac, who was hiding in the rooster's necklace, was able to blind Leon with the cloth. Isaac asked Jasper to tie Leon up. Meanwhile, Mateo, controlled by Zoel, aimed his bow at the group. Rooster and Levi waited impatiently for his approach. However, Mateo had another arrow ready. At that moment, Isaac threw a frying pan at his head, knocking him off his feet. Suddenly, Zoel's gloomy voice was heard, expressing annoyance at underestimating people. Suddenly, 2 red threads flashed from outside, causing the rooster to remember the excruciating pain from their injections. One red thread went straight to Vivian and Valerio. Valerio realized that this was a materialized spirit thread that could directly damage his spirit. While enduring the pain, He used his demonic vine to protect his sister. Vivian watched in horror as vines burst from the ground. Valerio explained his plan to use the vines to safely free Vivian. The girl was horrified, realizing how much risk her brother was taking. Suddenly, a huge vine burst out of the ground and grabbed Vivian, lifting her up. The girl felt that the surface of the vine was very soft. She began to seriously doubt that her brother was really so heartless. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a hand appeared and grabbed her tightly by the throat. It was Zoel. She began to threaten Valerio, saying that he also had someone to protect. The man watched in horror as the demon did to his sister. He angrily ordered Zoel to let Vivian go. Then Zoel threw the girl to the ground with force, looking at her with disdain. Valerio ran towards her, his body shaking with rage and powerlessness. Zoel then asked him if he wanted to experience the grief of losing a loved one. Without waiting for an answer, the demon cut off the girl's head with one swift movement. Valerio watched in horror as it happened. However, suddenly he felt something strange, as if he was frozen. A bond formed between him and his sister that was tied to their hearts. Meanwhile, Jasper was trembling with fear. He tried to call Levi, but a woman's hand tightly squeezed his throat. Everyone else, including Levi, was caught in a spiritual illusion created by Zoel. Levi remained locked in an illusion. His spirit was on the verge of collapse. In this difficult situation, he still had to rely on the system. The system had no choice. The demonic spirit's abilities only affected those whose spirits were awakened. With no other choice, the system decided to use its final move. After 10 seconds, it would forcibly shut down the spiritual world, including the host's consciousness. The system would temporarily transform into another consciousness within the host's body, and, having gained complete control over it, would begin to fight in berserk mode. After the 10-second countdown, Levi's eyes suddenly opened, and his irises turned a mysterious golden color. This unexpected development shattered the system's understanding. It never expected that there could be another consciousness hidden within Levi's body, and hidden so deeply that even the system had never detected it before. The system cursed loudly as this consciousness wrested control of Levi's body from it, and he rushed towards Jasper, who was being strangled by Zoel. Levi's fist flew straight into the vile creature's face. Seeing the white-haired figure continuously attacking the demon, Jasper anxiously asked if it was Levi. Hearing his name, the golden, cruel eyes turned to Jasper. Horrified by Levi's appearance, Jasper screamed, thinking that it was not Levi. Seeing Levi reaching out his hand to him, Jasper trembled with fear and closed his eyes tightly, expecting pain. But he felt no pain. He saw the stranger's hand gently stroke his head. Golden eyes looked at Jasper with loving tenderness. He told the child to protect himself. The system watched the unfolding events with bewilderment. It seemed that Jasper was involved in them, and questions arose about the old man's true identity. The system, knowledgeable in all fields, knew nothing about Jasper's origin. His identity remained shrouded in mystery, and the system did not have any necessary information. Suddenly, the demon's leg shot out towards the two. Jasper, oblivious to the danger, noticed nothing. Before they could react, Levi had hoisted Jasper onto his shoulder with incredible speed, dodging the attack. Jasper, who was standing behind Levi, asked doubtfully who he was with an unfamiliar aura. Levi turned to Jasper and answered cryptically, prompting Jasper to ask who he was. Puzzled, Jasper asked in return who he was. Levi's words only increased the guy's confusion. He also didn't know who he was, but he could confirm that he was Jasper. Seeing that Jasper continued to doubt, Levi confirmed that he was Jasper, so he would protect him. A strange instinct made the unfamiliar Levi act in exactly this way. Zoel looked at Levi suspiciously, realizing that this human state was completely different from the previous one. Her spiritual power could no longer suppress him. Her intuition told her that this man now posed a threat to her life. Suddenly, Levi rushed at Zoel like lightning. Seeing Levi flying towards her, she was completely shocked. This man moved too fast. Even her spiritual senses couldn't keep up with him. In such a situation, Zoel could only grit her teeth and use the giant ant next to her as a sacrifice. Levi's blow shattered the giant ant's body into tiny pieces, revealing it to be Zoel's spiritual avatar. Levi moved again and lunged at her. As she watched Levi's attack, She realized with horror that the man's speed and strength had increased terrifyingly. The shield created by Zoel couldn't withstand Levi's attack. It was quickly destroyed, and she took the full force of the impact, slamming her entire body into the ground. Luckily, she used her spiritual power to block most of the damage, so her injuries weren't too serious. Zoel realized with anger that she could no longer resist this mutated man. The system didn't expect that as soon as the attack began, Levi would immediately use a third-class destructive fire source, because he knew that the demon armor was created using the abilities of a spirit beast. Levi swung his fist and used a third-class destructive fire source to launch an attack on Zoel. Zoel was horrified when she saw the man rushing towards her. His speed was increasing. What shocked her even more was that the flames from this man's attack could destroy her spiritual avatar. Sensing the approaching danger, she quickly dodged to the side. She realized that her spiritual avatar had been melted by the man's fire. What happened next left Zoel even more horrified, as she discovered that she could no longer recreate her avatar. Levi looked at her and said mockingly, realizing that she was unable to recreate the illusory body. For the first time, Zoel felt fear of a human. The flames in his hands could suppress her animal abilities. Not wanting to put up with this, she angrily asked who he was. Levi calmly replied that he himself did not know who he was. Too many years had passed, and he had long forgotten who he was. But just by looking at Zoel, Levi realized that her condition was very serious. The man's words only increased Zoel's panic. Her kind was relatively rare. She was strong, but she couldn't compare to the one who controlled this human body. What was even more frightening was that the man saw that she was seriously injured and poisoned and was completely out of the game. Levi smiled and continued, saying that this fool's spiritual world could be forcibly sealed, so the ancient divine fire arts he possessed were beyond her power. The system heard Levi's voice in his head and was surprised at how he knew everything. Levi replied that he didn't remember who he was, and if the system could tell him about it later, that would be great. The system angrily scolded Levi, demanding to know why she had to tell him this. She wanted this stranger to immediately regain control of Levi's body, even though he was mentally ill. He was cuter than his current consciousness. When the system began to scold Levi furiously, she suddenly fell silent, and her essence was grabbed by Levi's hand. The system was shocked at being threatened and completely lost its dignity. Standing to the side, Jasper asked who Levi was muttering and talking to. Levi explained that he was having a private conversation with a small creature that could help the real Levi become stronger. Jasper calmly said that if it helped Levi become stronger, then he would like it. Levi's golden eyes looked coldly at Zoel, asking if she still wanted to fight. He warned that if she stubbornly refused to retreat and insisted on dealing with these people, then he would have no choice but to kill her. Zoel was truly not afraid. Although she looked at the person standing in front of her with apprehension, she firmly stated that these people deserved to die. They ignored her warning and dared to invade the city, and even saved that scoundrel. She would never let that hateful person leave here with a dangerous item. Even if she had to risk her life, she would never let him leave. If the people survived and left, the entire demonic beast kingdom would be in mortal danger. Levi's voice grew colder as he asked if Zoel was tired of living. Instead of responding, Zoel took action. She had no other choice. Otherwise, she would become a traitor to her kind. When Zoel's voice was heard, a red net enveloped everyone present. Levi and Jasper stood there in shock as the cracks opened up beneath their feet, swallowing them into a bottomless abyss. Levi realized that Zoe had used the primordial soul orb against him without hesitation, demonstrating her determination to fight to the end. Levi saw Jasper falling in horror. He quickly extended his hand, beckoning his friend to grab it. Levi quickly caught Jasper's hand and, pulling him to his feet, told Zoel that she was lucky that he had temporarily spared her life. Fearing that there wasn't enough time, Levi began to explain to Jasper how to enter someone else's primordial soul vision, where the primordial souls would devour each other. Although Zoel's cultivation in the primordial soul realm was low, Levi was unable to absorb other primordial souls, so they had to return. Jasper looked stunned, not understanding anything. Levi continued to assure his friend that Levi would continue to protect him, confirming that he had chosen the right person. At that moment, a system notification sounded in Levi's head. Control was restored. The residual consciousness released control over the host's body and retreated deep into his subconscious, plunging into a deep sleep. When the system began to analyze the captured remnant of another consciousness deep within the host's subconscious, it discovered that this consciousness was a fragment of the original soul. When the two finally landed, the system was subjected to successive psychic attacks, causing its processing area to be severely damaged and temporarily entering maintenance mode, causing Levi's spiritual world to be forcibly closed and his subconscious to awaken. Jasper noticed that Levi's hair was slowly turning black again. When Levi suddenly opened his eyes and looked at himself, Jasper was delighted to recognize the real Levi. Stunned by the strange scene, Levi's eyes widened as he noticed the giant ant was about to attack them. He quickly hugged Jasper and they rolled on the ground to avoid the attack. Zoel's angry voice rang out, declaring that no one had ever survived leaving her realm within the blood moon. The protagonist looked up at the sky and saw a large, blood-colored moon. She arrogantly declared that in this primordial soul realm, she had endless strength and countless ants, so she was invincible. Jasper stared in shock as the swarm of ants rained down from the sky. Levi hugged him, moving left and right to avoid the giant ants' attacks. He deftly maneuvered between the monsters. Suddenly, an ant appeared in front of them, blocking Levi's path. However, he was quickly cast aside. Then the main characters landed in a free space. He moved quickly, carrying Jasper to safety. Now they could finally catch their breath for at least a couple of moments. Levi stood in front, covering them and summoning crimson flames in his hands. The giant ants that attacked them were fried to a crisp. Suddenly, Levi condensed the power of the crimson flame and forcefully slammed his fist into the ground. Because of this, a ring of fire spread across the earth. It incinerated the swarm of giant ants that surrounded them. After seeing Levi's attack, Zoe acknowledged that while Levi was impressively strong, he was unable to kill her or burn away her true form in this realm. She sent a swarm of ants to attack again. However, Levi dealt mercilessly with each of them. She watched as the giant ants attacked and surrounded them endlessly, unable to kill them. The insects fell dead to the ground, burned by the protagonist's fire. However, Zoel continued to say that they would not be able to defeat her. Soon, a new squad of ants surrounded the boys. An angry glint appeared in Levi's eyes. He felt helpless. In the world of Levi's consciousness, the system angrily screamed that the fragment of the original soul remaining in the host's body was exceeding its authority, considering itself the most useless system. Suddenly, an alarm sounded, indicating that the host was in danger and the system was in danger of being destroyed. The processing center issued a warning, calling on the system to actively assist the host and turn the danger into an opportunity to help him become stronger. The system cried out excitedly, declaring itself brave, unafraid of difficulties, and determined to help the host become the strongest being. The ants surrounded Levi, crawling over him and forming a living mound. Then Levi summoned a level 4 geofire, not knowing what would happen. However, he was able to summon a third-level green flame, hoping to destroy the swarm in one fell swoop. Exhausted and breathing heavily, Levi turned around and didn't see Jasper. He screamed desperately, then frantically used third-level geofire to comb through the swarm. Jasper sat in the middle of the swarm with an indifferent look. He called out Levi's name. After that, he collapsed to the ground, and the main character immediately rushed to help his friend. Jasper lay in Levi's arms, and they could only call each other by name. Jasper said he felt a lot of pain, and Levi's face turned pale. He clenched his teeth, and anger flared up in him again. Levi immediately summoned fire, causing the ants to become frightened when they saw the swirling green flames. Seeing the swirling fire tornado, the ants hesitated to attack, knowing that the flames would suppress their beast abilities. Many ants had already been destroyed by the flames. However, Levi sent a tornado straight at them, leaving countless ant corpses in his wake. The system's mechanical voice announced that it had rebooted and was loading to restore operation. The system sighed, noting that the connection had only been lost for 5 minutes, and Levi and Jasper had already suffered so much. It seems Levi couldn't do without the help of the system. The system received a notification that a large amount of energy value had accumulated in the host's body. By clearing it, it was possible to open an internal store with medicinal preparations, various enhancing drugs with special effects, and artifacts that could be purchased with energy value. The owner had the right to agree or refuse to open the store, but the system knew that his mind was unsettled, so it silently accepted the optimal choice and successfully completed the exchange. The energy value accumulated in the host's body was purified and the store opened. The system used 1% of the host's physical energy to purchase medicine to treat severe injuries. After Jasper took the medicine, his wounds were completely healed, and he happily showed Levi that his body was restored and no longer hurt. Levi thanked the system in his head with delight. Hearing Levi mutter that without divine intelligence, Jasper would have died, the system wanted to go crazy. Jasper, seeing Levi's despondency, blaming himself for not being able to protect his good friend and considering himself useless, was puzzled by his state. At that moment, the system asked Levi if he wanted to become stronger and the strongest man in the world. Knowing that Levi had entered the system, she said that from now on he should trust her. As a powerful system, she would 100% guarantee that Levi would become the strongest in the world. Suddenly, an anomaly occurred. The solid ground beneath Levi and Jasper split into large cracks. Zoel's angry voice rang out, declaring that the arrogant humans thought they could defeat her by exterminating her ants and suppressing her beast powers. She claimed to be an invincible being that they could never destroy. Jasper and Levi realized in horror that they were falling into a deep, black abyss below. In this crisis situation, the system activated the S-rank defense. Levi grabbed Jasper with one hand and desperately grabbed the solid stone wall with the other to stop their fall. The system's voice warned that the rock walls were slowly approaching to crush them both. The crack closed faster and faster. Huge stones that broke off from the cliff also fell on the boys. Levi spread his arms and legs to prevent the rock walls from crushing them. The system reassured him, urging him to trust it and promising that with its support, no one would die. She told him how to manage his reserve physical energy, continuously directing it to his palms and concentrating all his strength in his hands. The 10-second countdown began, and the system paused at the 5-second mark so as not to distract Levi. The system offered to transfer Jasper to a safer new form and use 1% of the host's physical energy to exchange for a special vial of medicine. Levi decided that it was necessary. The system successfully completed the exchange, taking away the physical energy from the owner. With some dissatisfaction, the system helped Jasper quickly drink the bottle of medicine. The system shrank Jasper to a safe size to reduce the load on the host, making it easier for him to hide from enemy attacks. She also reminded Levi to hold on tightly to the choker around his neck so as not to fall, and so that the owner would be comfortable fighting the demon. Levi gently reassured Jasper, promising that he would protect him well, and advising him to hold on tightly to the ring around his neck. When the countdown resumed, the system unlocked the Earth-level energy cultivation skill technique. Levi used a new technique to prevent the rock walls from closing in further. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Levi pushed off the falling rocks and rose to the surface. Upon seeing Levi, Zoel growled furiously, declaring that there was no way this technique wouldn't kill him. Noticing a giant stone statue summoned by Zoel approaching them, the system called on Levi to rush at him fearlessly and, releasing 6 flames, smash the statue to pieces. When Levi and the stone statue collided, the system reminded Levi to concentrate his energy and deliver a strong blow. The protagonist summoned a green flame and rushed at the stone golem. Their attacks collided, and Zoel was left speechless with shock. Levi crushed the statue's hands. After this, the boys noticed that the statue began to fall apart into pieces. Suddenly, a small rock flew past them at great speed, from which Jasper almost died. Enraged by the failure, Zoel used her demonic ability, Heavenly Raging Fire, and brought down a meteor shower on Levi. Levi narrowed his eyes, focusing on Zoel's attack. A system interface appeared in Levi's mind, showing that his level 3 demonic fire skill had reached 60%, automatically unlocking the level 3 demonic fire skill. Flames erupted powerfully around Levi's body, repelling the demon's attack. Zoel exclaimed in amazement as she saw Levi block her attack with just one move. She didn't expect Levi to have such immense power in this spiritual world, where her power should have been the most powerful. In doubt, she asked if he had obtained the power of a master. The system informed Levi that his power had indeed reached the level of a master, and although he was only one level lower, the gap was huge. The innate power of a continental-ranked demon could not suppress the level of dominance. If the host's mind was not weakened, It could easily subjugate a beast like Zoel. Zoel couldn't believe that Levi had reached the level of a master, given her information that there were no experts of that level left in the world. Jasper noticed that it was raining, and Levi gently explained that he was afraid that the meteor shower would hurt Jasper, so he melted him into the rain. Levi's explanation made Zoel wonder with horror if this man really possessed the power of a ruler. Zoel remembered an incident 200 years ago when a lord, the Lord of the Locusts, appeared among the demons. He then led the demonic beast to destroy human fortresses one after another. Wherever the ruler went, destruction and piles of human corpses followed him. However, when he attacked the country of Lungo, he encountered desperate resistance from the demons there. At the most critical moment, an expert of the level of Lord Bayun suddenly appeared in the country, using himself as a catalyst to suppress the demonic forces. According to an ancient book from 200 years ago, at that time, humans had 5 overlord-level experts guarding the 5 strongest nations. But now everyone knows that there are no more experts left in Lungo. Zoel coldly remarked that even if Levi truly possessed the power of a ruler, she admitted that she did not have the strength to destroy him. But she could trap them both in her spirit world forever. She stated that in this world she was invincible, and no matter how strong Levi was, he would not be able to escape the fate of being imprisoned in it until his death. She chuckled and mockingly asked what he would like to receive as his last meal. The system reminded Levi that if he could break the blood moon, he would be able to leave this spiritual world. Seeing Levi furiously trying to smash the blood moon, the evil creature showed no fear, acknowledging that its power came from the moon of this place, and wondering what he could do even if he discovered it. She asked him if he knew how far it was from the crescent moon and called him naive. She stated that even the dominant-level beasts that entered her crescent realm could not escape. She noted that the human experts who entered it had only one option: to be buried in this place. The path to this place lay through human desires. The stronger the greed and lust in the human heart, the further the distance to the crescent moon. In the years since she began cultivating this place, not a single human or demonic beast had been able to breach her crescent moon realm. Seeing Levi's strange actions, Jasper asked doubtfully if he was going to attack the moon. The system replied that it was impossible to attack the moon in the sky. Jasper reminded Levi of this, and the system also warned that it could not measure the distance from Levi to the crescent moon, but suggested that he had a chance to reach it. Jasper asked Levi what he was seeing and if it was a voice in his head. Levi explained to Jasper that the voice said that if he trusted it, he could become stronger, and attacking the moon would not be difficult. The system urged Levi to use his internal energy to break through to the heavenly realm, claiming that he would then be able to reach the height of a crescent moon. Trusting the voice, Levi quickly followed its instructions. The system constantly encouraged him, because his cultivation in the Earth realm had been stalled for a month. This time, he had to break through. However, solving the crescent moon problem was not so simple. The system was stumped by the demon's abilities and could not measure the distance from Levi to the high-hanging crescent moon. Suddenly, the system saw that Levi had actually managed to hit the crescent moon. Seeing her true form being attacked, Zoel exclaimed in shock, wondering how this was possible. As Levi descended, the crescent moon cracked wider and wider until it shattered into pieces. The spiritual illusion was destroyed by Levi. Zoel's injuries worsened, and she was constantly coughing up blood. She could not believe her defeat. No one had ever destroyed her spiritual sphere. Seeing Levi appear before her, she acknowledged that his mental state was stronger than hers and admitted her defeat, saying that she could be proud of the fact that he was the first person to make her admit defeat in over 1,000 years. She noted that even dominant-level demonic beasts had never forced her to admit defeat, and called him truly formidable. After hearing Jasper praise Levi for breaking the moon, the protagonist said that it was because he followed the instructions of the voice in his head. After Levi destroyed Zoel's spiritual sphere, the rooster was the first to awaken. The system warned that the owner's accumulated energy value and stored internal energy were completely depleted and needed time to replenish them. Those around him also began to free themselves from spiritual bindings. The system did not know how to help the protagonist break through. The numb Valerio suddenly woke up, hearing his sister calling his name nearby. What he saw before was just an illusion. His sister Vivian was alive. Valerio's trembling hand reached out to touch his sister's face, making sure that she was truly alive. Vivian pressed her brother's hand to her face, gently reassuring him not to be afraid. After seeing his sister use her healing skills on herself, Valerio finally decided to believe that everything that happened was just an illusion and that his sister was alive. Valerio couldn't hold back his tears, happy that his sister had survived. He suddenly remembered his tragic childhood memories. One stormy day, the village and the family he lived with were besieged by demonic beasts. His mother was seriously wounded while protecting him, and before she died, she urged him to strive for a good life. Now Valerio was grinding his teeth, silently telling himself that everything that was happening was an illusion and would not affect him or his plans in any way. Seeing the two small demons nearby worrying about their queen, Zoel said she was fine. Suddenly there was a blow from a sharp, thorny whip, and the little demon screamed for Her Majesty to be careful. At a critical moment, the little animal risked its life by using its body to block the queen's attack. It all happened too quickly. When Zoel turned around, it was already too late. Valerio growled in anger as he saw her rushing at him with the intent to kill. He swung his blackthorn whip coldly and dealt her a powerful blow that made her spit out even more blood. The demon's body fell on its back. After the destruction of the Crescent Moon Kingdom, her injuries were too severe, and she had no strength left to fight. Valerio's thorn whip was aimed at Zoel's head again, but the little demon ignored the danger and stepped forward to take the attack in her place. Zoel could only scream helplessly for Valerio not to hurt them. There was a terrible sound as the barbed whip struck flesh, and Zoel froze, staring into space in front of her, blood splattering across her face. At the most dangerous moment, two strong hands grabbed a sharp thorn whip. The rooster blocked Valerio's attack in time, covering the little animal, and roared furiously that he could not stand it any longer. Valerio calmly said that demons are still demons, and accused the rooster of finally showing himself in all his glory and intending to completely betray his master. The rooster fell silent. An unreadable expression appeared on his face. Suddenly he hissed, admitting that there was no betrayal, as he had never been loyal to the likes of Levi. He became furious, declaring that he was a demonic beast and could not be loyal to humans. Mateo and Leon were stunned to hear the rooster confess that he was a spy. The rooster confessed that he was the perfect spy, destined to become a hero admired by all the demonic beasts for killing people. Hearing this, Valerio laughed arrogantly. He knew from the very beginning that the rooster was the enemy of humanity. Valerio stated that everyone heard the demonic beast confess that he was a spy and had never been loyal to humans. He coldly stated that Levi had come to save people, not demonic beasts, and that the spy demonic beast hiding next to them had always helped its kin. Valerio pointed angrily at the rooster, declaring that it deserved to die. The rooster realized that Valerio knew that he had been poisoned with thorns, and wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to persuade the people present to attack him together. The rooster was afraid that Levi and the others would unite to destroy him. He couldn't run away, but he didn't want to see his brothers die defenseless. The rooster was surprised when Levi suddenly stepped forward, refuting Valerio's words. Levi stated that he would not allow anyone to harm the rooster. Valerio angrily exclaimed that although the rooster admitted to being a spy and had never been loyal to him, Levi still wanted to cover for him and protect him in front of all humanity. Levi thought silently, not understanding what Valerio was talking about. The rooster froze, not daring to believe his ears, when Levi boldly declared that he did not care whether the rooster was a spy or not. Levi insisted that the rooster had helped him, and therefore he would protect him. He assured the rooster that he would not allow Valerio to harm him, no matter what anyone said, and the rooster almost burst into tears upon hearing such a statement of protection. Meanwhile, Valerio growled angrily, wondering if they had gone mad or if they had never considered themselves human. At that moment, a female voice suddenly rang out, declaring that Valerio could not represent humanity. The woman, who turned out to be Serenity, angrily asked Valerio if he regretted nearly destroying the city. Leon and Mateo, confused, asked what she meant by the city being almost destroyed, since the city was already destroyed. Serenity explained that the Ant Queen had controlled the minds of all the warriors and also recorded the torture video. However, in the end, she still accepted her offer to stop harming the warriors and the people living in the city. Zoel agreed to let Serenity help the demons find an antidote. The very name of the medicine made Vivian shudder. She remembered coming to the city and seeing her parents lying dead next to the corpses of demonic beasts. Vivian didn't know what to do. She could only sit helplessly and cry. Suddenly, her brother appeared next to her and gently stroked Vivian's head. Valerio consoled his sister, asked her not to cry, and promised to kill all the demonic beasts to avenge her parents. Valerio was determined to exterminate all the demonic beasts, leaving not a single one alive. To do this, he wanted to develop a poison that could cause them to disappear. He reminded Vivian that she taught him English, and this poison would be called the Demon Extermination Disaster, or DED for short. After listening to Serenity's explanation, Vivian asked her brother if he could really research the BID. Mateo and Leon had no idea what this BID was. Levi asked them to explain what they were talking about. Serenity continued, explaining that she initially supported Valerio's research, but later discovered that his research differed from what he said. When her superiors ordered her to support Valerio in the city, Serenity greeted him as an expert and expressed joy at his presence in the city. She suggested that they defend the city together. Valerio replied that in the future he would have to rely on her a lot. Serenity replied that he didn't need to be so polite, because that was exactly what she, the first military instructor, was supposed to do. Valerio mentioned that he was developing a special cure for demonic beasts, which, if successful, would be a temporary paralyzing spray effective against them. Serenity, who knew nothing about medicine, was optimistic that this would greatly help the entry-level experts. Valerio explained that he could focus on this research, and Serenity would handle the rest of the tasks of their special department in the city. Serenity happily agreed, telling Valerio to focus on his research while she tried her best to handle the rest. Since that day, Valerio has been working in the research room, the work progressing slowly due to the limited amount of materials provided by Serenity, as the types and characteristics of demonic beasts were so diverse that a universal cure effective against all seemed impossible. After the IQ of demonic beasts was increased, it seemed that a major breakthrough had been made in the research. Serenity often peeked into the research room from the side and saw Valerio working without rest. One day, Serenity went into Valerio's restroom. When she pressed the button to open the door, a mechanical voice informed her that the highest level of access was required to open it. Serenity looked at it doubtfully, wondering why Valerio set the highest level of authority only for the restroom. Unable to contain her curiosity, she used the higher access to enter. She thought that perhaps Valerio had converted the restroom into his office for convenience. When she entered the room, she saw Valerio sleeping at his desk. Serenity carefully covered him with her cloak, realizing that this guy was only 18 years old. He was clearly still a child, and he was already working himself to the point of exhaustion. She decided to take care of him, deciding that he needed to take care of his health.